The man used to be an ordinary working man in the city, until a sudden car accident changed his life. He traveled to a strange and alien. In this world where force is respected, he has no prominent background, and his talent is so ordinary that it is helpless. No matter how hard he tries, however, he has one unique advantage: his handsome sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, slender and upright figure, like a banished immortal, with extraordinary. In this world, the primordial realm, the strong are respected, and the realms of cultivation are divided into body-tempering realm, blood-moving. The Qin family of Qingfeng City is a small family, and the strongest members are just a few elders in the spirit transformation realm. At this moment, Qin Xian suddenly felt a burning sensation rising from his back, as if there was a flame burning on his back. Startled, he turned around suddenly and saw a woman standing in the flames. The woman's face was as beautiful as a fairy, her skin was as white as snow, and her curves were great. The woman said slowly, "Alas, judging from your appearance, you should not be a bad person. Unlucky." The next moment, Qin Xian was pushed down on the bed by the woman. Only then did he realize that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Was he going to be raped? At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for hitting the target with one shot. The system is bound to fertility and happiness. Do you want to receive the novice gift package? After a night of fierce fighting, Qin Xian slowly woke up from the bed, holding his waist. Ding. The novice gift package was successfully received. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sun God Body, Immortal Kidney, 10 Breakthrough Card. As the system's prompts continued to sound, Qin Xian's body began to change. The Sun God Body made his talent soar instantly, breaking through the realm and becoming the legendary demon genius. And his waist also radiated brilliant golden light, and the shadow of his kidney was looming. After the fusion was completed, Qin Xian was determined to break. He began to consume the realm-breaking cards, and quickly broke through to the second and third levels of the spiritual sea realm, and finally entered the first level of the Tiangang realm. Qin Xian looked down at the treasures on the table. The Juk sword and the top-grade Tianling pill were quietly placed there. He put these items into his pocket, but the image of the beautiful woman could not help but appear in his mind. Half a day had passed since he merged the Sun God Body, the Eye of Truth, and the Immortal Kidney to break through the realm. But the beautiful woman who had been with him last night had disappeared when he woke up. Qin Xian knew nothing about her and was full of doubts. What are you doing? Qin Xian felt a little embarrassed. He turned around and saw the beautiful woman standing behind him, staring at his clenched hands. Obviously, she noticed his action just now. Qin Xian quickly put down his hand and smiled awkwardly. At this time, the woman's cheeks were slightly red, and she looked a little uncomfortable. She said softly, "What happened last night was an accident. I was framed by a villain at the time, and my mind was blurry. I don't remember anything." Qin Xian nodded, secretly sighing in his heart. He was right. Next, she should say something like, "Forget about what happened last night. We are not from the same world," and continue. However, unexpectedly, the woman did not say those words, but looked at Qin Xian solemnly. "But don't worry. I, Ji Yingyue, will be responsible for you. Since you and I are..." Qin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He never thought that things would turn out like this. Ji Yingyue in front of him was so responsible. "In that case, shouldn't you tell me who you are?" Qin Xian asked with some curiosity. Ji Yingyue nodded and said formally, "My name is Ji Yingyue, and I am the saint of this generation." When she said this, she seemed a little angry, clenched her teeth, and was unwilling to continue. Qin Xian felt a complex emotion in his heart, and even wanted to thank the traitor. If it weren't for him, Qin Xian might not even be able to bind to the system, and might even suffer a worse fate. "Okay, then let me introduce myself," Qin Xian said. "You don't need to introduce yourself," Ji Yingyue interrupted him. "I've been out for half a day and have already found out about your situation. My husband, Ji Yingyue, may have ordinary talents and may not be a genius, but he will never be a treacherous and evil person." When she said this, her tone became cold. Otherwise, Even if you and I are already husband and wife, I will kill you without mercy. Qin Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he usually accumulated virtue and did good deeds, and was considered a good young man in Qingfeng City. Huh? How come your realm has become the Tiangang realm? I remember you were still in the Bengshu realm last night. Ji Yingyue sensed Qin Xian's breath slightly. Qin Xian was secretly surprised that Ji Yingyue could actually detect the change in his realm. However, due to the confusion last night, at your age, you can actually cultivate to the Tiangang realm in a place like this. It seems that you have good talent. Ji Yingyue added with a smile. Qin Xian was a little unconvinced and asked, "Not bad? Then what realm are you in?" Ji Yingyue chuckled and said, "My physique awakened late, so now I am only at the 6th level of the divine martial realm." Qin Xian was stunned. Divine martial realm? You are actually a grandmaster. The divine martial realm is an extremely rare realm in the entire Qinglong dynasty, and Ji Yingyue has actually reached this realm at this age, which shocked Qin Xian a little. Qin Xian couldn't help but use his vision-seeing eyes to carefully check Ji Yingyue's specific situation. He found that her aptitude was red, and her talent was the Purple Phoenix Divine Body. Purple Phoenix Divine Body. This physique can condense the Purple Phoenix Divine Fire and burn everything. Each nirvana can greatly enhance the strength and qualifications. I see. Qin Xian sighed in his heart, and finally understood why Ji Yingyue was so powerful. So, how is your injury now? Is it serious? Qin Xian asked with concern. A trace of pain flashed across Ji Yingyue's eyes. My injuries are indeed serious. The villain poisoned me, and suddenly Qin Xian's heart tightened after hearing this, and then asked, "Then is there any way to help you heal your injuries? You need a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm." Ji Yingyue replied. Qin Xian was stunned. A powerful person in the Dao Palace realm? There are only a few people like that, even in the Imperial City. How can we find them so easily? Ji Yingyue smiled bitterly. Indeed, only a great being at the Dao Palace level can help me recover from my injuries. Qin Xian suddenly felt helpless. Although he wanted to help Ji Yingyue, a Dao Palace realm expert was indeed hard. However, Ji Yingyue then added, "If you have some high-level elixirs, the top-grade Earth Spirit pills can also help me recover from some of my injuries." Qin Xian was stunned. He didn't have these precious pills. Top-grade Earth Spirit pill? I don't have it, he said helplessly. Although Ji Yingyue was a little disappointed, she also understood. After all, the top-grade Earth Spirit pill was very precious, and Qin Xian's family was not rich. However, just when Ji Yingyue was disappointed, Qin Xian took out 10 small crystal jade bottles from the bedside. I don't have any top-grade Earth Spirit pills, but I do have some top-grade Sky Spirit pills. See if these can... Ji Yingyue stared at the 10 small jade bottles, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Top-grade Tianling pill? Do you really have it? What? You don't allow me to have some adventures? Qin Xian smiled. There are 10 bottles of 100 pills here. Is that enough? Ji Yingyue took the pill bottles in a daze, took out a pill and examined it, then looked at Qin Xian. Are you sure you want to use all these top-grade heavenly spirit pills to heal my wounds? Of course. Qin Xian nodded. These pills are of no use to me. The key is that you have to recover as soon as possible. Ji Yingyue's eyes were filled with emotion. Even though she knew how precious these pills were, Qin Xian still took them out without hesitation to treat her injuries. At this moment, she really felt that meeting this handsome young man, okay, I'll take it. Ji Yingyue finally nodded. Qin Xian looked at her with a smile. That's good. Yingyue, It's getting dark. Well, let's take a rest then. Ji Ingyue replied in a gentle tone. Okay. Qin Xian responded with a chuckle. Qin Xian's combat power, after integrating the immortal kidney, became extremely powerful, unparalleled in the world. The fierce battle lasted until noon of the next day. He ended the battle only when he saw that Ji Ingyue was exhausted. Although the battle lasted for such a long time, Qin Xian was still in a refreshed state, without a trace of fatigue. After walking out of the room, Qin Xian first went to Qin Peng and borrowed Qin Peng's clan elder badge. Before, Qin Xian was unable to practice even if he had the best skill. However, after binding the system, he can easily master both the heavenly level techniques and other advanced techniques. With the badge, Qin Xian came to the attic where the Qin family collected martial arts. As the elder of the Qin family, Qin Peng had high authority and could choose almost all the martial arts. He selected several suitable skills in martial arts, including the top-grade Xian-level skill Heavenly Fire Art, the bottom-grade Earth-level Swordsmanship, Breaking Waves Sword Technique, and the top-grade Xian-level Body Movement, Treading on the Clouds. The difficulty of practicing these skills and martial arts and the corresponding realms are very consistent with his current strength. As one of the three major families in Qingfeng City, the Qin family possesses many Earth-level skills. Although these skills are very powerful, Qin Xian did not choose to use. As for martial arts, the Breaking Waves Sword Technique can be used in conjunction with his Juk sword for attacking, while the Treading Clouds step is suitable for chasing or escaping. The two are a perfect combination. After choosing the technique, Qin Xian returned the badge to Qin Peng and returned to his room. Ji Yingyue was Of course, Qin Xian's cultivation was not to rely solely on himself. He decided to use the system's plug-in function. He shouted, "System, I want to use the..." As Qin Xian's voice fell, a steady stream of profound information suddenly poured into his ding. Consume an epiphany card, and you have mastered the technique, Heavenly Fire Technique. The technique, Heavenly Fire Technique, you have practiced has been upgraded to the minor success stage. Ding. Consume one epiphany card, and the technique you are practicing, Heavenly Fire Technique, is upgraded to the perfect stage. Qin Xian consumed 4 epiphany cards and successfully upgraded the Xian-level technique. In this way, this perfect Xian-level technique, combined with Qin Xian's Sun God body, can greatly improve his practice speed, and even though his Dantian and Sea of Consciousness had been greatly expanded, his endurance and reaction speed had also been significantly improved, and his combat power had skyrocketed. As the skills improve, there are only 6 epiphany cards left, which are enough to upgrade a martial art. Qin Xian began to think about whether to use these epiphany cards on the Breaking Waves Sword Technique, which focuses on attack, or on the Treading Clouds step, which focuses on body movement. He pondered for a moment and finally decided to use the epiphany card in the Breaking Waves Sword Technique. He believed that if Ding, consume an epiphany card, and the martial art Breaking Waves Sword Technique you practiced has reached the entry level. Ding. Consume with the consumption of 4 epiphany cards, the Breaking Waves Sword Technique was successfully upgraded to the perfect stage. Qin Xian also comprehended the ultimate move of this sword technique, breaking thousands of waves with this ultimate move can instantly slash out thousands of sword beams, like thousands of ocean waves, carrying the power to destroy everything and capable of killing any enemy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the martial arts, Breaking Waves Sword Technique, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the sword special skill, Sword Breaking Thousand Waves. Thousands of sword beams are slashed out in an instant, just like thousands of waves, carrying the power to destroy all things. Ding. Since the host has improved his swordsmanship to the perfect stage, his comprehension of the way of the sword has reached the pinnacle. As the system prompt sounded, Qin Xian's momentum also changed. His eyes flashed with star-like light, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, like a beam of light that opened up the world and opened up a path for the sword. At the same time, his aura became extremely sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing through everything. After comprehending the sword intent, Qin Xian suddenly felt that his connection with the sword became closer, as if the power of sword intent far exceeds that of conventional martial arts, and can instantly unleash a powerful attack force. Fuck. Sword intent. Sword intentions. This is the killer weapon that only the peerless geniuses can possess. For the geniuses, the artistic conceptions of sword intentions. After comprehending the sword intent, Qin Xian can use the sword intent to kill any enemy, even the strong ones in the spirit transformation realm. As long as the sword intent is attached to a weapon or any object, his attack power will burst out with them. Qin Xian used the remaining 2 epiphany cards on the stepping cloud's body movement, successfully raising it to the minor success stage. Although the current stepping clouds cannot reach after all the epiphany cards were used up, Qin Xian's strength changed dramatically. After fusing with the sun god body, husband, have you comprehended the sword intent? Ji Yingyue, who had just finished bathing, felt the sword intent bursting out from Qin Xian and asked in shock. Qin Xian smiled and nodded, and Ji Yingyue's heart was in turmoil. Even in Taishan Holy Land, people who could comprehend the sword intent in the Tiangang realm were rare. Ji Yingyue's heart was filled with excitement and pride. As Qin Xian's wife, she was sincerely happy for Qin Xian's talent and achievements. It was late. Ji Yingyue had just finished bathing. Her face was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water. Qin Xian's heart was burning, and he couldn't help but pounce on her. In the next month, Qin Xian concentrated on his cultivation. He was immersed in practice during the day and shared, thanks to the support of the immortal kidney. Qin Xian did not leave his room for a whole month. During this period, Qin Xian's realm broke through to the 5th level of the Tiangang realm, and his strength was. Ji Yingyue's Taoist injuries have recovered by 80% to 90%. Although her strength has not yet returned to its peak state, with her purple phoenix divine body and the 6th level of the divine martial realm, as Ji Yingyue recovered from her injuries, she decided to go to the imperial city. A month ago, Qin Xian told her about the Han family. The goal is to sneak into the Han family and seriously injure Bo Gang, making him unable to have sex for at least 1 or 2 years, thereby temporarily eliminating. After Ji Yingyue sneaked into Qinglong Imperial City, the tranquility of Qinglong Imperial City was soon broken by. It was reported that the daughter of the Han family was attacked by a mysterious master at home, causing her meridians to be severed. The news shocked all the major forces in the Imperial City, especially the Han family, a family of great masters, who were unexpectedly infiltrated by a master of the divine martial. What is even more unbelievable is that this strong man actually escaped unscathed. Who is this person who is so mysterious? All the major forces discussed and were confused. Some people thought that the eldest daughter of the Han family was a. What's even more strange is that since that master was able to sneak into the Han family, why didn't he attack and kill those talented young masters of the Han family? Is it really worth it to attack such a useless young lady? The powerful leaders of the entire imperial city were all confused and didn't know how to understand this incident. When Ji Yingyue returned from the imperial city, Qin Xian immediately checked her body with. Don't worry, my husband. They are just a few grandmasters. They can't hurt me. Ji Yingyue looked at Qin Xian gently with a tender smile. Qin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and was relieved to see that she was fine. That's good, as long as she's not injured. The eldest daughter of the Han family has her meridian. Ji Yingyue continued, but the Han family's patriarch is a bit troublesome. He has a secret technique that can use spiritual power to mark others, so that he can track them thousands of miles away. Qin Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Then what should we do? Fortunately, my purple phoenix divine fire can suppress it. After I achieve nirvana, I will be able to completely eliminate it. Ji Yingyue's expression contained a hint of pride. After hearing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but applaud. The meridians are broken. The bones are shattered. Yingyue did a great job. Humph, I didn't want to be so harsh, but when I found her, she was actually doing shameful things with many men. Ji Yingyue said indignantly, as if she was furious when she thought of that scene. Qin Xian smiled after hearing this. So you ran into them having a silver party. No wonder you were so angry. Silver party? What is that? Ji Ingyue asked, obviously curious about the word. Qin Xian scratched his head and said, you don't understand this yet. I'll tell you when you understand it. As he said that, he smiled mischievously. After resolving Bo Gang's threat, Qin Xian felt a lot more relaxed and began to enjoy a more stable life. Although he enjoyed this period of time, he also knew that his talent was already strong enough, and it would be a waste if he did not continue to practice. After all, he had just embarked on the path of cultivation, and his current realm and strength were still very weak. In order to cope with possible crises in the future, he must continue to improve himself. Therefore, Qin Xian still maintained the rhythm of cultivation, and while enjoying a good life, he practiced hard. Time flies, 9 months passed quickly, and Qin Xian finally, as the cry of a baby resounded throughout the room, Qin Xian and Qin Peng were shocked. It's born! It's born! Congratulations, Master Qin Xian! It's a boy! The midwife shouted excitedly. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your first offspring is born. Offspring Talent Level Assessment, Qualification Assessment, Purple, Talent Assessment, Sun Flame Holy Body, Eye of Fire Element. Talent Level Assessment, Top Level Prodigy. Talent Level Classification, Ordinary, Elite, Genius. Ding! Congratulations to the host's first offspring for being rated as a top-level genius. The system will issue a reward. Ding! Since this is the... When the midwife's voice came, Qin Xian almost stopped paying attention to the system prompts. He immediately performed the cloud step and quickly came into the room. Looking at Ji Ingyue lying on the bed and the baby in the cradle, Qin Xian's heart was filled with excitement and joy. The baby in the cradle is very cute, with a smooth face. Faint flames can be seen burning in his small eyes, and tiny flame lines can be seen faintly on his body's surface, showing his uniqueness. This child inherited Qin Xian's talent of the Sun God body, became the Sun Flame Holy Body, and controlled the power of Sun Flame. And those eyes seem to have merged Qin Xian's eyes of truth and Ji Ingyue's Purple Phoenix Fire talent. Ingyue, thank you for your hard work. Qin Xian gently stroked the back of Ji Ingyue's hand, his heart full of gratitude and tenderness. However, just as he was comforting Ji Ingyue, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and Ji Ingyue looked at Qin Xian anxiously. Husband, take our child away from the Qin family. Seeing Ji Ingyue's sudden change, Qin Xian was startled and quickly comforted her. What happened, Ingyue? Don't worry, you are still... Husband, do you remember the spiritual power mark that the Han family master left on me? Ji Ingyue's eyes were full of anxiety. I have been using the Purple Phoenix Divine Fire to suppress it, but just now, I was... After hearing this, Qin Xian's face changed. Husband, don't worry, I will take you and the child away now. Husband, don't forget that the head of the Han family is a powerful grandmaster. Ji Ingyue explained hurriedly, seeming worried that Qin Xian would not be able to cope with it. Qin Xian looked at Ji Ingyue, still full of confidence. Ingyue, don't worry. He is just the head of the Han family. He can't be a problem for me. You should recover first. If he dares to come, you will die. Hearing Qin Xian's response, Ji Ingyue was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Qin Xian to be so firm. She thought about it, and finally did not refute, but held Qin Xian's hand. Husband, I believe... She believed in this man. No matter what happened, he would create miracles, just like the top-grade Tianling pill and sword intent before. At the same time, the head of the Han family was discussing with his clansmen in the hall of the Han mansion in the imperial city. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and Master, what happened? A member of the Han family asked cautiously. The evil thief who sneaked into my Han family before. I have found him. The master of the Han family said coldly. The evil villain who sneaked into the Han family before. Everyone instantly remembered the strange master who sneaked into the Han family and killed the eldest daughter of the Han family 9 months ago. 3,000 miles southeast of the imperial city. What is that place? The head of the Han family continued to ask. Master, that is the border between the Qinglong dynasty, the Linglong dynasty, and the Minglong dynasty. Qingfeng City. The Han family patriarch snorted coldly. Pass the patriarch's order to summon 9 clan elders to come with me to Qingfeng City. Damn little thief. This time, I will definitely grind him to ashes. The Han family patriarch spoke in a cold and ruthless manner, and immediately ordered the 9 great masters of the clan to go to Qingfeng City with him. The news of the Han family's 10 great masters' dispatch quickly spread throughout the imperial city and shook all forces. Such a powerful lineup is enough to destroy some small and medium-sized forces in the imperial city. All the major forces began to, as the investigation deepened. Other forces learned that the Han family dispatched 10 Grand Masters to hunt down the strange Grand Master who sneaked into the Han family 9 months ago. In order to kill a master of the divine martial realm, such a powerful force was mobilized, which shocked all forces. Husband, please give our child a name. Ji Ingyue looked at the child in her arms with a doting face and said softly. Qin Xian thought for a moment. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. There is Fusu in the mountains and Lotus. Qin Xian was pleased to see that Ji Ingyue was very satisfied with the name. Fusu, Qin Fusu, that's great. After naming his eldest son, Qin Xian stayed with the mother and son for a while. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 breakthrough cards, 5 enlightenment cards, 1 upgraded will card, 10 bottles of top-grade heavenly spirit pills. The system issues the first generation of extra rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 breakthrough cards, 5 enlightenment cards, 10 bottles of mid-grade heavenly spirit pills, a 9th-grade spirit gathering array, and a map of 9th-grade spirit gathering array. After use, the speed of spiritual energy generation within a radius of 10. Phoenix Blood Essence, the blood essence of the mythical beast Phoenix. After taking it, those with the blood of the Phoenix clan or close relatives can enhance their cultivation speed, understanding, aptitude, chance of successful nirvana, chance of low-grade spiritual stone or vein map. It shows the location and route of a low-grade spiritual stone or vein. The results of the random heaven-grade martial arts extraction are heaven-grade. After checking the rewards from the system, Qin Xian's eyes lit up. If there are peerless geniuses, monstrous geniuses, or even supreme geniuses born in the future, the rewards will surely be Prosperity Card. This is simply a magical item. Qin Xian widened his eyes and looked at the Prosperity Card in the reward list, and couldn't help but say excitedly. Although improving one's realm also requires time and accumulation, it is undoubtedly more difficult than improving one's artistic conception. Many strong men have never even reached the threshold of the realm of artistic conception in their entire lives, let alone improving it. Therefore, the value of the artistic conception enhancing. However, despite his inner excitement, Qin Xian forced himself to suppress. The Phoenix blood can be used to increase Ingyue's chances of successful nirvana. He murmured to himself. The family has 2 grandmasters. The Qin mansion currently lacks strong people. These 2 grandmasters are enough to intimidate some small families. He continued to think about the role of each reward. The 9th-grade spirit gathering array is only owned by big families in the imperial city. The Qin family finally has the foundation to be. After checking out these rewards, Qin Xian's eyes fell on the last 4 martial arts. Xianbing Spear Technique and Changfeng Stick Technique are both Earth-level martial arts, extremely rare in the outside world. Although, as for the Mountain Shaking Fist and the Tiger Subduing Fist, one is a top-grade heavenly boxing technique, and the other is a lower-grade earthly boxing technique. He naturally did not hesitate and directly chose to practice a heaven-level martial art, a rare treasure that even some powerful men in the Dao Palace realm would envy. The power of the Mountain Shaking Fist far exceeds that of Earth-level martial arts. It's good to learn a boxing technique. After all, not everyone can fight with me with a sword. Qin Xian said softly, and then consumed 4 epiphany cards to upgrade the Mountain Shaking Fist to the perfect stage. Ding! Consume an epiphany card, and you have mastered the martial arts, Mountain Shaking Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the martial. As the Mountain Shaking Fist reached its perfect stage, Qin Xian felt a heavy and steady feeling in his heart. Qin Xian felt the power of this force. He knew that this punch could even kill Qinda, who was far away in the main room of the house. It's worthy of being a top-grade martial art. Its power is truly unparalleled, Qin Xian said with satisfaction, feeling the powerful force. Then, Qin Xian consumed 2 more epiphany cards to upgrade, stepping on the clouds, to the perfect stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the martial arts, stepping on the clouds, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the special skill, walking on clouds. Clouds are generated under the feet, which can instantly burst out 10 times the speed, like walking on clouds. He thought to himself, the speed of this body movement can make me more flexible in combat. I can burst out 10 times the speed in an instant. After completing the improvement of his martial arts, Qin Xian decided to break through his realm. 15 realm-breaking cards directly raised his realm from the 3rd level. With the expansion of Dantian and Linghai in his body and the condensation of the power of the sun god, a powerful aura rose from Qin Xian's body. He felt full of the divine martial realm, the Grandmaster realm. Qin Xian whispered, his eyes gleaming. At this moment, he had become a prominent figure in the Qinglong dynasty. However, Qin Xian was not satisfied with this. He knew that this was not his limit. He took a deep breath and decided to use the upgrade card to further enhance his sword intent. As the system's prompt sounded, an invisible shackle seemed to be broken in Qin Xian's body, and an extremely sharp aura burst out instantly. A clear light flashed in his eye. As the 2nd level of sword intent increased, the tables, chairs and benches in the room were shattered by the leaked sword energy. After a few seconds, Qin Xian gradually adapted to the Master Han. I wonder if you can block my sword? Qin Xian murmured to himself, his eyes full of confidence. The 2nd level of sword intent is a level that even some giants in the cave heaven realm find difficult to comprehend. He believes that even 10 heads of the Han family may not be able to block his sword. At the same time, outside Qingfeng City, 10 figures rushed over with extremely powerful momentum. This momentum made the residents of Qingfeng City feel terrified. What a terrifying aura! A resident of Qingfeng City said in a trembling voice. Is this the aura of a master? They seem to be heading towards the Qin family, another resident said in shock. The aggressive approach of these 10 strong men made the residents of Qingfeng City wonder if the Qin. At the same time, more powerful people came from the sky with extraordinary momentum. The residents of Qin. What kind of challenges will the Qin family face this time? Everyone had questions in their minds, and all eyes were focused on the Qin family. With the arrival of the powerful men, the Qin family of Qingfeng City has become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone is waiting. The voice of the Han family's patriarch sounded in the void, cold and threatening. Little thief. The patriarch is here. As the Han family patriarch finished speaking, the other 9 Han family elders began to disperse in various directions and surrounded the Qin mansion. The overwhelming aura of the 10 great masters came upon them, shocking the Qin family members in the Qin mansion. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out. Along with the sound, a sharp sword intent quickly rose up, cutting off the momentum of the 10 grand masters in one fell swoop. The Han family's patriarch narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously sensing the sudden sword energy. As the sound of swords rang out, the door opened and Qin Xian, dressed in white and carrying a sword, walked out, followed by a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. Xiao Xian, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Let Uncle Da talk to them first. Seeing Qin Xian take the initiative to come forward, the head of the family, Qinda, was shocked at first and then hurriedly chased out. When Qinda saw that this group of strong men were able to walk in the air, he immediately became frightened, fearing that Qin Xian's actions would bring disaster. He quickly looked at the head of the Han family in a flattering manner and said respectfully, "Excuse me, sir, what can the Qin family do? My Qin family will go." Before, Qinda had only contacted the Han family's housekeeper, and he naturally did not dare to contact a big figure like the Han family's patriarch directly. Therefore, he carefully showed great respect in. Qin Xian stood aside. and seeing Chinda being so flattering, he couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, "Why is this happening? Can't I just kill them?" Although Chinda tried his best to be humble, the head of the Han family did not take him seriously at all. "Whoa, are you worthy enough to talk to this patriarch?" The patriarch of the Han family snorted coldly, then slapped out with his palm. Instantly, a palm print formed in the air, and its powerful force caused the air. "No, patriarch!" Chinda shouted in horror. "Patriarch, run away." When everyone in the Qin family saw this scene, their hearts were in their throats, fearing that Chinda would be beaten into a pulp by this palm print. Feeling the palm wind coming from the sky, Qin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and murderous intent instantly filled the air. However, just as he was about to attack, a powerful aura suddenly pressed over and blocked. "Hey, who dares to offend my Qin family?" A middle-aged man wearing black armor and holding a long axe stood in front of the gate. "Brother Darrow, it seems we came back at the right time." Another tall man with clear features walked slowly over and smiled softly. When these two great masters appeared in front of the Qin mansion, both the nobles of the imperial city and the residents of Qingfeng City were shocked. The aura emanating from these two people is almost the same as that of the Han family elders. Obviously, where did these two grandmasters come from? A resident of Qingfeng City whispered. A small city like Qingfeng actually has 12 grandmasters. It's incredible. Who would have thought that there would be so many powerful people in such a remote place? Another person said in shock. The onlookers were talking about it, and the Qin family members began to exclaim, "Uncle Jinglong, is that you? I'm Xiaoya. Uncle Darong, you are finally back." Another member of the tribe also shouted excitedly. Seeing these familiar people, Qin Darong, these two great masters are actually from the Qin family. At this moment, all the onlookers were shocked. The Qin family actually has such a powerful background and foundation. Qin Darong, Qin Jinglong. These two are members of my Qin family who went out to travel 20 years ago. Now, they have returned to the Qin family and have reached such a level. It's really exciting. He knew that it was the first time in the Qin family's history that clan members like Qin Darong and Qin Jinglong returned as Grand Masters of the Wheelsea realm. In the past, those clansmen who returned, even if they reached the Tiangang realm, were considered to have returned home in glory. But now, Qin Darong and Qin Jinglong returned. Qin Xian also felt that these two Grand Masters should be the two powerful family members rewarded by the system. Although they did not appear out of thin air, but had their own backgrounds, their return was undoubtedly a strong support from the Qin family. "Are you also from the Qin family?" The head of the Han family's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously surprised at the identities of Qin Darong and Qin Jinglong. Although he had not expected that the Qin family would have such a strong person, he still said disdainfully, "In that case, the two of you should be buried together." Qin Darong's face suddenly darkened, and he said angrily, "Do you know who we are? How dare you speak so shamelessly? Oh, who are you? Tell me about it." The head of the Han family asked with a sneer, obviously wanting to see if there was anyone support. Qin Darong said in a deep voice, "I'll scare you by telling you my name. I am General Qin Darong of the Linglong dynasty. This is the Minglong god of war, Qin Jinglong, who was personally appointed by the previous king of the Minglong dynasty." As Qin Darong's voice fell, the Qin family members and the onlookers were all shocked. These two great masters actually had such a prominent identity. Qin Xian patted his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. It's over. Even the names match. After hearing the introductions of Qin Darong and Qin Jinglong, the head of the Han family remained expressionless. He sneered and said, he looked around and said, "This is the territory of the Qinglong dynasty. Do you really want to provoke a war between the three dynasties? As a grandmaster family that has been passed down for hundreds of years in the Qinglong dynasty, in the eyes of the head of the Han family, even the royal family has to be polite. The two foreign grandmaster generals are not worth mentioning at all. When we returned to the Qin family this time, we had already resigned from our positions as generals. Now, we are just members of the Qin family. Qin Jinglong spoke firmly and looked at the head of the Han family with a cold tone. These words touched the Qin family members, and many of them looked at him with admiration. Uncle Jinglong, they actually gave up the positions of generals of the two dynasties for the sake of the family. So touching. I want to take them as an example. The Qin family members discussed one after another, and they were, however, the head of the Han family sneered. Okay, in that case, killing you will save us from subsequent troubles. Before he finished speaking, he slapped out with his palm in an instant, and the momentum caused the air to distort, and the entire void shook. Arrogant. Qin Daorong was instantly furious when he saw this. He gripped the long axe tightly and rushed towards the head of the Han family like a cannonball. The long axe was swung out, and the crescent arc attack swept through the void with huge force, causing strong shocks and amazing power. Cloaked divine axe. Qin Daorong roared, and the powerful aura made the onlookers. However, Qin Xian stood aside and watched this scene, but he couldn't bear it. Although Qin Daorong's realm had reached the 6th level of the Wheel Sea realm, in his eyes, the gap between such strength and that of the Han family's patriarch was too great. Qin Xian has seen the realm of the Han family master through the pupil of delusion, the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, only one step away from the Dao Palace realm. Even if Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong join forces, they will never be his opponent. You overestimate your own abilities. The head of the Han family sneered, drew the sword from his waist, and slashed with it. The sharp sword light instantly broke Qin Daorong's axe. Then, the Han family patriarch slapped out with his left hand, and Qin Daorong was immediately knocked back, spurting blood from his mouth, and fell heavily beside Qin Jinglong. Puff! Qin Daorong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of seeing Qin Daorong being knocked back by a palm. Qin Jinglong's eyes showed surprise. How can the head of the Han family be so strong? Admiral Ling Long, that's it. The head of the Han family had a look of disdain on his face, and the powerful aura of the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm burst out from his body, shocking the surrounding audience. Holy crap, he's at the 9th level of the Wheel of Sea realm. Some viewers exclaimed. The last time the Han family patriarch attacked, he was only at the 7th level of the Wheel of Sea realm. How did he break through? If it was 2 years ago, the 7th level of the Han family head's Wheel of Sea realm would have been very terrifying. I didn't expect him to advance to the 9th level within 2 years. At this time, the onlookers around were talking about it, their eyes full of awe. In the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, except for the ancestors in the royal family, the head of the Han family is almost the strongest existence. Qin Daorong stood up with the help of a long axe and gritted his teeth. Brother Jinglong, fight him. There was a determined light in his eyes. Qin Jinglong glanced at the sword in his hand, then looked at the Qin family members behind him, and finally sighed. Let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them seeing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and was glad that Jinglong was not as impulsive as last time. After sighing, Qin Xian began to mobilize the sun god power and sword intent in his body. He understood that even if Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong tried their best, they would not be able to defeat the head of the Han family. Not to mention seeing that Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong's strongest martial arts were once again easily broken by the head of the Han family. Qin Xian knew that it was finally time for him to take action. However, just as the patriarch of the Han family was preparing to attack again and kill the two men, suddenly, a ball of black mist quickly condensed from behind the patriarch of the Han family, and then a slender figure suddenly rushed out. The person was dressed in black, with a cold and beautiful face and a slender figure, giving people a sad and beautiful feeling. What the hell? Who was that woman? What is she going to do? Assassinate the head of the Han family? A spectator exclaimed. The aura of that woman. She is only a grandmaster.
What's going on today? There are more grandmasters than cabbages. Another audience member clicked his tongue. With the appearance of the woman in black, the whole scene was once again in turmoil. The onlookers sighed that today's scene in front of the Qin mansion was like a performance, with various dramas being staged one after another, which shocked everyone. Sun Yinchuang, you really showed up. The Han family's patriarch sneered when he saw the woman in black. Today, you will die here for me. Following the order from the head of the Han family, the 9 elders of the Han family took action together, quickly flew into the air, and surrounded the woman in black.
Prisoner locking formation. As the Han family patriarch shouted angrily, a gray light burst out from the 9 elders. Spiritual energy chains circled like dragons, eventually trapping the woman in black and forming a cage.
The woman in black felt a suppression of spiritual energy, and a helpless look appeared on her face. Did you fail after all? Yin Yang, I'm sorry for you.
Ding. A possible marriage partner has been detected. Do you want to check? At this moment, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in Qin Xian's mind.
A marriage partner?
Qin Xian was stunned for a moment, then reacted and fixed his eyes on the woman in black in the air. Check. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian immediately activated the Eye of Illusion and locked his gaze on the woman in black. Then all her information appeared in his mind. Sun Yinchuang, Realm, 5th level of the Wheel C Realm, State of Mind, Prototype of Sword Will, Quality. Qin Xian stared at Sun Yinchuang, his eyes flashing with surprise. The body of disaster, what a terrifying physique, he whispered. He had just used the Eye of She can stir up the bad luck of others and spread endless disasters. This ability sounds extremely terrifying, especially if the owner has not fully mastered this power. The leaked power of disaster will bring misfortune. Qin Xian couldn't help but show a trace of pity in his eyes. Although a person with this kind of physique may eventually become powerful, she is destined to. It turns out that the real purpose of the Han family's patriarch's trip was her, the disaster girl, Sun Yinchuan. Qin Xian had some realization in his mind. No wonder the Han family dispatched a team of 10 great masters. It turns out that the people around discussed it, and the topic turned to Sun Yinchuang's past. Someone revealed that Sun Yinchuang lost both her parents when she was young, and she depended on her younger brother for survival. Although she showed extraordinary talent in cultivation, disasters always followed her. Because of the constant disasters, no force was willing to take her in. Later, she lived in seclusion with her brother. However, fate played a trick on her. When Sun Yinchuang was traveling, her brother was discovered by the eldest daughter of the Han family. An insider continued, the eldest daughter of the Han family saw her brother's handsome appearance and brought him back to the Han family. Sun Yinchuang was furious when she learned about this and began to attack the Han family's strong men, vowing to avenge her brother. However, the Han family was very powerful and she was seriously injured every time, but her desire for revenge never changed. The head of the Han, so that's how it is. Qin Xian pondered, and a feeling of depression rose in his heart. The woman in black in front of him had a tragic fate and was always.
As the order was issued, the 9 elders quickly formed seals. Their spiritual power surged, and they instantly created thousands of weapons in the formation, full of murderous intent, and rushed towards Sun Yinchuang.
Sun Yinchuang's disaster body was undoubtedly powerful, but she was still unable to resist the formation of the 9 elders of the Han family. In just a few breaths, she was injured by the weapons in the formation. What was even more desperate was that, even though she had the secret technique to transform into black mist, she still couldn't escape from this powerful formation. At this moment, she felt unprecedented despair, as if she was really going to die here. She thought helplessly, maybe it's better to die like. Among the crowd of onlookers, someone sneered and said, the daughter of disaster is finally going to die. The one who brought disaster should have died long ago. Others echoed, yes, the patriarch.
Do you know? Her parents and brother were killed by her, which led to all the tragedies. Some people continued to attack her with sharp words that hurt her heart.
Sun Yinchuang's face turned paler and tears began to fall. She was used to being seen as the embodiment of disaster, and everyone avoided her. But now, even the sharpness of these words made her feel. It was obviously you who killed your brother, but you put all the blame on me. The head of the Han family sneered. Daughter of disaster, you deserve to die. Then, he walked into the formation step by step, long sword in hand, releasing powerful spiritual power and giving off a terror.
The head of the Han family personally killed the daughter of disaster. The people next to him whispered, "This is what it means to act in the name of justice." There was a sudden roar from the crowd, and voices supporting the Han family master rose and fell. However, just as the Han family master was about to kill Su Ninshuang himself, a clear voice rang out. Mountain shaking fist. With this order, a powerful force swept in all directions. The onlookers were instantly shocked by this force and vomited blood, flying backwards. This punch releases the depression in my heart. Qin Xian's voice was like thunder, shocking everyone.
After he punched out, he immediately turned it into a palm, stepped into the air, grasped the hilt of the Juk's sword, and looked around. His voice was like a bell. Although you are not accompanied by disasters, your hearts are all.
Qin Xian stood in the sky, looking around coldly. Those people who once sneered and watched coldly were as small as ants in his eyes.
Who are you? The head of the Han family finally couldn't help but ask. Qin Xian of the Qin family is also the one who killed you. Qin Xian's voice was full of majesty, and he responded coldly. As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, the world suddenly changed, the wind roared, and a powerful aura swept in all directions. As the Juk's sword was unsheathed, a sharp sword intent rushed straight into the sky, instantly bursting out with earth-shaking power, fiercely slashing at the prisoner-locking formation. This is sword intent, the Han family elder said in horror, his eyes full of shock. The entire crowd was completely shocked. They couldn't understand how Qin Xian, who was at the divine martial realm, could comprehend the sword intent at such a low level. This was simply incredible. Who are you? The Han family patriarch was shocked, unable to believe the facts before his eyes. Qin Xian sneered and said, "Your daughter was beaten by my wife. As for you, you old immortal, you still dare to say something like, good daughter. It makes people want to vomit." Chapter 11. The Juk opens the front, and the sky of the Qinglong dynasty is about to change. Good. Very good. Very good. The voice of the patriarch of the Han family was full of anger. I didn't expect that someone in the world would dare to speak to me like this. The anger in his eyes was like a raging fire, and his heart was beating extremely violently. Since he broke through to the Luanhai realm, and
at this moment, the head of the Han family had only one thought in his mind, and that was to wipe out all the people related to Qin Xian, exterminate the entire clan, and dig up their graves.
Boom! As he roared, a strong momentum swept around like a storm. The peak pressure of the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm enveloped the entire battlefield. Everyone around felt.
However, Qin Xian stood there, expressionless, unmoved. Juk, use this man's blood to sharpen your sword. Qin Xian whispered, and a clear voice sounded.
Breaking waves sword technique. The sword breaks thousands of waves. He took a step, and his figure leaped out like an arrow, his white clothes shook, and his pupils instantly turned red gold. Like two, boom, wherever the sword energy passed, scorching flames swept in all directions. The sword energy rolled like waves, carrying the power to destroy mountains, rushing towards the head of the Han family. You little master of the divine martial realm, even if you have comprehended the sword intent, so what? How can you shake the foundation? He also slashed out with his sword, and the wind and clouds in the void suddenly changed, and the sword energy turned into a tornado. In the sword energy of this tornado, a sword dragon broke through the air and collided fiercely with. The crowd watching was terrified. If they were standing in the center of the explosion, they would have been reduced to ashes. The Qin family members also looked at Qin Xian in shock. In their impression, Qin Xian was just a useless cultivator who was only at the blood-moving realm. How could he suddenly become so powerful? The eyes of Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong, who were injured by the Han family patriarch, almost popped out of their heads. They originally thought that they were this battle, no matter whether Qin Xian lives or dies in the end, will definitely leave a strong mark in the Qinglong dynasty. As the energy wave after the explosion dissipated, two figures appeared in front of everyone. The Qin family's Qin Xian was able to fight the Han family's patriarch to a draw. The audience on the side commented in amazement. For a grandmaster of the divine martial realm to fight against a peak grandmaster of the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, this is simply too terrifying. The crowd of onlookers sighed. Although the Han family patriarch had initially tried to vent his anger, this duel gave Qin Xian full recognition of his strength. Everyone was shocked by Qin. Hearing everyone's discussion, the face of the patriarch of the Han family became more and more ugly. What do you mean by being evenly matched? He didn't even try his best. Qin Xian was just a small master of the Qin family. Why could he be on equal footing with him? The patriarch of the Han family, gradually, he began to circulate the spiritual power in his body, and the powerful momentum slowly rose, as if to break through the barrier between the Luanhai realm and the Dao Palace realm. As the momentum increased, the head of the Han family raised the long sword high, and the sword edge flashed with a terrible light. Chapter 12. Big Mistake, 800-kilometer rocket launcher? In the solemn atmosphere, bursts of tearing sounds were heard in the air, like the death knell. Through the tracking cameras carried on the warship, everyone in the command room finally saw the true appearance of the flying objects. Several missiles with tail flames broke through the layers of clouds and appeared in everyone's field of vision. Xingyu looked at the murderous missile. Even though he was prepared for death, he still felt a little fear for no reason. Although he was well prepared, no one can face death calmly. Even Xingyu, the team leader of the command team, had this expression, not to mention the other soldiers in the command room. The crisis of death instantly loomed over everyone's head. They all had complicated expressions, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. This also resulted in the fact that the only sound in the entire command room, apart from the sounds of instruments, was the sound of everyone's breathing. As the missile got closer, everyone on the warship felt their hearts in their throats, their breathing quickened, their backs were soaked with cold sweat, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. This is the instinctive reaction of humans when facing extremely dangerous situations, and it cannot be controlled by humans. Although they have no intention of retreating, they will still subconsciously feel fear when they really face death. Time passed second by second, and some soldiers had already closed their eyes. What was unexpected was that these missiles did not fall on the warship as they had imagined, but flew over their heads and flew straight into the distance. For a moment, the command room seemed to be vacuumed, and everyone's heart skipped a beat. Then, a loud gasping sound filled the room. What? The target isn't us. Xingyu looked at the flying missile with a puzzled look. At this moment, no matter how rich his experience was, he couldn't answer the doubts in his mind. Everyone in the command room patted their chests with lingering fear. After seeing that the crisis was resolved, the atmosphere in the entire command room changed from the previous silence to a relaxed one. Xingyu still hasn't recovered. He glanced at everyone in the command room in confusion, his tone full of disbelief. No. Are you okay? Commander, the crisis is over. The flying object is not targeting us. We're fine. After everyone's repeated confirmation, Xingyu finally came to his senses. He shook off his previous dejection and immediately lifted the warship's first-level alert status. At this time, Xingyu's subordinates came to Xingyu and gave him the picture of the missile that the warship had just recorded. Chief, these are the photos we took. Please take a look. Xingyu picked up the picture and glanced at it. His expression gradually became solemn. He immediately placed the picture on the table and called his subordinates around him. A group of people gathered around the picture on the table and started discussing it. Is this the missile that just flew over our heads? Why doesn't it look like it? Why does it feel like there's gunfire coming out of it? Yeah, I didn't notice it just now, but now it seems that the scale of the thing that just flew over our heads really doesn't look like a missile. Could it be a low-power missile? That's why it looks different. Impossible. No matter how small the missile's power is, its size won't be too far off. The thing in the picture is clearly not the size of a missile. Everyone argued endlessly, one person saying something after another, but no one could figure out what the flying object that just flew past was. At this moment, a non-commissioned officer in military uniform picked up the picture on the table and examined it carefully. He said uncertainly, "Why does this thing look so similar to our C-300 rocket launcher?" Hearing this, Xingyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He recalled the tail flame that he had just seen streaking through the sky. He pinched the stubble on his chin and thought carefully. It does look a bit like. Just at this moment, an explosion was heard in the distance, interrupting their discussion. What's wrong? What happened? Everyone immediately panicked. With what had just happened as a precedent, their spirits were still in a very tense state. Xingyu immediately called his subordinates to investigate the situation. After investigation, they found that the missile had just landed in the sea and exploded in the sea 5 or 6 kilometers away from them. At this time, the sergeant reminded again. Yes, that's the sound. When I was in the academy, I heard the explosion of the C-300 rocket launcher. It was this sound. After hearing this, the people who had been arguing unexpectedly came to a consensus. Now that you mention it, it does seem quite similar. The detonation sound is indeed exactly the same as our C-300 rocket launcher. Indeed, considering the shape of the missile and the sound of the warhead detonating, I'm 100% sure it's our C-300 rocket launcher. That's right. No wonder this missile looks like it's been cannonballed. Xingyu felt something was wrong, so he immediately picked up the nautical chart at hand, spread it on the table, pointed to the sea area where the warship was located, and refuted. No, it can't be a C-300 rocket launcher. Everyone, look, our warship is located in an area 800 kilometers away from any island or land. If it were our C-300 rocket launcher, it wouldn't be able to strike from such a long distance. The most important thing is that our country has never exported C-300 rockets. Therefore, the missile just now was definitely not a C-300 rocket. You know, the range of the C-300 rocket launcher is only 300 kilometers. There may be some error, but at most it will not exceed 350 kilometers. Moreover, there are requirements for the launch of the C-300 rocket launcher, which requires it to be installed on a heavy truck or ship for launch. In other words, the launch distance of the missile that just flew over their heads was conservatively estimated to be more than 800 kilometers. What kind of concept is this? A rocket launcher can have a range of over 800 kilometers. This is no joke, right? Absolutely impossible. A rocket launcher with a range of 800 kilometers can no longer be called a rocket launcher. According to international standards, it can be called a small missile. Listening to his subordinate's analysis, Xingyu pinched his chin, frowned, and looked a little dazed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was fishy. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. He always felt that the source of these missiles might be related to Wang Pan's military factory that their military had been tracking. Chapter 13 Invitation. Going to the doghouse? On the small island, Wang Pan handed the tablet computer in his hand to Prince Sayer, who was standing next to him. The tablet computer recorded the flight trajectory of the rocket launcher at that time. The current position of the missile is already 800 kilometers away. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, his face full of confidence. Prince, what do you think? Is this what you want? Prince Sayer took the computer. Although he had just witnessed the launch of the rocket launcher with his own eyes, he was still very excited when he saw the launch video again. When he saw the 4 rockets launched and their tail flames whistling in the air, he could not hide the excitement on his face. Oh, my God. The video continued to play on the tablet computer. In the video, the rocket passed through the clouds and flew towards the designated location. Oh, my God. King, I am so pleased with your products. When he said this, his eyes revealed enthusiasm. He nodded frequently and spoke solemnly. I've already imagined how much of a deterrent these weapons will be to those damned bandits. On behalf of the people of the desert, I thank you for your products. He originally thought that Wang Pan's claim that the error could be controlled within a range of 1,000 kilometers was just a sales gimmick, but he didn't expect that the actual product was exactly the same as the description. This is also the first time in Prince Sayer's many years of purchasing arms. He had seen many arms dealers who boasted about their products before purchase, but after buying them and shipping them back to the wealthy customers, the performance of the weapons would be more or less discounted. Prince Sayer's opinion of Wang Pan has changed. He no longer regards Wang Pan as a simple arms dealer. Just the strategic weapon like the C-3000 rocket launcher launched by Wang Pan this time is something that few arms dealers on the entire blue planet can produce. After all, this kind of strategic weapon is a non-export product for any country, in order to prevent someone from improving the country's technology tree by purchasing the weapons sold by the country. Any weapon that can be circulated on the market has been eliminated several times. Unlike Wang Pan's C-3000 rocket launcher, it has such powerful performance. This kind of strategic weapon is a non-exportable product for any country. Unless there is a powerful background behind it, it is impossible to obtain such a heavy weapon. This Wang Pan is definitely not a simple person. Who knows if there is the shadow of Longwa behind him? Otherwise, how could they get a heavy weapon so similar to Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher? Thinking of this, Prince Sayer looked at Wang Pan with a hint of complexity in his eyes. After all, if Wang Pan said that he had no background from Longwa, Prince Sayer would definitely not believe it if he was able to obtain such a heavy weapon as Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher. An arms dealer with an official background in a major country is definitely a relationship worth his effort to build a deep friendship with. If you have a good relationship with Wang Pan, Godahu will definitely have absolute priority in getting any other heavy weapons in the future. After all, no country would think it is too little for strategic weapons like this. Thinking of this, Prince Sayer looked at Wang Pan with eyes full of heat, as if he was looking at a mobile arsenal. If that's the case, maybe I should change my attitude towards the king. While Prince Sayer was thinking about his own little plan, Thomas came behind Wang Pan and whispered a few words. Boss, the rocket launcher we fired seemed to have passed by a ship, but it didn't cause any accidental casualties. Upon hearing this, Wang Pan nodded calmly and did not take the matter to heart. Since no accidental casualties were caused, it doesn't matter. They are now in the high seas, in a no-man's land. As long as no accidental casualties are caused, it doesn't matter much. Wang, my dear friend, I would like to invite you to join me in a visit to the beautiful dog farm. I believe you have not forgotten that we are still short of an oil field. As the most distinguished guest of the desert people, you must personally select the best oil field. At this moment, Prince Sayer came to his senses, walked over with a bright smile on his face, and extended the most sincere invitation to Wang Pan, saying while smiling, "You can bring your friends to explore the beautiful desert. There are many wonderful things in the desert. We can also see if we can reach other cooperation." Having said this, Prince Sayer revealed his true purpose, and his tone was more respectful and equal than when he first landed on the island. Inviting Wang Pan to return to China can be said to be a spur-of-the-moment decision, or it can be said to have been planned for a long time. Currently, Dog Owner is in urgent need of a partner who can provide weapons on a long-term basis. Now Wang Pan is agreeing with the request of the big dog owner. As soon as the words were spoken, several classmates behind Wang Pan looked at each other. The shock in each other's eyes was self-evident. The prince of a wealthy family personally invited his classmates to visit? Is this the courtesy a college student should receive? Isn't this the kind of courtesy that only senior national leaders can enjoy? Upon hearing this, Wang Pan did not answer immediately, but showed a thoughtful expression, as if he was considering something. When Sayer invited him just now, he knew what Sayer was thinking, which was to see if there were more weapons heavier than the C-3000 rocket launcher for sale. As an arms dealer, no one can refuse a client as wealthy as Godahu. Before, Wang Pan might have been concerned about whether selling large quantities of heavy weapons would get him into trouble, but now that he has already sold a batch of C-3000 rocket launchers, he no longer cares about selling more heavy weapons. Besides, this is the defense procurement list of the big dog. That is a business with even greater profits than the oil fields. According to the wealthy character of the dog tycoon, the profits may be even higher than expected. All countries and arms dealers in the world agree that the big dog owner understands technology. Thinking of this, Wang Pan's heart was moved. Wang Pan stretched out his hand, shook hands with Sayer tightly, and spoke enthusiastically. "Prince, I accept your invitation. You know, I have longed to visit the desert for a long time." Upon hearing this, Prince Sayer had a bright smile on his face. He held Wang Pan's hand and laughed. "King, believe me, the people of the desert will let our most distinguished guests experience the desert's hospitality." The two hit it off immediately, and the two old foxes, one old and one young, successfully reached an agreement. Sayer left two representatives to continue following up on the order. Wang Pan left Thomas behind as the person to take over the rocket launcher, and the classmates he brought with him went to Godahu as guests invited by Godahu. Chapter 14. Decision, set off to become a wealthy man. On the other side, in the command room on the warship, Xing Yu and his subordinates were sitting around the table, discussing the missile that had just flown over their heads. "Sir, the missile that just flew over our heads wasn't aimed at us, but it was very likely intended to intimidate us. I suggest we return to port and board a warship to capture the target. How much time is wasted going back and forth? What if the target gets wind of this and takes the students to another location? Our main priority right now is to ensure the safety of the missing students. But what if there are more missiles? For the safety of the soldiers and parents on board, I suggest returning. We are very close to our target now. If we turn back now, won't all our efforts be wasted?" They frowned and looked very solemn. Everyone had their own opinion. Some agreed to continue on their journey, while others thought it would be better to go back and make full preparations before setting sail again. At this time, They turned their heads and looked at Xingyu, who was at the top, and asked, "What should we do? Team leader, give the order. Should we return or continue to the target island?" Seeing that they gave him the right to choose this difficult problem, Xingyu did not say anything. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face, as if he was thinking about the risks involved. He didn't speak for several minutes, and his subordinates didn't dare to disturb him. They just stood there waiting for news. "Go. I want to see what's going on." After hesitating for a long time, Xingyu slammed the table and gritted his teeth, as if he had made a difficult decision. When everyone heard this, the subordinate who had just proposed returning immediately spoke out to stop them. "I now strongly suspect that the missile launched from above our heads was the target's fault, and it is very likely that it was launched by our C-300 rocket launcher." Veins popped out on his forehead as he spoke anxiously. However, this statement was refuted by others. "Are you crazy? Our C-300 rocket launcher is not an exportable weapon at all." "Yes, I think you are being too cautious. Our C-300 rocket launchers are not equipped in every military region. How can such a strategic weapon be exported before it is fully equipped to the entire army? Also, according to the reports we currently have, Wangpan only sold light weapons and never sold heavy weapons." They are right. Not all military regions in Manhwa are equipped with C-300 rocket launchers. The reason is that they are too expensive. Their rebuttals were well-reasoned. The subordinate who proposed returning home wanted to argue something, but for a moment, he couldn't find any words to refute. "Anyway, I reserve my opinion. I suggest the warship return immediately, and we transfer to a new warship to land on the island and capture the target." He waved his hand in annoyance, turned around, and sulked alone. Upon hearing this, Xingyu slammed the table and made a conclusion. "Regardless of whether the missile just now was launched by the target person or not, we have to go this time." He came to the angry subordinate, patted him on the shoulder, and explained the reasons for his decision. "Our time is very precious. Those inexperienced students are still in Wangpan's hands. If we waste one more minute, the students may be in more danger. What's more, if the missile just now was indeed launched by Wangpan, we need to investigate further. He can even obtain weapons that are not exported. This Wangpan may not be as simple as the information shows. We must investigate thoroughly." After saying that, Xingyu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he stared intently at Wangpan's information on the table and the picture of the missile next to it. On the small island, Wangpan and his classmates took two of the latest models of Alpha. In front and behind the two Alphas were two G63 off-road vehicles, in which sat several men in suits carrying guns, who were responsible for Wangpan's safety. The convoy sped along the dirt road of the island and soon reached the other side of the island. A luxurious commercial cruise ship was docked at the shore. It was the cruise ship that Prince Sayer took when he came. As soon as the two groups met, Prince Sayer came up and gave Wang a warm hug. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Prince." Wangpan smiled, nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly, and began to speak. "King, we are true friends. Stop saying things that would destroy our relationship. How could our friendship be ruined by such a small matter?" Prince Sayer deliberately put on a stern face, pretending to be unhappy, and spoke. After hearing this, Wangpan stopped talking and just kept a smile on his face. The classmates behind him looked at the two of them being so friendly, their eyes already numb. It was enough to make the prince of a wealthy dog family stand there and wait, and the other party didn't seem to be angry at all. Is this really an ordinary business relationship? Or does this classmate of ours have other identities that we don't know about? For a moment, the students imagined 10,000 possibilities in their minds. Under the guidance of Prince Sayer's bodyguards, Wangpan and his group's luggage were brought onto the boat by Brother and I in suits. "Wang, our go-to-fu is truly filled with treasures. Compared to other countries, it is very unique. After I finish my business, I can act as your guide and take you on a good tour." Prince Sayer also took Wangpan's hand and walked towards the cruise ship. As they walked, he happily introduced the characteristics of the dog restaurant to Wangpan. "What are you standing there for? Get on board." Wangpan turned his head and looked at the classmates who were standing still and shouted. It was not until Wangpan's voice appeared that the students' imaginations were interrupted. They hurriedly followed Wangpan's footsteps and boarded the boat together. The entire cruise ship is decorated with a large amount of gold, which is a traditional feature of wealthy families. The decorations hanging on the walls are all priceless art collections. The entire cruise ship is filled with the smell of money. Prince Sayer brought Wangpan and his party to the leisure area of the cruise ship. He sat in the main seat first, and Wangpan and his classmates sat on chairs respectively. Wangpan leaned against Ruren's chair, picked up the cigar and top-notch red wine that Prince Sayer had prepared in advance, and began to puff. His classmates were all ordinary students who had never seen such a scene before. They straightened their backs and dared only sit on the edge of their chairs, not to mention enjoying delicious cigars and top-notch red wine. Wang, your friends seem a little nervous. Seeing this, Prince Sayer turned his head to look at Wang Pan and joked with a smile. They are just newbies, so it's normal for them to be nervous. Wang Pan turned his head to look at his classmates and explained on their behalf with a smile. Oh, all right, everyone, there's no need to be so nervous. Relax. You are all the king's friends, so naturally you are also my friends. The people of the desert are very welcoming to their friends. Cheers. I wish you an unforgettable trip to Dog Farm. Prince Sayer had a kind smile on his face. He raised the wine glass in his hand, walked to the front of his classmates, and clinked glasses with them one by one. The students clumsily picked up the wine glasses at hand, clinked their glasses with Prince Sayer's, and then drank them all in one gulp. Ha 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 ha. Prince Sayer smiled heartily and returned to his seat. Before coming, none of them had thought that they, as mere students with very slim chances of even visiting a wealthy dog owner, would actually be able to become the guest of honor of such a wealthy dog owner. If this had happened before, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Maybe I wouldn't even dare to dream about this. But now, everything has become a reality. All this was possible because of Wang Pan. If it weren't for Wang Pan, they wouldn't be sitting here, let alone drinking and chatting with Prince Sayer. Thinking of this, they all looked at Wang Pan, and there was a hint of passion in their eyes. This trip was definitely not in vain. Chapter 15, Unexpected Gains. One day after Wang Pan and his classmates followed Prince Sayer onto a luxury cruise ship bound for Godahu, the Dragon Kingdom's warships were still sailing on the high seas. However, they are now very close to Wang Pan's island, and they can even clearly see the general appearance of the island from the deck. On deck, Xingyu stood on the deck, holding the iron railing of the deck with his left hand and observing the situation on the island with a telescope in his right hand. The sea breeze kept blowing past, and his military uniform was whistling, but he seemed to feel nothing, still holding the telescope without moving. Xingyu looked at the island that was getting closer and closer, frowning with a very serious expression. For some reason, the closer he got to the island, the more uneasy he became. Behind Xingyu, the parents of the missing classmates finally had smiles on their faces after seeing the clearly visible island. When they thought that they would be able to see their children soon, their hearts, which had been hanging in the air, gradually settled down. It's finally here. I'll be able to see my son soon. During the past few days when my child was missing, I couldn't eat or sleep well. I was so worried. This brat ran off abroad without even telling me. It really pissed me off. That's right, this matter won't be over until 2 belts are broken. The parents talked to each other, and their stern words revealed their deep concern. Chief, how do we get to the island? At this time, Xingyu's subordinates walked quickly to his side, saluted him with a very standard military salute, and then asked. Xingyu did not respond immediately, but was thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. As an arms dealer, the thing that the island has the most of should be arms, and there is a high possibility of heavy firepower. And according to the size of the factory you reported, the number of security personnel on this small island should be more than expected. Under these 2 conditions, if we rashly land on the island, it may cause resistance from the other side and cause unnecessary casualties. You must catch the opponent off guard. You must control the target unexpectedly. After pondering for a moment, Xingyu thought more and more that his plan was feasible. He put down the telescope and said, "Land on the island in a circuitous manner. Remember not to alert the enemy. The target is very dangerous." The subordinate nodded, saluted, and began to arrange the battle plan. In order not to alert the enemy, the warship made a big circle and docked in a very secluded corner on the edge of the island. Xingyu and his fully armed soldiers sneaked into the island. In order to avoid being discovered, the soldiers did not communicate with each other by radio, but with gestures. When the group reached the island, the soldiers immediately dispersed and searched the surrounding area. After ensuring that the surrounding environment was safe, they gathered together again. All of us will be divided into 5 teams. Teams 1 to 4 will go to the east, south, west, and north of the island respectively and surround the entire island. The 5th team is responsible for supporting the aftermath. If any of the teams encounter any problems, the 5th team will rush to support them immediately. Xingyu opened a paper topographic map and spread it on the ground. He pointed to several directions on the map and then gave orders in a low voice. He divided all the soldiers into 5 teams, with clear division of labor between each team, so that they could capture Wang Pan in one fell swoop. All the soldiers nodded to show that they had received the order. Then the 4 teams began their respective actions. Because Wang Pan took away most of the people on the island. Only Thomas and a few others were left, and the security force on the entire island was indeed very weak. The four teams surrounded the entire island very smoothly, and they didn't encounter a single person along the way. They gradually moved into the core area of the island, but unexpectedly found that there was no defense at all. They entered the core area very smoothly. After ensuring the safety of the environment, the four teams reported the situation on the island to Xingyu respectively. A small team reports that the east is safe and there are no enemies. Team 2 reports, the western part of the island has been controlled, there are no enemies. Team 3 reports, the south is safe, no enemies sighted. Team 4 reporting in, our team has reached the core area of the island. There are only a few people there, and the target person is not on the island. One sound after another was transmitted to Xingyu's ears via radio. Xingyu was completely stunned. What? Not on the island. We came up empty-handed. Xingyu's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He asked uncertainly, Team 4, you said the target isn't on the island? Yes, sir, the target is not on the island. The voice of the captain of Team 4 came to his ears again. Xingyu didn't care about anything else and immediately brought everyone to the core area of the island. Just as Team 4 reported, the journey was smooth and there was no obstruction at all. Soon, Xingyu arrived at the core area of the island, which was the factory where weapons were stored. Seeing that there was no one there, Xingyu immediately opened the door of the factory. The scene inside made his pupils tremble. Even though he was knowledgeable and experienced, his eyes couldn't help but reveal deep shock. In addition to the AK-47, M4A1, August, and other firearms that are already common, there are also exquisite firearms with export restrictions such as ARX-160 and BRNCZ-805. But these are nothing. The most terrible thing is those C-3000 rocket launchers parked in the warehouse. It looks exactly like Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher. This is the most important thing. Xingyu walked forward and gently stroked the C-3000 rocket launcher. The cold feeling of steel made Xingyu feel a little shocked. He originally thought that Wang Pan was just an ordinary arms dealer, but he didn't expect. Thinking of this, Xingyu didn't dare to think further. Fortunately, there were not many people on the island. If they fought to the death with this firepower, they would all be blasted into the sea by rocket launchers to feed the sharks. Then, Xingyu turned around, called a few of his subordinates, and gave them some instructions. The subordinates nodded, immediately picked up the walkie-talkie, and began to request support from the remaining people on the warship. Soon, several fully armed soldiers came with a large number of seals and boxes, ready to seal the weapons in the factory. As for those C-300 rocket launchers, they can only be pulled onto warships by heavy trucks and transported back to the country. He didn't expect that the gains from this trip would be so unexpected. Chapter 16. Is it related to the wealthy dog owner? The top military officials of Dragon Country are shocked. Just as Xingyu was directing his subordinates to start packing and sealing the weapons, two men in suits and ties came up. They had hooked noses and deep eyes, and they looked very obviously like desert people. They were the people Prince Sayer had left behind to coordinate the order with Thomas. Oh, are you from the Dragon Nation? How dare you seize this batch of weapons? Hey, boys, you're in trouble. How dare you confiscate our big boss's weapons? The two were stopped outside by the soldiers brought by Xingyu. They kept shouting in poor Longwood dialect. What's wrong? What happened? Send those two people over here. The noisy sound caught Xingyu's attention. He walked out of the factory and saw two people being stopped. He waved his hand and asked the soldiers to let them pass. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately let them go. The two walked up to Xingyu with a look of deep dissatisfaction on their faces. They snorted coldly and looked very unhappy. Damn it, do you know who owns these weapons you seized? They were the weapons orders from our wealthy boss. We just followed the Honorable Prince Sayer to visit the Dragon Nation, and your Dragon Nation sent people to confiscate our weapons. What does this mean? We strongly protest and condemn your Dragon Nation's actions. As they spoke, they took out their ID cards from their suit pockets, as if they were determined not to let this matter go unless they gave an explanation today. Xingyu didn't say anything when he heard that. He frowned, took the two people's ID cards, and began to look through them. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. There is no possibility that the identity documents of the two people were forged, and one of them is an official of the Ministry of National Defense. Xingyu looked very surprised. The dog tycoon actually has a deal with this place. He originally thought that even though he failed to capture Wang Pan this time, he could at least pull the arms on the island back to Longwa. At that time, Wang Pan, who had no arms, could only take his men back to Longwa and then arrest him after he entered the territory of Longwa. But now, These arms are related to the dog tycoon, so they have no way to seize and take them away. Xingyu immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. If it was not handled carefully, it might cause a very serious diplomatic incident. In addition, there are C-3000 rocket launchers here, and it is still unclear where these rocket launchers came from. This kind of tricky situation should be left to the big guys to make the decision. Thinking of this, Xingyu felt a headache. He rubbed his swollen temples helplessly with his hands, exhaled deeply, walked to the side, picked up his phone, and reported the situation on the scene to the senior military officials. On the other side, in the capital of Manhwa, inside the military headquarters. As soon as the news was received, the top military leaders gathered at the military headquarters. The already heavily guarded military headquarters added several more guard companies. The entire headquarters is surrounded by 3 layers of security. Anyone who enters the headquarters must go through countless rounds of interrogation in order to ensure the safety of senior military officials. After all the top military leaders of the Dragon Country are here. If a missile is fired at this time, they will be completely wiped out. In the large conference room at the top level of the military headquarters, there were 3 empty seats in the most central position of the conference room. Apart from that, all the other seats were occupied. Soldiers wearing uniforms of different styles sat down one by one. Their ages varied, but most of them were in their 50s or 60s. There were ashtrays in front of the old people. They each took out a cigarette from their pocket and started smoking, while talking in low voices in groups of 3 or 2. What happened? This time we old guys were called over. Yes, the last time we gathered together like this was when the Lighthouse's aircraft carrier entered our waters. We almost got into a fight that time. I don't know, but it must be something serious, otherwise we wouldn't all be here together. Soon, 3 elderly men who looked in good spirits walked into the conference room, side by side from the door of the conference room. The 3 old men sat in the 3 most central empty seats. From the general stars on their military uniforms, it was not difficult to find that they were the heads of the Dragon Kingdom's Navy, Army, and Air Force respectively. When they walked into the conference room, the discussion in the entire room stopped abruptly, and everyone stood up and saluted respectfully. Chief. The 3 leading bosses nodded, their brows furrowed, their fingers tapping on the table, as if they were thinking about something. Looking at the expressions of the 3 old men, everyone guessed that this matter must be serious. But the leaders did not say anything, so they did not know what had happened. After pondering for a moment, the naval commander among the 3 old men slowly spoke. Our people discovered an arms dealer's lair on a small island outside the country. Inside, there were C-300 rocket launchers and a large number of other banned weapons. The most important thing is that this arms dealer has already reached a deal with the dog owner. We've called everyone here to discuss how to resolve this matter. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar in the conference room. Is it possible that someone could actually smuggle the C-300 rocket launcher out of the country and then sell it overseas? Everyone present looked at each other, their eyes revealing shock. They felt the seriousness of the matter. The fact that this kind of weapon, which has never been exported to any country, can flow overseas means that someone within the military may have illegally sold weapons, and that person's rank is not low. Everyone present is a suspect. It is no wonder that the military summoned all senior officials to the headquarters so urgently this time. The 3 commanders sitting in the main position scanned everyone present with scrutinizing eyes, but found nothing unusual. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was very depressing. No one spoke a word, but just lowered their heads, not knowing what they were thinking about. At this time, the commander-in-chief of the Long Kingdom Army saw this, and probably realized that they would not be able to come to any conclusion if they continued to discuss it like this. So he stood up and stated his plan in a resounding voice. I think we can't come to any conclusion by sitting here and discussing it. Why not go and see it for ourselves? Anyway, all the weapons produced by our dragon country are numbered. We can then see where the problem lies and trace it back to its source. As soon as this proposal was put forward, it was agreed by everyone. They also want to know where the problem lies. Why do weapons that Longwood never exports appear in the hands of foreign arms dealers? Chapter 17, State Guest Treatment. Everyone agreed with the army commander's plan, and the military headquarters immediately began to arrange all matters related to the trip. A number of off-road vehicles with military license plates were parked downstairs of the military headquarters building. Senior military officials came out of the building one after another, got on off-road vehicles, and headed straight for the nearest port. This time, in order to ensure the safety of senior military officials, even aircraft carriers were mobilized. When the senior military officials arrived at the port, a huge aircraft carrier was docked there. The aircraft carrier was lying quietly with full flags flying high, looking majestic and giving people a full sense of security. After the senior military officials boarded the fleet, the aircraft carrier started its engine. The huge roar of the engine and the sound of the aircraft carrier's displacement resounded throughout the entire port. The aircraft carrier slowly sailed out of the port. In the sea area 20 kilometers after leaving the port, a cruiser, 2 destroyers, 3 anti-submarine frigates, 2 attack submarines, and a supply ship followed one after another. They surrounded the main aircraft carrier tightly, and a complete aircraft carrier fleet formation had been formed. The reconnaissance aircraft equipped on the main aircraft carrier are constantly circling in the air for reconnaissance in order to ensure the absolute safety of the aircraft carrier. After all, sitting on the aircraft carrier are the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom's Navy, Army, and Air Force. This trip is unprecedented even in the history of the entire Dragon Kingdom. The mighty fleet moved slowly forward on the sea, and the wake waves left by the passing ships on the sea looked very spectacular. On the other side, after a day and a night, the luxury cruise ship was speeding across the sea, and now Wang Pan and his group were less than 2 hours away from Godahu. On a luxury cruise ship. Seeing that they were about to reach the dog owner, Prince Sayer took out his phone and informed the dog owner of his situation in advance. My distinguished guest and I are about to dock. I hope you will put up your most luxurious reception. Please do not neglect my distinguished guest. If anything goes wrong, you know my character, so I don't need to say anything more, right? After finishing his instructions, he put his phone aside and closed his eyes to rest. Upon receiving the news, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately arranged for people to start the welcoming work. They rolled out the red carpet at the port where the luxury cruise ship was to dock and deployed a large number of soldiers for security. In order to demonstrate the warm welcome of the distinguished guests to the dog owner, all roads leading to the port were forcibly blocked. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs also specially contacted a prince from the dog-owning family, who was also Sayer's son, to attend the reception. A port somewhere in the dog-owning family. The place was surrounded by soldiers in ceremonial uniforms and bodyguards in black suits. Most of the huge welcoming crowd were important officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the wealthy country. The young man at the front of the welcoming team looked to be no more than 30 years old. He wore a white cloth on his head, sandals on his feet, and typical Central Asian clothing. On his wrist was a top-notch watch full of diamonds, which sparkled in the sunlight. The foreign ministry officials behind him didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of causing dissatisfaction among the people in front. This person was none other than the prince who was present at the dog banquet, Prince Salman, the most favored prince of Prince Sayer. This Prince Salman is very outstanding among the many princes of the dog-rich family. He has already taken the position of an important official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when he is less than 30 years old. He can be regarded as a child of destiny among the many princes of the dog-rich family, and he is also one of the youngest rulers of the entire dog-rich family. Salman was under the scorching sun, sweat kept running down his face, and his long gown was also soaked with sweat. Who needs father to use such a grand ceremony? In such bright sunshine, do you still need me to attend in person? Salman frowned in dissatisfaction and turned his head to complain to the person behind him. I don't know about that, but from the prince's tone, this guest seems very important. The subordinate standing behind him shook his head and quickly said that he had only received instructions from Prince Sayer. Prince, it seems that Prince Faisal will be returning home tomorrow. He seems to be returning with an order from United Technologies Corporation. At this point, Salman's subordinate seemed to have thought of something and added another sentence. In fact, it was not only Sayer who went out to buy weapons this time, but also another Prince Faisal. Princes Faisal and Sayle are the two strongest contenders for the position of crown prince in the entire country. It is said that there is no father and son in the face of interests, let alone in the face of the throne. When Sayer and Faisal were still in the wealthy family, they often competed with each other and tried to sabotage each other in order to make the other completely lose the qualification to compete for the crown prince. This time, the military-industrial company that Faisal found was the United Technologies Corporation of the Lighthouse Country, which has been providing large-scale lethal weapons to the military of the Lighthouse Country for many years. The company is the largest in the Lighthouse Country and is firmly at the top of the world rankings. In a sense, whichever prince's weapons the Ministry of National Defense decides to purchase this time to solve the border problem that has plagued them for a long time, that prince's reputation will soar. Then, that prince will most likely win the position of crown prince with his strong reputation and become the next king. Therefore, the purpose of purchasing weapons this time is not only to solve the border problem that has troubled the dog owners for a long time, but the most critical thing is to decide the real candidate for the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Salman said nothing. His brows were furrowed, and he paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking very annoyed. The military-industrial company his father found would probably be hard to compare with the United Technologies Corporation that Faisal found. Whether in terms of weapon performance or quality, United Technologies Corporation is at the top of the industry, and the company's reputation is well known throughout the entire Blue Star. It is not difficult to see the level of United Technologies Corporation from the fact that it has been able to win defense weapons orders from the United States for 30 consecutive years. You know, the lighthouse country is very picky about weapons, and their army must be equipped with the most advanced weapons and equipment in the entire Blue Planet. He was very worried that his father would lose in the battle for the Crown Prince, and by then he and his father's current power would definitely be much less than before. Thinking of this, Salman's face became very serious, as if it were made of cast iron. He fidgeted and lit a cigarette and started smoking, hoping that this would relieve his anxiety a little. At this moment, the subordinate behind him took 2 steps forward, pointed to the luxury cruise ship outside the port, and whispered a reminder. "Prince, the ship is coming." Seeing the luxury cruise ship approaching the port, Prince Salman straightened his expression, put out the cigarette in his mouth, and walked up. Chapter 18: The Uneasy Prince. The luxury cruise ship docked. Prince Sayer and Wang Pan walked out of the cruise ship's cabin hand in hand. The entire port was paved with red carpet to form a path, and standing on both sides of the carpet were the Dog Tycoon's soldier guards. They wore bright red ceremonial uniforms and black military caps, held ceremonial rifles in their hands, pointed their muzzles toward the sky, and stared straight ahead. Behind these honor guards, there is a group of performance teams holding various musical instruments, some holding drums, some holding saxophones, and some holding gongs. Behind these honor guards, there is a group of children holding flowers, constantly singing in Gaudaho language. At the other end of the red carpet was a group of diplomatic officials wearing white cloths on their heads, sandals on their feet, and typical Central Asian costumes. The moment the luxury cruise ship docked, the soldiers pulled the triggers and fired their guns to welcome it. Bang! 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 Dense gunfire rang out, followed by the band's performance. They played with all their might, as if they wanted to show Wang Pan their enthusiasm for playing dog. Prince Sayer and Wang Pan walked out of the cabin together. Wang Pan was quite surprised by the level of the welcome. He could see that this was a standard specially used to welcome state guests. He could see that Sayer really valued him and treated him as the most distinguished guest of the Dog Tycoon. Behind the two of them were Zheng Jinyao and his group. They were also shocked by the scene. Such a grand scene made them feel flattered. Before this, they were just ordinary students and had never experienced such a thing. They stood there at a loss and could only smile awkwardly subconsciously. Looking down from the cruise ship, the welcome ceremony of Mr. Go seemed to be different from the welcome ceremony of Long was shown on TV. This novel experience made them subconsciously a little restrained, but also made them feel a little proud. Who would have thought that one day they would be treated like state guests of a country? Subconsciously, everyone turned their gazes to Wang Pan in front of them, their eyes filled with passion. All this was made possible thanks to Wang Pan. If it weren't for Wang Pan, they might be working in some electronics factory, tightening screws day after day. At this moment, they were very glad that they had made the decision to follow Wang Pan abroad, otherwise they would not have had the opportunity to enjoy such courtesy. At the same time, Salman saw his father walking down the cruise ship side by side with someone, and he knew that the partner his father had found had arrived. He immediately put on a smile and walked quickly forward to greet them, while the others followed closely behind him. When I got closer, I saw the young Asian face next to my father. He looked to be less than 20 years old. Salman stopped in his tracks, and the smile on his face froze. For a moment, he was stunned. Is this the distinguished guest my father is welcoming? He doesn't look older than me, does he? And what's with those little brats behind me? A tour group. 10,000 questions lingered in Salman's mind. He really couldn't understand what his father was doing. Why use such a grand ceremony to welcome a group of little brats? Is father serious? Is he senile? He doesn't look like an arms dealer at all. He didn't turn his head, but complained in a very low voice with gritted teeth. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and his whole body wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. It's over, it's over. This time, the arms procurement will definitely fall into Feldman's hands. His Majesty the King will definitely not entrust the weapons order to a group of children who haven't even grown their hair yet. He simply couldn't understand why his father, with so many options available to him, chose to partner with a group of people who didn't look like partners. Wasn't this simply handing over the position of Crown Prince to him? Thinking of this, Salman's mood instantly plummeted to the bottom. He even began to imagine Feldman's smug face after he won the arms purchase. Now, he couldn't even maintain the most basic smile. He stood there dejectedly, waiting quietly. If Salman hadn't thought about leaving, it would have brought shame to his father and the dog owner, and he even wanted to turn around and leave. He felt that the sweat on his body under the scorching sun was the water that entered his brain when he was full of anticipation. Soon, Sayer brought Wang Pan to Salman. As soon as the two groups met, Sayer introduced themselves enthusiastically. "Sir, this is my son Salman." He pointed at Salman standing in front of him and said with a smile, "Salman, this is the defense partner I'm looking for this time. Come on, call Uncle Wang." Then he looked at Salman and continued to introduce Wang Pan beside him. Upon hearing this, Salman's face twitched subconsciously, and he looked incredulous. "Dad, are you okay? This guy doesn't even look older than me, so I should call him Uncle Wang?" Of course, these words were just Salman's inner criticism, and he didn't dare to say them openly. Salman just lowered his head and pretended not to hear. Sayer looked at Salman in front of him, who still did not move. He coughed twice with a bad look on his face, staring at Salman as if his eyes could kill him. "Uncle Wang." Facing his father's murderous gaze, Salman almost felt like dying. He took 2 deep breaths and then shouted with gritted teeth. After shouting, Salman's face turned green. He raised his head and said nothing. He didn't know what kind of love potion the little brat in front of him had given his father, causing his father to cooperate with him on such an important purchasing business. But what he knew was that if his father decided to hand over the arms procurement business to the other party, he would be further and further away from the throne. What's more, in such an occasion, if he, a prince of a wealthy family, called a little brat uncle, he would be too ashamed to face anyone if it got out. Whether from the perspective of personal vengeance or official business, he had to change his father's mind. Salman looked at Wang Pan with hostility in his eyes and made a secret decision in his heart. "We must not let my father cooperate with him." Chapter 19, Prince Faisal. On the other side, on the top floor of a luxurious building in the lighthouse country on the other side of the ocean, Prince Faisal, dressed in traditional Central Asian clothing, was sitting on a soft sofa, with a cigar between his fingers and a red wine glass in his right hand, looking extremely handsome. Sitting opposite him was an old man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a well-fitting suit. Judging from the fabric of the suit, he was either rich or noble. It is not difficult to find out from the name tag on the desk that this old man is John, the president of United Technologies Corporation. Prince Faisal and John sat opposite each other, talking about something. "Prince, there is absolutely no problem in trusting your country's weapons order to United Technologies Corporation this time. Our company's reputation and technology are both world-class." John raised his wine glass, a determined smile on his face, and told Faisal about his company's competitive advantages. "Oh, John, my friend, I also want to give this order to you. But this time I am not the only one coming out to purchase arms." At this moment, Prince Faisal's face unconsciously showed a bit of sadness. He sighed softly and continued. "Besides me, that damn old guy Sayer also took on this task. You know, that old guy Sayer's reputation in the country is much higher than mine. He has always been a huge stone weighing on my heart." At this point, Faisal's face showed some helplessness and indignation. Then he looked at John and said solemnly, "This time, the weapons will be purchased through a bidding process. You and the arms company that Sayer found will compete to see whoever has the better weapons and equipment and wins the order. John, I hope you can get this weapons order and help me dampen the limelight of that old man Sayer." After he finished speaking, a thoughtful expression appeared on John's face. He didn't say anything, but his face showed a thoughtful expression, as if he was thinking about something. As one of the world's top arms dealers, he knew too well that there had been a long-standing grudge between Feldman and Sayer. As a prince of the same rank as Faisal, Sayer's partners are definitely not just random people, but are likely to be top military-industrial companies in the industry. To be honest, even John was unsure about competing with such an opponent. "Prince, don't worry. We at United Technologies will do our utmost to secure the order." However, John still picked up the wine glass, clinked it lightly with Faisal, and said. At this time, a Central Asian man in a suit walked behind Faisal and whispered, "Prince, according to the news from home, Sayer has reportedly already contacted a cooperative arms dealer. Now the people are already in the country." Hearing this, Faisal no longer cared about tasting the precious and delicious red wine in his glass. He stood up suddenly, his face suddenly changed, and even his voice became a little higher in pitch. "What? That old guy Sayer is so fast. Do you have the other party's information? Which company is it?" A series of questions came out of Faisal's mouth like bullets. "Yes, there is, but..." Upon hearing this, Faisal's subordinate looked hesitant and stammered as he took out a folder from his arms. Before he could finish his words, Faisal interrupted him. "If you have anything, bring it here." He snatched the folder from his subordinate's hand, tore open the plastic-wrapped brown paper on the outside of the folder with his hands in a very rough manner, and took out the information inside. Faisal swallowed, put on his reading glasses, and watched nervously. He wanted to see what kind of powerful arms dealer Sayer had found. He picked up the document and looked at it carefully, and the expression on his face changed from nervousness to surprise in an instant. Did you take the wrong one? Peace Arms Company. Which arms company is this? A founder in his early 20s? He raised his head, his big eyes full of doubts, and his tone full of uncertainty. Faisal searched his mind for a long time, but could not find any impression of the Peace Arms Company. No, Prince, this information is absolutely true. Even Salman was present at the welcoming event. Faisal's subordinate shook his head and took out a mobile phone from his pocket while speaking, and played the video of Salman and his group welcoming Wang Pan and Sayer. Faisal still couldn't believe it. He rubbed his eyes with his hands and looked carefully again. After making sure that he was not hallucinating, Faisal could not hide the joy on his face. He squinted his eyes, and the wrinkles around his eyes were big enough to kill a mosquito, and he started laughing heartily. Could it be that old guy Sayer is suffering from Alzheimer's? Looking for a little brat to collaborate with? Ha ha ha, Sayer, this confused old fellow. Thinking of this, Faisal's laughter became even more rampant. Prince, what happened? John, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Faisal laughing for no reason, with a puzzled expression on his face. He looked at Faisal and asked with concern, John, see for yourself. Faisal did not answer, but handed the information in his hand to John. In a good mood, he picked up the wine glass and drank the high-end red wine in the glass. He leaned on the soft cushions of the sofa, shook his head, and hummed a little tune. John took Faisal's information, put on his glasses, and started reading. It showed the scale of Wang Pan's military factory. After seeing the detailed information of the person in charge and Wang Pan's basic information, John finally understood why Faisal was smiling so happily. John put down the information in his hand. His previous worries were swept away, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Prince, don't worry. I will use our company's absolute strength to tell His Majesty the King, who is the most reliable partner. As for that little brat, we will definitely make him go home crying to his mother. John looked at Faisal and said confidently. John originally thought that Sayer would seek cooperation with another world-class military-industrial company, but he ended up finding a kid in his early 20s. I've never even heard of the Peace Arms Company. Thinking of this, John felt in a good mood. He immediately stood up and walked to his wine cabinet, took out the Romanicani that he had collected for many years, opened the cork, poured a little for Faisal, and then poured some into his own glass. Prince, I wish you a happy cooperation in advance. John raised his glass, looked at Faisal, and said confidently, Ha ha ha, happy cooperation. Faisal couldn't hide the joy on his face. He clinked his wine glass with the other person and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 20. The real person never reveals his identity? Or is it just a trick? At the port, Sayer and Wang Pan got on the bulletproof version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the middle of the convoy, while the classmates brought by Wang Pan got on the Mercedes-Benz behind the Phantom. Wang Pan and his group were arranged by Sayer to stay at the most luxurious Sail Hotel in Godaihu, which is also the only 7-star hotel in the world. The hotel is located on an artificial island, just over 280 meters away from the beach, with only a winding road connecting it to the city's mainland. The decoration style of the entire hotel can only be described as luxurious. As long as luxury can be reflected, it can be found. Wang Pan and his group walked into the Sail Hotel, surrounded by bodyguards. As soon as you enter the hotel, the first thing that catches your eye is the magnificent lobby. Everything visible to the naked eye in the lobby was covered in a thin layer of gold. After checking in, a hotel butler in professional attire led the way and led Wang Pan and his group to the luxury suite. On the way to the presidential suite, Zheng Jinyao and his group finally understood what a real rich person was. All the artworks they caught sight of in the corridors were authentic. When you enter the elevator, you will see that even the elevator buttons are made of pure gold. Is this also made of gold? Chen Gaoqi's expression was dull, and he touched the elevator button with his hand in disbelief. Yes, sir. In order to give our customers a sense of dignity, all the items visible to the naked eye at the Burj Al Arab are made of pure gold. The hotel manager standing beside them had a professional smile on his face and answered sincerely without showing any impatience. Upon hearing this, the students' eyes were filled with shock. They kept looking at the elevator buttons made of pure gold, as if they were country bumpkins coming to the city for the first time, finding everything new and interesting. Compared with his classmates, Wang Pan's reaction was much calmer. He didn't even look at them, but just stood there very calmly, as if it was not his first time here. Because they were guests of Prince Sayer, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs booked the entire luxurious suite on the top floor of the Burj Al Arab Hotel. Each member of Wang Pan's group could enjoy a luxurious suite that cost up to $50,000 a night. After returning to their respective rooms, the hotel waiter helped put the luggage in the closet and then left the room. Wang Pan lit a cigar for himself, leaned back on the soft sofa, and enjoyed the pleasure of smoking. Soon, Prince Sayer brought Prince Salman to Wang Pan's room. "Wang, how is it? Are you satisfied with my arrangement?" As soon as he sat down, Sayer asked with a bright smile on his face. Hearing this, Wang Pan nodded, indicating that he was very satisfied. "Prince, you came here specially this time. I guess you didn't just want to ask me if I was comfortable living here, right?" Wang Pan looked at Sayer and Salman and realized that they must have something else to discuss with him, so he immediately went straight to the point. "Wang, you can't hide anything from me. I came here to tell you that there might be some minor changes to the weapons order." Sayer did not hide anything and stated directly the purpose of his visit. This time, it wasn't just me who came out to purchase weapons, but Faisal as well. This tough old guy approached United Technologies to collaborate with us. "Wang, you will be bidding against United Technologies Corporation. Whoever has the more powerful weapons will win the weapons order." As Sayer spoke, he took the information from his son and handed it to Wang Pan. Wang Pan took the information, glanced at it briefly, and put it back on the table. "Prince, don't worry, this weapons order will definitely be mine. Why don't we discuss our future cooperation? I'm very interested in the defense weapons order from Mr. Go." Wang Pan nodded calmly, looking confident. As an arms dealer, how could he not know United Technologies Corporation, one of the industry giants? It was because he knew so much about the weapons sold by United Technologies that he appeared so confident. If we only talk about weapons, United Technologies Corporation's weapons cannot catch up with its own C-3000 rocket launcher. Even if the C-3000 rocket launcher doesn't work, he still has other goodies. Sayer felt relieved when he saw Wang Pan's expression. The two of them even started talking about the weapons in the next defense procurement order from the wealthy dog owner. Salman, who was sitting next to Sayer, looked at Wang Pan like this, and his hostility towards Wang Pan grew deeper and deeper. His eyes were full of dissatisfaction when he looked at Wang Pan. Salman thought that Wang Pan was just pretending to be calm, as he had personally gone to learn about United Technologies Corporation. It is the leader in the military industry, specializing in supplying weapons to the army of the lighthouse country. It is difficult to find a military company in the world that is stronger than the other. And what about Wang Pan? He was just a little brat, and the so-called military factory was just an unknown island on the high seas. Can an unknown military factory surpass the industry leader? Salman would never believe that Wang Pan had the ability to defeat United Technologies Corporation in this bidding and win the arms order. Thinking of this, Salman became extremely anxious. He frowned and was about to say something when he was glared back by his father. Salman could only swallow what he wanted to say. The two of them had a pleasant conversation, and soon an hour had passed. "Wang, my friend, it's a pleasure talking to you. Salman, and I won't disturb your rest. Enjoy your time at Dog House." Prince Sayer glanced at his watch, realized he had been talking for so long, and stood up and said. Wang Pan nodded, stood up and saw the two off. Then he returned to his room and collapsed on the big sofa to enjoy the quiet time. After saying goodbye to Wang Pan, Salman couldn't help it anymore. "Father, I don't know what you were thinking. You actually chose a little brat as your partner." Faisal chose United Technologies, a giant in the industry that specializes in supplying weapons to the lighthouse nation. That Wang Pan, no matter how you look at it, is not a reliable partner. How can a little brat compete with United Technologies? Wake up. There's still time to change people. If His Majesty the King chooses Faisal, you will be one step further away from becoming the crown prince. Salman walked quickly to Sail, his eyes full of worry, and told him everything he was thinking. He really didn't understand what his father was thinking. "Salman, you should learn more about the culture of the Dragon Kingdom when you have time. There's a very good saying in the Dragon Kingdom. A true man never reveals his true self." Sayer was not angry after hearing this, but just smiled mysteriously. He looked at Salman and spoke in a teaching tone. "You underestimate your Uncle Wang's ability and background." After he finished speaking, Sayer walked into the car without looking back. Salman felt a little dazed when he heard this. He stood there stupidly, staring at his father's back in a daze. Wang Pan's face kept appearing in his mind, and coupled with Sayer's resolute tone just now, a bit of confusion appeared on his face. He knew that his father had always been a wise man, and his father trusted him so much. Could it be that this Wang Pan was not as simple as he seemed? Thinking of this, Salman wanted to catch up and continue asking, but Sayer had already got in the car and left the Burj Al Arab. Chapter 21. The top military officials of Dragon Country were shocked. After sailing for a period of time, the Manhwa military's aircraft carrier fleet finally arrived at the island. The escort warships of the aircraft carrier group spread out in the waters near the island. They echoed each other and successfully formed a blockade line on the sea, surrounding the entire island. Various types of carrier-based fighter jets continue to circle in the air in order to detect whether there is any corresponding enemy situation. The main aircraft carrier docked at the shore of the island, and a whole company of fully armed soldiers quickly walked down from the aircraft carrier to take control of the island. All the soldiers had murderous seriousness on their faces, and they kept looking around, fearing that there would be any unsafe factors. After doing all this, the top military officials of Manhwa slowly walked down from the aircraft carrier and landed on the island. Xingyu had already brought people to guard the port. As soon as the two groups met, Xingyu came forward to greet them and respectfully saluted them with a standard military salute. "Hello, leaders." He looked at the fact that almost all the high-ranking military officials of the Dragon Kingdom had come to the island, and his eyes revealed surprise. He did not expect that this incident would cause such a big stir. "How is it going?" The Navy Commander-in-Chief nodded, looked at Xingyu, and asked. Reporting to the commander, all the target's weapons are gathered at the core location on the island. We haven't taken any action against those two dog owners because of their special identities. We are only protecting them. Xingyu straightened his back and gave a brief report on the general situation on the island with a serious face. "Let's go and see what's going on." Hearing this, the army commander-in-chief walked forward with his hands behind his back. "Chief, please." Seeing this, Xingyu immediately led the way, and the senior military officials quickly followed. After half an hour's journey, the group finally arrived at the factory on the island. At this time, the factory area had been controlled by Xingyu and his men, and the area within a radius of 10 miles was filled with soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. "Commanders, this is the target factory. The production line is inside, and the warehouse is at the back." Xingyu led the senior military officials into the factory area, pointed to the factory buildings in front of them, and introduced them. The senior military officials nodded and walked into the factory without changing their expressions. They first visited the factory where weapons were produced. As you step into the factory, a fully automatic assembly line comes into view. Various parts are placed on the constantly running machines, all of which are used to assemble guns. There is not a single worker in the entire factory, and the entire assembly line is fully automated. In an instant, even they who were knowledgeable were shocked. This is a fully automated assembly line. This assembly line greatly saves labor costs, and its efficiency is unmatched by manual assembly. This arms factory is truly remarkable. How can it afford such high-tech equipment? You know, there are only 2 or 3 such production lines in Manhwa. I didn't expect to see such a fully automated production line in a place like this. After touring the first factory building, everyone walked back and came to the second factory building. The fully automated assembly line used here is still the same as the first factory, except that the parts on the assembly line are different from those in the first factory. The third, fourth, fifth, each one uses a fully automated assembly line. The further they walked, the more frightened the senior military officials became. Their expressions became complicated and their eyes revealed shock. They originally thought that this was just a small military factory, but they didn't expect that there would be such an advanced, fully automated assembly line inside. Even the entire Dragon Country cannot compare to the advanced level of these production equipment. At least, Manhwa has only 2 or 3 fully automated production lines so far, but here they are all there. After visiting one assembly line after another, the senior military officials became numb. They followed Xingyu to the factory building at the end of the factory area. This is a warehouse, where all the weapons that have been produced are stored. As they stepped into the warehouse, a cry of surprise was heard. ARX-160, Branks 805, Barrett M82A1. Even our AMR-2. The moment the words fell, the senior military officials looked in the direction of the voice. A senior executive pointed at the guns on the shelf in surprise. Several people walked forward, looked at the guns on the shelves, widened their eyes, and showed surprise on their faces, exclaiming in amazement. Even the Barrett M82A1 equipped by the Lighthouse country has it. Yes, not only that, there are also some top-notch firearms from other countries. Basically, all the top-notch firearms we are familiar with are available here. What's the background of the owner of this arms factory? How could he get so much goods? This is definitely not a simple arms dealer. It's impossible for an arms dealer to obtain so many high-end firearms at the same time. None of the people present were fools. The entire warehouse was filled with top-notch firearms from various countries. This could not have been achieved without some background. Everyone began to become interested in the owner of this military factory. They also wanted to know who could get so many top-notch firearms that were strictly prohibited from export by various countries. Then he walked inside and came to another warehouse. Commendations, the C-300 rocket launcher we found is right here. Xingyu pushed open the door of the warehouse and spoke to the people behind him. There was no need for his reminder at all. As soon as the warehouse door was opened, rocket launchers were placed on the ground. On the shelf behind the rocket launcher, there are exquisite shells. The senior military officials looked at this scene with surprised expressions on their faces. Really? Is this really our C-300 rocket launcher? At this time, the army commander turned his head, glanced at the senior military officials behind him, and then made a suggestion. Since our C-300 rocket launcher is really here, let's check the serial number and see where it came from. As soon as he finished speaking, one of his subordinates stepped forward to check the rocket launcher and look for the number engraved on the gun. After checking the entire rocket launcher, no production number was found that was exclusive to Manhwa. The subordinate came to the army commander and reported loudly. Reporting to the commander, no production numbers unique to our country were found. This batch of rocket launchers was not produced in our dragon country. As soon as the words fell, everyone present was stunned, with expressions of surprise on their faces. What? Isn't it produced in our dragon country? The army commander immediately turned his head and stared at his subordinates. He frowned and his expression was very serious. He was a little unconvinced, so he walked forward and checked it carefully. It was discovered that just as the subordinates had said, this batch of rocket launchers did not have any production numbers engraved on them at all, which meant that this batch of rocket launchers was not produced by Manhwa. The army commander turned his head and signaled to the Navy and Air Force commanders-in-chief with his eyes, indicating that his subordinates were not wrong. At this time, the commanders-in-chief of the Navy and the Air Force were also stunned. Unexpectedly, after all the effort they put in, the rocket launcher turned out not to be produced by Manhwa. Now the question is, could it be that this rocket launcher was developed by the arms dealer himself? When this idea appeared in everyone's mind, it was immediately extinguished. After thinking about it, they became even more confused. Chapter 22 Investigation, Unexpected Results. The expressions of the commanders of the Navy, Army, and Air Force were different, but without exception, their eyes were full of confusion. Before they came, they had vowed that this batch of rocket launchers must have flowed out from Manhwa. Unexpectedly, the facts were completely different from what they imagined. These rocket launchers did not have any numbers at all. You should know that Dragon Country's weapons will have unique numbers engraved on the surface of the weapons after leaving the factory. These numbers are engraved very deeply, and no one will deliberately grind them smooth. At this moment, a senior military official suddenly seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "We just passed by an automated assembly line, and the parts on it looked like they were parts for the C-300 rocket launcher." As soon as the words fell, the commanders of the Navy, Army, and Air Force turned their heads and asked hurriedly, "Where is it? Go check it out." So, the owner of this military factory also has the design drawings of our C-300 rocket launcher? If this is true, the matter will be even more serious. Once the design drawings are leaked, it's not just about smuggling arms. Everyone present was a high-ranking military official in the Dragon Kingdom, and they naturally understood the seriousness of the situation. Their expressions were solemn, and they became more and more frightened. Led by the senior military official, everyone came to the second assembly line they had just visited. Just now, the group was only concerned with admiring the advancement of the automated assembly line, and no one paid any attention to the parts lying on the assembly line. Aren't these parts exactly the same as those used in the Dragon Country C-300 rocket launcher? Seeing this, the commanders of the Navy, Army, and Air Force all showed serious expressions on their faces. The Army commander waved his hand, turned his head to look at his subordinates, and gave orders. "Please check and see if these parts are for our C-300 rocket launcher." As soon as he finished speaking, these people stepped forward, stopped the parts on the assembly line, and began to check them carefully. Everyone held their breath and waited quietly for the test results. Soon, the army commander's subordinates came to a conclusion. "Report to the commander. These parts are indeed the parts used in our country's C-300 rocket launcher. However, the rocket launcher assembled from these parts is different from our C-300 rocket launcher, but the overall effect is similar." The subordinates sent a representative to the three commanders, saluted with a standard military salute, and reported the inspection results. "Are you sure?" The army commander-in-chief narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his voice, and continued to ask, "Commander, although I hate to admit it, I can vouch for this conclusion with my military career. It's absolutely true. The subordinate's face revealed a helpless expression, but his tone was very firm. How is that possible? Our C-300 rocket launcher is probably the only one in the world in this field. All the high-ranking military officials present were shocked when they heard this. They looked at each other, and the shock in their eyes was beyond words. It is hard to imagine that this unremarkable military factory has refreshed their cognition time and time again. They never imagined that a military factory unknown abroad would actually have their core weapons. They became increasingly curious about the identity of the owner of this military factory. What kind of person could have such great abilities? After the shock, the commanders of the Navy, Army, and Air Force became increasingly curious about the identity of the owner of this military-industrial company. The Army commander waved his hand and asked Xingyu to bring up the person in charge of the island. They had too many questions to ask. Soon, Xingyu brought Thomas and trotted into the factory. Chief, our target, Wang Pan, is not on the island. This is Thomas, the current person in charge of the island. Xingyu pointed at Thomas, who was standing next to him, and introduced him. No measures were taken against Thomas. No chains were put on his hands or feet. Apart from being restricted in his freedom of movement, he did not suffer any other physical pain. The high-ranking officials of Manhwa looked at Thomas with scrutiny. Everyone's eyes seemed to see through Thomas. We are a legitimate company protected by international law. You are illegally invading. Seeing this, Thomas's face showed deep dissatisfaction, and he protested loudly. The senior officials of Manhwa ignored Thomas's protest and turned a deaf ear to his words. He's just an arms dealer and has no right to talk to them at all. If protests were effective, the aircraft carriers of the lighthouse country would not have repeatedly entered the territory of other countries and acted as troublemakers. Where's your boss? Where did he go? The army commander-in-chief did not answer Thomas's words, but instead looked at Thomas and asked. Hearing this, Thomas's face subconsciously revealed an angry expression, and he kept roaring. I repeat, we are a legitimate company protected by international law. You have no right to interrogate me like a criminal. Our company will protest against your rude behavior and strongly condemn your illegal actions. At this point, Thomas's face showed some indignation and helplessness. The senior military officials immediately lost interest in talking to Thomas. The army commander waved his hand and signaled with his eyes that Xingyu should take the man away. After receiving the order, Xingyu pulled Thomas and prepared to go out. At this moment, the two assistants left behind by Sayer found a group of senior executives. I am the representative of Prince Sayer, the dog tycoon. This is an important partner of the dog tycoon. You have no right to take over here. They took out their passports to identify themselves. Their eyes were sharp, and then they expressed strong protest. As soon as the words fell, the senior military officials stopped in their tracks. They looked at the two people left behind by Sayer and felt that they looked familiar. At this time, a senior military official recognized the identities of the two. These two people are Sayer's secretaries. When Sayer and his people visited Manhwa, the two were right behind Sayer. They were also present when Sayer later visited Manhwa's military factory. A group of senior military officials stood there looking at each other, and they could see the surprise in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that Sayer actually left his confidants on the island. In this case, the cooperation between Godahu and this place is definitely not shallow. Chapter 23. The Willful Dragon People? The top military brass were startled, with complicated expressions on their faces, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. They originally thought that the cooperation between this military factory and the wealthy dog owner was not deep, and it was just an ordinary arms order transaction. Now it seems that they still underestimated this military factory. The fact that Prince Sayer was able to leave behind his trusted associates as a backup means that the cooperation between the two must be very deep. Otherwise, given Prince Sayer's temperament, he would never keep his secretary and could just arrange two people. Thinking of this, the military brass became increasingly curious. Was the owner of this military factory really a university student, as the information stated? Can a college student establish such a deep cooperation with a dog owner? There must be an unknown background behind this military factory. Otherwise, the people of Goda who would not risk going against Manhwa and protest against them. All of a sudden, the top military officials didn't know what to do. If Goda who really reached a cooperation with this place, they would have no way to seize the weapons on the island. If we act rashly and forcibly seize the weapons on the island, it is likely to cause a very serious diplomatic incident. Although the national strength of Manhwa is much stronger than that of Godahu, Godahu is a wealthy man in the military of Manhwa. Every year, Manhwa exports a lot of weapons to the wealthy dog owners. A large part of Manhwa's military expenditure comes from the wealthy dog owners purchasing domestic weapons. If the Dragon Kingdom's military offends the big dog owner, it will suffer huge losses, and a large portion of its annual military expenditure will be reduced. What's more, Manhwa has always played the role of a peace-loving good guy in the international arena. If this matter is exposed to the international community by the rich dog, it will also damage the good reputation that Manhwa has worked so hard to accumulate internationally. Thinking of this, the top military officials of Manhwa put away their previous condescending attitude. They turned their attention to Thomas and prepared to communicate with him. "Mr. Thomas, where is your boss?" The army commander came to Thomas with a kind smile on his face and asked with a smile. "I was invited by a wealthy dog owner to visit." Thomas was not a man without vision. Since the attitude of the top military officials of Dragon Country had become much better, he just took advantage of the situation and answered in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. The word visit should not be used carelessly. Basically, it can only be called a visit if you receive an invitation from the other party's Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the country's ruler. Upon hearing this, the top military officials couldn't help but look sideways. They didn't expect that such a small military factory could have such great power and be so valued by the wealthy. Now, we must not act rashly. If we become enemies with the rich man because of this, it will be more trouble than it is worth. The three commanders of the Navy, Army remained silent and just stood there quietly. They had thoughtful expressions on their faces, as if they were thinking about countermeasures. Seeing that the top military officials of Longwood did not speak, Sayers too confident spoke again. "I hope the Dragon Nation's army can evacuate the island as soon as possible. Your actions of taking over the island without the island owner's consent are no different from those of the bandits on our border. I have reported this matter to Prince Sayer. We, the Dog Tycoon, will strongly condemn your behavior." Sayer's confidence meant something very simple, which was to ask the Dragon Kingdom's military to leave the island as soon as possible and not to delay the delivery of weapons because of this kind of thing. Upon hearing this, the senior military officials were stunned and their expressions became increasingly anxious. They had thought that this military factory was very important to the Dog Tycoon, but they didn't expect it to be so important. The rich man could actually say that he wanted to strongly condemn Longwa for this small military factory. Moreover, the person who said this was Sayer's confidant, and to a large extent, he represented Sayer's opinions. For a military factory, they actually want to become enemies with the Dragon Kingdom? Then the owner of this military factory is definitely not an ordinary college student. An ordinary college student does not have such a high status in Prince Sayer's heart. Faced with the demands made by the representatives of the dog owners, the top military officials were helpless. It is impossible to leave, and there are still many questions that have not been answered. It is impossible for the Longwa military to withdraw from the island before a complete investigation is conducted. But if he stayed on the island, he would offend the god of wealth like Mr. Go. If they angered the wealthy dog owner and stopped buying weapons from the Dragon Kingdom, then their military would suffer a loss. Now the top military leaders are caught in a dilemma. It's not right to retreat, nor is it right not to retreat. The commanders of the Navy, Army, and Air Force had no choice but to speak. They looked at each other and signaled with their eyes to let the commander of the army to communicate. The army commander came before Sayer's confidant with a warm smile on his face, trying his best to appear non-hostile. "Please be patient, gentlemen. We are not here to seal off this place. We are here to protect it, entrusted by the owner." After saying these words, the army commander remained calm and didn't feel at all how ridiculous his words were. The Navy commander and the Air Force commander behind him did not expect the army commander to say such a thing, and secretly gave the army commander a thumbs up. If it were them, they really wouldn't be able to say such ridiculous things. Hearing this, Xingyu on the side was stunned for a moment. He widened his eyes and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. "That's not right. Aren't we here to seal this place off? Why did the tone change and now it says we are here to protect this place? What the hell?" The chief is not joking. Thinking of this, Xingyu was about to correct himself. "Chief, you." As soon as he said this, he was stared at by the commander of the Longwa army, and he swallowed the words back into his stomach in an instant. After the words fell, the people from the dog-owning family who had been speaking so confidently just now were also stunned. They rolled their eyes and seemed to be unable to figure out what was going on for a while. No matter how hard they tried, they could not imagine that the purpose of the Dragon Kingdom's military coming here was to protect this small island. What kind of protection requires the deployment of an entire aircraft carrier fleet? Such a big fuss, just to protect an arms dealer? Are all dragon people so willful? To protect a small island, do you need to send your entire fully staffed aircraft carrier fleet? The two thought about it and felt that they still could not understand the way the dragon people thought. But since they said so, they believed it. Thinking about it, the two decided to report to Prince Sayer immediately. Chapter 24 Prince Faisal returns. After hearing what the top military officials of Dragon Country said, Sayer's confidence didn't say much. If that's the case, can the military factory continue to operate? Our big dog customer's order is very urgent and must be delivered within the specified time. They looked to the army chief and raised their concerns. Of course, we will not interfere with the operation of the factory. We are only responsible for protecting the safety of the island. The army commander-in-chief had a faint smile on his face and looked amiable. Upon hearing this, Sayer's confidence nodded, left the factory, and returned to their temporary residence. Just as the top military brass of Longwood said, the soldiers of Longwood did not hinder the normal operation of the factory. They were just doing security work, and they were relieved. One of the two confidants took out his mobile phone and reported today's situation to Sayer. In particular, Longwood sent an aircraft carrier fleet to protect the island. When Prince Sayer, who was far away in Godahu, heard the news, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't know what to say for a moment while holding the phone. After hanging up the phone, Sayer kept tapping the table with his fingers, with a thoughtful expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. It seems that his previous speculation on the island was correct. Wangpan's background is definitely not as simple as it seems. They actually asked Longwood to send out an aircraft carrier fleet to protect the safety of the island. If Wangpan didn't have the background of Longwood behind him, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Moreover, Wangpan should be very important to Longwood. Otherwise, how could Longwood send out an aircraft carrier? An aircraft carrier is sailing on the sea, burning real gold and silver. What's more, it's a whole fully staffed aircraft carrier formation. Such a huge price was spent just to protect Wangpan's island? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Sayer's face, and Wangpan's status was once again elevated in his heart. My choice was indeed the right one. On the other side, at the international airport of Godahu, Prince Faisal's private plane landed on the tarmac, and two elderly men got off the luxurious private jet. One of them was wearing traditional Central Asian clothing and was obviously Prince Faisal. Next to Faisal stood an old man in a suit and tie. The old man was wearing sunglasses and had a big belly. The wind kept blowing through his already thin hair. The old man was John, the president of United Technologies Corporation. The two walked slowly down from the plane side by side. The media who were gathered below were all members of the dog-owning household. The moment they saw the two, the photographers pressed the shutter in their hands. There were also reporters holding microphones, who were quietly waiting on the side, waiting to grab first-hand news interviews after the two got off the plane. Prince Faisal and John walked off the plane, holding the railing and waving. The moment they stepped off the plane, the reporters who were ready to go rushed forward like hungry wolves seeing meat. Countless microphones were pointed at the two of them, asking their own questions. Prince Faisal, is this the savior you invited for our people? Prince Faisal, we are from Global Media. I heard that the person next to you is the president of United Technologies Corporation of the Lighthouse Country. Has the defense weaponry and armaments for this time been finalized? Mr. John, could you please tell me what weapons United Technologies will provide to Big Dog to resolve the border issue? A series of questions came out of the reporters' mouths like bullets. Dear journalists, I understand your questions. The person standing next to me is Mr. John, the president of United Technologies Corporation of the Lighthouse Country. Mr. John's personal visit to Godahu proves United Technologies' determination to cooperate with Godahu. Prince Faisal looked at the reporters who were stopped by his bodyguards. He took 2 steps forward and looked at the camera with a confident smile on his face. As for whether or not a partnership can be reached, it still needs to go through the Ministry of National Defense's bidding process. Fellow citizens, please rest assured that the Dog Tycoon will face the invading bandits with a strong fist. Faisal spoke with great force, and at the end he raised his arms excitedly. Upon hearing this, the media present applauded. John, who was standing next to Faisal, saw this and took advantage of the heated atmosphere to step forward and say a few words. This time, we at United Technologies will do our utmost to bring out our best products to bid. We hope our products can help the people of the desert drive away those damned bandits. The implicit meaning of their words revealed their confidence, as if they had already won the bid. After saying this, the bodyguards separated the reporters, and Faisal and John turned and left with smiles on their faces. The news of the media interviewing Faisal and John was broadcast live on TV. What followed was an overwhelming amount of text versions and radio broadcasts. In a short while, the entire dog-rich social media was filled with news about Faisal and John's interview. The words of the two were like a huge rock hitting the calm lake, causing a sensation. The citizens of the dog-rich country were talking about this. With the United Technologies Corporation brought back by Prince Faisal, we can finally stop being afraid of the bandits next door. Yes, I heard that United Technologies Corporation specializes in providing weapons to the Lighthouse Nation. With such advanced weapons, those blind bandits next door will definitely not harass our borders anymore. I just did a search online. This United Technologies Corporation is the leading military industry company on Blue Star. They're incredibly powerful. Great. Prince Faisal has indeed brought us good news. We finally don't have to endure those damn bandits anymore. All of a sudden, the morale of the people of the entire country was greatly boosted. They couldn't wait to see advanced weapons shipped to the border to eliminate the bandits. Just at this moment, someone mentioned the arms dealer that Sayer was looking for. Prince Sayer has also found a partner. I heard he's still a little brat who hasn't grown up yet. I guess Prince Faisal will be successful in this purchase. Upon hearing the news, the people in Dog Farm immediately started talking about it. Prince Sayer's partner is a child? How can a little brat help us, the wealthy dog family, to drive away the robbers? Is Prince Sayer getting senile? How could he make such a decision? I used to support Prince Sayer, but it seems Prince Faisal is more reliable. On the internet, the reputation of Prince Sayer among the people of Doghouse began to decline. In addition, with Faisal's behind-the-scenes support, Faisal's support rate actually surpassed Sayer's. Chapter 25, The Eve of Bidding. When the dog owner was in the heat of the weapons bidding, his neighbors became increasingly restless. The two countries have been at odds for a long time, not only because of their different religious beliefs, but also because they are both in Central Asia and each controls rich resources such as oil fields. Occupying the same resources naturally leads to conflicts of interest. In order to maximize the interests of one's own country, conflicts often occur between two countries. At this critical moment, the neighbors have already transferred their soldiers and weapons to the border, preparing to harass the dog owner's border again. In the palace of Mr. Go, the old man sitting on the throne remained silent, his face solemn, and he looked very uneasy. The old man was none other than King Ibn, the king of the dog family. At this time, he was holding a military newspaper in his hand, which was a letter for help sent by non-commissioned officers on the border. King Ibn looked at the military newspaper and made a quick decision. He picked up the phone on the table and called the Ministry of National Defense. The phone was connected after 2 beeps, and King Ibn immediately gave the order. Move up the bidding and get the weapons to the border as soon as possible. I want to show those damn bandits that we, the wealthy dog owners, are not to be trifled with. After hanging up the phone, he rubbed his temples with his old hands and leaned back in his chair, looking very tired. How are the partners that Sayer and Faisal found? Any news? King Ibn's voice was full of concern. The weapons order was related to the border, and he was very concerned. Upon hearing this, King Ibn's staff came out and reported the information they had collected one by one. Prince Faisal found the United Technologies Corporation of the Lighthouse Country and Prince Sayer. Halfway through his words, the aide hesitated and did not continue. What's wrong? King Ibn frowned, sat up straight, and asked. I heard that Prince Sayer is looking for a dragon and a child. After the aide finished speaking, he looked at King Ibn's expression. Upon hearing this, King Ibn was stunned. His expression looked extremely strange. He sat in the chair without saying a word. A child? What is Sayer doing? Why choose a child to collaborate? Your Majesty, are we still going to start bidding early? Seeing that King Ibn looked unhappy, the staff member cautiously probed. King Ibn nodded without the slightest hesitation. Let's get started. King Ibn thought about it and decided that the United Technologies Corporation that Faisal had found would be enough. Although he was not quite sure what Sayer was thinking, he wondered why he would choose a child from Dragon Country to bid for such an important weapons order. But now that Faisal has United Technologies to back him up, it doesn't matter. Regardless of whether Sayer changes its partner or not, he no longer has any hope for Sayer. He also had some understanding of United Technologies Corporation. Given the level of United Technologies Corporation, other military-industrial companies would most likely only be able to play along. With this in mind, King Ibn picked up his pen and issued a formal order to the Ministry of Defense. After receiving the order from King Ibn, officials from the entire Ministry of Defense became busy. In just about an hour, the Ministry of Defense immediately issued an announcement. The arms auction, originally scheduled for a week, has been shortened to 3 days from now. All participating companies are requested to prepare and gather at the Ministry of National Defense in 3 days to submit their bids. This announcement was hung directly at the entrance of the Ministry of National Defense's office building, and it was also posted in the most conspicuous place on the Ministry of National Defense's official website. Prince Sayer and Prince Faisal also received the news and rushed to Wang Pan and John's rooms. In John's room, Prince Faisal sat on the soft sofa with a confident smile on his face. John, there should be no problem on your end. The bidding will be held in 3 days. Although Prince Faisal did not think that United Technologies Corporation represented by John would lose, he still wanted to hear John's guarantee. The corners of John's mouth rose slightly. He didn't take this matter to heart at all. He watched Faisal give him a strong shot of adrenaline. Don't worry, Prince. The weapons I prepared this time are definitely heavyweight weapons. Our company has only supplied this batch of weapons to the military of the Lighthouse country. They are absolutely top-notch weapons in the world. We at United Technologies are absolutely 100% confident in securing this order. After saying this, John's face subconsciously revealed an expression of pride. This expression made Faisal feel very relieved. John, my friend, I knew you were very reliable. Help me secure the weapons procurement rights this time. We will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, John's face revealed joy, as if he had seen a lot of money flowing into his pocket. On the other side, in Wang Pan's room, Sayer rushed into Wang Pan's room, looking very anxious. Wang, did you know that the bidding has been moved up to 3 days later? Are you ready? Before Sayer could even sit down, he took out the announcement issued by the Ministry of National Defense from his arms and handed it to Wang Pan. Wang Pan had learned the news through his mobile phone a long time ago. He had a smile on his face as if he was in control of everything, and his reaction was very calm. Don't worry, Prince. The goods on your order are ready and will soon be delivered to Mr. Go. He looked at Sayer and immediately spoke to comfort him. After hearing what Wang Pan said, Sayer felt a lot more at ease, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Your Majesty, I feel much more at ease with your words. I can't wait to see your C-3000 rocket launcher give His Majesty a surprise. Sayer himself was very convinced of Wang Pan's strength. In addition, his secretary reported to him that the Longhua military had sent an entire aircraft carrier formation to protect Wang Pan's island. He believed that Wang Pan's background was unfathomable. Although United Technologies Corporation is a company that provides arms to the Lighthouse country, Wang Pan's background is unfathomable, and he does not think that Wang Pan will lose. Judging from the current situation, he is most likely backed by the Dragon Kingdom. The military industry of Dragon Country is different from that of Lighthouse Country. The military industry of Dragon Country is huge. Even United Technologies Corporation cannot be compared with the military industry of an entire country. After all, the military industry of the Lighthouse country does not rely solely on a United Technologies Corporation, but behind Wang Pan stands the entire Dragon Country. Thinking of this, Sayer's heart instantly calmed down a lot. Chapter 26. Unusual movements at the border, bidding advanced. 3 days passed quickly, and soon it was time for the Ministry of National Defense to issue the tender. Because the bidding also required a demonstration of the weapon's performance, the bidding location was not previously at the Ministry of Defense building. After all the company representatives who came to bid arrived, they moved to another venue together, the largest training ground of Godahu. In preparation for this bidding, the martial arts arena was beautifully decorated. Moreover, this time, not only officials from the Ministry of Defense will be present in the bidding, but even King Ibn, the king of the dog-rich country, will be present to observe the performance of the weapons. The security of the training ground is also of top priority, and a large number of soldiers from the Dog Big House are carrying out security work. The entire training ground is surrounded by 3 layers of security inside and 3 layers of security outside. Anyone entering the training ground needs to undergo multiple layers of interrogation. Inside the martial arts arena, ministers of the Ministry of Defense and senior military officials gathered together and sat in their respective seats. There were also some senior officials from other departments who came to observe, but their seats were arranged at the back. There is a high platform at the place with the best view in the martial arts field. There are a lot of parasols placed on the platform, and a chair is placed in the core position. The entire chair's handles are inlaid with a large number of gems, and the chair is covered with soft cushions. The Godaho military welcomed the arrival of King Ibn and arranged a brass band performance. The band stood in the center of the martial arts hall, waiting for Ibn's arrival at any time. Soon, King Ibn's special car drove into the training ground. Under the protection of heavy guards, King Ibn walked out of the car. He was wearing a robe that symbolized the king and had a smile on his face. As soon as King Ibn appeared, the brass band musicians played their instruments with all their might. A burst of traditional music from Godaho filled the entire martial arts arena. Seeing this, everyone present rose from their seats and stood to greet King Ibn. Surrounded by his ministers and guards, King Ibn ascended the platform and sat on the throne that belonged to him. Next, arms dealers of all kinds arrived and sat down in their respective seats. In this bidding, in addition to United Technologies Corporation brought in by Faisal and Wang Pan brought in by Sayer, there were also some other arms dealers joining in. They come from all over the world, but they have one thing in common. They are small in scale and do not have any particularly impressive weapons. Basically, what they sell are some ordinary firearms such as AK-47. Having said that, they still participated in the bidding with the idea that a blind cat would catch a dead mouse. Who knows, they might be lucky enough to win. Because the Ministry of Defense does not have clear restrictions on the military-industrial companies that can bid, there are always some whimsical people who think that there will be good things that fall from the sky. Following closely on stage were Prince Faisal and John, the president of United Technologies Corporation. As soon as the two appeared, they attracted a lot of attention. Even King Ibn couldn't help but look over here. The president of United Technologies is here in person. Looks like we're doomed. It seems that I'm out of luck this time. If I had known about United Technologies, I wouldn't have come. I'd just be a runner-up anyway. With United Technologies taking action, we can't even get a sliver of the pie. Yeah, but I've never heard of United Technologies losing out in any arms bid. And this time, their president, John, came in person. It looks like United Technologies has won the bid. It's hard to say. Prince Sayer's partners haven't arrived yet. Who knows, there might be other partners of Sayer. After seeing John's face, the arms dealers present shook their heads and sighed, and lost hope in this bidding. With their scale, there is no way they can compete with United Technologies, the top company in the industry. After Faisal brought John to the bottom of the platform, he saluted King Ibn on the platform and sat down in the seat arranged by the Ministry of National Defense. After Faisal took his seat, Prince Sayer entered with Wang Pan. Come on, Wang Pan. Get the order. Zheng Jinyao and his group stood in the stands and waved to Wang Pan excitedly. The two's entrance was like water dropping into a boiling oil pan, causing a sensation. When the officials who were close to Prince Sayer saw this scene, they were all stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They had heard rumors that the partner Sayer had found this time was a child from the Dragon Country. They thought it was fake and didn't take it seriously at all. But now it seems to be true. I thought it was fake. Prince Sayer actually found a child to cooperate with. Oh, my God. What is Prince Sayer thinking? Prince Sayer, are you kidding me? You're actually collaborating with a child on such an important matter? The officials who were labeled as members of Sayer's faction gathered together and discussed in low voices. Each of them had a complicated and strange expression. In contrast to the low mood of officials close to Sayer, officials close to Faisal all had excited smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha, it seems Sayer is getting senile. The position of Crown Prince must belong to Prince Faisal. We didn't choose the wrong person. If we had chosen Sayer, it would have been disastrous. The order is from Prince Faisal. There was a hint of mockery in their eyes, and they were all waiting to see Sayer make a fool of himself. The other arms dealers fixed their eyes on Wang Pan and talked in low voices. Isn't this just a little brat? Prince Sayer is confused. Why not come to me? No fun, no fun. Looks like the order went to United Technologies. A child can understand weapons? Don't be ridiculous. Compared to this, I believe that the weapons order will go to me instead of United Technologies. The arms dealers had different expressions, and their tones were filled with indescribable contempt. They didn't know why Prince Sayer would choose a child to cooperate with, but they knew that a child would never be able to compete with United Technologies. They had thought they would witness the confrontation between Sayer and Faisal. Now it seems that it is the United Technologies Corporation found by Faisal that is unilaterally crushing the child found by Sayer. Thinking of this, the arms dealers lost interest, and some even stretched and began to yawn. Chapter 27. The bidding begins. Prince Sayer brought a child? In the stands. When the nobles of the Go family and the senior military officials saw Wang Pan beside Sayer, they all looked strange and whispered to each other. For no other reason than that Sayer actually brought a child to participate in the arms bidding. Even though they were experienced, they were still shocked. What is Sayer doing? Collaborating with a child? It looks like Faisal will have the last laugh this time. What a pity. All the reputation Sayer has built up will be completely destroyed this time. It seems that His Majesty the King might be a little dissatisfied with Sayer. The border is so critical, and Sayer has found a child to cooperate. Isn't this asking for trouble? You see, His Majesty the King doesn't look very well. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at King Ibn, who was sitting on the high platform. King Ibn had a blank expression on his face, but it was obvious that there was deep dissatisfaction in his eyes. Sayer brought a child to bid. Isn't this making a fool of himself as a rich man? At the same time, on the other side, two young men sitting near the front of the stands had different expressions on their faces and kept muttering something. One is Faisal's son, Prince Sultan. The other is Sayer's son, Prince Salman. Sultan's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes full of sarcasm, and he turned his head to look at Salman beside him. Salman, tell me, Is your father getting senile? Ha 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 ha. I found an insignificant arms dealer somewhere. If you want to admit defeat, just say so. There's no need to be so humble. The Sultan's tone was full of joking and his face was full of a victorious expression. In his opinion, his father had already won the competition with Sayer. Upon hearing this, Salman became furious and wanted to say something in rebuttal, but he didn't know how to refute it, so he could only snort angrily. Just wait and see. Having said that, Salman still feels guilty. He still doesn't know what his father is up to. What kind of ability does Wang Pan have that could make his father trust him so much and hand over such a big thing directly to him? As for Wang Pan's amazing background that his father mentioned, after observing him for the past few days, he didn't see any amazing background. He suspected more than once whether his father was senile, but his mind kept replaying what his father had said to him at the hotel entrance. Salman could only suppress his anxiety and wait quietly. Moreover, at this point, he could only choose to trust his father unconditionally. Even if you don't believe him, you can't do anything about it. It's better to let things take their course. After hearing Salman's words, the disdain on Sultan's face became more and more intense. He looked as if he had heard some huge joke, and his expression was very exaggerated. Oh my God, Salman, this poor ignorant creature, is still expecting a child to bring about some miracle? This kid is probably not even as old as us. Do you think he can compare to the United Technologies that my father found? The Sultan became more and more proud as he spoke, and he couldn't help laughing. Salman's face turned pale, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only turn his head away from the Sultan. He was afraid that if he continued listening, he would not be able to control himself and would start fighting with the Sultan in public. Internationally renowned United Technologies Corporation and a child. I'm afraid even a fool would know the difference and make a choice accordingly. On the high platform, King Ibn looked at Sayer and Wang Pan, and his face showed a strange look. He originally thought that Sayer might temporarily change his partner, but he didn't expect that he would still invite the kid mentioned in the newspaper. He didn't understand Sayer's intention, nor did he want to understand Sayer's intention. As the king of Dogdahu, he only needs to choose the option that is most beneficial to Dogdahu. As for who Sayer's partner is, he doesn't care at all. However, when King Ibn saw Wang Pan's young face, he felt a little dissatisfied with Sayer, but he did not show it in such an occasion. The reason is simply that this arms purchase is related to border conflict issues. The border conflict issue has always been a major concern for King Ibn, and it can be said that it is a matter of great concern to all the citizens of the entire country. But in such an important matter, Sayer changed his previous reliable work style and found a little kid to cooperate with him. This made King Ibn think that Sayer did not really take the border conflict seriously at all. He had originally been very optimistic about Sayer as his successor, but now he couldn't help but wonder in his heart whether he was wrong. Maybe Faisal is also a good choice. Being able to contact United Technologies Corporation proves that it is still powerful. Thinking of this, King Ibn couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Then he turned to look at the Ministry of Defense official next to him and waved his hand to indicate that the bidding could begin. After the officials received the king's instructions, a spokesman for the Ministry of Defense came to the podium. Now that everyone is here, under the guidance of His Majesty the King, this arms bidding officially begins. All interested military-industrial enterprises, please submit your application forms and present your products to His Majesty the King. He cleared his throat, glanced at everyone, and announced, "This bidding is called a bidding, but in fact it is more of a test of the power of armaments. Whoever brings more superior weapons will win the order." This is also the real reason why the Ministry of National Defense chose the training ground as the venue for the bidding. Due to the participation of United Technologies Corporation, most of the arms dealers who came to try their luck chose to give up and did not submit the application forms they had prepared in advance. However, since they did not participate in the auction in person, they could also serve as spectators to see what kind of weapons other arms dealers would bring this time. A few minutes later, staff from the Ministry of Defense came to various arms dealers to collect registration forms. Of the more than 30 arms dealers present, 5 were finally confirmed to participate in the bidding. These 5 arms dealers are the real main force in this bidding. Among them, in addition to Wang Pan and United Technologies Corporation, the remaining 3 are local military technology companies. They don't take Wang Pan seriously. Their only target is United Technologies Corporation, and they think they can compete with United Technologies. Chapter 28 M142 Himar's Rocket Launcher. The bidding officially begins. This time the bidding is mainly divided into 3 stages, which are about the power of the weapon, the range of the weapon, and the combat effectiveness of the weapon. Through the introductions of arms dealers, the Ministry of National Defense will comprehensively select the best weapon and the arms dealer that provides that weapon will receive this arms order. The 5 arms dealers participating in the bidding took turns. The first arms dealer was a local military-industrial enterprise in Godahu. The weapons he brought this time were a batch of mortars, the Alka mortar system. Soon, a fully armored modified pickup truck drove into the training ground, with a gun barrel pointing upwards installed on the back of the pickup truck. Your Majesty and honorable members of the Ministry of Defense, I have brought with me the independently developed Alka mortar system. A 120mm automatic mortar weapon system, mounted on a 360 degrees rotatable turret, can be integrated into various types of vehicles and stationary installations. The arms dealer came to his mortar, gently stroked the barrel, and enthusiastically described the various parameters of the Alka mortar system he brought. King Ibn was in low spirits. It was clear that the mortar did not interest him. Weapons like mortars cannot solve border problems. What he wanted was to completely clear the border and give his neighbors a strong deterrent, rather than relying on some weapons to deal with the constant harassment from his neighbors. The officials from the Ministry of Defense simply made a simple note and asked the arms dealer to return to his seat and wait for news. There are similar weapons in the military, but there is no need to purchase them at all. The second arms dealer came on stage shortly after him. He stood in the center of the training ground and clapped his hands, and the soldiers carried in one heavy machine gun after another. Heavy machine guns were placed in a row in the center of the training ground, and the sun made the guns shine brightly. The arms dealer saluted Ibn on the podium and introduced him with a smile. Your Majesty, the M134 machine gun I brought this time has a firing rate of an astonishing 3,000 rounds per minute, making it an effective weapon for killing concentrated targets. When King Ibn heard that it was a heavy machine gun, he immediately lost interest. He waved his hand to signal the officials around him to tell the arms dealer not to continue. When it comes to the power of weapons, no matter how powerful a heavy machine gun is, it cannot compare to a mortar. One can imagine the fate of this arms dealer. You know, even the mortar just now failed to arouse King Ibn's interest. After receiving King Ibn's order, the officials immediately stopped the arms dealer who was still preparing to introduce the machine gun tirelessly and asked him to return to his seat. The third arms dealer to appear brought some anti-tank mines. This kind of armament was of little help in resolving the border issue, so King Ibn let the other party end it without listening. Finally, John arrived at United Technologies and made his debut. Most of the people present had heard of the reputation of United Technologies Corporation and knew that it was the leading military-industrial company in the world. Even King Ibn sat up straight and put on his reading glasses. Everyone's eyes were fixed on John in the center of the training ground, anticipating what kind of weapons United Technologies would bring to the bidding this time. John straightened his suit, a confident smile on his face. He took out his cell phone from his suit pocket, found a number, and made a call. You can enter now. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark green heavy truck drove into the training ground. The entire truck was covered with dark green armor, and at the back of the truck was a launch pad with 6 gun muzzles. The launch pad was slightly raised, with the muzzles pointed at the sky. As the heavy truck approached, a cold sense of deterrence came over me. John's face was full of pride. After clearing his throat, he told the story of the heavy truck behind him. King Ibn, the weapon that our United Technology and Culture Company has submitted for bidding is the HIMARS M142 self-propelled rocket launcher, which we independently developed. This type of rocket launcher is currently in service with the Lighthouse Nation's Airborne Artillery Brigade. It is one of the Lighthouse Nation's indispensable and important strategic weapons. As soon as the words fell, all the arms dealers present gasped and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, United Technologies has even brought out their HIMARS rocket launchers. It looks like the others have no chance. They're bidding with strategic weapons. It looks like United Technologies is determined to win this order. This is a strategic weapon exclusively for the Lighthouse Nation's military. United Technologies Corporation is truly a leader." The arms dealer's discussion reached John's ears word by word, and the smug look in John's eyes grew more and more intense. The M142 HIMARS rocket launcher is the signature weapon of United Technologies Corporation. It is generally not on the trading list, and is exclusively supplied to the military of the Lighthouse country. If the arms order from the wealthy businessman had not been so tempting, John would not have thought of using such a trump card. In the stands, the military leaders and nobles of the Dogrich family looked at the murderous HIMARS rocket launcher parked in the center of the training ground with unstoppable fanaticism in their eyes. If such core strategic weapons could be deployed to the border, those invading bandits would definitely be blown into pieces. United Technologies Corporation is indeed United Technologies Corporation, and its first move is a powerful one. The military leaders and nobles looked at each other and could see what was meant in each other's eyes. I'm really moved. Before John finished his introduction, the other three-arms dealers who were bidding immediately lowered their heads dejectedly. Their eyes were bitter, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. United Technologies Corporation has even brought out its new weapons. They don't stand a chance at all now. Compared to John's weapons, the mortars and heavy machine guns they brought out were nothing but rubbish. Thinking of this, the three-arms dealers looked at each other and raised their hands in tacit understanding. I'm withdrawing from the bidding. I'm quitting too. Me too. Three voices came out one after another, and the officials of the Ministry of Defense nodded in agreement. John came to his HIMARS M142 rocket launcher with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of pride. The M142 carries a 6-tube, 227mm caliber launch system that can launch rockets, missiles, such as the MGM-140 Atoms. The firing system can be adjusted 360 degrees, and the firing modes include single shot, double burst, for burst, and six-shot salvo. The maximum range of the M142 rocket launcher is approximately 300 kilometers. Chapter 29 C-300 Rocket Launcher. Dragon Country Representative? After the introduction, John glanced at everyone in the stands and found that everyone's eyes were fixed on his HIMARS M142 rocket launcher. A look of pride subconsciously appeared on his face. When he looked at Wang Pan sitting next to Sayer, he glanced at him casually, his eyes full of disdain. John returned to his seat with a confident smile on his face. The meaning of his smile was very simple. He didn't believe that Wang Pan could come up with anything good. After John left the stage, Wang Pan was the only one left to participate in the bidding without being introduced. Everyone present unconsciously looked at Wang Pan. He had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't feel the gazes of the crowd, and walked onto the stage calmly. Compared to the enthusiastic response John received when he took the stage just now, Wang Pan's performance seemed a bit deserted. In the stands, everyone was still immersed in the HIMARS M142 rocket launcher that John had just brought. With the United Technologies Corporation's HIMARS rocket launcher, those damn bandits will definitely not dare to harass our border again. Yes, Prince Faisal is really reliable. The arms dealer he found is so powerful. It has a range of 300 kilometers. It can definitely send those damn bandits home, crying to their mothers. If we have HIMARS rocket launchers, does that mean we have the same strength as the Lighthouse Country Army? The high-ranking military officials and nobles in the stands were still discussing the HIMARS M142 rocket launcher that United Technologies Corporation had just brought, and few people paid attention to Wang Pan. After all, in their view, the weapons purchased by the wealthy dog owner this time have already been decided. They did not believe that Wang Pan could produce strategic heavy weapons that were more powerful than those of United Technologies Corporation. The whispered discussions of the people around them were also translated into Longwa language by the translation software and heard by Zheng Jinyao and his group. Humph! These people haven't even seen our weapons yet, and they're already saying the order must have been taken by some United Technologies Corporation. They have no respect for anyone. Zheng Jinyao's eyes were full of indignation. She turned her head away, snorted coldly, and said, "This United Technologies Corporation is indeed quite impressive, but once our C-3000 rocket launcher appears, these people will probably be shocked." Chen Gaoqi on the other side adjusted his thick glasses and spoke in a low voice. Feeling the deserted atmosphere, Wang Pan was not affected at all. He slowly began to introduce the weapons he brought. "King Ibn, this time I brought the C-3000 rocket launcher independently developed by our company. The C-3000 rocket launcher special model is a 3-stage artillery rocket. The first stage is a large booster, and the second stage is equipped with wings and control surfaces that provide lift. It uses a satellite guidance system to provide guidance. The C-3000 rocket launcher has a range of approximately 300 kilometers, and its warhead weighs approximately 150 kilograms. It can simultaneously strike 8 targets within a 20 by 20 kilogram range, significantly reducing operational costs while ensuring effectiveness." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Pan waved his hand, and Prince Sayer immediately ordered his bodyguards to drive a heavy truck equipped with a C-3000 rocket launcher into the training ground. A roar came from far away. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, a heavy-duty truck painted in black drove over. But unlike ordinary trucks, the original truck bed has been transformed into several launchers pointing vertically into the sky. After seeing the heavy truck, the entire training ground fell silent. Everyone present fixed their sights on the heavy truck parked in the middle of the training ground. Their eyes widened to the point that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. "Oh my God, this kid is so powerful. He can even get a rocket launcher. Oh, To be honest, this brat's strength isn't as simple as it seems. No wonder Prince Sayer chose this brat as his partner. It seems he's really something. But it's useless. Isn't United Technologies' HIMARS rocket launcher more reliable? After all, it's the industry leader. They originally thought that Wang Pan, a little kid, could not get any good weapons at all, at most some rifles or other light weapons. Unexpectedly, Wang Pan's attack was also a heavy weapon like a rocket launcher. At this moment, someone among the senior military officials recognized the C-3000 rocket launcher parked in the center of the training ground. This isn't some C-3000 rocket launcher. This is Dragon Country's C-300 rocket launcher. It's actually the Dragon Country's C-300 rocket launcher. It's real. I've visited Dragon Country before and seen their C-300 rocket launcher with my own eyes. It's the real deal. They grabbed the railings excitedly and shouted excitedly. Those who didn't understand what was going on looked over, and a series of new questions arose in their minds. Didn't Manhwa explicitly prohibit the export of C-300 rocket launchers? How did this young man get hold of such heavy weapons that are strictly prohibited from export? Smuggling? No. Strategic heavy weapons like this can't possibly be smuggled overseas. Could it be that this young man is not as simple as he appears, and that he represents the Dragon Nation? The top military officials fixed their eyes on Wang Pan in the center of the training ground, began to calm down, and started to think about various possibilities in their minds. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this possibility is very high. Combined with the pomp and ceremony that Sayer had used to welcome Wang Pan, if the other party was not a representative of Long Country, how could he have been welcomed with the same standards as a state guest? The top military officials looked at each other and understood what was in each other's eyes. They did not communicate, but they all tacitly agreed that this young man, named Wang Pan, must be the representative of Dragon Country. Otherwise, how can we get weapons that are banned from sale in Manhwa? It must be that it is not convenient for Manhwa to show up, so it sent a young man dressed in the identity of a military-industrial company to trade with the big dog. This practice is very common in Western countries. When some countries are not convenient to show up, they send out representatives to do things on their behalf. If Wang Pan is the representative of Manhwa, then it is still unknown who will get this order. It's true that United Technologies Corporation is the industry leader, but Wang Pan may very well represent the entire Manhwa military industry. Between the two, who is stronger and who is weaker? Nothing is concluded yet. Thinking of this, the faces of the senior military officials showed wonderful expressions, and they were already looking forward to the final result of this bidding. Chapter 30. The Hidden Sayer. On the other side, Prince Faisal looked at Wang Pan, and the expression on his face was no longer as relaxed as at the beginning, but rather a little surprised. Originally thinking that the arms order had been secured, he and John had already prepared a celebration party in the hotel in advance. Unexpectedly, the Long Kingdom was standing behind the inconspicuous Wang Pan, and he even took out the C-300 rocket launcher that was strictly prohibited by the Long Kingdom. Now, whether the arms order will fall on him has suddenly become a suspense. Thinking of this, Prince Faisal looked deeply at Sayer, who was sitting opposite him. "Old man, you hit it so well." Faisal was really caught off guard this time. He never expected that Wang Pan, who was so young, had the background of Manhwa. Fortunately, John was not completely unprepared this time. They also took out one of their company's best weapons, preventing Sayer from getting the order right away. John, who was standing beside Prince Faisal, no longer had the smile on his face that showed he was sure of victory. He looked at Wang Pan in the center of the training ground with a very solemn expression. He knew that he had ultimately committed a major taboo in the business world and underestimated his opponent. However, it is understandable. After all, who could have imagined that a kid who looked like he hadn't even grown all his hair yet could actually take out the core weapon of the Dragon Kingdom? While feeling regretful, I also felt a lot more at peace. Even if Wang Pan is the representative of Dragon Country, John believes that he will not necessarily lose. According to his understanding, the performance of Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher is similar to that of the HIMARS M142 rocket launcher he brought, so he may not necessarily lose. Thinking of this, John breathed a sigh of relief, his heart relaxed, and a confident smile reappeared on his face. In the stands, the senior military officials and nobles of the wealthy country were deeply attracted by the C-300 rocket launcher the moment it appeared. Their expressions were excited, their breathing became rapid, and they no longer had the calm and contempt they had before. Dragon Country's C-300 rocket launcher. It would be great if we could buy the C-300 rocket launcher. Yes, I remember we applied to Manhwa for a purchase before, but Manhwa rejected our request at the time because the C-300 rocket launcher was a strategic weapon. I didn't expect that we would have the chance to buy the C-300 rocket launcher. With the C-300 rocket launcher, if those damn bandits dare to invade again, we will send them to hell. This young man has an impressive background. He even managed to get a hold of the C-300 rocket launcher. No wonder Prince Sayer chose him as his partner. I thought Prince Sayer was just getting senile, but it seems like none of us have seen through this. The senior military officials and nobles were whispering to each other, and their discussions even reached Faisal's ears in the stands. Faisal's expression was solemn, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Because of the presence of the C-3000 rocket launcher, the senior military officials and nobles of the Go family no longer looked at Wang Pan with the contempt they had at the beginning. Their eyes became serious, and they listened attentively as Wang Pan introduced the C-3000 rocket launcher behind him. Prince Salman was also stunned when he saw this scene, and he stood there in a daze. He never expected that the young man his father brought back was actually the representative of Dragon Country. Salman was afraid that all this was just an illusion he had imagined, so he pinched his arm hard. A deep nail mark was instantly left on his arm, and the place where he was pinched turned red all of a sudden. It hurts. It's real. Seeing that I could still feel pain, I knew that this was not a dream. No wonder father thinks so highly of Wang Pan. Salman finally understood why his father valued Wang Pan so much. It turned out that Wang Pan had the Dragon Kingdom behind him. As one of the 5 major countries on Blue Star, the Dragon Nation's representatives are definitely qualified to receive such courtesy. He once again recalled what his father had said downstairs in the hotel, and finally understood everything. At the same time, Salman was also afraid that he had not done something that would make him regret for the rest of his life. Before, he looked down on Wang Pan and wanted to take the initiative to kick Wang Pan out of the dog maker and let his father choose a new partner. After thinking it over again and again, fearing that Sayer would be angry, he had no choice but to give up. Now it seems that it's a good thing that he didn't take action before, otherwise he would not only offend Wang Pan, but also Longhua. Thinking of this, Salman was very glad that he had considered Sayer's feelings at the beginning, otherwise it would really ruin his own future. The previous frustration on Salman's face suddenly disappeared and instantly turned into a happy expression. He turned his head and looked at the Sultan who was so smug just now. Now the expression on his face looked as if he had eaten something uncomfortable, and he felt relieved in his heart. There are not many opportunities to give a drowning dog a good beating, and Salman can't forget the Sultan's expression just now. Now he finally has the chance to vent his anger. How could he let go of this great opportunity easily? Salman came to the empty seat next to the Sultan's seat and sat down without caring whether there was anyone in the seat. Sultan, you just said that my father is senile, right? Now? I wonder who's getting senile. Salman's tone was full of sarcasm, and he echoed back to the other party everything that Sultan had just said. Although his expression looked calm, he was actually very happy inside. Upon hearing this, Sudan clenched his fists, his breathing became rapid, and his face turned red. He was completely silent and gave people a very manic feeling. The Dragon Kingdom's C-300 rocket launcher, a weapon the Ministry of National Defense has been longing for, is right in front of them. Who do you think His Majesty will choose? Salman didn't care what the Sultan beside him thought. He looked straight ahead with a confident smile on his face, constantly stimulating the Sultan beside him. That's enough. Sultan couldn't stand Salman's sarcastic tone anymore. He stood up and stared at Salman with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Salman, don't be too proud. My father approached United Technologies, but we still don't know who will get the order. Sultan stared at Salman and growled in a hoarse voice. Salman acted indifferent and left his seat. He just came here to vent his anger, and now that his goal has been achieved, he will continue to pay attention to the next bidding. Looking at Salman's back, Sultan angrily pounded the seat with his fist, as if he had mistaken the armrest of the seat for Salman. Chapter 31. The vote is tied, and something unexpected happens. What happened in the stands did not affect Wang Pan, who was talking in the center of the martial arts field at all. Wang Pan calmly explained the various parameters of the C-3000 rocket launcher behind him, as well as the combat environments in which it was suitable. After saying all this, Wang Pan glanced at everyone present and walked straight to his seat, without stopping for too long. Everyone in the stands was still discussing the C-3000 rocket launcher. The atmosphere in the stadium was completely different from the previous low point and became increasingly heated. Even King Ibn, who had been sitting high on the platform, couldn't help but look at Wang Pan's back twice. After all, no one can ignore the representative of a great power, not even King Ibn, who owns so many oil fields. Although the rich man has a lot of money, this is not a world where the rich have the final say. This time, King Ibn did not expect Wang Pan to bring him any surprises, but he did not expect that Wang Pan would use a powerful bomb like the C-300 rocket launcher. He immediately understood why Sayer was so calm. He knew at a glance that Wang Pan had the background of Dragon Country. Otherwise, with Sayer's cautious working style, why would he choose a teenager to be his partner? King Ibn also looked thoughtfully at Sayer in the distance, with a thoughtful expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. On the platform, officials close to Sayer crowded around Sayer. "Prince, why didn't you tell us in advance that you had such a powerful partner? We were so worried for several days." "Your Highness, your partner shouldn't just be this young man, right? There should be the shadow of the Dragon Nation behind him, right? Could this young man be the descendant of some big boss in Dragon Country?" "Yes, I didn't expect that His Royal Highness has such a wide range of connections and can even establish a relationship with the Dragon Kingdom. He is really a hidden talent." "Chill, don't talk nonsense. Some things are better left unsaid. It's pointless to talk about them out loud." They subconsciously revealed expressions of joy and speculated about Wang Pan's true identity. "All right, the bidding isn't over yet. Everyone, be quiet and wait for the final result." Sayer did not give any further explanation on this matter, leaving the people behind him to speculate freely. The less Sayer explained, the more the people behind him felt that their guess was correct. The partner that Sayer found must be backed by a big shot from the Dragon Country. Otherwise, how could he get such advanced strategic weapons? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel fortunate that when they heard that Sayer's partner was a young man, they did not distance themselves from Sayer, but just wait and see. Those who were just changing their stance according to the situation were all pale-faced and felt extremely regretful. Who would have thought that Sayer would get the support of the Dragon Kingdom? After Wang Pan finished his introduction, all the arms dealers who came to bid had finished their introductions. Except for John, the other three military-industrial companies announced their withdrawal early on, and the only two options left for everyone were Wang Pan's C-3000 rocket launcher and John Hamar's M142 rocket launcher. Next, the method to decide who will be given the arms procurement order is simple: voting. The senior military officials, nobles, and Ministry of Defense officials in the stands all have one vote. In the end, whichever of the two military-industrial companies brings more weapons votes will win this arms order. Those officials, nobles, and senior military officials who were close to Sayer voted for Wang Pan without hesitation. Similarly, those who were closer to Faisal chose John Hamar's M142. In addition to these two types of people, there are also some neutral people who do not have a completely so-called political inclination and can only start from the perspective of weapons. However, the combined performance of the two weapons is too close to be a good match. Suddenly, discussions broke out in the stands. They kept comparing Wang Pan's C-3000 and John Hamar's M142, not knowing which one to choose. Choose Wang Pan's C-3000 rocket launcher. This should be Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher. Longwa products are guaranteed. I think the United Technologies Corporation's Hamar's M142 rocket launcher is also good. It's a weapon still used by the Lighthouse Army, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Makes sense. Soon, half an hour passed, and the senior military officials, nobles, and officials of the Ministry of Defense in the stands had all voted for their favorite weapons. King Ibn waved his hand, and his confidants came out and took the boxes full of ballots. In full view of everyone, they took the bills out of the box one by one and began to count. 1 vote for Wang Pan. 1 vote for United Technologies. After a long wait, the final result is finally out. 100:100. The votes for Wang Pan and United Technologies Corporation were unexpectedly tied, evenly matched. Now, the defense minister of Doghouse was in a dilemma. He had never thought that the result would be 100-100. Wang Pan was chosen, and there was no explanation for the United Technologies company that Faisal had found. Similarly, if we choose United Technologies Corporation, we will have no way to explain to Sayer. He touched the stubble under his chin. His eyebrows on both sides were almost squeezed together, looking very tangled. Just as the Minister of Defense was thinking about what to do, a voice interrupted him. "Your Majesty, urgent military information." An officer ran over in a hurry, out of breath, and knelt down at the foot of the platform, panting. "What's going on? Tell me." King Ibn stood up immediately, an anxious expression unconsciously revealed on his face, and asked repeatedly. "There's movement at the border," the officer responded immediately, panting. As soon as the words fell, the entire training ground exploded. "What? Are those damn bandits harassing the border again? Damn it, these bandits really know how to find opportunities. What should we do? Our orders haven't been finalized yet, and the weapons haven't even been shipped to the border." The high-ranking military officials and nobles of the dog family were in chaos. They shouted indignantly, and the noisy voices instantly filled the entire training ground. Wang Pan's classmates were equally surprised. They looked at the messy stands and stood up. Is there going to be a war? Then what should we do? Can we still return to Dragon Country? The students looked around in panic, their voices filled with fear. They didn't expect that they would encounter such a big thing as soon as they arrived. They would never have the chance to see such a thing in Manhwa, and they became panicked all of a sudden. Don't panic. I heard from that officer that there's something unusual happening at the border. We're in the capital of the dog-rich country now, so we'll be fine. Zheng Jinyao was relatively calm. She turned around and comforted the students around her. Besides, Wang Pan will protect us. After hearing this, the students were not so panicked anymore. However, looking at the chaotic scene around them, they couldn't help but worry. Chapter 32. Emergency, King Ibn's Request. Seeing that the entire martial arts arena was in chaos, King Ibn could no longer sit still and stood up. Quiet. King Ibn's voice resounded throughout the entire training ground through the loudspeaker. Everyone stopped talking and turned to look at King Ibn. King Ibn's face was ashen and his eyes were filled with anger. He didn't expect that even though he had brought forward the bidding, he still didn't catch up. Those damn bandits from our neighborhood actually took advantage of the bidding period to invade the border. Now there are no weapons on the border that can deter those bandits. Because King Ibn spoke, the chaotic training ground returned to normal, but everyone's expressions were still very solemn. King Ibn looked at the arms dealers in the audience, especially at Wang Pan and John. The bidding rules have changed. Whoever's weapons can help us repel those bandits will get the order. After pondering for a moment, King Ibn spoke slowly. Although he sounded very restrained, the anger in his tone was still felt by everyone. As soon as King Ibn finished speaking, all the arms dealers in the audience became excited. If it was a regular bidding, they would definitely be eliminated. But in this emergency situation, they can try their luck. After all, King Ibn's original words were to repel the bandits, not to completely prevent them from invading. The light weapons they brought could come in handy. If they could take advantage of the opportunity to gain the favor of the wealthy dog owner, their company would directly become bigger and stronger, and then they could get the arms orders from the wealthy dog owner. Thinking of this, the three arms dealers who had just announced their withdrawal from the auction instantly swept away their previous decadence, and their eyes were filled with fanaticism. Similarly, John also looked at Wang Pan at the first moment. At this time, Wang Pan was talking to Sayer beside him, but no one knew what they were talking about. In the stands, the top military brass of Goda who had already gathered together, and regardless of whether the occasion was appropriate or not, they began to discuss the battle plan on the spot. Major arms dealers are also ready to show off their signature weapons and do their best to compete for this order. The three arms dealers who had just announced their withdrawal from the bidding even came before the Minister of Defense. Minister, I can pull my machine gun to the border and make it the best help in eliminating those bandits. In order to regain orders, the arms dealer who brought the machine guns even proposed to transport the machine guns directly to the border, which won the favor of King Ibn. Minister, my weapons can also be pulled directly to the border. Me too. Seeing that their peers were so competitive, how could the remaining two arms dealers fall behind? He then continued. At this moment, Sayer nodded to Wang Pan and stood up from his seat. Don't bother you guys, just let me handle this matter. Sayer spoke to everyone with a smile on his face. It turned out that Wang Pan had just asked Sayer about the situation on the border. After learning that the border was no more than 1,000 kilometers away from the capital of Godahu, an inexplicable smile appeared on Wang Pan's face. After seeing the smile on Wang Pan's face, Sayer instantly understood what Wang Pan meant and was overjoyed. He had personally witnessed the capabilities of the C-3000 rocket launcher. It could basically hit whatever it was pointed at within a range of 1,000 kilometers. As for what Wang Pan said before, that the range was only 300 kilometers, with an error of 1,000 kilometers, but the error could be controlled, Sayer just thought it was Wang Pan being pretentious and didn't take it to heart at all. If the border issue can be resolved here, then this order will definitely be successful. The weapons of other arms dealers do not have this kind of long-range strike capability at all. By the time these weapons are packed and transported to the border will already be in ruins. Thinking of this, the smile on Sayer's face grew wider and wider. He even imagined how ugly Faisal's face would be after he got the order. As soon as Sayer opened his mouth, he attracted everyone's attention. The senior military officials in the stands stopped their discussion and fixed their gaze on Sayer, their eyes revealing deep doubts. How will Sayer solve this problem? It would take at least a few hours to transport the Manhwa C-300 rocket launcher to the border. In addition, It takes some time to deploy and familiarize the soldiers with their weapons. By the time all this is done, the bandits will have already finished wreaking havoc on the border and retreated. The arms dealers stood there in a daze and stopped what they were doing. They didn't know how Sayer was going to solve this problem. Even King Ibn on the platform cast a curious look in Sayer's direction. He wasn't quite sure how Sayer was going to resolve the border issue, but he didn't speak rashly. Ever since he saw Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher, he no longer underestimated Wang Pan. The slight dissatisfaction he had felt towards Sayer had long since disappeared with the appearance of Wang Pan's C-3000 rocket launcher. Who knows, maybe Sayer and his partner representing the Dragon Country can give him a big surprise. Thinking of this, King Ibn did not say anything, but just watched the development of the situation quietly. Faisal listened to Sayer's words and immediately caught the loophole in Sayer's words. Sayer said he wanted to solve the border crisis. If Sayer successfully resolves the border crisis and wins the order, all Faisal's previous efforts will become cannon fodder. He would never allow this to happen. As an old rival for so many years, Faisal knows how difficult it is to make Sayer make a mistake, and he will not easily miss any opportunity to belittle Sayer. Thinking of this, Faisal immediately stood up from his seat. Sayer, the border is nearly 1,000 kilometers away from our training ground. Even if you have Dragon Nation's C-300 rocket launcher, what good can it do? Can your rocket launcher be transformed into a missile and fly to the border? What a joke. As Faisal spoke, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, his tone full of sarcasm. Although he did not dare to offend Wang Pan, after all, Wang Pan had a behemoth like Long was standing behind him. Even if he became the crown prince of Godahu, he would not have the ability to offend Longwa. But he will not show mercy to Sayer, his old rival who has been competing with him for so many years. Chapter 33, Sayer's Promise. As Faisal's voice rang out, everyone turned their eyes to Sayer, some puzzled, some teasing, etc. They all wondered how Sayer would react to what Faisal said. Seeing this, Sayer remained calm and still had a faint smile on his face, without showing any panic at all. Will you know if it works if you try it? Looking at Sayer's confident look, Faisal subconsciously revealed a cautious expression on his face. Based on his understanding of Sayer, Sayer is a cautious person who would never make boasts easily. Could it be that Sayer really has a way to solve the border crisis right here? The range of Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher is far more than 300 kilometers. Impossible. Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher definitely cannot reach a range of 1,000 kilometers. No matter how conservative the dragon people are, they can't say that the performance of their weapons is only 1/3 as powerful. Does Sayer have any other options? Countless possibilities flashed through Faisal's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more unsure he felt. However, Faisal could not let Sayer succeed so easily and immediately spoke out in rebuttal. Nothing is trivial on the border. The military situation is urgent. How can we even think of giving it a try? Besides, if we fail and delay military intelligence, causing our border to suffer even greater destruction, can you afford this responsibility? It has to be said that Faisal is definitely an outstanding politician. Sayer just said he wanted to try, but he immediately put the hat of delaying military intelligence on Sayer. Sayer didn't care. He came to the bottom of the platform and saluted King Ibn solemnly. Then, he looked at King Ibn on the podium with an extremely firm tone. Your Majesty, please give the order. If we cannot repel the bandits, I am willing to bear all the responsibility. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone present didn't know where Sayer got the confidence to make such a guarantee. If Sayer fails to resolve the border crisis, he will not only lose an order, but also the trust of His Majesty the King in him. It is very likely that he will hand over the position of Crown Prince, which he has been fighting for a long time, to Faisal. After all, the people of Goda who could not accept that their future king had made a wrong judgment on the border crisis. Faisal, who was standing by, was also shocked after hearing Sayer's promise. He didn't know what Sayer's trump card was that could make Sayer make such a promise to King Ibn in public. Such an action was almost crazy. He turned his head and looked at John beside him, and found that John had a faint smile on his face and shook his head secretly at him. Seeing this, Faisal knew that John had an idea in mind, so he chose not to continue to speak to stop him, but to wait and see what would happen. After all, if the military intelligence was delayed, Sayer would no longer be able to compete with him. At this time, the smile on John's face became more and more intense, even to the point of being rampant. Others may not be very familiar with Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher, but John knows it very well. The range of this rocket launcher is definitely not up to 1,000 kilometers. John originally thought that the bidding might still be tense for a while. After all, His HIMARS really couldn't offer any significant advantages over the Dragon Country's C-300 rocket launcher. Now that Sayer has said this, he feels that this time the arms order is secure. At this time, Salman, who was sitting in the stands, could no longer sit still. The relief on his face after he had let out a sigh of relief instantly turned into worry. In his opinion, his father was simply crazy. How can we solve the border issue out of thin air when the distance is so long? That's just a rocket launcher, not an intercontinental missile. How could they possibly fly to the border 1,000 kilometers away and wipe out all those bandits? What's more, his father made such a promise to His Majesty the King in front of so many people. Isn't there absolutely no way out? For some reason, Salman had a feeling that his father seemed to have become a different person after meeting Wang Pan. The previous cautious and prudent working style has disappeared and turned into a complete gambler style. The previous vote was a 100-100 tie, and it was hard to say who would win or lose between his father and Faisal. But after his father took on this responsibility in public, the balance of victory gradually tilted towards Faisal. Thinking of this, Salman felt uncomfortable. His face had a complicated expression, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. When Prince Sultan heard Sayer's words, he was instantly overjoyed. The anger that had just accumulated when Salman ridiculed her had disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. With a playful smile on his face, he came to Salman's side. Your father is so wise. If we had more princes like this who are responsible, then our country would become the most powerful in the world in no time. The Sultan's words sounded like he was praising Sayal, but in fact, the playful tone of his voice was very obvious and sarcastic. Salman's face turned red as liver. He wanted to refute, but didn't know what to say. He could only clench his fists in indignation. Salman secretly swore in his heart that no matter whether his father could solve the border issue, as long as Sultan said another disrespectful word to his father, his fist would fall accurately on Sultan's face. Seeing this, Sultan did not continue speaking, but just looked at Sayer and Salman beside him with a playful look, full of sarcasm. Salman really couldn't stand Sultan sitting next to him, so he stood up with a gloomy face and changed his seat. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to control his anger and beat the Sultan severely. Ha 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 ha. Sultan looked at Salman's lonely back and laughed even more wildly. On the high platform, after hearing what Sayer said, and everyone present had no objection, King Ibn stood up and gave Sayer authorization. Sayer, I now order you to have the corresponding rights. I hope you won't disappoint me and the other citizens of dog owners. As soon as he finished speaking, it meant that Sayer could now handle all border affairs. After obtaining authorization from King Ibn, Sayer turned and looked at Wang Pan. Wang Pan immediately understood and stood up to start making arrangements. Chapter 34, Border Crisis, Attracting Worldwide Attention. Under Wang Pan's instructions, Sayer's men began to pull the C-3000 rocket launcher brought by Wang Pan to the training ground. A roar came from far away. Then, in everyone's sight, a number of heavy-duty trucks painted in black drove over. Each truck is painted black, and the cargo boxes have been dismantled and turned into gun barrels pointing into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, a number of black-painted heavy-duty trucks drove into the training ground and were neatly arranged, with a safe firing distance between each heavy-duty truck. Fortunately, the training ground is large enough, otherwise there would be no place to park so many C-3000 rocket launchers. 100 heavy trucks loaded with C-3000 rocket launchers were lined up in front of them. The pitch-black muzzles were filled with a cold sense of deterrence, filling the entire training ground. In such a scenario, an inexplicable pressure arose in everyone's hearts, and this pressure made them tense up uncontrollably. In the stands, when everyone saw 100 C-3000 rocket launchers placed in front of them, their eyes revealed shock. Oh my God, so many C-300 rocket launchers. They can completely flatten our capital. I've never seen so many C-300 rocket launchers displayed together. It's so spectacular. Oh my God, is Sayer preparing to launch here? I don't know what the outcome will be, but this scene is too scary. They had never seen such a scene before, and their mouths were wide open, and they could only call out, my God, to express the shock in their hearts. Sayer ordered his men to start debugging the C-3000 rocket launcher on the spot. With Wang Pan's guidance, all the C-3000 rocket launchers were soon ready for launch. Just enter the coordinates and press the launch button. After completing all the preparations, Sayer summoned all the senior military officials, who immediately gathered around after receiving the order. After all, Sayer had obtained authorization from King Ibn, and Sayer's words on border matters could largely represent King Ibn. Now, I need you to provide me with the enemy's coordinates so I can launch a long-range fire strike. Sayer glanced at the senior military officials and stated his request without changing his expression. The other people present looked at Sayer in all seriousness, as if they were not joking. They all had strange expressions on their faces and started discussing in low voices. Sayer looks like he's serious about this, doesn't he? But Dragon Country's C-300 rocket launchers shouldn't be able to reach the border, right? Could it be that Sayer is just posturing? He's ultimately going to have to move the C-300 rocket launcher to a place where it can reach the strike range and launch it. Anyway, if Sayer messes up, His Majesty the King and the people will never let him go. I don't know, but Sayer certainly wouldn't do anything stupid. Let's just keep watching. On the other side, 1,000 kilometers away from the border. At this time, the damn bandits mentioned by King Ibn were gathering together and conducting pre-war mobilization. A man who looked to be in his 40s, with a beard on his face and muscles all over his body. The most noticeable thing is that there is a clear scar from the man's eyes to his mouth, which looks very scary. The man was wearing camouflage uniform and stood on a high place, waving his arms. Brave soldiers, let us use the weapons in our hands to tell those damned pagans that the orthodoxy of Islam is with us. This time, our goal is simple. That is to attack the border of the dog owner. We will take away what we can and blow up what we can't take away. No matter what, we can't let these pagans live too comfortably. Kill all these pagans, and all of Central Asia will be prosperous and peaceful. It is not difficult to find out from that person's words that he is the leader of this operation. This man's real identity is Ali, a pro-war general among the neighbors of Mr. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers surrounding him raised their rifles excitedly and howled as if they were injected with chicken blood. Kill all the infidels! Kill all the infidels! Kill all the infidels! The soldiers shouted in unison, obviously inspired by Ali's words, and each of them was full of fighting spirit. All right, let me see your performance and let the pagans know our fighting strength. Ali glanced at the soldiers and nodded with satisfaction, his eyes full of appreciation. He picked up the telescope and looked at the Gaudo border 3 kilometers away, and a cruel smile unconsciously rose on his face. Ali touched the scar on his face, his eyes full of resentment. At the same time, when Ali was making pre-war mobilization, Godahu did not surrender. Batches of soldiers were drawn from other borders where there was no war. Military trucks drove out of the military base and headed straight for the border. In the back of the military truck, the soldiers of Godahu had a fearless expression on their faces and clutched their guns tightly. For a moment, the entire border was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, and a war was about to break out. The news that there was a war on the border of Godahu has spread throughout Godahu. Media from various countries have received this first-hand information. They all smelled the crisis and began to urgently send reporters to the front line. As for the reporters who were already stationed in Godahu, they took the lead and got on cars one by one and headed to the border in order to get first-hand information. Longwa News Network reports that, based on first-hand information, a war may break out on the border of Godahu. Detailed information will be reported once our reporters arrive at the front lines. Global News reports from the Lighthouse country. Our neighbor, the Big Dog family, is invading again, putting our Big Dog family border in jeopardy. The Maoxiong News Agency reports that the Dogrich family may be caught in a war and the Dogrich family's neighbor is invading again, but the Dogrich family's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has done nothing. GG Press reports that dog owners are being harassed again along their borders. Why are dog owners being harassed so repeatedly along their borders? What irreconcilable conflict exists between the neighbors and the dog owners? Reports were published in the top media of every country in the entire Blue Star. They rushed to report on the border crisis of Dog Tycoon, fearing that they would be left behind by their peers. For a moment, the eyes of the entire Blue Star were focused on how the incident would develop and how the rich man would face this crisis. Chapter 35, The Unfavored Dog Tycoon. As soon as the report came out that Dog Master was going to suffer from war, the attention of the entire Blue Planet was fixed on this event. Countries around the world, from high-level officials to ordinary people, are paying close attention to the border war between the two countries. There is no other reason. Because in modern society, conflicts that can be called wars rarely occur. The competition between countries mostly starts with the economy, or politicians play some power games. Wars like this involving real guns and swords have rarely occurred in recent years. Although there are often frictions between Dog Master and his neighbors, this is the first time that the two sides have started to mobilize their troops and prepare for a real fight. There has also been a lot of discussion about this incident in the international community. Because so many people were paying attention to this incident, the top leaders of Blue Star's 5 Evil Men held a remote video conference. Have you been paying attention to the unusual activity at the border with Dog Master? Aren't there always frictions between Dogmaster and his neighbors? Why is it getting so serious now? Senior Gallic officials sat in their office chairs with puzzled expressions on their faces. Oh my God, who knows? Maybe the dog owners are being too high profile, and that's making their neighbors unhappy. The faces of senior officials of the Lighthouse country showed indifferent expressions. For the Lighthouse Nation, the more chaotic the world is, the more opportunities they have to profit from it. Moreover, the neighbor of the dog owner can have such courage, and it is possible that the Beacon country is behind it and fanning the flames. The officials of the Lighthouse country are eager to start a world war so that the Lighthouse country's weapons will not have to worry about being sold. Who do you think is better? I prefer the neighbor who owns a lot of dogs. I think that although the wealthy have the money to buy a lot of weapons, their soldiers are really poor. They don't have any strategic weapons, and ordinary weapons can't give them an absolute advantage. The top leaders of Nyojian country looked at the officials of the other four major countries on the screen and expressed their views. When the military of Nyojian country learned that Goda who was going to go to war with his neighbor, they immediately conducted chessboard deductions and concluded that Goda whose chance of winning was less than 20%. This is the result obtained after the rich man spent a lot of money to buy a large number of weapons. Yes, it's true that the wealthy dog owner is rich, but not everyone with money can win the war. The officials of the bear country nodded, agreeing with the views of the top leaders of the beef country. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. What's important is to end the war at the negotiation table. A war between the two countries could affect our energy supply. If the dog-rich countries are caught up in the war, the price of our imported energy may be even higher. The top leaders of Longwood did not directly participate in their discussion, but the implication of their words was very clear. That is, they were not optimistic about the dog tycoon, otherwise they would not have used the term deeply caught in the war. Although the rich man is very rich and can buy a lot of advanced weapons, the weapons he buys are not strategic weapons. Modern warfare focuses on tactical command, troop quality, weapon advancement, etc. Tactical command and troop quality are both aspects that Gaudehu is very lacking. The only way to make up for this gap is to have strategic weapons. With strategic weapons, we can break free from these restrictions, but Gaudehu does not have such strategic weapons. The five evil men of Blue Star surprisingly unanimously believe that the dog tycoon is doomed. On the other side, on Wangpan's island, the military of Manhwa also received the news and learned that the border of Gaudehu was engulfed in war. What a coincidence! Wangpan just sold his weapons to a wealthy man, and a war broke out there. The army commander frowned and looked at the news coming from home and said. The naval commander stroked his chin and expressed his speculation. It's indeed a coincidence, but it probably has nothing to do with Wangpan. Sayer came to Dragon Country to buy some strategic weapons for border defense. It seems that the neighbors of the dog owner are about to run into a gun. Wangpan's weapon can definitely give them a hard time. The Navy commander said as he picked up the world map he carried with him. Well, we don't have anything to do on the island anyway, so why not talk about the border conflict with the dog owner and express our opinions? The Air Force commander seemed to be in a state of relief and made a suggestion instead. As soon as he finished speaking, other senior military officials gathered around. As the Air Force commander said, they really had nothing to do on the island, so they might as well have a discussion. I think Dog Big House will win this war. Everyone knows the power of the C-300 rocket launcher. Although Dog Big House's soldiers' quality and tactical training are relatively poor, with Wangpan's rocket launcher, they will eventually win. Indeed, but I don't know if Wangpan's rocket launchers are difficult to deploy, and if the soldiers can quickly learn how to use them. If they can quickly master them, the war will be over soon. I predict that the dog owner may suffer a disadvantage in the early stages, but within half a month at the latest, the entire situation will be reversed, and they will win the war. That's right. I can only say that Dogmaster's neighbor had a good strategy, but lacked a bit of luck. If Dogmaster didn't have Wangpan's rocket launcher, he would have definitely lost miserably. Yeah, that's right. Let's end it as soon as possible. If the dog owner continues to fight, it will not be good news for our dragon country. The top military brass were discussing the matter, but their views were remarkably unified. That is, Goda who could definitely win the war. Moreover, they even discussed a specific number of days. At the latest, within half a month, Dogda who would be able to reverse the situation and end the war. It is very simple to come to this conclusion. That is, Wangpan's C-3000 rocket launcher has been shipped to the dog owner. They didn't know how powerful the C-3000 rocket launcher was, but the high-ranking military officials knew very well the power of Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher. They had previously visited the production line and discovered that all the parts of the C-3000 rocket launcher produced by Wangpan were much stronger than Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher. They naturally concluded that the C-3000 rocket launcher was more powerful than Longhwa's C-300 rocket launcher. With Longhwa's C-300 rocket launcher, the wealthy dog owner can rest easy, not to mention the more powerful C-3000 rocket launcher. Chapter 36. Hundreds of shots fired at once, an absolutely grand scene. Only an hour had passed since the border disturbances, but now the eyes of the whole world were on Go-to-Who. All the countries on the blue planet are paying close attention to the next move of the dog tycoon. People are also constantly refreshing the news of the dog tycoon's war on the internet and paying attention to the progress. At the martial arts arena, these 100 C-3000 rocket launchers are placed together in a row. The scene they present cannot be described as spectacular, but can only be described as shocking. The pitch-black paint on the trucks exudes a coolness, with hundreds of gun barrels pointed at the sky. The pitch-black gun barrels exude a chilling chill, full of shock. Faisal was also stunned when he saw this scene. His hands holding the armrests of the chair were shaking, and he was deeply shocked. Although he didn't want to admit it in his heart, the deterrent power brought by the 100 C-3000 rocket launchers that Sayer brought together was definitely enough. Then, Faisal seemed to have thought of something, and the expression on his face immediately changed to one of gloating. Sayer must have spent a lot of money to get so many C-3000 rocket launchers, and it is even possible that he purchased them at several times the market price. Otherwise, given Longhwa's character, how could it possibly sell strategic weapons, which it has expressly prohibited from export, to wealthy individuals by changing their names? This special fund will be transferred to Sayer's account only after the Ministry of Defense confirms the ownership of the order. In other words, the 100 C-3000 rocket launchers in front of him were all purchased by Sayer with his own money on behalf of the Ministry of National Defense. If Sayer cannot solve the border problem, the Ministry of Defense's arms order will never fall on Sayer. The weapons that Sayer paid for himself will not be reimbursed by the Ministry of National Defense. The cost of purchasing 100 rocket launchers alone is enough to bankrupt Sayer. Thinking of this, Faisal's mood suddenly became very good. He put on an expression of watching a show, waiting for Sayer to make a fool of himself. On the other side, on the high platform, Salman looked at his father who was stubbornly going his own way, and the smile on his face could no longer be maintained, replaced by an expression of complete despair. He is now desperate and doesn't know why his father made such a decision. If the missile's range is not enough and it fails to hit the enemy on the border, but falls on the territory of the dog tycoon, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not to mention the position of crown prince. He might even lose his position as prince and become an idle member of the royal family. While Salman was daydreaming, all the C-3000 rocket launchers were ready to go. The rockets have been loaded, and each rocket launcher is loaded with rockets. Just press the button to launch. Sayer turned his head and glanced at Wang Pan. Wang Pan's eyes met his, and he gave him a reassuring look. Sayer took a deep breath, picked up the tablet computer at hand, entered the coordinates provided by the military, and pressed the launch button. Then, a deafening burst of firing sounds resounded throughout the entire training ground. 100 C-3000 rocket launchers fired at the same time. The heavy trucks loaded with C-3000 rocket launchers paused in unison, and 100 C-3000 rocket launchers flew out of their barrels. Because of the recoil of the firing, the dust on the ground was shaken up, and the entire training ground was filled with dust. Hundreds of C-3000 rockets rose into the sky with flames flashing at the tails, leaving behind billowing smoke. Hundreds of shells appeared above the training ground, and for a moment, they even covered the entire sky. The black shells formed an invisible net in the air, heading straight for the target. The shells flew into the sky and disappeared in an instant, leaving only hundreds of trails of smoke in the air. Everyone in the martial arts arena looked at the spectacular scene with their eyes wide open and their jaws almost dropped to the floor. Before this, no one present knew what the scene would be like when 100 C-3000 rocket launchers fired at the same time. But now, they know that it can be described as covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Even so, after witnessing this scene, the senior military officials and nobles were still not optimistic that Sayer could resolve the border issue. The reason is simple. They know the parameters of Longhwa's C-300 rocket launcher too well, and it is definitely not within the attack range of the border. The so-called C-3000 rocket launcher in front of them is obviously Longhwa's C-300 rocket launcher with a different name. Otherwise, how could it look exactly the same? No matter how beautiful the decoration is, it is just a decoration. The only thing that matters is being able to hit the enemy. At this time, a Ministry of National Defense official from Go-to-Who came on stage. He held a computer in his hand and projected the computer screen onto the large screen behind him. Your Majesty, I will now broadcast the footage of the border battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, a picture appeared on the big screen behind the official. The picture was a drone's aerial view, clearly capturing all the active units on the ground. Currently, the enemy has found the weakest point in our defenses and launched a fierce attack. Our soldiers were caught off guard and suffered many casualties. Our morale has been severely damaged, and they have retreated behind the border. The enemy has assembled their forces, and with armored vehicles leading the way, they are crossing the border and heading towards the capital. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was shocked, their brows were furrowed, and their expressions looked very solemn. To be honest, the top military officials in Goda who had anticipated the news that the army would be defeated, so they urgently dispatched troops to the border to provide assistance. However, they did not expect that their soldiers were so vulnerable and the enemy was so fast. At this time, King Ibn could no longer sit still. He glanced at Sayer indifferently with a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He didn't say much, just stood up from his throne and gave the order. All troops, listen to my orders. The remaining defense forces in the capital will immediately move out and intercept the enemy. Mobilize troops from surrounding cities to provide assistance. Bring the most advanced weapons. I will bury these bandits forever in the desert. As soon as the words fell, the senior military officials immediately stood up straight, saluted, and received the order from King Ibn. They had no time to play house with Sayer here. If they waited any longer, the enemy would have arrived. Sayer, who was standing at the foot of the platform, noticed King Ibn's gaze and felt guilty and uneasy for a moment. This time, he has risked everything he has to get the weapons order. If he loses, he will really become a sinner of the dog tycoon. Thinking of this, Sayer unconsciously turned his head and looked at Wang Pan. Wang Pan's face was full of calmness, without any panic, and he looked relaxed and at ease. Seeing this, Sayer also gained confidence in his heart. Chapter 37. The rich dog owner that no one dares to stop? On the other side, the bandits, the neighbors of Dog Master, had already crossed the border for nearly 200 kilometers, marching at an extremely fast speed. They didn't encounter any serious obstacles along the way and made rapid progress. When they broke through the border, Goda, whose troops had been dispersed, and some small groups of troops spontaneously resisted. However, given the huge gap in military strength between the two sides, and the fact that General Ali personally commanded his troops, their combat effectiveness was naturally not comparable to that of the Goda border guards. General Ali's men took no prisoners, and after the battle, they left no one alive from the soldiers of Dog Master, killing them in a very cruel way. They killed their way forward and basically used C4 bombs to destroy any transportation strongholds they encountered. In just a few hours, the tycoon lost at least tens of millions of US dollars. After Goda, whose border defense forces were dispersed, they retreated again and again, gathered the remaining remnants together, and set up a defense line in a strategic city 400 kilometers away from the royal capital. The citizens of the surrounding cities have huddled inside the cities, and the entrances to the cities are filled with a large number of high-tech weapons. For the safety of the citizens, the Ministry of National Defense has long issued an emergency notice, requiring all cities on the border to be on alert, and all intersections to only allow entry but not exit. On the highway, General Ali sat in the military vehicle in the middle of the convoy with a smug expression on his face, feeling relaxed. Ha ha, these cowardly pagans don't even dare to stop us from moving forward. What a tycoon! You still have the nerve to call yourself a Central Asian power. Nothing more than that. General Ali's laughter sounded very harsh. In addition to General Ali, there were two subordinates in the car. After hearing what General Ali said, they echoed him. General Ali, your decision is truly wise. These pagans like the Dog Master are simply too vulnerable to attack. This time, we must ruthlessly slaughter these damned pagans. Yeah, didn't you see the horrified expressions on those damn pagans' faces when they saw you? They almost wanted to surrender. The two subordinates talked to each other and praised General Ali. General Ali listened to his subordinate's praise, touched the horrific scar on his face with satisfaction, and his eyes revealed the pleasure of revenge. General Ali looked at the endless desert outside the military vehicle, and a memory unconsciously came to his mind. More than a decade ago, Ali was not yet a general. He was captured by the wealthy man Go and taken to Go's territory. In the land of the dog tycoon, Ali suffered a lot of torture, and the conspicuous scar on his face was left during the interrogation. As for his comrades who were captured with him, they were ruthlessly beheaded by King Ibn, the dog-rich king. Ali was lucky enough to return to his country alive. After returning to his country, Ali buried his hatred in his heart, waiting for the day when he could personally set foot on the land of Goda, to take revenge. Thinking of this, Ali's eyes revealed deep hatred. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He could finally set foot on the land of the dog tycoon himself and wreak havoc to appease his anger. Drive faster. We're going to the dog-rich capital to have a big fight. Ali looked at his subordinates and issued new orders. Don't worry, General. Upon hearing this order, Ali's subordinates showed a cruel smile on their faces and quickly responded. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie in the car and conveyed General Ali's instructions to all the soldiers. Just when they were feeling proud, they suddenly heard bursts of air-breaking roars coming from afar, like the roars of some ancient giant beast. General Ali immediately realized something was wrong and immediately opened the roof of the military vehicle. In an instant, his expression changed drastically, because he suddenly realized that the sky suddenly turned dark. Not only him, the soldiers who were originally advancing triumphantly also noticed something unusual and looked up at the sky. What's going on? General Ali immediately turned around and asked his subordinates. Have no idea. The subordinates around him shook their heads, their eyes revealing deep doubts. There was a bit of panic in the confusion, because I could only hear the sound but couldn't see what it was exactly. I only knew that there seemed to be something hidden in the clouds in the sky. At this time, the soldiers from the neighboring country looked at the dark sky with puzzled expressions on their faces, and a fear of facing the unknown spread among the soldiers. Why is it dark? Is this the dog owner's counterattack? No, it doesn't look like it. Could it be that Allah is not on our side? Is this a punishment from Allah? The soldiers began to discuss, and their initial overwhelming morale was slightly affected. Ali immediately grasped the status of the troops. As a veteran of many battles, he naturally knew that he couldn't go on like this, and he had to take action now. Thinking of this, Ali immediately spoke to boost morale. Don't panic, everyone. We'll be at the Dog King's capital soon. Then I'll bring my brothers and give the pagans a big surprise. I'm with you. With Ali's words, the soldiers quickly calmed down, though they were still discussing in low voices, with a hint of anxiety flickering in their expressions. What should we do? General, should we retreat or continue to charge? Seeing this, the subordinates looked at General Ali and asked cautiously. General Ali gritted his teeth. He had finally set foot on the territory of the dog-rich country, so naturally he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Although he didn't know what was above his head, he had a bad feeling. But now the situation is that the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. General Ali pondered for a moment, then issued his order as if he had made some important decision. Keep pushing forward. We need to reach the capital of the dog tycoon as soon as possible. After receiving the order from General Ali, the troops continued to advance. Military vehicles sped along the wide road built by the wealthy man Go, heading straight for the royal capital. After running for nearly 20 minutes, clouds of dust were rolling up on the distant horizon. Seeing this, Ali's face became solemn. He knew that his troops had finally encountered the regular army sent by Goda, who to reinforce them. The regular army reinforced by Goda, who set up a large number of bunkers on the highway, preparing to wipe out the troops brought by General Ali in one fell swoop. Chapter 38. Have we reached the royal capital? As soon as the two sides met, they engaged in a fierce firefight. The two armies stopped their military vehicles, used them as cover, and started shooting at each other. Because General Ali was the attacker, he had already prepared a response plan. Set up the machine guns. Kill all those infidels. At General Ali's command, soldiers set up machine guns, and flames kept spitting out from the muzzles of the machine guns, taking the lives of many of the dog-rich soldiers. The conflict lasted for nearly a few minutes. General Ali's troops defeated the reinforcements from Mr. Go with lightning speed. The reinforcement troops were directly reduced by 1/3, and the remaining soldiers had no morale. Seeing this situation, they had no choice but to give up the war and retreat urgently. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Almost every military off-road vehicle was destroyed, and the soldiers suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, Godahu's army suffered even greater losses than theirs. After all, General Ali and his men's armored vehicles are made of special materials and are loaded with the most sophisticated weapons. The dog owner only had one armored vehicle, and it was temporarily requisitioned. When the two sides clashed, Godahu's armored vehicle was completely at a disadvantage and was even hit so hard that it could no longer brake. General Ali left a few people to control the situation at the scene, and the remaining troops continued to charge towards the royal capital. The news that Godahu's reinforcements were defeated instantly spread to the training ground. The arms dealers at the scene suddenly became panicked and talked about it. It's over. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave. Yeah, even if you make money, you still have to live to spend it. I should have stayed out of this fun. The dog tycoon's army is so vulnerable. How could they not even hold out for a moment? It's so disappointing. If you want to stay, then stay. I have to leave before the neighbors of the Dog-Rich family attack the capital. I just want to make money, not leave my life in the Dog-Rich family. Let's go together. It's just right that we can leave the dog owner directly by water. The arms dealers at the scene were in chaos, and they all stood up to leave. They no longer had the intention of providing weapons to the rich man. After all, they came to the dog tycoon just to take the opportunity to make money, and did not want to lose their lives and property in the dog tycoon. Being appreciated by the wealthy can certainly make a lot of money, but if the risk is to risk one's life and property, then these arms dealers have to think carefully. Don't let the enemy troops who break into the royal capital think you are an accomplice of the rich man and execute you on the spot. The senior military officials of Goda, who were also shocked when they heard the news. They looked at each other and saw the panic in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that the reinforcements they sent out not only failed to drive away the enemy, but instead encountered the enemy on the way and were killed by the enemy like chickens and dogs. What's going on? Didn't we send reinforcements? King Ibn, who was sitting on the high platform, could no longer sit still and no longer cared about maintaining his royal dignity. He shouted in panic. In his opinion, it is impossible for the neighboring bandits to come out in full force. As long as the reinforcements are in place, they can bury all the neighboring bandits in the desert. But now the situation seems to be a little different from what he expected. Not only was the enemy not defeated, but it continued to advance with great momentum, and the distance to the royal capital was only a few hundred kilometers. In other words, it would only take a few hours to reach the capital. Thinking of this, King Ibn could no longer sit still. He stood up and began to pace back and forth anxiously, thinking about countermeasures. At this time, Faisal would not easily let go of this good opportunity and jumped out immediately. Sayer, you old bastard who has brought disaster upon the country. There was an angry look on his old face, and he pointed at Sayer's nose and started cursing. If you hadn't delayed the military intelligence, the enemy wouldn't have arrived so quickly, causing His Majesty and us to sit here anxiously. His Majesty has entrusted you with the responsibility of handling border affairs. Is this how you repay His Majesty's trust? If anything happens this time, you will take full responsibility. Faisal was indeed an excellent politician. At such a critical moment, instead of thinking about how to solve the problem of the enemy invasion, he seized the opportunity to severely criticize Sayer. His words directly put the responsibility for the neighboring robbers attacking the dog owner directly on Sayer's head. As soon as the words fell, everyone present nodded unconsciously, agreeing with what Faisal said. They looked at Sayer with unfriendly eyes. If Sayer had not insisted on taking border affairs upon himself, the high-tech weapons would not have been delivered to the border in time, thus delaying the military operation. Those bandits must be so arrogant because they rely on the fact that the border troops do not have advanced weapons. Otherwise, they would have been blown to pieces by high-tech weapons. Hearing this, Sayer's face turned pale and cold sweat broke out. His back was soaked with sweat. He moved his lips tremblingly, wanting to say something to defend himself, but he couldn't open his mouth. Sayer knew that no matter what explanation he gave now, no one would believe him. For a moment, his face turned ashen. Prince, don't be anxious. It takes time for the rocket launcher to hit the target. Seeing that Sayer's condition was not right, Wang Pan immediately whispered in his ear. These words were like a powerful shot of adrenaline, piercing Sayer's heart. Only then did Sayer realize that he was using Wang Pan's C-3000 rocket launcher. He had witnessed the power of the C-3000 rocket launcher with his own eyes on the island before. The enemy can still continue its offensive now, definitely because the rocket launchers are still on their way. It only took a short while for the invading bandits to realize the power of the C-3000 rocket launcher. Thinking of this, Sayer changed his decadent look and patted his thigh excitedly. He stood up from his seat and was about to say something to calm people down, but was interrupted by King Ibn on the podium. Spread my order to all cities and urgently assemble the army to stop the enemy. We must not let these damned bandits set foot in our core cities. King Ibn no longer trusts Sayer. It was because he trusted Sayer too much before that things developed like this. If I had been more decisive, those damn bandits would never have set foot on the land of the dog tycoon. Thinking of this, King Ibn looked at Sayer with murderous eyes. Sayer felt King Ibn's gaze and was about to explain, but then he thought that he was no longer trusted by the other party. Otherwise, King Ibn would never have given him such a look, nor would he have interrupted him and given him orders personally. However, Sayer didn't care. He just waited calmly for the rocket launcher to land and hit the target. Even though King Ibn is very dissatisfied with him now, if the C-3000 rocket launcher he launched can hit the target and drive away the invading bandits, then King Ibn would know that he was right, and his trust in Sayer would naturally be restored. Chapter 39, Logistics Destroyed? Who did this? At this time, on the road, the morale of General Ali's troops, who had just defeated the reinforcements of Godahu, soared. The faces of all the soldiers unconsciously revealed the joy brought by the victory. They sat in the armored vehicles and hummed their own military songs. They had cruel smiles on their faces, cold guns in their hands, and were still immersed in the pleasure of killing. General Ali had a smile on his face and stretched his hand out of the window to feel the wind coming from the dog owner. The fighting power of the regular army of the dog owner is only so good. If that's the case, I can take the capital of the dog owner in one go. Who knows, maybe we can sit on the throne of the dog tycoon too. When we conquer the dog tycoon's capital, I'll take my brothers with me to experience the thrill of being a king. General Ali's words were full of confidence, and it was not difficult to tell from his tone that he was in a good mood. Although he had just lost some soldiers, compared with the entire army, those lost soldiers were nothing. The number of soldiers lost by Goda, who was dozens of times theirs. Upon hearing this, General Ali's subordinates immediately started to flatter him. General, aren't the regular troops of the dog tycoon nothing but recruits in front of you? Under your leadership, we will definitely be able to enter the capital of the dog-rich kingdom. Then you will be a hero of the country. Since the founding of our country, no one has ever been able to lead troops into the capital of the dog-rich country. You are about to become the first person in history. General Ali enjoyed the flattery from his subordinates one after another. He even closed his eyes and began to imagine himself leading his troops into the palace of the rich man Go, sitting on the throne that King Ibn had sat on, and satisfying his desire to be a king. But at this moment, a panicked voice came from the radio in the armored vehicle. The logistics supply base in the rear was attacked by unknown firepower. The logistics base was destroyed, and the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Upon hearing this, General Ali immediately grabbed the radio and asked excitedly, "What? The logistics base was destroyed? How is that possible?" General Ali was shocked. He frowned and wondered where the unknown firepower reported in the military newspaper came from. Inexplicably, he suddenly remembered the scene a few minutes ago when he was leading his men on the march. There were bursts of roaring sounds coming from afar, and the sky suddenly darkened. Is that possible? The unidentified firepower that attacked the logistics base flew over our heads at that time? Such a long range. Could it be a missile? The big dog has missiles. The more General Ali thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was correct, and the expression on his face became more and more solemn. His subordinates looked at General Ali's solemn expression and did not dare to disturb him rashly. They just waited quietly. However, the logistics base was destroyed by firepower, and the subsequent operations will definitely be affected. Ali will still need to command the subsequent movements of the army. More than a minute passed before Ali's subordinates finally plucked up the courage to ask questions. "General, what should we do next?" After asking the question, the subordinate carefully observed General Ali's expression, fearing that his question would make General Ali unhappy. Hearing this, General Ali did not say anything. He touched the scar on his face, a conflicted expression on his face, and kept thinking. If the army continues to attack, it is likely to run into problems with untimely logistical supplies, and some reinforcements will be unable to provide support. Without logistics, no matter how strong the army is, it will not be able to resupply. Once the ammunition they carry is used up, they will not be able to fight against the army of the dog tycoon with their bare hands. But if they retreated, they would finally find an opportunity to cross the border and invade the territory of the dog tycoon. It is only a few hundred kilometers away from the capital of Godahu. It would be a pity to give up such a good situation. This time, it may be the only chance in their lifetime to set foot on the land of the dog tycoon. After struggling in his mind for a few minutes, General Ali gritted his teeth and made a decision. Retreat. After he finished speaking, General Ali's eyes revealed full of regret. He didn't want to give up this good situation more than anyone else, but now he had no choice but to retreat because their logistics base was destroyed. Pity. If they could reach the city of the dog tycoon, he could get supplies and fight to support the war. But now they are still far away from Godahu's city, and the cost of attacking Godahu's city is also very high. It is very likely that they will not be able to enter Godahu's capital. More importantly, the unknown firepower that hit the logistics base made him feel very heavy. What kind of firepower could directly destroy his logistics supply base? And where did this unknown firepower come from? Is it an intercontinental missile? Or some other means of attack? General Ali was unaware of all this. As the saying goes, most of the things that can cause people to fear come from the unknown. General Ali didn't know whether the fire would fall on his head, so to be on the safe side, he chose to retreat. The order to retreat was transmitted to every military vehicle via radio. and the soldiers were suddenly confused. Retreat? Why retreat? Aren't we making great progress? Didn't you say that you were going to invade the capital of the wealthy dog family? Questions arose in the soldiers' minds, and they began to discuss. What's going on? Did the general give the wrong order? The soldiers all speculated why General Ali suddenly made such a decision. Soon after, rumors spread in the army. Have you heard? General Ali decided to retreat because our logistics base was bombed. Without logistics, we have no choice but to order a retreat. Is this true? Did some wealthy guy do this? That shouldn't be possible. They shouldn't have the means to blow up our logistics base like this. It's probably true. Otherwise, why would the general suddenly issue such an order? There must be a logistical problem. Then how can we fight this war? We don't even have logistical supplies. For a moment, the soldiers' morale dropped sharply, and they all felt that this statement was definitely not a simple rumor. To make matters worse, just when General Ali's morale was at a low point, they encountered the regular army of Godahu who came to intercept them. After the soldiers learned that there was a problem with the logistics base, their morale was low and their combat effectiveness was much worse than before. For a moment, they were caught off guard and were defeated by the regular army that came to reinforce them. Chapter 40, Faisal's Joy. General Ali's troops fought and retreated, and their casualties gradually increased. Their proud individual combat capability was not fully utilized due to the sharp drop in morale, and the tactical coordination between them was also gone. On the contrary, the morale of Godahu's regular army increased greatly. They became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and continued to chase and kill General Ali's troops until they drove the enemy out of the border. At the martial arts arena, it was getting dark. Everyone present had a solemn expression on their face, their eyes fixed on the big screen, and the atmosphere in the entire training ground was very heavy. They were all very concerned about the war situation on the front line, how far the enemy had advanced, and whether they had been stopped. The Ministry of Defense officials of Dogda who would report the latest war situation every 10 minutes. With every enemy advance, the anxiety in the hearts of Godahu and other senior executives increases. They were afraid that the enemy would rush into the capital, and then they would very likely become fish on the enemy's chopping board. Even though there are a large number of weapons in the royal capital, they will most likely be able to drive away the enemy with advanced weapons, but anything is possible. If the royal capital falls, they may be in danger. Even if the enemy was driven away, if they launched a suicidal attack on the landmark buildings or industries in the royal capital, it would be a considerable loss for them. You know, the actual controllers behind some of the landmark buildings or commercial hotels in Goda who are the nobles of Goda who are present. Along with the battle report, there were also Faisal's accusations against Sayer. Every time the enemy advanced a little, Faisal would jump out, point his finger at Sayer's nose, and start cursing. Sayer, you are such a deceitful old man. Sayer, it's all your fault. You've delayed military intelligence. I feel so sad that our dog family has a prince like you who is more likely to cause trouble than help. All the losses suffered by the country this time are your responsibility. If you hadn't insisted on proving yourself before His Majesty the King, things wouldn't have developed to this point. From spreading false rumors to misleading the public to harming the country, Faisal put the blame on Sayer without hesitation. Sayer did not bother to refute, but just sat in his seat, quietly memorizing everything Faisal said in his heart, and calmly waiting for news of the great victory on the front line. If there is a great victory on the front line, Sayer will return those words to Faisal intact. However, the high-ranking military officials and nobles in the martial arts arena looked at Sayer with increasing dissatisfaction. They had already put all the blame on Sayer. At this moment, the Ministry of National Defense official of Goda, who urgently reported the latest military intelligence, and the large screen behind him also simultaneously projected the situation on the battlefield. Your Majesty, our regular troops coming to support us have already made contact with the enemy. For a moment, everyone present stared at the big screen behind them. They held their breath and focused on the direction of the war. If we don't stop the enemy this time, and if those bandits get to the city, we, the Dog Tycoon, will suffer a huge loss. Yes, if we let those bandits enter the city, the consequences will be disastrous. Our warriors, come on. The safety of this entire dog family is in your hands. As the discussion died down, the faces of the military leaders subconsciously showed worry. They sighed deeply, their hearts in their throats. The other nobles also looked worried, as if General Ali's troops would rush in at any second. If this group of regular troops fails to stop the enemy, the subsequent battle situation will be very unfavorable for Godahu. After a while, there is an endless desert, and then we will come to the city bordering the dog-eating country. If these damn bandits were allowed to attack a city, the chances of Godahu's soldiers winning against the enemy would be even lower. There is not much space to use many high-tech weapons in the city, and judging from the ruthless style of the bandits, there is a high probability that they will hold civilians hostage after entering the city. The high-tech weapons of that rich man could not be used, and he could only engage in urban street fighting with the enemy. In this situation, the weakness of the dog owner soldiers, whose military skills are inferior to those of the enemy, will be infinitely magnified. No matter what the final outcome of the war is, the dog owners will suffer heavy losses. After a while, a new military intelligence was presented. The Minister of Defense looked at the military intelligence report in his hand, and the previous gloom disappeared from his face. He walked onto the stage with a joyful expression and shouted excitedly. The latest military information: our army has defeated the enemy and is pursuing them. His voice was carried through the loudspeaker to every corner of the training ground. As soon as the words fell, the martial arts arena, which had been dead silent just now, suddenly became boiling. Well done. Our warriors have finally lived up to everyone's expectations and repelled those damn bandits. We're finally safe. Thank goodness our soldiers are so brave. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. No matter how high-tech the weapons are, they are useless. It takes our warriors, with their unwavering faith in victory, to defeat the bandits. I knew the desert warriors were unstoppable. The dog-owning officials present immediately became excited and talked excitedly. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of an unknown person, the officials of Godaho began to praise King Ibn, who was sitting on the high platform. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is wise. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is wise. Shouts filled the entire training ground. King Ibn swept away his previous nervous expression and welcomed the flattery of his ministers with a smile on his face. Faisal had a happy expression on his face. He knew that the enemy had retreated and that the dog tycoon had not suffered any irreversible losses. What's more, the border issue was solved by the soldiers of the dog-rich family and had nothing to do with Sayer at all, which made him even happier. Faisal did not miss this great opportunity. He immediately walked to the bottom of the platform and respectfully saluted King Ibn on the platform. God bless Your Majesty and protect the dog owner. Then he turned his head and looked at Sayer, mocking him. At critical moments, we still have to rely on our desert warriors. If we relied on Prince Sayer's weapons, our country would have been destroyed long ago. Upon hearing this, Sayer could no longer sit still and walked out to refute Faisal. He knew that the enemy's sudden retreat must be related to the C-3000 rocket launcher he launched, and it must be the C-3000 rocket launcher he launched that hit the target. Otherwise, how could the enemy army, which was so powerful just now, suddenly suffer a setback? Just as Sayer was about to speak, the Minister of Defense walked up to King Ibn and spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, this is a detailed military report from the front. Chapter 41. Is it really a C-3000 rocket launcher? King Ibn took the military report from the Minister of Defense and began to read it carefully. After seeing the contents of the military report, King Ibn's face changed instantly. He raised his head and glanced at Sayer standing under the platform, his eyes revealing an indescribable meaning. Faisal was indeed a top politician, and his ability to judge the situation was absolutely top-notch. He keenly noticed that there was something wrong with King Ibn's eyes. He jumped out without hesitation, wanting to add insult to injury and fan the flames, so that Sayer would never be able to recover. Sayer, what are you reading? Do you think the content of the military newspaper has anything to do with you? If it weren't for the heroic desert warriors, we might have been killed by those damned bandits. The Dragon C-300 rocket launcher you found was a real help to us, Mr. Dog. Faisal's tone was indescribably sarcastic, and as he spoke he glanced at Sayer provocatively. Sayer himself is not a person with a particularly good temper. He had been silent before because he knew that the C-3000 rocket launcher he launched had not hit the target. Moreover, most of the senior military officials and nobles present were strongly dissatisfied with him. In that situation, no matter how much he said, it would seem like a weak excuse to exonerate himself. But now, the situation is completely different. The enemy is retreating step by step. How could he tolerate Faisal throwing dirty water on him in public? Sayer immediately stood up and responded mercilessly. Faisal, you damned old thing. If all the princes of our dog family are as irresponsible as you, our dog family will be on the verge of destruction. When the country is in crisis, instead of thinking about how to solve the problem, you are mocking me? Why? Do you really want to see our country destroyed? Sayer was already full of anger, and now that the enemy had finally been defeated, he would definitely not tolerate it anymore. His mouth was like a machine gun, with a series of words spewing out of him without stopping for a moment. Faisal didn't expect that Sayer, who had been silent just now, would come out and talk back, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. He was not afraid that Sayer would not talk back, but what he feared most was that Sayer would shrink like a turtle and remain silent. This way he would have no chance to criticize Sayer. Prince Sayer, isn't what I said true? If you hadn't made such an exaggerated promise in front of His Majesty, delaying the military operation, how could our warriors have suffered such heavy casualties? If what you call accomplishment means risking the fate of the entire dog family, then I hope there are fewer princes like you who are attainable. Faisal emphasized the last three words, have done something, which was full of sarcasm. On the high platform, King Ibn, who was sitting on the throne, felt like his head was about to explode when he heard the two people's voices. He rubbed his swollen temples. Shut up. King Ibn slapped the arm of his chair and shouted angrily. Faisal had a smug expression on his face and looked at Sayer with a provocative look. Did you hear that? Your Majesty told you to shut up. Unexpectedly, as soon as Faisal finished speaking, King Ibn looked at him. I told you to shut up. Faisal immediately realized that King Ibn was talking about him. In an instant, his face changed drastically and he stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. What? Faisal felt as if struck by lightning and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. What's going on? Why did His Majesty the King scold me? Shouldn't we be cursing that damn old man Sayer? In an instant, his top-notch sense of smell gave him a bad idea. Could it be that Sayer's weapons were the cause of the enemy's defeat? No. Absolutely impossible. This old thing's C-3000 rocket launcher will definitely not be of any help in the war. A series of speculations arose in Faisal's mind, and he vaguely felt that things did not seem to be going as he expected. King Ibn subconsciously revealed an expression of joy on his face, and his eyes revealed full of appreciation when he looked at Sayer and Wang Pan. Then he handed the battle report in his hand to the Minister of Defense standing beside him and gave an order. Read it to us and share this joy with everyone. It is not difficult to tell from his tone that Ibn is in a very good mood now. The Minister of Defense, who received the order, took the battle report from Ibn, stood in front of the microphone, cleared his throat, and read out the contents of the battle report. According to the latest battle reports, the enemy's logistics lines were blocked by unknown firepower, and morale was extremely low. Our army seized this excellent opportunity and drove the enemy back to the border. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell silent. Everyone listened quietly to the content of the war report given by the Minister of Defense without any conversation. Especially the senior military officials, they reacted immediately and showed expressions of surprise on their faces. When they first heard that the soldiers had driven the enemy across the border, they were puzzled. When did his army become so powerful? And the enemy army that had been so powerful just now was suddenly beaten back? Now they finally understood the reason. It turned out that the enemy's logistics were destroyed by unknown firepower. Otherwise, judging from the enemy's combat effectiveness, Godahu's regular army would definitely have to go through a tough battle before they could drive those damn bandits out of their homes. At this time, those with quicker brains reacted immediately. Unknown firepower. Could it be the C-3000 rocket launched by Prince Sayer? Otherwise, the whole dog family can still draw out unknown firepower. Combined with King Ibn's attitude, they speculated that the unknown firepower that destroyed the enemy's logistics base should be the C-3000 rocket launcher launched by Sayer not long ago. Otherwise, why would the enemy's logistics be hit by fire for no reason? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this speculation made sense, but they still had a little final doubt in their hearts. Can this C-3000 rocket launcher really reach the border 1,000 kilometers away? If it is true, can it still be called a rocket launcher? Thinking of this, their eyes unconsciously focused on Sayer's face, wanting to get an accurate answer from his face. Chapter 42. Ownership of the Order, Faisal explodes. On the high platform, King Ibn looked at Sayer with eyes full of appreciation and his face was full of satisfaction. Seeing that everyone's eyes were fixed on Sayer, wanting to get a correct answer, he slowly spoke. Prince Sayer deserves the credit for repelling these damned bandits this time. The C-3000 rocket launcher he launched accurately struck the enemy's logistics base. Without their logistics base, the enemy's morale plummeted. Just as they were preparing to retreat, they encountered our heroic desert warriors. They used their weapons to drive these damn bandits out of our homeland. King Ibn recounted the details noted in the general newspaper. Then he immediately announced the final result of the bidding for this arms order. According to the agreement I just made, whoever's weapons can resolve this border crisis will receive the arms order. On behalf of Mr. Dog, I announce that the partner we'll choose for this arms order is Wang. As soon as the words fell, Everyone present had the same expression, full of disbelief. See 3,000 rocket launchers precisely strike the enemy's logistics base. Doesn't that mean that the range of this rocket launcher has reached an astonishing 1,000 kilometers? Could this be a rocket? Isn't this an intercontinental missile? At this time, everyone realized why Ibn's attitude towards Sayer had changed so much. It turned out that the C-3000 rocket launcher that Sayer had just launched really helped Goda, who drive away those damn bandits. In the stands, the senior military officers and nobles looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Oh my God, are there really rocket launchers with a range of 1,000 kilometers? I'm sorry for what I just thought. It turns out Prince Sayer is our dog-rich family's true hero. He found such high-quality weapons for us. I originally thought the C-3000 rocket launcher had similar performance to John's Himar's M142 rocket launcher. Now it seems I was too young. The Dragon Nation's weapons are really well hidden. Oh, my God. Fortunately, we have Prince Sayer, otherwise those damned bandits would have succeeded this time. They are both princes, so why is there such a huge gap between them? Prince Sayer suffered such great injustice and still fought for his country, while Prince Faisal only cared about suppressing his opponents. It would be great if we, the dog family, had more princes as responsible as Sayer. Their dissatisfaction with Sayer had long since disappeared with King Ibn's explanation. Some people even started speaking up for Sayer and blaming Faisal, as if they had never blamed Sayer before. The arms dealers present opened their eyes wide, almost popping out of their heads. What? The range can really reach 1,000 kilometers. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Has the Dragon Nation already optimized their C-300 rocket launcher to such an abnormal level? It really opened my eyes. I thought the weapons brought by United Technologies Corporation were impressive enough, but I didn't expect the performance of the C-3000 rocket launcher brought by this young man, named Wang Pan, to be even more astounding. You can't judge a person by his appearance. I never thought that an unknown young man could produce such excellent weapons. It seems that United Technologies' position as the leader is in jeopardy. I will never go to any arms competitions with Wang Pan again. It's a complete waste of time. Who can beat him? The tone of the arms dealers was full of disbelief. They did not expect that these C-3000 rocket launchers, which looked exactly like the C-300 rocket launchers, could have such powerful performance. On the other side, John, who was standing behind Faisal, pinched himself hard in disbelief, and an indescribable pain spread throughout his body. No, it's not a dream. This damn C-3000 rocket launcher really accurately hit a target 1,000 kilometers away. Isn't the C-300 rocket launcher's range 300 kilometers? How can it hit that target? John stood there, his right hand gently covering his forehead, a stunned expression on his face, muttering to himself. He originally thought that this time the arms order had fallen firmly into his hands. After all, the whole world knows that the range of Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher is definitely not enough to reach 1,000 kilometers. He didn't expect that the C-3000 rocket launcher brought by Wang Pan could have a range of up to 1,000 kilometers, which caught him off guard. The cooked duck flew away from your mouth. John finally understood what this sentence meant. His current mood was as if he had picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks, carefully removed the hair on the meat, put it in his mouth, and was about to enjoy it, but found that it was a piece of ginger. Faisal, who was beside John, had an even uglier expression on his face. Compared to his initial smugness, Faisal's expression now can only be described as deathly pale. He looked at Sayer's back and said with gritted teeth, "That damn old bastard Sayer. How dare you trick me?" Having said this, Prince Faisal's face turned gloomy. He was now deeply regretful. If he had not been so hasty in criticizing Sayer, he would not have been slapped in the face so hard. What's more, he knew too well the character of His Majesty the King, strong and selfish. I just took advantage of someone's misfortune. If Sayer hadn't resolved the border issue, I would have been fine. But once Sayer resolves the border issues, the words he just said will leave a bad impression in the mind of His Majesty the King. His Majesty is a very self-centered person, and he will only choose someone who is truly capable as the Crown Prince. In addition, Sayer's reputation will reach its peak and his supporters will increase significantly if he resolves the border crisis. Thinking of this, Faisal knew that he was getting further and further away from the throne. In the stands, Salman's face showed a happy smile of surviving the disaster. The previous haze was swept away with the decision announced by King Ibn. He was surrounded by wealthy nobles and senior military officials, who kept congratulating Salman. Congratulations, Prince Salman. Your father, Prince Sayer, has successfully secured the arms order. Congratulations. Like father, like son. Prince Sayer is a hero of our dog family, and you, as his son, also hold a high position. The future of our dog family depends on you young people. Congratulations, Prince. I wonder if you'll have time to visit your father then. Congratulations kept ringing in Salman's ears. Salman did not act pretentiously and responded one by one with a warm smile on his face. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. This state is completely different from the previous despair. Salman now can only be described as being in high spirits and galloping forward. Chapter 43. The tycoon slapped the whole world in the face? Compared with the lively atmosphere on Salman's side, Prince Sultan's side was obviously much quieter. The officials who were close to Faisal before did not dare to step forward. Faisal was obviously not in power now. If they stepped forward to join in the fun at this time, they might be implicated. The smug expression on Sultan's face was no longer there. He sat in the chair without saying a word. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at Salman's back with a gloomy look in his eyes. Salman, you are lucky this time. Just wait and see who will have the last laugh. He knew that no matter how angry he was, it would be useless, and he could not influence King Ibn's decision. He could only bury his resentment in his heart and wait for the opportunity for revenge. In the stands, the classmates who followed Wang Pan to the capital of Goda, who jumped up from their chairs excitedly after hearing the decision announced by King Ibn. I knew the order must be ours. Of course, how could United Technologies possibly compare to the weapons made by Wang Pan? I'm making money. Just with this one order from Mr. Go, Wang Pan has achieved financial freedom. Yes, and there are oil fields too. Wang Pan is making a killing this time. The students' excited discussions continued to spread in the stands. However, they all spoke the dragon language. The nobles and senior military officials in the stands all knew that these people were Wang Pan's partners, and no one expressed any opinions. After all, the weapons Wang Pan brought had just helped them drive away the vicious bandits from their neighborhood. On the high platform, King Ibn stood up from the throne with a faint smile on his face. Let the Ministry of National Defense hold a press conference to show the world our fruitful results, and let those who follow our war know about our bravery. He turned his head to look at the Minister of Defense and gave his orders. After receiving the order, the Minister of Defense immediately nodded, called several subordinates, and asked them to contact the media and hold an emergency press conference. After a brief press conference, officials from the Ministry of National Defense generously announced at the press conference the joy that the dog owner had repelled the neighborhood robbers. Soon, news media around the world rushed to report the event, and a large number of reports flooded the internet in various countries. The whole world is shocked. No one could have imagined that the dog owners could actually defeat their vicious and bandit neighbors. What's more, they drove the other party out of the border at such a fast speed. The 5 evil men of Blue Star held an emergency video conference as soon as they received the news. In the picture, the faces of the senior officials of Dragon Country, Lighthouse Country, Beef Sauce Country, Gallic Country, and Bear Country appeared one by one. Although there wasn't much expression on their faces, one could see shock in their eyes. How did the dog tycoons resolve the border crisis so quickly this time? What methods did they use? How did they win so quickly? The senior official sent by Gaul to attend the meeting was still the same one. His tone was full of doubt, and his face was full of disbelief. It's a miracle, a miracle. Given the poor combat capabilities of the dog-rich army, they were able to drive away their neighbors. The expression on the face of the official from the Bear Country was equally interesting. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how the rich man did it. Oh my God, could it be that the dog tycoon has some hidden tricks we don't know about? Could it be that they're secretly developing some strategic weapons? The senior officials of the Lighthouse Country had very ugly expressions and immediately expressed a conspiracy theory. This matter is really unbelievable. The dog tycoon hit it too deeply. They used the facts to slap us in the face. The top leader of Nyojian Country had not yet recovered from the news. He took a deep breath and sighed. It's a good thing that no fighting broke out, but the dog owners were able to drive their neighbors away so quickly. There must be some method we're not aware of. We need to find out why. The expressions of the senior officials of Longwo were very solemn, and they pointed out the most critical point. As soon as the words fell, the proposal of the senior officials of Long Country was immediately recognized by officials from the other 4 countries. They immediately played the press conference of Godahu, hoping to find some clues from it. They finally found the answers they wanted in the battle report provided by the Ministry of National Defense of the dog family. In the battle report provided by the Ministry of National Defense of Godahu, it was mentioned that Godahu deployed a batch of rocket launchers in the royal capital, which accurately attacked the enemy's logistics base from a long distance, ending the war. At the end of the press conference, it was announced that the Ministry of Defense would purchase this batch of C-3000 rocket launchers that helped them repel the enemy and deploy them on the border. Senior officials from the 5 countries immediately caught on to this message. C-3000 rocket launcher? Why is the name so similar to the Dragon country's C-300 rocket launcher? The senior official of Nyojiang country had a puzzled expression on his face. He looked at the senior official of Long country and asked, "It has nothing to do with our Dragon country." Senior officials of Manhwa shook their heads and denied the incident. Seeing this, the top leaders of the other 4 countries did not think much about it. After all, a few hours ago, they were still discussing the war between Godahu and their neighbors, and it was impossible for Manhwa to predict the future and send weapons to support in advance. It seems like this rocket launcher helped Mr. Go resolve such a huge crisis? That's not right. A rocket launcher can be fired from Mr. Go's capital to the border. There was a hint of confusion in the eyes of the senior officials of the Bear country, and they raised their own questions. As we all know, there is currently no rocket launcher with a range of more than 1,000 kilometers. The rocket launchers with the longest range in the world should be the C-300 rocket launcher of the Dragon country and the HIMARS M142 rocket launcher of the Lighthouse country. It definitely can't be a rocket launcher. The tycoon must have broken the rules and secretly researched some weapons. Senior officials of the Lighthouse country immediately denied this statement and expressed their own opinions. In order to maintain the balance among the blue planets, it is clearly stipulated that some countries are absolutely not allowed to independently develop weapons. The wealthy are on the list of these countries, so even if they have money, they can only spend a lot of money to deploy some defensive weapons. But now, the rich man actually said that it was a batch of rocket launchers that helped them drive away the gang of robbers from their neighbors. Such an explanation is obviously impossible for the Lighthouse country to accept. All of a sudden, the senior officials of the 5 countries had a tacit understanding and secretly mobilized their own country's intelligence departments, hoping to find out how the dog owner drove away the robbers from his neighbors. Chapter 44. The 5 evil men of Blue Star are in trouble. Since the bidding for the arms order from the dog tycoon was an open bidding, no confidentiality work was done. Therefore, it did not take much effort for intelligence agencies of various countries to obtain pictures of the C-3000 rocket launcher mentioned in the Godahu military newspaper. As soon as they got the pictures, the intelligence personnel immediately transmitted the information they collected back to the country. In just a few minutes, the images and information of the C-3000 rocket launcher appeared on the desks of the top leaders of Blue Star's 5 evil men. Looking at the appearance of the rocket launcher, the senior officials of the Beef Sauce country, the Lighthouse country, the Gallic Chicken country, and the Bear country all showed puzzled expressions on their faces. They all looked at the senior officials of the Dragon country in the video, their eyes full of questioning. Didn't we agree that it has nothing to do with your Dragon country? So what is this? What is this C-3000 rocket launcher? Isn't it just your Dragon country's C-300 rocket launcher? The senior officials of Manhwa felt the questioning gazes of the senior officials of the other 4 countries and immediately spread out their hands to indicate that it really had nothing to do with them. I'm also very curious about what's going on. This weapon really has nothing to do with our Dragon country. Our Dragon country's C-300 rocket launcher definitely cannot reach a range of 1,000 kilometers. After he finished speaking, the top leaders of the other 4 countries still cast skeptical glances. However, in the absence of definite evidence proving that Manhwa was involved, they could only assume that this matter had nothing to do with Manhwa. What's more, it is well known that the C-300 rocket launcher cannot reach such an abnormal range of 1,000 kilometers. That means that the 100 C-3000 rocket launchers placed in the Dog Tycoon's training ground are indeed not the Dragon country's C-300 rocket launchers. Since the launches of C-3000 were all carried out in the training grounds, intelligence departments of various countries immediately confirmed that the biggest contributor to the Dog Tycoon's ability to end the war so quickly was these so-called C-3000 rocket launchers. Moreover, King Ibn seemed to want to take this opportunity to deter the neighboring bandits, and he did not conceal the details of the launch of the C-3000 rocket launcher at all. The Ministry of National Defense praised the C-3000 rocket launcher at the press conference. The senior officials of Gallic Empire took a deep breath as they looked at the intelligence in their hands. It seems that the Dog Tycoon won the war with the help of this C-3000 rocket launcher. But the performance of this rocket launcher is too terrifying, isn't it? 1,000 kilometers. That's already within the range of a missile. His tone was full of shock. He had never thought a rocket launcher could reach such a long range. A full 1,000 kilometers of range. How did they achieve such a long distance? You know, the rocket artillery developed by our country only has a range of more than 200 kilometers. This is 4 times ours. The top leaders of the Bear country also felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. They fiddled with the pictures in their hands and kept exclaiming in surprise. I wonder who developed this C-3000 rocket launcher. How could it be more advanced than the weapons developed by our lighthouse country? The top leaders of the lighthouse country are also under increasing pressure, as their army is required to be equipped with the most advanced weapons in the world. But now the big dog has deployed rocket launchers that are more advanced than what they have now, which is not good news for them. Yes, this performance is truly terrifying. If our country's opponents were equipped with such rocket launchers, our army would surely suffer heavy losses. Senior officials from Myeojeon country also echoed this. They all agreed that the performance of the C-3000 rocket launcher far surpassed any other rocket launcher in the world. At the same time, on the island. At the same time, the top military officials of Longwa received news from home that Godahu had won the war and driven away the neighbors who had invaded their border. For a moment, the top military officials of Longwa were stunned. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. So soon. From the outbreak of the war to its end, it only took less than a few hours, right? Based on the previous conflicts between the dog owners and their neighbors, this war should last quite a while, right? Even with the C-3000 rocket launcher provided by Wang Pan, it's impossible to resolve the battle in just a few hours, right? We predicted we would win, but we didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The top military officials of Longwa were stunned for a moment. With puzzled expressions on their faces, they gathered together to discuss. You know, the last time they gathered together to discuss it, they predicted that it would take at least half a month for the big dog owner to end the war. But now, the enemy was driven out of their home in just a few hours, which was very different from their predictions. They are all high-ranking military officials of the Dragon Kingdom, and are all outstanding generals with real talents and knowledge. They are not the so-called military experts who can talk about it after reading a few books. It would be understandable if one person made a mistake in judgment, but it is impossible for all of them to make a mistake in judgment. The top military officials of Dragon Country are now full of questions. How did the wealthy dog end the war so quickly? Could it be that the dog tycoon has other secret weapons besides rocket launchers? The rocket launcher actually had no effect at all? Did the dog tycoon use the secret weapon they had hidden for a long time? The top military officials of Longwa kept speculating on various possibilities in their minds, and did not even think about Wang Pan's rocket launcher. After all, Wang Pan's rocket launcher was taken away not long ago, and Godahu must have used other secret weapons to win the war. You know, before any weapon is equipped to the army, it requires a certain amount of training to allow the soldiers to become familiar with the weapon. It is impossible to rush to the battlefield directly. If the soldiers operate improperly, it will cause irreparable consequences. What's more, strategic weapons like rocket launchers cannot be used on the battlefield without a certain amount of training. On the other side, in the Dogmaster's training ground, the enemy had been driven out of the border, and King Ibn finally breathed a sigh of relief. He came up to Wang Pan from the platform, with a friendly smile on his face, and invited him. King, thank you for bringing us weapons that helped Godahu drive away those damned bandits. I've already prepared a celebration banquet in the palace. Shall we set off? After he finished speaking, Wang Pan nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly and said, Your Majesty, it is my honor. King Ibn had a satisfied smile on his face, and he got into his own private car surrounded by his guards and left first. Sayer was left behind to lead Wang Pan and his classmates into the palace to attend the celebration banquet. Wang Pan and his classmates got on the car arranged by Sayer and headed straight to the palace of Mr. Go. Chapter 45, Celebration Banquet. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the car passed the private road leading to the palace and arrived at the entrance of Mr. Go's palace. There were a large number of guards standing at the gate of the palace. They were wearing green military uniforms, and the bulges around their waists showed that they were carrying weapons. Because Prince Sayer was sitting in the car, and King Ibn had already notified the guards at the door in advance, the guards did not step forward to question or investigate, but instead saluted politely and let the car pass. After passing through the gate, there is a large open space. The car continues to move forward. Along the way, you can see horse farms specializing in dog breeding for the royal family, camel farms, deer farms, etc. There is nothing that cannot be done as long as you can imagine it. It can basically be regarded as a large and rare zoo. After the car drove through this empty area, it arrived at the location of Mr. Go's palace. Wang Pan and his entourage got out of the car and, led by the palace attendants, came to the main hall of the palace. Compared with the palace of Longwa, the decorative style of the palace of Godahu is obviously different. Although the Dragon Kingdom's palace is magnificent, it is still full of classical charm. The palace of the wealthy man is characterized by one word: luxurious. The entire building is covered with a large amount of gold, and the walls of the palace are hung with top-notch Tibetan paintings that would cause an uproar if they were to be leaked outside. Among the many paintings, the largest one is a portrait of King Ibn, which is placed in the most conspicuous place. Soft wool carpets were laid under everyone's feet, and precious green plants could be seen everywhere in the hall. These green plants do not feel out of place in the Golden Palace, but instead add a lot of spring to the palace. Led by the attendants, Sayer, Wang Pan and his party crossed the main hall and came to the side hall used for dining. Although it is a side hall, the space is not small. This entire side hall is large enough to accommodate an entire football field. In the center of the side hall was a long dining table covered with a white tablecloth embroidered with falcons representing the totem of the dog tycoon. Judging from the dazzlingness of the falcon, it must be embroidered with gold thread. Wang Pan's classmates had already been dazzled by the glittering gold in the palace. They had thought that the Sail Hotel they had stayed in before was the most luxurious scene they had ever seen. It was not until they saw the palace of Mr. Go that they understood what it meant to be a small witch compared to a big witch. Compared to the royal palace, the luxury of the Burj Al Arab seems to be just that. In the side hall, King Ibn, who had changed into a simple white robe, was sitting on the sofa next to the dining table. Standing around him were important royal members of the dog family. As Sayer led Wang Pan and his party into the side hall, King Ibn's voice rang out. "Welcome our dog-rich hero, Prince Sayer. At the same time, we also welcome guests from afar to the palace. I hope this visit to the palace will leave a deep impression on them and allow them to feel the hospitality of our desert people." King Ibn took the lead, saying with a kind smile on his face. This was followed by the congratulations of the royal family members. No one looked down on Wang Pan because of his age. Everyone knows that this time, who did Sail rely on to defeat Faisal and successfully resolve the border issue? Isn't that the young man next to Sayer who looks less than 20 years old? If it weren't for Wang Pan, they would still be trying to figure out how to drive away the neighbor robbers. Everyone had a happy smile on their face, except Faisal. There was still an expression of unwillingness on his face, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes as he looked at Wang Pan. No matter how unwilling Faisal was, he had no way to change anything. He could only stand beside King Ibn with an expressionless face and said nothing. Hearing this, Wang Pan still had a smile on his face. He walked up to King Ibn and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "Your Majesty, during this visit to Dog Master, I have deeply felt the hospitality of the desert people. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your hospitality." King Ibn nodded, pointed to the dining table beside him, and said with a smile, "Then everyone please take a seat." As soon as he finished speaking, King Ibn took the main seat first, and Sayer sat in the first seat on his left. Following closely behind them were Wang Pan and the classmates he brought with him. After Wang Pan and his group took their seats, the remaining members of the royal family took their seats one by one according to their status. After everyone was seated, King Ibn waved his hand, and the servants behind him immediately reacted and respectfully handed him a file bag and a box. "Wang, your weapons helped the wealthy dog owner. As promised, this arms order is yours." King Ibn opened the file bag, which contained the order contract drafted by the Ministry of National Defense. He handed the contract to Wang Pan. Then King Ibn continued, "To thank you for saving Dog Master from the fire and water with your weapon, I will exercise my right as King Dog Master and award you the National Medal." King Ibn stood up solemnly with a serious expression on his face. He opened the box in his hand, revealing a gold badge engraved with a hunting falcon. As soon as the words fell, all the royal family members present were stunned. They stared at the medal in King Ibn's hand, with complicated expressions in their eyes. Even Sayer was stunned at this moment, with his mouth wide open and a shocked expression on his face. Only the students brought by Wang Pan looked around in confusion, not knowing what had happened. It is not surprising that they don't know. After all, they are not from Godahu and don't know what this gold medal represents to Godahu. But Sayer and the others knew the importance of this medal. This medal represented the highest honor among the dog owners. Each king of Dog King can only award 5 medals, and only those who have made significant contributions to Dog King have the opportunity to receive this medal. This means that even if you have made outstanding contributions to the Dog Tycoon, you have only reached the threshold and will not be awarded directly. The most important thing is that this medal has never been awarded to anyone who is not a citizen of Goda, who since the founding of the country. But now, King Ibn actually wants to award this medal to Wang Pan? You know, as a foreigner, it is unprecedented for Wang Pan to receive such a medal of honor in the entire Dog Tycoon. Chapter 46. Investigate Wang Pan at all costs. Under the shocked gaze of the royal family members, King Ibn personally pinned the medal engraved with a hunting falcon on Wang Pan's collar. Wang Pan was delighted, his brows filled with joy. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your recognition of me. It is my honor that my weapons can help the people of the desert drive away the bandits." He had a neither humble nor arrogant smile on his face and blurted out a series of polite words. After awarding the medal to Wang Pan, King Ibn did not announce anything else, and the servants standing by prepared to serve the food. A large number of delicacies with the characteristics of a wealthy dog owner were brought up by the servants and placed on the table one by one. Everyone clinked glasses and enjoyed the delicious food. When King Ibn awarded Wang Pan the national medal, the journalist friends in the side hall had already recorded everything with their cameras. They have passed the first-hand film and television materials to the company, and media organizations have begun writing reports about King Ibn awarding the medal to Wang Pan. Soon, reports appeared on Gaudahu's website like scraps of paper. The speed of communication on the internet is very fast, not to mention such breaking news that a foreigner like Wang Pan has won the national medal of the dog owner. The news quickly spread to the island, and the Dragon Country military on the island was immediately shocked. They know very well what a country's national medal represents. Although each country has different judgments on awarding national medals, one major principle will not change, that is, those who receive national medals must have made outstanding contributions to the country. The commanders of the Dragon Kingdom's Navy, Air Force, and Army gathered together and began to express their shock at this matter. It seems that Wang Pan must have an inescapable connection with the border crisis at Gaudahu. Otherwise, how could he have received the national medal at Gaudahu? The army commander looked at the mobile phone in his hand, which was showing a report that Wang Pan had won the national medal of Dog Tycoon. What's going on? Didn't he only provide a batch of rocket launchers? Could it be that a batch of other weapons had already been delivered to the dog owner before? The Air Force commander's face was full of confusion. He really couldn't imagine what Wang Pan had done to deserve the National Medal of Dogmaster. It seems that the answer to all this can only be found after Wang Pan returns. The Navy commander is now becoming more and more interested in Wang Pan. The Dragon Country military, far away on the island, received the news that Wang Pan had won the National Medal of Dog Rich, not to mention other countries in the world. Basically, all countries in the world received the news that Wang Pan, a foreigner, had won the National Medal of Dog Rich. All the top leaders of the country paid close attention to this matter. How could a foreigner receive the national medal from the rich dog owner? Especially the top leaders of the 5 evils of Blue Star, they are all very concerned about what Wang Pan did for Gaudahu to be awarded Gaudahu's national medal. Because it was not mentioned in the report, the intelligence personnel who stayed in Gaudahu only found out that Sayer was the #1 hero in resolving the border war. The senior officials of Blue Star's 5 evils were not quite sure how Wang Pan had obtained the national medal of the Dog Tycoon. The intelligence departments of the 5 evil men of Blue Star all received unified orders from their superiors to investigate Wang Pan's identity and background, as well as all his actions in Gaudahu. After receiving this order, the intelligence departments of the 5 evil men were mobilized, and a large number of intelligence personnel rushed to Gaudahu, ready to investigate thoroughly. On the other side, in the United Technologies Corporation of the Lighthouse Country, John had just gotten off the plane and didn't even have time to put down his luggage before he rushed back to the company exhausted. He had a gloomy expression on his face, and it was obvious that this trip to the Dog Tycoon was not particularly smooth. Within a few minutes after John walked into the office, most of the managers of United Technologies Corporation were notified to go to John's office for a meeting. Combined with John's gloomy expression, the subordinates were worried and immediately walked into John's office with their computers. In the president's office, John was leaning back in his soft boss chair, veins bulging on his forehead, and he looked extremely emotional. After seeing his subordinates come in, John took a deep breath, stood up from his chair, and came to his subordinates. "There is an urgent task. Mobilize all the company's resources and investigate the identity and background of this man named Wang Pan at all costs. Even if it means asking the Lighthouse Country's military for help, we will do it at all costs." John threw the basic information about Wang Pan that Prince Faisal had previously investigated onto the table from his desk, his tone full of seriousness. Upon hearing this, John's subordinates picked up the documents on the table and began to check them. After seeing the photo of a man named Wang Pan displayed in the information, all the subordinates had puzzled expressions on their faces. "What happened, President? Mobilizing the entire group's resources to investigate this young man? Could it be that after visiting the wealthy man, the president had some mental problems?" The subordinates looked at Wang Pan's information and secretly criticized him in their hearts. At this time, The subordinate with the highest position and the one John trusted the most stood up. "Boss, why are you spending so much time investigating a young man?" He pointed at Wang Pan's face in the photo in confusion and asked cautiously. John looked very serious. He took a deep breath and explained. "This time, I went to the dog tycoon and didn't get the order because of Wang Pan. This person is likely to be our biggest competitor in the future, so we must get all the information about him as soon as possible. Time is money, guys. Hurry up, and I hope to hear good news from you soon." Hearing John's words and the serious expression on his face, his subordinates instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. However, when they looked at Wang Pan's young face, they couldn't help but have doubts in their hearts. Is this young man really as high-ranking as his CEO said? However, since John had given the order, his subordinates nodded and accepted the task, walked out of John's office, and began to investigate Wang Pan's identity and background. The entire United Technologies Corporation mobilized all its connections around the world and began to investigate Wang Pan's identity and background through any channels. A bounty was posted on the black market, and the intelligence agency of the lighthouse country was asked for help, requesting them to use satellites and spies to investigate Wang Pan. Anyway, all the means you can think of or cannot think of have been used. Chapter 47. Only Children Make Choices. After attending the celebratory banquet hosted by King Ibn, Wang Pan and his classmates had no official arrangements. Because of his successful resolution of the border crisis, Sayer gained more trust from King Ibn. He had a lot more burdens on his shoulders and became busier. But he did not ignore Wang Pan and his classmates because of this. He gave Wang Pan and his classmates a card with unlimited credit. Wang Pan and the others did not refuse and gladly accepted Sayer's kindness. Since there were no official arrangements, Wang Pan and his group were happy to have some free time. In addition to sleeping until they wake up naturally every day and enjoying the luxurious meals provided by the Burj Al Arab, they also took a ride in the royal family's luxury car and began to tour the capital of the country, enjoying royal treatment wherever they went. As for some additional expenses, such as purchasing goods, they were all spent using the card given by Sayer. This kind of life doesn't feel like a summer job, it feels more like enjoying life. After enjoying 2 days like this, Sayer finally had some free time and came to Wang Pan's room. It's only been 2 days since we last met, but Sayer's dark circles have become heavier and he looks very tired. Because border affairs were handled very well, Sayer took advantage of this incident to reap a lot of reputation from the people of Dog Rich. Now, his popularity and support rate far surpass his rival Faisal. The most important thing is that King Ibn now has unlimited trust in Sayer and directly gives Sayer full authority over national defense procurement matters. Previously, Sayer had promised Wang Pan that as long as Wang Pan was willing to sell the C-3000 rocket launcher to Godahu would give priority to cooperating with Wang Pan for future defense orders. This time, he came to Wang Pan's room to fulfill his promise. "Wang, my friend, how have you been these past few days?" "I've been incredibly busy these past few days. His Majesty has entrusted me with full responsibility for national defense procurement. I have so much work to do. Otherwise, I would definitely personally take you and your companions on a tour of our beautiful capital." Sayer lit a cigar, put it in his mouth, and took 2 puffs, his face full of apology. "Your Highness, we are best friends. Best friends don't need to be so polite. I've had a lot of fun at Godahu these past 2 days." Hearing this, Wang Pan had a faint smile on his face and did not take the matter to heart. Sayer took out a thick stack of information from his bag and handed it to Wang Pan. "Wang, this is our defense procurement list for this year. Take a look at which ones you have. You are the first supplier." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Pan took over the Ministry of National Defense's purchase list from Godahu, and a look of joy appeared on his face. This time, his purpose of coming to Godahu was finally achieved. He opened the Ministry of Defense list that Sayer handed him and took a quick look at the contents. Most of the items on the Ministry of National Defense's arms procurement list are light weapons, with a small number of heavy weapons and also strategic weapons. However, there is no clear quotation for those strategic weapons, and they are not included in the budget list of the entire Ministry of Defense. After all, this kind of strategic weapon is prohibited from export by various countries and can only be described as having a price but no market. If you want to purchase such strategic weapons, you will definitely have to pay an additional price beyond the market price. The entire procurement list of the Ministry of Defense is very rich, with a total amount of up to hundreds of billions of US dollars. It is definitely a huge order. Wang, my friend, according to our previous agreement, you will be given priority in selecting all purchase orders from our wealthy dog customers. Look at the weapons here. Which of them do you have? We, the wealthy dog owners, will buy them from you. As long as you can meet the needs of our dog owners, the orders will be yours. After taking a puff of his cigar, Sayer looked at Wang Pan, waved his hand, and spoke very generously. Wang Pan brought him so many benefits, so naturally he would not be stingy in return. Wang Pan smiled, put down the cigar in his hand, and spoke slowly. Prince, I wonder if you've ever heard the saying, only children make choices, while adults, of course, want it all. I want all the weapons orders on this list. As soon as he finished speaking, Sayer was petrified on the spot. He didn't even notice that the cigar ash fell on his pants. After a minute or two, Sayer finally came to his senses and asked in disbelief. Wang, you just said you want all the orders? Did I hear that correctly? Sayer's face was full of surprise, and he was obviously shocked by Wang Pan's appetite. It's not that he doesn't trust Wang Pan, but the Ministry of National Defense's weapons order list requires the purchase of hundreds of weapons. With so many different types of weapons, even any one of the 5 evil countries on Blue Star would not be able to take on this order. But Wang Pan actually wants them all. Wang, are you serious? Are you sure you want to eat the whole order? Sayer thought Wang Pan was joking with him, and asked again in an uncertain tone. Don't worry, Your Highness. Please give me a month, and all the weapons will arrive at Goda, who as promised. Wang Pan nodded and said confidently. Sayer looked at Wang Pan's confident and calm appearance, and thought of the surprise Wang Pan had brought him before. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Wang, my friend, I believe in you. Is it the same card number from last time? I'll have the Ministry of National Defense transfer part of your deposit to you first. As soon as he finished speaking, Sayer picked up the phone and instructed the Ministry of National Defense to transfer $8 billion to Wang Pan's account. This amount of money was the highest amount under his authority, and the rest required King Ibn's signature and approval. Sayer's idea was very simple. If Wang Pan couldn't get the weapons, these billions of US dollars would be regarded as a thank you from the rich man. After all, it was the C-3000 rocket launcher sold to them by Wang Pan that enabled them to end the battle so quickly. If the war continues to drag on, the losses suffered by the big dog owners will not be just a few billion US dollars. What's more, when strategic weapons are so scarce in China, no country is willing to sell them, and only Wang Pan is willing to help them. Just for this favor, these billionaires think they have made good money. Chapter 48. Leave the Rich Man. Within a few minutes, Wang Pan received a message on his mobile phone about the money arriving into his overseas bank account. Wang Pan put down his phone without any expression, stood up, and extended his hand. Your Highness, it's a pleasure to work with you. Sayer was not ambiguous either. He immediately reached out and shook hands tightly with Wang Pan. Wang, my friend, I will be waiting for your good news. After finishing the business discussion, Sayer began to recommend some popular scenic spots in the capital to Wang Pan. King, you should take your friends to our museum. There are proof that our ancestors sacrificed their lives for this land. There are also Mera Beach and the Burj Khalifa, which are both popular attractions in our capital. Sayer kept talking to Wang Pan about the places in the royal capital that were worth visiting. Wang Pan didn't say anything, just nodded quietly. After Sayer stopped, he slowly spoke. Your Highness, I have noted your recommendation, but business is more important. I will return to the island to prepare weapons for your country. Hearing this, Sayer did not try to persuade him to stay any longer and nodded in agreement. That's true, but it doesn't matter. The door of Doghouse is always open to you, my most sincere friend. Because Wang Pan was about to leave, Sayer squeezed out time to have a meal with Wang Pan at the Sail Hotel, as a farewell to Wang Pan and his group. Wang Pan and his group returned to the room drunk and finally enjoyed their last day in the capital of Godahu. The next morning, Wang Pan and his group got up early. Sayer and Salman also came to the Burj Al Arab early to see Wang Pan off. The bodyguards brought by Wang Pan carried their luggage into the car, and the classmates brought by Wang Pan got into the car behind. Soon, the convoy carrying the royal emblem of the Dog Tycoon left the Sail Hotel and headed straight for the port. Wang Pan and Sayer sat in the same bulletproof Rolls-Royce, and Salman acted as the driver, wanting to hear more about the future plans of his father and Wang Pan. Unfortunately, Wang Pan and Sayer seemed to have a tacit understanding and were just chatting in the car without talking about work. Salman was not angry. He just drove the car obediently. Ever since the weapons Wang Pan brought helped his father take control of the Ministry of National Defense, he no longer dared to look down on Wang Pan and treated Wang Pan with great respect, as if he were his own father. After driving for more than half an hour, the convoy arrived at a military port in Godahu. The entire naval port is heavily guarded, and the security level has reached the highest level. Even if King Ibn travels in person, he can only enjoy this level of security. In the port, a warship flying the flag of the Goda who was docked at the port, waiting for the arrival of Wang Pan and his party. The convoy stopped. Wang Pan and Sayer got out of the car together. Salman followed them, and behind them were Wang Pan's classmates and bodyguards. The group stood on the stairs at the boarding gate and said goodbye to each other. King, I'm waiting for your good news in the capital. Welcome to come to Goda who again next time. Sayer took the initiative to reach out and hug Wang Pan, and there was obvious reluctance in his tone. Prince, we will definitely come again. We will board the ship first. Wang Pan nodded, without saying anything else, and strode onto the warship, followed closely by his classmates and bodyguards. Goda whose warship started up, and the roar of the engine resounded throughout the entire port. The warship maneuvered its huge hull and slowly left. Sayer did not leave. His face was full of reluctance, and his eyes followed Wang Pan on the warship intently until the warship turned into a small. Then he withdrew his gaze. Compared to Sayer's reluctance, Salman felt a little emotional. No one expected that Wang Pan, whom he initially thought was a liar, would actually become the savior of the dog tycoon. Fortunately, his father had a keen eye for talent and did not temporarily change partners due to domestic public pressure. Otherwise, the battle with Goda who might not have ended until now. After the emotion, there is an excitement that is hard to conceal. Because of Wang Pan, all of the defense procurement for the dog tycoon fell on his father, which greatly suppressed Faisal's arrogance. Thinking of this, Salman walked to Sayer's side and asked in a low voice, Father, how exactly did you arrange the Ministry of Defense's procurement list? Have you found a partner for such a large order? Sayer looked at the warship going away and spoke slowly. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. Upon hearing this, Salman was stunned and asked in disbelief. Everything is arranged? So quickly? You should know that the Ministry of Defense's weapons procurement list was only signed and approved by King Ibn yesterday. Maybe everything has been arranged before even a day has passed. Thinking of this, Salman looked at his father with a puzzled look. He was very curious about how his father had arranged it. Of course, I'll leave it all to your Uncle Wang. Any questions? Looking at Salman's gaze, Sayer replied without changing his expression, as if all this was as if it were natural. Upon hearing this, Salman's face suddenly darkened, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. This is a big problem. Hundreds of billions of dollars worth of orders were just handed over to Wang Pan. Although Wang Pan did save us, the rich dog owner, from danger, there are hundreds of weapons on the weapons order. So many different types of weapons, some of which were banned from export by other countries, and they were all handed over to Wang Pan. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Of course, Salman would not say these words out loud, but would just secretly complain in his heart. After thinking for a while, he used more tactful language to persuade his father to come up with an alternative plan. Father, I recognize Uncle Wang's ability, but if I give the entire dog-rich purchase list to just one person, won't it be too much for him? We need so many different types of weapons. Uncle Wang's arms company alone might not be able to handle them all. Although Wang Pan had surprised him before, that was the purchase list of the entire wealthy family. No matter how powerful Wang Pan was, it was just an arms company. How could he take on such a large order by himself? Sayer didn't say anything, just patted Salman on the shoulder, turned around, and walked back to the car. He understood Salman's implication, but out of trust in Wang Pan, he still gave Wang Pan a month. Chapter 49, then give him a month. Soon, the news that Sayer had handed over the entire Ministry of National Defense's weapons procurement order to Wang Pan alone reached the Ministry of National Defense. The officials from the Ministry of National Defense had puzzled expressions on their faces and started discussing the matter in confusion. What was Prince Sayer thinking? He actually gave the entire Ministry of Defense order to Wang Pan. Yeah, I don't understand either. Although Wang Pan seems to have a Dragon Country background, our weapons list doesn't only include weapons produced in the Dragon Country, right? I understand that Wang Pan, as a recipient of our national medal, has privileges, but he wouldn't take up all the weapons orders by himself. Yeah, even if the 5 evils of Blue Star came, they wouldn't dare say they could take over our weapons procurement list. No matter how powerful Wang Pan's background is, he can't be stronger than the 5 evils, right? This matter is indeed a bit hasty. We should report it to His Majesty the King first. Otherwise, if he blames us, we will be in trouble. Well, we also need to make a backup plan in advance. If Wang Pan is unable to provide weapons, we can still have a backup option. The Ministry of National Defense officials' implicit meaning was very simple. That is, they were not optimistic at all about Wang Pan's ability to provide weapons according to the weapons list one by one. But in the current situation, Prince Sayer trusts Wang Pan too much, so they can't say anything directly to Sayer. If they arouse Sayer's disgust, Their days in the Ministry of Defense will be difficult. After all, Prince Sayer is now a big shot in front of King Ibn. In order to clearly divide the responsibilities for this matter, an official from the Ministry of Defense reported the situation to King Ibn. After receiving the news, King Ibn was obviously stunned for a moment, and his expression looked very strange. All weapons orders were given to Wang Pan? Isn't that a bit unsafe? King Ibn tapped his fingers on the table in front of him, and a thoughtful expression subconsciously appeared on his face, as if he was thinking about whether to intervene in this matter. After thinking for a moment, King Ibn decided to call Sayer to understand the situation before making a decision. He picked up the phone and called Sayer into the palace. More than half an hour later, Sayer strode to the palace where King Ibn was. "Your Majesty, you summoned me here. What do you want me to do?" After meeting King Ibn, Sayer bowed respectfully. He had actually guessed why Ibn had called him into the palace, but he still pretended to be stupid. "I heard that you gave all the weapons orders to Wang Pan. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Seeing this, King Ibn did not hide anything and stated directly the purpose of calling Sayer. "Yes, Your Majesty, I did give all the Ministry of Defense's weapons orders to the king." Hearing this, Sayer knew that his guess was correct, so he admitted it truthfully. King Ibn frowned and said nothing, but gestured for Sayer to continue. "Your Majesty, this is what I think. Wang Pan has an unfathomable background. He can definitely get some of the weapons in the weapons order. Even if there are some weapons, Wang Pan really can't get them. Then we can choose someone else when the time comes, right? By doing this, we can let the world know that we, the wealthy dog owners, have an attitude of absolute trust in our friends. This may be beneficial for our future purchases of strategic weapons. Also, I've agreed with Wang Pan for a month. If he can't provide all the weapons on our list within a month, we'll then look for someone else to buy them from. It'll also be a way of thanking him for extending a helping hand to us, the dog owner, when we're in such a difficult time." Sayer explained to King Ibn from various angles the reasons for his actions and put forward alternative solutions. "Okay, then give him a month. The order from the Ministry of Defense is very important. Don't mess it up." After thinking for a while, King Ibn nodded and agreed to Sayer's plan and reminded the other party again. "As you command, Your Majesty." After Sayer bowed, he left the palace of Mr. Go. Time flies, and 2 days passed in a flash. On the high seas, a warship flying the national flag of the Goda, who was sailing. Wang Pan stood on the deck and looked at the island in the distance, which had begun to take shape. He knew that he was not far away from the island. During these 2 days, Wang Pan and his classmates did not move around casually. Apart from eating and enjoying the sea view, they just stayed in their own rooms on the warship and rested well. Another 4 hours passed, and Goda, whose warships were getting closer and closer to the island, only 200 or 300 kilometers away from landing. But at this time, Wang Pan was standing in the command room of the Goda Who warship, looking at the island projected on the big screen, but he found something wrong. He always felt that his island seemed to be a circle bigger than he remembered. At this moment, a rapid alarm sounded and dozens of red dots appeared on the radar. "Mr. Wang, there is an unknown fleet ahead, and the fleet is huge." The captain of Goda Whose warship immediately came to Wang Pan and reported in a serious tone. A solemn expression immediately appeared on Wang Pan's face. He stared at the radar without saying a word. No wonder he felt that something was wrong with his island. From a distance, it seemed inexplicably larger. It turned out that his island was surrounded by warships. But at this time, there was no clear picture, and it was not clear which country's fleet it belonged to. Wang Pan looked at the small red dot on the radar, a thoughtful expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. "In less than a month, my home was robbed? Isn't this outrageous? I don't know which country's fleet this is from. If it's the lighthouse country, it would be tricky. You know, the beacon country's domineering style around the world is well known to everyone. If this is really the fleet of the lighthouse country, he thinks he can already prepare to abandon this military factory." Thinking of this, Wang Pan's face became more and more solemn. He looked at the captain of the Goda Who warship and gave orders. "Order the ships to stop and wait until we can find out the origins of these fleets." The captain nodded and gave his orders in fluent Gadai. After receiving the captain's order, the soldiers on the ship immediately began to get busy. The warship immediately sent a drone into the air to capture the scene and see what was going on. Chapter 50. The house was robbed? Because the warship's alarm suddenly sounded, the students in the room immediately felt that something was wrong, so they walked out of the room together and went to the warship's command room. They looked at the red dot of the radar on the big screen and found that something was wrong. As an avid military fan, Chun Gaochi immediately realized that the red dots on the radar represented one warship after another. Is this island surrounded? As soon as the words fell, the students present immediately panicked and talked among themselves in low voices. Surrounded. We're not going to fight the other side, are we? Can we win? Can we still return to Dragon Country? Seeing his classmates panic, Wang Pan immediately spoke to comfort them. Don't worry, we are still a certain distance away from those warships. We have already gone to investigate the situation. If the situation is not right, we will retreat directly. Just as I brought you out of Dragon Country, I will be able to send you back safely. Wang Pan's words were like a powerful shot in the arm, giving all the students a lot of confidence. The students who were originally in chaos suddenly calmed down and waited quietly for the news to come back. However, they were not as calm as Wang Pan, and they were still filled with strong uneasiness in their hearts. On the other side, on the small island, the top military officials of Manhwa received the news from the warship and gathered together to discuss it. According to the news from the warship, we've spotted the Godahu warship approaching the island. The captain is asking if we want to expel them. The naval commander took out a radio and placed it on the table. He glanced at all the senior military officials present and asked for their opinions. What is the purpose of the dog-rich warship coming to the island? Are they going to take Wang Pan's people away? That's absolutely not allowed. There are still many issues on this island that we haven't figured out yet. If they take people and equipment away, we won't be able to figure out many things. However, we still need to be careful about the methods and approach. When we expel people, we should be a little more polite and not use threats of force. Yes, we still have a lot of cooperative relationships with dog owners, so don't make things too awkward. After discussion, the top military officials decided to drive away the warships of Godahu. Because the purpose of Godahu's warship coming to the island this time is unknown, in order to avoid conflict, it is decided not to let Godahu's warship enter the island first. However, because Longwa and Godahu still have many cooperative projects, they cannot make things too ugly, so they can only adopt a gentle decision to persuade them to withdraw. Seeing that everyone said so, the naval commander picked up the radio on the table and issued an order. When he picked up the radio intercom, a big hand grabbed his hand, signaling him not to act rashly. The owner of this big hand was the commander-in-chief of the army. He glanced at everyone and slowly expressed his opinion. Don't worry, I think it's very likely that the target has returned. Upon hearing this, all the senior military officials present fell into deep thought, wondering how likely this possibility was. At this time, a senior officer from the Dragon Navy began to refute the words of the army commander-in-chief. How is that possible? Why would a wealthy man send a warship to escort an arms dealer back home? The officer hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, the wealthy man would definitely not send his warship to escort an arms dealer. But Wang Pan is different from ordinary arms dealers. He has just solved the border crisis that has been plaguing them for a long time at Godahu. What's more, Wang Pan was awarded the national medal by the king himself, so the relationship between the two must be close. Maybe it is really possible that they are escorting Wang Pan back to the island. Thinking of this, the officer slapped his head and nodded repeatedly, immediately changing the subject. It seems that it is indeed possible. The more the top military officials of Longwa thought about it, the more they felt that the idea just proposed by the army commander-in-chief was correct. Since there's a high probability that there's a target on that warship, we can't just try to dissuade them. We should communicate with them first. Yes, let's find out whether the target is on this ship or not, and then decide what to do based on the actual situation. The senior military officials hit it off and decided to communicate with the warships of the big dog first, and then decide what to do next. The commander-in-chief of the Navy took out the radio and informed the captain of the decision made after everyone's discussion, and kept the radio on to wait for first-hand information at any time. Soon, the Longwa warships followed the instructions of their superiors, tuned the radio to the same channel as Goda's warships, and began communicating. I am the captain of the Dragon Nation destroyer. May I ask what mission your warship is carrying out in this area? Will it pass through the blockade line of our fleet? A burst of English with a strong dragon accent came into the command room of the Godahu warship, and it was obvious that the speaker was a native dragon. I am the captain of the cruiser Dog Big House. May I ask what mission your warship is carrying out? Have you obtained permission from international law to arbitrarily set up a blockade on the high seas? Please make room for your warship so that I can land on the island. The captain of the Dog-Eat-Dog warship picked up the wireless intercom in front of him and stated his request. Wang Pan, who was standing next to the captain of the warship, immediately understood that it was the warship of Longwa that blockaded his own island. No wonder it was so large in scale. At this time, Wang Pan was pinching his chin, with a thoughtful expression on his face, as if he was thinking about some countermeasures. The news that Godahu's warship was determined to land on the island was also transmitted to the island through radio. The senior military officials of Manhwa immediately guessed that Wang Pan must be on Goda, whose warship. If not, why would the warships of the rich man land on the island for no reason? In the command room of the Goda, who warship, Wang Pan pinched his chin, constantly thinking in his mind what the Dragon Kingdom warships wanted to do by surrounding his island. To be honest, he really didn't guess what the Dragon Kingdom's military was thinking. But at this moment, the classmate standing next to him suddenly panicked. Wang Pan, do you think the Dragon Kingdom military is here to arrest us? Otherwise, how could there be such a big scene? Yeah, what should we do? Wang Pan, please speak up. Didn't you say we are legal? I'm in such a bad state now. If my parents knew about this, they would definitely skin me alive. Without exception, the students had panic expressions on their faces. They stood behind Wang Pan and asked questions at once. Chapter 51. Walking into a trap? Zheng Jinyao and the others are just ordinary students, not as knowledgeable and courageous as Wang Pan. They were usually very nervous when they saw a sir, let alone the fact that the people coming this time were from the Dragon Country's military. Although Wang Pan had assured them before that his business was absolutely legal and reasonable, when the Longwa military arrived here, they couldn't help but subconsciously worry whether they had done anything illegal. Wang Pan, tell me, what should we do? At this time, Zheng Jinyao walked to Wang Pan and took the initiative to ask Wang Pan for a solution. Compared to some boys who were at a loss, Zheng Jinyao showed rationality beyond her age. As the only girl in the team, she was even calmer than most boys. Then she looked at the small red dot that kept flashing on the radar and secretly encouraged herself. Obviously, at this moment, her heart was not as calm as she looked on the surface. Don't worry, we are definitely doing illegal business, so there is no need to worry too much. Wang Pan listened to his classmates and immediately spoke to comfort them. He looked at the red dots all over the radar, his expression full of hesitation. His slender fingers kept tapping on the table as he began to weigh the pros and cons. This time, if the Longwa military landed on the island with malicious intent, then if he didn't leave quickly, he would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. Wang Pan frowned, constantly speculating on the purpose of the Longwa military coming to the island. After thinking for a long time, Wang Pan decided to trust the Longwa military. If the other party came to the island with malicious intentions, they could simply hide their warships, ambush him on the island, and wait for him to arrive. But the Longwa military was so bold as to park its warships directly around the island, which meant that the Longwa military had no intention of having any ill will towards itself. Otherwise, it would not have appeared so blatantly next to the island. Thinking of this, Wang Pan immediately made a decision to dock and land on the island. He signaled to the captain of the Goda, who warship beside him, asking him to communicate with the Longwa warship and make room for them to dock and land on the island. The captain of Goda, whose warship communicated with the other party according to Wang Pan's instructions. On the other hand, the parents of the classmates also learned that Wang Pan and his team were going to the island, and they knew that their children were coming back. They gathered together, each of them with an angry expression on their face, looking indignant. I heard that Wang Pan is coming back. Does that mean our child will come back too? Fortunately, our military was dispatched in time, otherwise my son would have been led astray. That's right. If it weren't for this Wang Pan, how could my son have run off to such a remote place without saying a word and even gotten into arms? I'm going to make that Wang Pan pay this time. He dared to make my son do something illegal. I'm going to make him pay. I believe that our Dragon Country's military will definitely bring this vicious criminal to justice. The parents became more and more excited as they spoke. In their mouths, Wang Pan had become a vicious criminal, as if as soon as Wang Pan arrived on the island, he would be judged by the Longwa military. After about 20 minutes, Goda, whose warship slowly approached the shore. Standing on the shore were the high-ranking military officials of the Dragon Country who had come out in full force this time, as well as the parents of a group of students. Wang Pan brought a group of classmates to the deck, and the two groups met cautiously across a boat. After seeing Wang Pan, the parents of the classmates instantly became angry again. They were about to curse, but when they saw their children standing behind Wang Pan, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. They were afraid that their words would anger Wang Pan and put their children in danger. The two groups of people looked at each other, and no one spoke first. Only the sound of waves hitting the hull echoed in everyone's ears. The atmosphere on the scene was quiet and a little weird. At this time, the captain of the Goda, who warship, gritted his teeth and spoke first. Mr. Wang is our distinguished guest. His Majesty the King and Prince Sayer both attach great importance to Mr. Wang's safety. The meaning of his words was very simple. He hoped to intimidate the top military officials of Dragon Country by borrowing the names of Ibn and Sayer. At this time, The naval commander of Longwa took the initiative to speak. I know. You can go back now. With the protection of our Dragon Nation's warships, Wang Pan will not have any chance of being threatened with personal safety. Hearing this, the captain of the Godahu warship immediately breathed a sigh of relief and fled back to the cabin of the warship. After Wang Pan and his group landed, he drove the warship away from this place full of troubles. At this time, the three commanders-in-chief representing the Dragon Army's Navy, Army, and Air Force came forward. They looked Wang Pan up and down and found that Wang Pan was a little younger than they had imagined. Are you Wang Pan? The army commander among the three looked at Wang Pan, put his hands behind his back, and asked, Yes, I am Wang Pan. Wang Pan nodded, still with a faint smile on his face, and did not show any loss of momentum at all because the other party was a high-ranking military official of Longwa. When the parents of the classmates saw that Wang Pan was still very calm, they unconsciously revealed a hint of shock in their eyes. According to their imagination, Wang Pan was just an 18 or 19-year-old student. A young man of this age would definitely panic when he saw someone from the military. It can even be said that Wang Pan was very likely unable to speak. After meeting the Longwa military, he knelt on the ground and confessed his guilt, regretting why he was bewitched and engaged in such an illegal business. But the truth is somewhat different from what they imagined. It can be said to be a world of difference. Now, Wang Pan is still very calm, and he communicates fluently with the Longwa military. He has no idea that he is a prisoner. No wonder Wang Pan is doing this kind of business that could get him killed. He's so calm. He doesn't look like an 18 or 19-year-old at all. Yes, we can tell at a glance that our children have been brainwashed by him. Otherwise, how could they be tricked into coming to this small island to engage in the arms business? What a shame. With that kind of behavior, he'd be a nobody, but he has to take the risk of breaking the law. Yeah, no matter what, this farce should end. These kids really give us parents a lot of worry. The parents stood behind the senior military officials, watching Wang Pan's performance and whispering. Chapter 52. The thorny Wang Pan gives the Dragon country's military brass a headache. When the classmates standing behind Wang Pan saw that their parents were also on the island, they were a little at a loss for a moment and showed panic expressions on their faces. This was something they had never expected. Their parents showed worried expressions on their faces and kept looking at them. When the students saw their parents looking at them with eyes full of worry, they began to feel conflicted. I was struggling over whether I should go home with my parents or continue working alongside Wang Pan during the summer vacation. But when they thought about what they had seen and heard along the way, they realized that they had been treated like state guests since the first day they arrived at Godahu and had dinner with Godahu's palace and the king. All of this, if it weren't for Wang Pan, they would never have such an opportunity to have such a manager in their entire lives. Thinking of this, the students looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They turned their faces away, forced themselves not to look at their parents' eyes, and stood firmly behind Wang Pan. Although the classmates are young, they know that if they go back now, they will definitely spend their lives in obscurity. Only by following Wang Pan can they find a way out. This unfortunate kid, why doesn't he run away? Doesn't he know what he is doing now? I'm so mad. This little bastard. What's wrong with these kids? This Wang Pan must have brainwashed them. When the parents saw that their children did not understand their expressions, they stamped their feet and sighed in frustration, wishing they could go up and snatch their children back right away. The three commanders of the Dragon Kingdom's Navy, Army, and Air Force realized that the parents behind them were almost going crazy, and they also knew that it was time for them to take action. Wang Pan, do you know what you are doing now? You are breaking the law. Don't you know that under the laws of Dragon Country, selling arms without authorization is a capital offense? And you even encouraged your classmates to sell arms. This is an aggravating crime. The naval commander walked forward, looked at Wang Pan with a serious expression on his face, and asked. Hearing one big hat after another being put on his head, Wang Pan remained calm and still had a faint smile on his face. He was not frightened at all by what the other party said. Leader, maybe you still don't understand what's going on. Let me explain it to you. First, our company has all the necessary paperwork, including business licenses and weapons sales qualifications. We have all the necessary documentation. Our company is registered in the United States, which has no laws restricting the sale of weapons. This means our company is protected by both international law and the laws of the United States. Secondly, I didn't force my classmates to commit any illegal or criminal acts. They came to work at my company, and I provided them with relevant salary and benefits. Our relationship was a simple employment relationship, so how could I be accused of encouraging them? As Wang Pan spoke, he took out all the relevant documents of his company and the contracts signed with his classmates from his bag and handed them to the other party. From the first day he founded the arms company, He anticipated that this day would come, so everything he did was legal. After all, with the current sky eye covering the entire dragon country, it is impossible for Wang Pan to completely conceal the fact that he had left the country. In summary, I would like to ask the leaders, this is the high seas, not dragon country territory. The dragon country military has no law enforcement authority. So, did you obtain permission from the international community to land on the island without permission? Wang Pan's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he asked the Dragon Navy commander who was talking to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the senior military officials of the Dragon Kingdom present were stunned. They looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. They originally wanted to scare Wang Pan and make him behave himself, so that the subsequent questioning would go much more smoothly. But they did not expect that Wang Pan had a well-founded argument, and even began to question the legitimacy of the Longhua military's law enforcement. They hadn't seen such a tough opponent for a long time, so they put away their contempt and didn't treat Wang Pan as a child at all. On the other hand, the parents saw that Wang Pan answered questions fluently and could even produce some relevant legal documents to prove the legality of his company. They all widened their eyes. They did not expect Wang Pan to be so calm. If I were to be accused of so many things, I would be trembling and not know what to say. Besides being shocked, their mentality also changed subtly, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Seeing that they couldn't scare Wang Pan, the Longhua military had to cough to avoid the topic. He immediately stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Wang Pan, trying to intimidate Wang Pan with his eyes. But Wang Pan still looked calm and didn't feel any pressure at all. Your arms company is indeed a legal business with all the necessary paperwork, but stealing Dragon Nation secrets is not legal. There is no legal protection under international law for stealing secrets from other countries. You should explain to our Dragon Army why you have our Dragon C-300 rocket launchers on your island. Seeing this, the army commander looked at Wang Pan and scolded him harshly. After saying this, he stared straight at Wang Pan, constantly putting pressure on him, hoping that Wang Pan would confess on his own initiative. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier from the Dragon Country pulled the C-3000 rocket launcher that had been seized on the island in front of Wang Pan. With the capabilities of the Longhua military, they had already learned about the legality of this arms company through investigation, but they had to figure out why there was a rocket launcher on this small island that looked exactly like Longhua's C-300 rocket launcher. Moreover, this batch of rocket launchers does not have any special production numbers from Longhua, which means that this batch of rocket launchers were all made by Wang Pan himself. But how did Wang Pan make it? And where did Wang Pan, a college student, get such an advanced, fully automated production line? These questions are lingering in the minds of all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom military, and this is also the real intention of the entire Dragon Kingdom military to stay on the island. Chapter 53. Invitation for Cooperation from the Dragon Country Military. After hearing the words of the army commander, Wang Pan remained calm. He stared at the two senior military officials standing in front of him. Who told you that the rocket launcher developed by our company is the C-300 rocket launcher? Wang Pan knew that the purpose of the Longhua military's repeated probing was to find out what was going on with his C-3000 rocket launcher. Hearing Wang Pan still saying this, the army commander immediately scolded him. At this point, you still want to quibble? If your rocket launcher is not related to the Dragon Country's C-300 rocket launcher, how could it be possible that they look exactly the same? Tell the truth, you still have a chance. He raised his voice a few notches and released all his aura. The expression on the army commander's face was extremely serious, as if Wang Pan didn't tell the truth, he would have someone handcuff Wang Pan in the next second. Wang Pan was not intimidated by this momentum, and his expression remained calm. Whether it's a quibble or not, I believe you are well aware that you have been on the island for quite some time, right? If our company's rocket launcher is the same as the real Dragon Country C-300 rocket launcher, then I should be greeted with handcuffs, right? He spoke eloquently and was not at all affected by what the army commander said. He remained clear and organized and did not lose his composure. After hearing Wang Pan's words, the senior military officials of Long Country looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that in such a situation, Wang Pan could still remain calm and make such clear and logical reasoning. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. All the dragon soldiers standing on the shore secretly put their hands on the gun handles. As long as the situation was not right, they would pounce on Wang Pan and subdue him. At this moment, the army commander who had just spoken sternly suddenly laughed heartily. Following closely behind, the Navy commander and the Air Force commander laughed out loud. The three of them looked at Wang Pan with admiration in their eyes. They stopped testing him and walked up to Wang Pan with a smile on their faces. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. He has such courage and boldness at such a young age. It's really great. That's really good. He's so calm at such a young age. He's better than many people. While clapping, the three of them extended their hands and introduced themselves. Hello, Wang Pan. I'm the commander of the Dragon Kingdom Navy. My last name is Liu. My last name is Wei. My last name is Hua, and I am the Air Force commander of Dragon Country. Wang Pan did not act pretentiously. He extended his hand and shook hands with the three commanders who were powerful figures in the Manhwa military one by one. Hello, three commanders. You've stayed on the island for so long this time. You're not here just to praise me, are you? Wang Pan had a smile on his face, and his eyes seemed to see through the three of them. He asked with a smile. Commander Liu nodded and did not deny it. Yes, this time we come here to cooperate with your arms company on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom military. This time, the top military officials of Manhwa stayed on the island for so many days, not only to find out Wang Pan's identity, but also to find out some other things that interested them. More importantly, he wanted to investigate Wang Pan to see what kind of person he was and whether he was a suitable partner. If so, the Manhwa military will have in-depth cooperation with Wang Pan. After all, judging from the situation on the island, the weapons produced by Wang Pan's company are more advanced than those produced by Manhwa. What's more, Wang Pan's weapons reserves are like Doraemon's treasure bag. There are many weapons that are banned from export by other countries. He might have some powerful background behind him. If we can purchase some weapons that Dragon Country cannot buy from here, it will be a huge boost to the military strength of the entire Dragon Country. In addition, as an arms dealer, Wang Pan must have many customers. Some of Manhwa's more backward weapons can also be delivered to Wang Pan for sale, thereby adding more funds to Manhwa's military. As one of the 5 evils of Blue Star, it is not appropriate for Manhwa to personally deal with such matters. It must find a spokesperson to maintain its status as a great power. At this time, Thomas, who was standing aside, was also dumbfounded. Manhwa is not a small country like Godahu that has no technological strength. Without technological capabilities, it can only use a lot of money to buy Wang Pan's weapons. That's the Dragon Nation, known as one of the 5 evils of Blue Star. A superpower that ranks among the best in the world in terms of population, technology, and economy. Compared with the Beacon country that claims to be the world's #1, its comprehensive strength is not much different. But such a superpower actually wants to cooperate with its own boss. Thinking of this, the dullness on Thomas's face instantly turned into ecstasy. The students in the back were almost dumbfounded by what the Manhwa military said. The Manhwa military actually wanted to cooperate with Wang Pan. They all thought that Wang Pan would agree immediately, but when they saw Wang Pan's expression, they were stunned. There was a hesitant expression on Wang Pan's face, as if he was thinking about whether he should agree to cooperate with the other party. In an instant, their worldview seemed to be shocked. As one of the 5 evils of Blue Star, does Manhwa really need to cooperate with Wang Pan's arms company? But is there really anyone who starts to hesitate after seeing the olive branch thrown by Manhwa? In addition to them, the parents of their classmates also had their 3 views shattered, and they began to discuss in low voices. Something's wrong. The country has come all the way here. Shouldn't they arrest Wang Pan and bring him back for trial? Yeah, quickly arrest him. We're going back to China with the children. Why are we still talking about cooperation? Besides, our country is so powerful. Why do we need to cooperate with an 18 or 19-year-old? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Our country must have other plans. Maybe they want to temporarily paralyze Wang Pan and lure him back to the country. The eyes of these parents revealed confusion. Looking at Wang Pan's face, which was about the same age as their own children, their expressions were full of deep suspicion. Looking at this situation, some parents did not quite believe it and thought that the Manhwa military was just saying this to delay the process in order to appease Wang Pan. But most parents believe that this incident may be true and the military may really want to cooperate with Wang Pan. Otherwise, with the troops deployed by the Dragon Kingdom military on the island, they could just take direct action to subdue Wang Pan. There would be no need to use delaying words like cooperation. Thinking of this, the parents who thought that Manhwa was going to cooperate with Wang Pan looked at Wang Pan with some caution. Chapter 54, Cooperation, the Determination of the Dragon Kingdom Military. Afterwards, the parents of the students seemed to have thought of something and started discussing quietly on the side. What do you think? If Wang Pan's arms company is cooperating with the country, should we still bring the children back? As soon as this question was asked, a female parent spoke up immediately. Of course we have to take the children back. They are still students, and they certainly can't do such dangerous things. After she opened her mouth, she thought that her words would be echoed by most of the parents present. After all, weren't they all gathered on the island because they were worried about the safety of their children? However, Things were quite different from what the female head had imagined, and no one present agreed with her. At this moment, the atmosphere was very quiet, even a little weird. Most parents looked at the female head who said this as if she were a fool, including her own husband. They had no idea what was going on in the head of this matriarch that she could say such stupid things. If Wangpan's military factory was taken over by the state, it would be a state-owned unit after all. Wouldn't the treatment their children enjoyed be exactly the same as those employees working in state-owned enterprises? In a society where finding a job is so difficult, only a fool would give up such a popular job. Besides, why do they want their children to get into a good university? Isn't it so that they can find a good job after graduation? Now that Wangpan's military factory is going to be taken over by the state, then, as Wangpan's subordinate, wouldn't their son have directly reserved a good job? Thinking of this, the parents looked at each other and began to discuss in a low voice. Now it seems that we should not bring the children back. Let them stay here. Having a good job is better than anything else. But isn't this line of work too dangerous? A good job is important, but the safety of the children is also important. I don't think there should be any security issues. With the country around, there should be at least basic security guarantees. TSK, I didn't expect Wangpan to be so lucky. He was favored by the country and will have no worries about food and clothing from now on. After discussion, the parents of the students who followed Wangpan reached a consensus that they must let their children follow Wangpan and not miss this good opportunity to reach success overnight. Now, the way they looked at Wangpan no longer had the resentment they had before, but instead there was an indescribable complexity. At this moment, Wangpan, who had just been considering whether to accept the cooperation of the Longwa military, had also finished his consideration. It's not impossible for us to cooperate, but my requirements are very high. Wangpan looked at the three commanders and gave the Longwa military a shot of prevention in advance. Since it is a cooperation, the two parties should be on a relatively equal footing. There are some things that Wangpan needs to make clear in advance to avoid any unpleasantness later. Upon hearing this, Commander Liu did not get angry. He agreed very readily and stated his request. No problem. You can ask for anything you want, but there are prerequisites. As long as you can provide weapons that meet our requirements, everything will be fine. This straightforward look stunned everyone present, especially the parents of the students. They opened their mouths into a big O shape, shocked by the words of the Longwa military. Originally, they thought that Longwa's so-called cooperation was to directly take over Wangpan's weapons factory. Unexpectedly, the Longwa military attached so much importance to Wangpan that they even allowed Wangpan to make any request he wanted. Such a promise is enough for the Longwa military to demonstrate their sincerity, and it also indirectly reflects how much the Longwa military wants to cooperate with Wangpan. The classmates standing behind Wangpan were also dumbfounded by the conditions offered by Longwa. Can you make any request you want? And from the tone of Commander Liu's words, it seems that as long as the weapons provided by Wangpan meet the requirements of the Longwa military, he can make his own requests unlimited times. It can be said that the words of the Longwa military are equivalent to giving Wangpan a golden medal of immunity from death. As long as Wangpan doesn't do anything stupid to seriously damage the interests of Longwa, he can soar to the sky with the promise given by the Longwa military. Although the students had gained a lot of knowledge after following Wangpan to the dog-owning house, they were still deeply shocked when they saw this scene. After all, no matter how rich Godahu is, in the face of the country's hard power, the gap between Godahu and Longwa is like that between a child and an adult. They were already shocked that Wangpan could get the favor of Godahu, let alone Longwa, one of the 5 evils of Blue Star. Of all the people present, Thomas was the most shocked. At this moment, he was standing there stupidly, with an expression of disbelief on his face, as if all this was a dream. Others don't know how much value this promise from the Dragon Country military has, but as a veteran in an arms company that has been making money between various countries for many years, he knows it very well. Compared with the promise of the Lighthouse Country, the promise of the Dragon Country is very credible. The promise made by the Beacon Country is only valid for the duration of the term of office of the person at the helm. As long as the person at the helm changes, the successor will completely disrespect the previous promise made by the Beacon Country. Otherwise, the Lighthouse Country would not be hailed as a troublemaker on the entire blue planet. Wherever there is turmoil, there is the shadow of the Lighthouse Country. It is different for Longwa. As long as the promise does not seriously damage the interests of Longwa, it will continue to be fulfilled. Because this kind of promise is so precious, Longwa rarely makes such a promise. Now, the Longwa military is willing to make such a promise, which means that the Longwa military attaches great importance to this cooperation. It can even be said that all this is not aimed at any military factory, but simply at Wang Pan. Thinking of this, the shock in Thomas's eyes became more intense. If we can lean on the big tree of Manhwa, the company's development speed will soar like the speed of a rocket taking off. Then I wouldn't have to worry every day, fearing that the company would encounter a major change one day. The shock in Thomas's eyes turned into enthusiasm, and he looked straight at Wang Pan. At the same time, he was also very fortunate that he followed a good boss, which enabled him to have such a strong backer like Manhwa. Chapter 55 Wang Pan. It's a small workshop I can only imitate by watching TV. While everyone was shocked, Wang Pan heard the request made by the Manhwa military and agreed directly. No problem. I'll try my best to satisfy you within my ability. Cooperating with the Manhwa military was a plan he had thought of in the early days of his business, and now that the Manhwa military had taken the initiative to approach him was exactly what he wanted. What's more, the conditions offered by the Manhwa military were also very good. The basis of all cooperation was built on relatively equal conditions for both parties, and Wang Pan had no intention of refusing. Wang Pan knew very well that as an arms company, if it did not have any background and support from the 5 evil men of Blue Star, it would definitely not be able to do big business. Just like the United Technologies Corporation that had previously bid against him in the Dog Tycoon's bid, this company was backed by the Lighthouse Nation, one of the 5 evils of Blue Star. It is precisely because of the endorsement of the Lighthouse Country that the Lighthouse Country's military has widely popularized United Technologies Corporation's weapons, which is why United Technologies Corporation has a resounding name in the industry. When competing for some arms orders, the other party will also take into account the beacon country behind United Technologies Corporation and give priority to providing orders to the other party. At this time, Wang Pan walked to Commander Liu and asked softly, "What do you want?" He had to test the attitude of the Dragon Kingdom military in advance. As long as the request was not excessive, the system would be able to meet it. But if the Dragon Country military were to ask for some future weapon that surpasses human technology, the system would exist, but it would require too much money to develop the production line. Hearing this, Commander Liu looked around and spoke cautiously. "Our request is simple. Provide us with the weapons we need. However, there is still a little difficulty. For example, some weapons are difficult to circulate on the market." After saying that, Commander Liu patted Wang Pan on the shoulder and didn't elaborate further. "We are all smart people, so just keep your words to the point." Commander Liu believed that with Wang Pan's ability to understand, he should be able to understand that he was talking about weapons from other countries. Wang Pan smiled when he heard this and agreed without thinking. "Can." His face was full of confidence. As long as Longwell wanted weapons, there would be no problem. After all, he has the system. Even if Longwell wants an aircraft carrier, as long as he can pay, he can build an aircraft carrier production line. Seeing Wang Pan's confidence and straightforward agreement to his request, Commander Liu was stunned. He originally thought that based on Wang Pan's personality, he would need to consider it carefully and bargain for a while before he could reluctantly agree. But he didn't expect that Wang Pan would agree so readily. Commander Liu didn't think much about it. When he saw Wang Pan agreed, he nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and asked Wang Pan a new question again. "Wang Pan, how did you get the core technology for your C-3000 rocket launcher? Did you get it from our Dragon Country's C-300 rocket launcher? And where did you get the core data for our C-300 rocket launcher? Don't be too nervous. This question is truly intriguing. I'm asking sincerely, and you should answer sincerely. On behalf of the entire Longwo army, I guarantee you that you will not be held responsible." Commander Liu stared at Wang Pan with his eyes wide open, his face full of confusion. To be honest, the entire Dragon Country military leadership has considered countless possibilities for this issue. It's possible that Wang Pan hacked into the Longwa military factory and obtained the C-300 rocket launcher's information, or that an insider sold the information to Wang Pan, or perhaps Wang Pan got a C-300 rocket launcher from somewhere and developed it himself. All the possibilities went through their minds, but now they have ruled them out one by one. During these many days on the island, the Longwa military has not been idle. They have already investigated Wang Pan's interpersonal relationships and who he may have met. Hearing this, Wang Pan remained calm. He looked at Commander Liu, who was full of confusion, and spoke seriously. "I saw the C-300 rocket launcher on TV, so I imitated it and made a C-3000 rocket launcher. As a small workshop, we don't have such a strong R&D team. We can only imitate what we see on TV." As soon as the words fell, the entire Dragon Country's military leaders were shocked, and the expressions on their faces looked a little unnatural. This kind of core weapon can be imitated just by looking at it? You're still a small workshop? The C-3000 rocket launcher you make is even more powerful than our genuine C-300 rocket launcher. Versailles? This guy is definitely in Versailles. Are you kidding me? This kid is not a good thing. Are you serious? Commander Liu had a strange expression on his face. He stared at Wang Pan with his eyes, hoping to see some clues from his eyes. But Wang Pan was not afraid of the other person's gaze. He looked straight at Commander Liu. His expression was calm, and there was no flaw in his body. After the two looked at each other for several seconds, Commander Liu gave up. He didn't see anything wrong on Wang Pan's face or in his eyes, so he nodded to agree with what Wang Pan said. After all, he thought about it carefully, and realized that the technology of the C-3000 rocket launcher produced here was indeed somewhat different from that of the C-300 rocket launcher produced in Manhwa. The finished product, Wang Pan's C-3000 rocket launcher, has better performance than the C-300 rocket launcher produced by Manhwa. If it is true, as they speculated before, that there was an insider who sold the information of the C-300 rocket launcher to Wang Pan, then the performance of the rocket launcher here would definitely not be much better than that of Manhwa's C-300 rocket launcher. Besides, Wang Pan is just an ordinary student. Even if he earns a certain amount of income from selling some arms, it is impossible for him to afford the core data of the C-300 rocket launcher. If this kind of core data is not sold at a sky-high price, no one would take such a huge risk to leak it. It seems that this C-3000 rocket launcher is a misunderstanding and just borrowed the appearance of the C-300 rocket launcher. Thinking of this, Commander Liu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes were not as sharp as before. In fact, what he feared most was learning from Wang Pan that the C-3000 rocket launcher on the island was related to Manhwa's C-300 rocket launcher. This means that Manhwa has not done a good job of keeping the core data of its strategic weapons confidential, which is not good news for the entire Manhwa military. It is even possible that the Manhwa military will conduct a large-scale inventory, which will cause the entire military to be in a panic. How can they defend the country? Chapter 56. The Dragon Nation military makes a huge profit. Then, Commander Liu looked at Wang Pan and continued to ask, if that's the case, then the core weapons of other countries displayed in your warehouse were probably copied from TV, right? After saying that, Commander Liu pointed to the warehouse in the distance. He had seen with his own eyes that there were many good treasures placed in Wang Pan's warehouse. Not entirely. Some of it was learned by looking up information online, and some was learned by watching TV. Hearing this, Wang Pan continued to talk nonsense seriously. No matter how much nonsense he talks, there will definitely be people who believe him. He is the only one who knows about the existence of the system. As soon as the words fell, everyone present was stunned. Their brains were so shocked by Wang Pan's words that they short-circuited for a moment. They all had expressions of disbelief on their faces and stared at Wang Pan with blank eyes. Commander Liu, Commander Wei, and Commander Ho were very synchronized and all locked their eyes on Wang Pan as if they were looking at a monster. Monster? It's really a monster. Is Wang Pan really not joking? Are those top-notch weapons from various countries in his warehouse all imitated? If researchers from other countries heard this, wouldn't they all run out and hang themselves? You have to know that the research and development of these weapons took a lot of time and financial costs. But Wang Pan was able to make them just with some relatively simple information. If what he said was true, it was terrifying. Commander Liu looked at Wang Pan and was so shocked that he was speechless. He could only think secretly in his heart. This is really no joke. You can imitate various countries' classified weapons just by looking up information and watching their appearance on TV. This Wang Pan is truly a genius. No, this level can no longer be described as a genius. It must be described as a monster. But no matter how you look at it, it seems like a joke. Is there really someone who can do what he said and replicate so many strategic weapons just by looking up basically known information? It's not that simple. It's definitely not as simple as Wang Pan said. There must be something we don't know. The remaining senior military officials looked at Wang Pan's serious face and discussed in low voices. However, after the senior military officials of Manhwa calmed down and thought about it, even though what Wang Pan said seemed like a fairy tale, they had no choice but to believe it. After all, the firearms in Wang Pan's warehouse are not just top-notch weapons that are banned from export by one or two countries. Basically, all the top-notch firearms in the world can be found in Wang Pan's warehouse. There are nearly 200 legal countries on the entire blue planet, and there are about a dozen countries that have developed so many cutting-edge weapons. Wang Pan may have some unknown background that can help him get some weapons that are difficult for others to get. But it is absolutely impossible for Wang Pan to be involved with every country. If that were the case, Manhwa should have noticed the scale of this arms company long ago. From this, it seems that what Wang Pan said is most likely true. even though it sounds like nonsense. After all, there is a saying that goes, after eliminating all wrong answers, the only remaining answer, no matter how unexpected it is, can only be correct. Found a treasure. Realizing this, the senior military officials of Longwa looked at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. In addition to shock, their eyes also contained a hint of joy. The Dragon Kingdom's military knew that they had found the right partner this time, and they made a fortune. Not only did they find an arms dealer who could become the international spokesperson for Dragon Country, but he was also a talented weapons research and development expert. A genius who can replicate the core weapons developed by various countries with huge investments just by looking at them. It can be said that Wang Pan alone can match the military research and development team of any country among the 5 evil men of Blue Star. How much time and cost does it take to build a top military RD team? But Wang Pan alone is equivalent to a military research team, or even equivalent to the military research and development teams of all countries. Commander Lu, Commander Wei, and Commander He looked at each other and couldn't help but pat their chests. They were very grateful that they didn't say anything offensive when Wang Pan climbed onto the island. Otherwise, if they missed out on a talent like Wang Pan and let him slip away, they would really regret it. They were also more fortunate that they discovered the Dusty Pearl like Wang Pan earlier than the Lighthouse Country. If the person was discovered in advance by the Lighthouse Country, the Dragon Country would have missed a huge treasure. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Commander Lu immediately took Wang Pan's arm and came aside to discuss the details of the cooperation in detail. Wang Pan, since both of us are interested in cooperating, why don't we finalize the details now? I've thought about it carefully. On behalf of the Longwa military, I can offer you a condition. The Longwa military will fully fund the construction of a new military factory anywhere in Longwa, and we will handle all the formalities. You will not be disturbed by any relevant departments, and your personal files will become Dragon Nation's top secret. The security level of the military factory will be comparable to that of a military district. We can even allocate some soldiers to protect the military factory. And all you have to do is provide us with some weapons when our military needs them. After learning about Wang Pan's abilities, Commander Lu did not hide anything and directly offered the best conditions they could on behalf of the Longwa military. Not only did they provide Wang Pan with full funding to build the factory, but they also had to protect Wang Pan's personal files, and Wang Pan only needed to provide the weapons the military needed. Such conditions are unique in the entire history of the founding of the Dragon Kingdom. Only Wang Pan and the Longwa military would offer such favorable conditions. Wang Pan did not hesitate to agree to all the conditions that were beneficial to him. Because the Longwa military was extremely straightforward and Wang Pan was not fussy, the two sides quickly finalized the details of the cooperation and prepared to sign the contract. It was Wang Pan who signed on Wang Pan's side, and Commander Lu represented the Longwa military, who signed his name on the contract and stamped it with the mark exclusive to the Longwa military. Chapter 57, A Completely Different Attitude. After signing the contract, Commander Lu stretched out his hand and shook hands with Wang Pan firmly. It's a pleasure to work with you. Wang Pan nodded and put the contract into his bag. Now that the cooperation had been finalized, Wang Pan and Commander Lu walked side by side towards the core area of the island. The classmates standing behind him were all very nervous, and no one dared to raise their heads, like children who had done something wrong. No matter how naughty they were since they were young, they had never caused such a big disaster. They came abroad without their parents' knowledge and started the arms business with Wang Pan. Students should ask themselves, if the roles were reversed and this happened to their children, they would definitely be very angry too. Thinking of this, the students' hearts were in their throats and they were all terrified. It's over, my parents will definitely scold me to death. Being scolded is good enough. With my dad's temper, if I don't get hung up on a tree and beaten, he probably won't be satisfied. Being beaten and scolded is not a big deal. The main thing is that we will definitely be taken back by our parents. They will definitely not let us continue to work with Wang Pan. That won't do. Following Brother Pan is the only way to have a future. I'll have food and drink, and I'll get paid. I don't want to go back home and be nagged by my mom every day. Yeah, we have to find a way. We can't go back with our parents. If I miss this opportunity, I'll regret it. When talking about their parents, the students burst into wails. However, their thoughts were remarkably consistent. They didn't mind being beaten or scolded, as long as they could stay with Wang Pan and continue working during the summer vacation. The classmates gathered together and began to discuss how to deal with their parents so that they could continue to stay with Wang Pan. What do you think? If we ask Wang Pan to come forward, will it be of any use? It's probably useless. If our parents insist on us going back, Wang Pan can't force us to stay. Ah, what should I do? I don't want to go back. You talk as if I want to go back. How about this? Let's hide from our parents until they return home, and then we can stay here, right? After much discussion, they still couldn't find a good solution, so they could only decide to avoid their parents first. Their thinking is simple. If they can't afford to offend, then can't they just hide away? After their parents return home, can they continue to stay on the island naturally? This is the only solution available. Without hesitation, the students followed Wang Pan's footsteps and quickly left the shore of the island, passing their parents directly. The parents were no longer as anxious as they were at the beginning. Since Wang Pan had cooperated with the country, they also hoped that their children could stay with Wang Pan and get a stable job. Besides, seeing that the children were so busy that they had no chance to talk to them, the parents were still complacent. They followed the footsteps of the Dragon Country soldiers and came to the residential area on the island. The students spent the entire afternoon working in the factory to avoid their parents. You can avoid the first day, but you can't avoid the 15th. No matter what, students still have to go back to the residential area to rest. However, as soon as they stepped into the residential area, they ran into parents waiting at the door. Seeing this scene, the students wanted to turn around and leave, but were stopped by their parents. Return. Hearing this, they could only put on a sad face and return to the residential area obediently. Looking at their parents' expressionless faces, they felt very nervous and stood there at a loss for what to do. Chen Gaoqi, you better follow Wang Pan and do your best. Don't cause any trouble for him. That's right. You have great potential following Wang Pan. Not only you, Chen Yu, but also the other students. You all need to work hard. Since you're following Wang Pan, you have to work hard and don't act like a lazy pig. The parents of the classmates chattered a lot, all of them wanting them to work hard and not be despised by Wang Pan. Some male parents with bad tempers even looked at their sons and said harsh words. If you don't do your job well and Wang Pan sends you back, I'll break your legs. That's right. If you embarrass me outside, just wait and see how I'll teach you a lesson when you get back. As soon as the words fell, the students were stunned. They stood there stupidly with puzzled expressions on their faces. They originally thought that their parents would scold them for being unfilial as soon as they opened their mouths, and then ask them to go back. The students never expected that their parents would ask them to follow Wang Pan and work hard, and if they didn't do well, they would be punished when they got home. What is wrong with this world? Shouldn't my parents be worried and ask me to go back? Then wouldn't all the speeches we prepared before be in vain? The students looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They were about to say something when they found that their parents had left. Seeing that their parents' footsteps seemed to be heading to the villa where Wang Pan lived, the classmates immediately followed them. A few minutes later, the classmates' parents gathered at the door of Wang Pan's villa and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. A pleasant doorbell rang. Soon, Wang Pan opened the door of the villa and walked out. He looked at his classmates' parents with a puzzled look on his face and asked, "Uncles and aunts, why don't you rest so late and come to see me for something?" After listening to Wang Pan's words, the classmates' parents had long lost their previous resentment. They had bright smiles on their faces and began to tell their purpose with a smile. Classmate Wang Pan, our Chen Gaoqi is also your classmate. I ask you to take good care of him from now on. Yes, yes, classmate Wang Pan, our Zheng Jinyao is the only girl here. You must protect her well and don't let her get hurt. Annie knew you had a promising future when she first met you. Now that you have cooperated with the country, don't forget my son. That's right, classmate Wang Pan. If that brat of ours does something naughty, you don't have to be polite, just beat him up for uncle. The parents of my classmates spoke very politely, without any complaints from before. After all, Wang Pan now maintains close cooperation with the country and is a very popular person. How dare they speak rudely and offend Wang Pan? Chapter 58. A replica surpasses the original? The Dragon Nation military's worldview collapses. The classmates stood in the distance and eavesdropped on the conversation between their parents and Wang Pan. When they heard that their parents' attitude towards Wang Pan was different from what they had imagined, they all showed puzzled expressions on their faces. However, they did not delve into it further. After all, they had achieved their goal, and now their parents supported them to stay on the island. With happy expressions on their faces, the students returned to their residences together and began to rest. The next day, the Longhua military prepared to leave the island with the parents, and Wang Pan and his classmates came to the shore to see them off. Xiaoqi, you must work hard to improve yourself while you are with Wang Pan. But no matter how busy you are, you must take good care of yourself and eat 3 meals a day on time. Yao Yao, please be careful on the island and don't do anything too dangerous. The female parents waved to their children and kept giving them instructions. The students nodded, stood beside their parents, and listened to their mother's nagging at ease. On the other side, Wang Pan was talking with Commander Lu and his group on the shore. Wang Pan, I have a question for you. What exactly is going on with Mr. Go? How did the war end so quickly? Commander Lu stood beside Wang Pan, with his hands behind his back, looking at Wang Pan with a look full of doubt. This question was not only what he wanted to ask, but also what the entire Dragon Country military wanted to ask. What on earth did the Dog Tycoon use to end the war so quickly? Nothing serious happened. We just bombarded them with C-3000 rockets, and they were driven away. Wang Pan waved his hand and replied calmly. What the hell? Are they using our C-3000 rocket launcher? Upon hearing this, Commander Lu was stunned for a moment. He turned his head, his face full of confusion, and even his tone became a little higher. As far as they know, the terrain of the Gaodahu border is complex, and there is no ability to deploy C-3000 rocket launchers at all. C-3000 rocket launchers can only be deployed in the desert more than 200 kilometers away from the border. What's more, there is no way to deploy the C-3000 rocket launcher in a short period of time. Not only do we need to choose a more suitable terrain, but we also need to make the soldiers familiar with how to launch it, which takes a lot of time. However, Gaodahu ended the war on the first day and drove away the invading enemy forces. But now, Wang Pan said that the war was ended only by relying on the C-3000 rocket launcher? How is that possible? Commander Lu didn't quite believe it and continued to ask, what is going on? Wang Pan looked helpless as he recounted everything that had happened to them in Gaodahu before, including how he had placed the C-3000 rocket launcher in the center of the Wangdu martial arts field in Gaodahu, without hiding a single thing. It really was all thanks to the C-3000 rocket launcher. We set it up right inside the Dog Tycoon's capital's martial arts arena, and with one salvo, the enemy was driven away. As soon as the words fell, the senior military officials of Manhwa widened their eyes instantly, and their eyes revealed full of shock. Wow, what? Bazookas deployed in the capital of a wealthy dog. If I remember correctly, the border of Dog family should be about 1,000 kilometers away from their king, right? Holy crap, 1,000 kilometers. Can the C-3000 rocket launcher have a range of 1,000 kilometers? How is that possible? Isn't the range of our rocket artillery only about 300 kilometers? How could it have tripled or quadrupled? Yes, even if the military industry is producing good products, a small breakthrough is acceptable. But now it has directly exceeded 3 times. How is that possible? This range can still be called a rocket launcher? Is this really a replica of our C-300 rocket launcher? Since when did a replica become more powerful than the original? The top military brass of Manhwa were all dumbfounded. Their worldviews were shattered by Wang Pan, and some of them couldn't help but swear. As we all know, the range of the C-300 rocket launcher produced by Manhwa is only about 300 kilometers. This is no longer a secret in the world. But Wang Pan's so-called replica has tripled the performance of the original. The senior military officials of Manhwa had visited Wang Pan's factory before and knew that Wang Pan's assembly line was more advanced than Manhwa's, and the finished products were more exquisite and had better performance than those made by Manhwa. They also thought that the C-3000 rocket launcher manufactured by Wang Pan might be slightly better than the C-300 rocket launcher, but they never thought that the performance gap between the two would be so huge. You know, every advancement in technology is not big, it can only improve a little bit. And this situation is particularly obvious in military products. To upgrade the performance of any weapon, a long period of research is required to overcome one difficulty after another. Every slight improvement requires a lot of money and effort. What's more, the C-300 rocket launcher is already a very mature weapon, so it is even more difficult to improve it. But the facts directly exceeded their cognition. The C-3000 rocket launcher produced by Wang Pan directly surpassed the C-300 rocket launcher and left the C-300 rocket launcher far behind. The senior military officials of Dragon Country have all been exposed to theoretical knowledge about weapons to a greater or lesser extent, so they are more aware of the difficulty involved. Because of this, they feel that their worldview is about to collapse. The C-300 rocket launcher, which the Manhwa military was originally proud of, was not only copied by Wang Pan, but its performance was also improved by so many times. Who wouldn't feel their worldview collapse if they were in your place? The senior military officials of Manhwa looked at Wang Pan with complicated eyes. They didn't know why this young man who looked like a child could have such strong creativity. Wang Pan noticed the other person's eyes, but he remained calm and looked very composed. What's the matter? Looking at Wang Pan like this, Commander Lu shook his head and said, It's okay, I just think you're a real pervert. You can't let the experts at our Military Research Institute know what you just said, or they'll all go hang themselves. After saying this, Commander Lu subconsciously revealed a bitter expression on his face, looking very helpless. That's right, old Lu is right. You can no longer be described as a genius. Commander Wei nodded like a woodpecker and agreed repeatedly. This time, our Dragon Country military has really found a treasure. Commander Hu put his hands behind his back and sighed excitedly. As soon as the words fell, the three commanders-in-chief looked at each other in unison. They understood what the other meant from each other's eyes. Chapter 59, Unusual Movement? Wang Pan returns. After the shock, the senior military officials of Manhwa became very interested in Wang Pan's C-3000 rocket launcher, and they stopped their original plan to return home. Everyone wants to see with their own eyes what the performance limit of the C-3000 rocket launcher, which has a range of 1,000 kilometers, is. If the performance is really far superior to that of the C-300 rocket launcher, then every military region in the entire Dragon Country must be equipped with the C-3000 rocket launcher. Commander Lu paused, looked at Wang Pan, and asked, Wang Pan, we have decided to stay on the island for a few days to check out your C-3000 rocket launcher. If it is suitable, we plan to phase out the C-300 rocket launcher and fully equip your C-3000 rocket launcher. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier ran up to him, saluted respectfully, and reported loudly. Captain, news has come from the country that friction has arisen between the Baba Sheep Nation and the White Elephant Nation. Both countries have dispatched soldiers to the border. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, the expressions of all the senior military officials of the Dragon Kingdom present changed. What's going on? Have the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom already mobilized their troops? The senior military officials of Manhwa were all restless, their voices filled with anxiety, and they no longer showed any intention of staying. Both Baba Sheep Kingdom and White Elephant Kingdom are on the border of Dragon Kingdom. If a war breaks out between the two countries, it will definitely involve the border of Dragon Kingdom, and Dragon Kingdom will not be in a good situation then. What's more, the diplomatic relations between Baba Sheep Country and Dragon Country have always been good. When the two countries fight, Baba Sheep Country is likely to ask Dragon Country for help. The Dragon Kingdom will certainly not sit idly by, and as the top military officials of the Dragon Kingdom, they must take action. Thinking of this, Commander Lu didn't say anything about staying on the island, and turned around to board the warship. But he seemed to have thought of something. After walking a few steps, he turned around and walked in front of Wang Pan and spoke. Wang Pan, why don't you come back to Dragon Country with us? In this situation, you might be needed to take action. When Wang Pan heard Commander Lu's invitation, hesitation suddenly appeared on his face, and he did not agree immediately. He knew what the Manhwa military wanted him to do when they wanted him to go back. That was to sell a batch of weapons to Baba Yangwo on behalf of the Manhwa military in the name of the company when necessary to support them in resolving the border conflict. If it were any other time, Wang Pan would have agreed to such a small thing without hesitation. Why not do it if he can help the country and make some money at the same time? However, Wang Pan had just taken over the Ministry of National Defense's arms order from a wealthy businessman. The transaction amount of this order was as high as hundreds of billions of US dollars, and he did not want to let it go easily. Besides, there are more than 100 kinds of weapons that go to who needs. If he doesn't keep an eye on them one by one, it's easy to make mistakes. Commander Lu noticed the hesitation on Wang Pan's face and took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Wang Pan shook his head and explained the reason for his hesitation. "No, I just came back to the island this time to prepare to supply the Dog Tycoon. I accepted their Ministry of Defense arms order, which is worth hundreds of billions of US dollars. They want over 100 types of weapons. This matter is quite important, so I might not be able to leave for a while." After the words fell, Commander Lu seemed not to have heard clearly and asked again, "What? You mean hundreds of billions of dollars? Did I hear you right?" Commander Lu's tone was full of doubt, wondering if he had heard it wrong. "That's right." Wang Pan nodded and continued. After receiving Wang Pan's confirmed answer, Commander Lu was stunned for a moment. He stood there blankly, as if he was petrified. Hundreds of billions of orders. And it's in US dollars. The amount of arms trade transactions is so huge. Hundreds of weapons. Could it be that he has taken up all the weapons orders of the entire Ministry of National Defense? With this doubt, Commander Lu asked cautiously, "Is the entire order worth hundreds of billions of dollars? Or is the order you received worth hundreds of billions of dollars?" Wang Pan knew that this might be difficult for Commander Lu to accept, but he still patiently explained it again. "Well, the total amount of weapons orders from the Ministry of Defense is hundreds of billions of dollars, and I took all of their orders by myself." After hearing Wang Pan's explanation, Commander Lu was not relieved at all, but was even more shocked. Can an arms company take orders for hundreds of weapons? It seems that in the whole world, only Wang Pan has such ability. According to Commander Lu's understanding of the Ministry of National Defense of the Dog Tycoon, the other party is a wealthy local tyrant who is not short of money. The weapons he wants must be relatively high-quality weapons, including some weapons that are banned from export by various countries. It seems that Wang Pan's company is the only one that can take up the entire order at one time. After all, if Wang Pan can't buy the weapons here, he will just imitate them. Thinking of this, Commander Lu's eyes showed a hint of numbness. Wang Pan had brought him too many surprises. As a result, when he heard Wang Pan say some shocking words, his first reaction was not shock, but numbness, as if Wang Pan should bring them all kinds of surprises as a matter of course. After the shock, Commander Lu calmed down a little. He looked at Wang Pan and asked, "As for the weapons, our Dragon Country military will assist you. Why don't you just come back with us?" Because of Wang Pan's special situation, when Commander Lu said this, he was more trying to seek Wang Pan's opinion rather than forcing Wang Pan to go back with them. Wang Pan didn't say anything. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face, as if he was weighing the pros and cons of the two. Commander Lu did not disturb him, but just stood quietly in front of Wang Pan waiting. After all, if you ask yourself honestly, if he were Wang Pan, he would also be struggling between the two. After thinking carefully for 2 minutes, Wang Pan looked at Commander Lu and told him his decision. "Okay, I'll go back with you. But Commander Lu, you may have to give me half an hour. There are some things I need to explain." After thinking it over again and again, Wang Pan decided to return to Longwa with Commander Lu and others. After all, they had just started cooperating with the Longwa military, so he needed to show some sincerity. What's more, with the assistance of the Longwa military, a large part of the weapons on the order can be obtained directly from Longwa, without the need for him to develop an additional production line. "Well, I'll wait for you on the boat." Commander Lu nodded, agreed, and walked back to the ship first. Wang Pan called Thomas over and explained the order in detail, asking him to supervise the work well and not delay the delivery date. Chapter 60, Leading the Villagers to Prosperity. After explaining everything, Wang Pan returned to his residence, packed his luggage, boarded the Longwa aircraft carrier with his luggage, and returned to Longwa with the Longwa military. Because the conflict and friction between the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom has escalated, war between the two countries may break out at any time. So Commander Lu requires all warships to go at full speed and ensure that they return to the Dragon Kingdom as quickly as possible. The aircraft carrier fleet sped across the sea, fearing that any delay would affect national affairs. In contrast, when they returned home, the aircraft carrier fleet was at full firepower, rampaging on the high seas. The journey would have taken 3 or 4 days, but the Longwa warships reached Longwa in just 1.5 days. The aircraft carrier stopped at the port. Wang Pan, the parents, and the senior military officials of Longwa got off the aircraft carrier. Not far from the shore was a row of off-road vehicles specially used by the military region. On the shore, Commander Lu asked his colleagues to get on the military vehicle first, and he spoke next to Wang Pan. "Wang Pan, I have some things to do at the military district, so I'll go back first. I won't personally take you to Jiangqing. During this time, you can also look for a place to build your military factory. Once you have chosen a location, just contact me directly. The Longwa military will directly approve the special funds." As Commander Lu spoke, he took out a pen from his jacket pocket, wrote his phone number on a piece of paper, and handed it to Wang Pan. "Okay, I'll select a site as soon as possible. If the military needs anything, just contact me directly." After Wang Pan took the phone number, he nodded and agreed. Upon hearing this, Commander Lu didn't say much. He turned and walked towards the military vehicle, got in the special car, and left the port with his colleagues and subordinates. Wang Pan and the parents did not stay for long. They got into the car left by Commander Lu and headed straight to the Beijing airport. They took the next flight back to Jiangqing. After all this trouble, it was already evening when Wang Pan and his group landed in Jiangqing. The parents enthusiastically invited Wang Pan to their homes for dinner, but Wang Pan declined with a smile. He walked out of the airport with his suitcase, hailed a taxi, and returned home. After telling the driver his destination, Wang Pan leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. The taxi started moving and headed out of the city. The main purpose of Wang Guopan's return this time was to expand the military factory. He had almost thought about the location of the military factory and planned to build it near his home. Wang Pan's home is not in Jiangqing City, but in a small mountain village more than 30 kilometers away from the city. The reason why he chose this place as the site for the military factory was simple, and there were only 2 reasons. First, it is close to home, so he can take good care of his sister at close range. Second, it was to repay the kindness of the villagers for taking care of him and his sister. If a military factory is built in the village, There will be a lot of demolition fees, and then the villagers can come to work in the military factory, and they will no longer have to farm. Because Wang Pan's parents died when he was 3 years old, leaving only Wang Pan and his sister, the two siblings depended on each other for survival. Wang Pan and his sister grew up eating at many houses, usually eating a little from one family and a little from another. Because of their tragic life experiences, the villagers usually took extra care of them. When they were a little older, Wang Pan and his sister were old enough to go to school. They relied on kind-hearted people in the village to pay for their tuition. Wang Pan has always been grateful for the kindness of the villagers. Now that he has the opportunity to help his fellow villagers become rich, he will definitely not miss it. As he was thinking this, the taxi had already arrived at the village gate. After paying the fare, Wang Pan got out of the car with his luggage. When they reached the village entrance, someone recognized Wang Pan and shouted excitedly, "Pansy, are you back?" Wang Pan knocked on the door and saw that it was his childhood friend, Su Shanbua, who called him. Su Shanbua has dark skin and strong muscles all over his body. It is obvious that he often helps with work in the fields. The moment Su Shanbua saw Wang Pan, he rushed to him and hugged Wang Pan enthusiastically. Wang Pan was not disgusted. He had a bright smile on his face and started to greet people with a smile. "Hiroko, didn't you go to the fields to work today?" Su Shanbua smiled naively and spoke enthusiastically. "No, I don't have anything to do today, so I'll just walk around the village entrance. By the way, Pansy, someone from the army came looking for you before, but left when they saw you weren't there. Nothing serious, right?" Wang Pan shook his head and said, "I know, it's nothing. He just wants to know some information." Hearing Wang Pan say this, Su Shanbua felt relieved and invited him warmly. "That's fine. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? My mom made some stewed pork. Why don't you come over to her house and have some?" Wang Pan smiled and declined Su Shanbua's kindness, but instead had another favor to ask him. "No, I'm going home to see Shinshin. By the way, Hiroko, I've come back this time because I have something to trouble you, fellow villagers. Could you please inform them on my behalf? We'll gather at the village entrance then." Upon hearing this, Su Shanbua immediately nodded in agreement and strode home to call his fellow villagers. Wang Pan did not stay at the village entrance for too long and walked into the village with his suitcase. The houses in the village are built around the road, and every house has an open door, which is completely different from the security doors in the city that are always closed. The villagers brought small stools and sat in front of their doors, chatting. When they saw Wang Pan, they greeted him warmly. "Pansy, are you back? Why did you come back so soon this time? I thought I would have to wait until class starts to see you. Have you eaten yet? Pansy, do you want to come to my house for a meal?" Faced with the enthusiastic invitations from the villagers, Wang Pan responded one by one with a smile on his face. "No, thank you, Auntie. I have to go home to see my sister." Soon, Wang Pan arrived at the door of his house, pushed it open, and walked in. When the door opened, what came into view were several ordinary bungalows, which looked quite old from their appearance. When you walk into the house, the inside looks much warmer than the weathered exterior. The decoration of the house is not luxurious, but it is extremely clean, with neatly arranged group photos and a large number of awards posted on the walls. A few stuffed bears placed on the sofa add a touch of girlishness to the tidy home. As soon as Wang Pan put down his luggage, a voice full of surprise came from behind him. "Brother, you're back." Wang Pan turned his head and saw a girl with a ponytail and wearing a school uniform standing behind him. The girl's face was somewhat similar to his. The girl is Wang Yusin, who is 3 years younger than Wang Pan. Wang Yusin's face was full of surprise. It was obvious that Wang Pan's appearance made her feel very good. Chapter 61, A Tense Situation. "Brother, why did you come home so soon this time? Didn't you get your summer job?" Wang Yusin glanced at the luggage in her brother's hand and asked curiously. According to previous practice, every time Wang Pan said he was going to work during the summer vacation, he would have to wait until school started before coming back. But this time he came back so soon. Something must have happened. Thinking of this, Wang Yusin looked at her brother with eyes full of worry. Wang Pan saw his sister's worry, and he smiled and told her the purpose of his return to the village and his subsequent thoughts. "Don't worry, I came back this time with the intention of helping my fellow villagers make money and get rich together. I plan to open an arms factory in the village and engage in arms business. This will be a way to repay the kindness of the villagers to my brother and me." As soon as the words fell, Wang Yusin's eyes widened, her face full of shock. "Brother, are you really dealing in arms?" Someone from the army had come to her house before to ask about her brother, and she was curious why. But now, after hearing Wang Pan personally admit that he was in the arms business, she finally understood why someone from the army came to ask for Wang Pan's information. Wang Yusin looked at Wang Pan with worried eyes and asked slowly, Brother, isn't this thing you made illegal? Besides, if we want to do this kind of business, shouldn't we keep a low profile? What if we open a factory directly in the village and cause a reaction from the army? Wang Pan looked at Wang Yusin, whose face was full of worry, smiled, scratched her high nose bridge, and explained. Don't worry, we won't do anything illegal or criminal. I came back this time with the military's authorization. We are cooperating with the military to run a military factory. Everything we do is legal and compliant. After hearing this, Wang Yusin still felt something was not right. As we all know, private possession of firearms and ammunition is strictly prohibited in Manhwa, let alone the sale of firearms and ammunition. As for what her brother said, that the factory he set up was authorized by the military, she didn't quite believe it. If that were the case, shouldn't the military be the ones to negotiate with the village? Why would they entrust such an important matter to their brother? Combined with the fact that someone from the army had come with real guns and ammunition to inquire about her brother's whereabouts, she was still very worried. However, Wang Yusin has been dependent on Wang Pan since childhood, and she will unconditionally support Wang Pan no matter what he does. No law, no human relationship is more important than your brother. After figuring this out, Wang Yusin didn't say much, but just looked at Wang Pan with tears in her eyes and gave instructions. Brother, I support you no matter what you do, but you have to promise me to be careful. You are my only relative now. Hearing this, Wang Pan didn't say much. He just smiled and rubbed his sister's head and agreed without getting tired of it. I know. I'll pay attention. At the same time, at the border between Baba Sheep Kingdom and White Elephant Kingdom, the Baba Sheep Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom have respectively gathered their troops at the border. Small-scale conflicts have begun to occur between the two sides, and it is only a matter of time before the conflicts escalate into a formal war. The friction between the two countries is the hottest world news after the Dog Tycoon, and the world's attention is once again focused on it. The border between the two countries borders the border of Manhwa. If the two sides really fight, Manhwa will definitely be deeply involved. Therefore, Commander Liu had just returned from Wang Pan's island and did not even have time to put down his luggage before he held an emergency meeting regarding this incident. The officers sitting in the conference room all went to the island with Commander Liu and came to the conference room after getting off the boat. The officers far away at the border participated in the meeting through video calls. Commander Liu sat in the main seat of the conference room. He rubbed his swollen temples and presided over the meeting. We are mainly discussing the friction between the Baba Sheep Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom. The Baba Sheep Kingdom is our ally, and we absolutely cannot sit idly by. My idea is to provide a batch of weapons to the Baba Sheep country. Let's discuss what kind of weapons would be best. As soon as the words fell, the officers began to express their opinions in an orderly manner. This is indeed a difficult matter. The weapons we provide as support cannot be strategic weapons. Otherwise, those foreigners from the lighthouse country will definitely take some action against us internationally. That's right. Providing ordinary weapons won't help much. After all, the White Elephant Nation is backed by the Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation will definitely provide weapons support. They might even have their special forces transformed into mercenaries to participate in the battle. This kind of tactic is not the first time we've seen it. My suggestion is to provide a batch of tactical weapons, select from our existing weapons, and then invite bids from military factories across the country. All those present were senior military officers, outstanding generals with real experience and skills. The suggestions they gave were very pertinent and were completely based on the interests of the Dragon Kingdom. Commander Liu sat in his seat, his brows furrowed, his fingers tapping the table, as if he was thinking about what to do. After pondering for a moment, Commander Liu nodded and agreed to the plan of bidding from military factories across the country. All right, let's do it this way. Everyone, get this done as soon as possible. War waits for no one. After the words fell, the officers left the meeting room in an orderly manner and began to prepare according to Commander Liu's method. On the other side, the top military officials of the Lighthouse country were also holding an emergency meeting. After all, the White Elephant country is a very important chess piece in the Lighthouse country's plan to balance Southeast Asia, and the White Elephant country must not be allowed to suffer losses. What's more, only when there is war can there be the sale of weapons, so that the weapons discarded by the soldiers of the Lighthouse country can be sold. A group of officers with very typical lighthouse-like appearance gathered together, discussing how to support the White Elephant country. I think we should just take out some of the weapons that our soldiers have eliminated and sell them to the White Elephant country. Then, we can sail our invincible aircraft carrier fleet into Southeast Asia and stand on the White Elephant country's side. That's a great idea. We can even have our commandos pose as mercenaries hired by the White Elephant Nation and teach those weak soldiers of the Baba Sheep Nation a lesson. Let them know the lighthouse nation's supreme military strength. Aside from some obsolete antiques, I think we still need to sell a batch of weapons that aren't too outdated to the White Elephant Nation. Indeed, this would be safer. Let's do it this way. Let the Ministry of National Defense call all the arms companies in the lighthouse country to bid. After discussion, the military of the lighthouse country finally came up with a similar approach to that of the dragon country's military, which was to provide weapons support and prepare to call on arms companies across the country to bid. Chapter 62. How did Wang Pan get rich? In the countryside. After returning home, Su Shambua did not forget Wang Pan's instructions and helped gather the villagers at the square at the entrance of the village. If he were to go door to door notifying everyone by himself, it would be dark by the time he finished. Besides, Su Shambua is not very old, so how could he have such a big face to make all the villagers come to the appointment? Su Shambua then set his sights on his father. If his father could speak up, the villagers would give him some face. Su Shambua's father, Su Huiqiang, is the village chief. He is quite prestigious and the villagers listen to what he says. He carried a bottle of Nulinshin and walked into his father's room with a smile. "Dad, are you busy?" Su Huiqiang was wearing a polo shirt that had become a little pale from washing and was reading a newspaper with his reading glasses. After hearing his son's voice, he said impatiently without even raising his head, "If you have something to say, tell me what you've done. What's the trouble?" Su Shambua smiled awkwardly, handed the Nulinshin in his hand to his father, and explained repeatedly, "Dad, I'm not causing any trouble. I just need your help. All you have to do is say a word." Hearing this, Su Huiqiang took off his reading glasses, slowly raised his head, and said unhappily, "A weasel visiting a chicken for the new year has no good intentions. I knew you came to see me for something." Su Huiqiang cursed a few words, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of tea, and continued to ask, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Seeing this, Su Shambua quickly picked up the thermos and filled his father's cup with hot water, looking very attentive. "Dad, don't worry, I won't break your principles." Su Shambua smiled and stated his purpose directly. "Pansy is back. He asked me to help gather the villagers to the square. He has something to ask everyone. Please help me open the door and broadcast a village announcement to get the villagers to go to the square." After he finished speaking, Su Huiqiang subconsciously revealed a puzzled expression on his face, and he asked back, "Is Xiao Pan back? Did he tell us why he's gathering the villagers?" Su Shambua shook his head, indicating that he was not quite sure. Looking at his silly son, Su Huiqiang couldn't help but sigh softly. "After you figure out what Xiao Pan wants to do, come and tell me." After he finished speaking, Su Huiqiang put on his reading glasses again and continued to read the newspaper in his hand. Seeing this, Su Shambua became anxious. He snatched the newspaper from his father's hand and started to throw a tantrum. "Dad, I don't care. You have to help Pansy. Pansy and I have been close since we were little. You have to help me with this matter. If you don't help me with this matter, I won't be able to explain it to Pansy." The man, who was about 1.8 meters tall, was like a child, acting coquettishly and begging. Su Huiqiang really couldn't stand his son's nagging anymore, so he held his forehead with his hand, with a helpless expression on his face, and could only agree. Okay, I'll have someone make a broadcast right now so I can hear what Xiao Pan wants to say to us." Soon, a broadcast came from the village radio station, and the announcer's voice reached the ears of the villagers through one loudspeaker after another in the village. "Fellow villagers, please pay attention. Those villagers who have nothing to do right now, please gather at the square at the entrance of the village." The broadcast looped 3 or 4 times before stopping. The villagers were confused, not knowing why the village radio would notify everyone to gather at the square at the entrance of the village. However, they still grabbed a handful of melon seeds and rushed to the square at the entrance of the village one after another. On the other side, Wang Pan also heard the broadcast at home, so he took his sister out of the house and strode towards the square at the entrance of the village. In the small square at the entrance of the village, most of the villagers had not arrived yet, but the heads of various families in the village had arrived first, a total of 6 or 7 elderly people who looked to be in their 50s or 60s. They are all the heads of families with different surnames in the village. They have absolute say in each family and are the most authoritative people except for the village chief and the older people in the village. Wang Pan brought his sister to the small square. When the heads of the houses saw Wang Pan, they greeted him warmly. "Xiao Pan is back. How long will you stay in the village this time? Remember to come to your aunt's house for dinner." There are not many educated people in the village. Wang Pan is the only prospective college student who has been admitted to university. Moreover, he grew up eating at many families' homes, so the heads of the villages are very enthusiastic towards Wang Pan. Wang Pan brought his sister and started to greet the other roommates warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Pan stopped and wanted to communicate with several clan leaders first. If he could get their support, it would not be difficult to deal with the villagers below. He looked at the heads of the rooms, cleared his throat, and started talking about business. My dear uncles, I have called you all to the square this time because I have something good to announce to you. I've researched a way to make money. Fellow villagers can pull up the rice in the fields, and I'll help you make some money. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room was stunned. They blinked their eyes full of confusion. Xiaopan, what kind of way to get rich are you talking about? You're going to uproot the rice we worked so hard to grow. If the method you proposed doesn't work after we've harvested the rice, then we won't have any income. No, this is inappropriate. Needless to say, after hearing what Wang Pan said, several heads of the family immediately refused. They were all rural people, and their ancestors had relied on farming to make a living for generations. Wang Pan now wanted them to pull out the ready-made rice, but of course they were unwilling to do so. After all, the grain grown from rice will be collected by grain companies. No matter how the outside world changes, as long as they work diligently to sow seeds, they will definitely have a relatively stable income. Wang Pan had expected the reactions of the room heads. He did not rush to refute them, but went straight to the point and revealed his plan. My dear uncles, growing rice does bring in a good income every year, but the grain is no longer fetching a good price. As far as I know, the price offered by the grain collecting companies in our village is getting lower every year, right? The reason I want everyone to pull out the rice is because we're using the land directly to build arms factories. The money we make from making weapons and selling them is thousands and thousands of times more than what we can make from growing crops. As soon as the words fell, the room heads were all shocked. They looked at Wang Pan with complicated eyes, some surprised, some unfamiliar. They didn't expect that Wang Pan, whom they had watched grow up, would now have such dangerous thoughts. They didn't know much about the laws of Manhwa, but they knew that if they were caught doing this kind of business, they would definitely be beheaded. Chapter 63. The troops arrived, and the villagers panicked. Xiaopan, the uncles and aunts know that your family isn't well off, but we can't do this kind of business. It's a capital crime. Yes, Xiaopan, if you have any difficulties, you can tell your uncles directly. We are all from the same village, and we will definitely help you if we can. We can't do anything illegal and ruin our future. Xiaopan, just pretend your uncles and aunts don't know about this. Just pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, if you get caught, it will be more trouble than it's worth. The heads of the family all thought that Wang Pan had embarked on a criminal path because of family difficulties. They did not want to see the child they had watched grow up ruined, so they tried to persuade him earnestly. Wang Pan ignored the villagers' persuasion and continued to tell everyone the advantages of doing arms business. My dear uncles, please listen to me first. Actually, the arms business I'm talking about is much more profitable than farming. After working hard all year, the farmers can only sell their crops for 100,000 yuan, right? And the profit isn't particularly high. We mainly rely on small profits, but quick turnover. The arms business is different. The profits are quite substantial. You may not have an idea of it, so let me give you a brief overview. Wang Pan paused, and then continued. An AK-47 costs about $50 to make, but can be sold for anywhere between $1,000 and $3,000, which is a profit multiple of several dozen times. In other words, by selling less than 20 AK-47s, I can reap a year's worth of harvest from farming. It only takes a few hours to assemble 20 guns. In a few hours, you can earn what everyone works hard for a year. Is this business worth doing? After hearing this, the villagers who had just persuaded Wang Pan to turn back to the right path shut their mouths, with expressions of indescribable excitement. And there's no need to worry about sales of the guns we make. AK-47s are as popular a hard currency abroad as gold. Most importantly, there's no need to worry about any danger. All the guns will be packed together and shipped overseas by water. We just need to make guns in the factory and wait to get paid. When Wang Pan said this, many of the villagers were already excited, especially those room heads who had just been talking to Wang Pan about moral principles. Now all remained silent and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Su Shanbo ran to the small square in a panic. No, oh no, the troops are coming. A lot of people have arrived, like 2 or 3 trucks. The soldiers are all armed with guns and have surrounded our village. All entrances and exits have been cordoned off. As soon as the words fell, the villagers present were shocked, and panic expressions unconsciously appeared on their faces. What? What's going on? Then, the villagers turned their attention to Wang Pan and asked questions one after another. Xiaopan, did you get into trouble outside? Are these soldiers here to arrest you? You're such a fool. Why don't you just finish college and find a job? You had to do something illegal like this. Now look what happened. Those soldiers are coming to your door. Stop talking, Xiao Pan. Go hide in the cellar of my aunt's house and wait until those soldiers leave. Then come out. We can't just watch Xiao Pan get taken away. If the soldiers ask us later, we'll just say we've never seen Xiao Pan. Before Wang Pan had the chance to explain, the villagers had already formed a preconceived notion that Wang Pan must have committed some crime outside, perhaps that the military factory had been discovered, and the troops surrounded the village this time just to capture Wang Pan. However, at this time, the villagers did not choose to betray Wang Pan. Instead, they asked Wang Pan to hide quickly and they would help cover him. Seeing this, Wang Pan was both amused and moved. He didn't expect the villagers to have such an attitude towards him. His idea became more determined. He must lead his fellow villagers to become rich, and every household must make a lot of money. He really couldn't bear to see his fellow villagers anxious. So when he was about to explain, an officer and a small group of soldiers were already walking towards him. The moment he saw Wang Pan, the officer trotted up to him and saluted him respectfully. Comrade Wang Pan, my name is Lu Hu, and I'm from the Jiangxing military region. We have received instructions from the chief, asking me to fully cooperate with your work. From now on, I and the soldiers I brought with me are at your disposal. Lu Hu's tone was gentle, and he was very respectful to Wang Pan. Hearing this, Wang Pan nodded calmly. I understand. At this time, the villagers looked at Wang Pan, then looked at Lu Hu, who was standing respectfully beside Wang Pan, and were suddenly stunned. When did Xiao Pan become involved with the military? Could it be that the soldiers surrounding the village weren't here to capture Xiao Pan, but to protect him? They obviously didn't expect that Wang Pan, a student, could be related to people in the army. Moreover, it was not difficult to hear from the words of the officer named Lu Hu that they came to the village this time to assist Wang Pan. Lu Hu arrived at the right time, and Wang Pan took this opportunity to explain the whole story in detail. Fellow villagers, I was serious about what I said just now about setting up an arms factory and leading everyone in the arms business. Because I have reached a cooperation with our country's military, and my country's military is behind me, that's why I plan to build a factory in the village and help everyone make money together. In other words, ordinary people selling arms would definitely be a capital offense, but we are cooperating with the country, and everything we do is legal. No one dares to cause trouble. After hearing Wang Pan's explanation, the villagers were stunned, and their eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Wang Pan. They didn't expect that Wang Pan would become so successful after just going out to study in college for a few years. They are able to cooperate with the country and do such a legal business with huge profits. If it were in the past, they would never have dared to imagine that they would be able to cooperate with the country one day. Thinking of this, the villagers also understood why Wang Pan would leave such a good thing to them. It was all to repay the kindness of raising them for so many years. Chapter 64. The first factory in Ziyun village was officially established. At this time, villagers came to the square one after another to report. Oh my, this is terrible. The army has surrounded our village. I don't know what's going on, but I see those soldiers have fierce looks on their faces, and they all have weapons in their hands. You have no idea how scary those soldiers are. If you get a little closer to ask what's going on, they'll just stare at you. Plus, they have guns in their hands. It's really scary. I've never seen so many soldiers before. There were 2 or 3 trucks full of them, so many soldiers with guns drawn, blocking the only entrance and exit to our village. Yes, they are all armed to the teeth, even wearing helmets and tactical vests. Yeah, when I saw the news before, there weren't so many soldiers deployed to catch some serial killer. Could it be that some terrorists have sneaked into our village? It has to be said that some villagers had rather novel ways of thinking, and even came up with the possibility that some terrorists had sneaked into the village. They were so excited talking that they didn't even notice Wang Pan and Lu Hu standing beside them. Ahem. Seeing that the villagers were talking more and more excitedly, several heads of the households coughed lightly a few times to remind them not to talk nonsense. The villagers finally reacted and saw Wang Pan standing nearby. They were about to greet him enthusiastically, but they discovered that Lu Hu, wearing a military uniform, was standing next to Wang Pan. They were stunned for a moment, opened their mouths wide, and stammered, unable to say anything. At this time, Su Huiqiang also came to the small square at the entrance of the village. He saw many soldiers from different troops on guard around the square. Just as he was about to enter the small square, a soldier stepped forward to stop him. What's the matter? The soldier's face was serious and he looked at Su Huiqiang with scrutiny. Comrade, I am the village chief of Ziyun village. What are we doing here? Su Huiqiang quickly revealed his identity and asked cautiously. After hearing that Su Huiqiang was the village chief, the soldier's expression immediately eased a little. He stepped aside and allowed Su Huiqiang to pass. Then go in. Our leader is in the square. You can ask him in person. Su Huiqiang nodded without saying anything more and walked into the square. He saw Wang Pan standing in the distance, as well as the officer in military uniform beside him. He hurriedly walked up, looked at Wang Pan with eyes full of confusion, and asked quickly, "Xiao Pan, what's going on? Why are there so many comrades here?" Wang Pan immediately told Su Huiqiang about his cooperation with the Longhua military to establish a military factory in the village. Su Huiqiang's expression changed instantly, from confusion at first to shock, and finally to excitement. "Really? Xiao Pan, you are not kidding, right?" He quickly took 2 steps and walked in front of Wang Pan. He grabbed Wang Pan's arms tightly with both hands and asked excitedly. This series of actions seemed like an attack on Wang Pan. Fortunately, Lu was not a stubborn person. He saw that Wang Pan and Su Huiqiang had a very close relationship, so he did not try to stop Su Huiqiang. "Uncle, don't worry. I wouldn't joke about something like this, and the military is here to assist me." Wang Pan didn't care. He spoke with a faint smile on his face. Good, good, good. Su Huiqiang said 3 good words repeatedly. As the village chief, he naturally hoped that all the villagers in the village could live a good life. "Xiao Pan, you've really made great progress. What's commendable is that you still care about the villagers in the village. Such a good thing. I must quickly convene a village meeting, notify everyone to come to the square for the meeting, and encourage everyone to actively participate." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Huiqiang immediately loosened his hands, took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket, contacted the village radio station, and asked them to use the radio to notify every household to come to the square for a village meeting. It is not difficult to tell from his trembling hands when he dials the number that Su Huiqiang is really excited. Soon, the announcer's voice continued to be heard from the loudspeakers on the roadside. Fellow villagers, the village chief is calling everyone to the small square at the entrance of the village for a radio broadcast. Every household must come and participate. This broadcast keeps playing in a loop, as if afraid that someone has missed it. After hearing the village broadcast, every household took their small stools and went out to prepare to attend the villagers' meeting. Because many villagers had not arrived yet, Wang Pan asked Lu Hu to move the soldiers who were blocking the road and asking questions aside so that the villagers could walk directly into the square. After more than 10 minutes, almost all the villagers in the village had arrived. Some of them could not come because of other things, so those who were free at home could attend the meeting. The villagers sat in the square, looking at the troops stationed on guard all around the square. They were a little frightened and began to talk in low voices. "What's going on? Why are there soldiers here? I'm not sure. I heard that Xiao Pan is back, and these soldiers seem to be coming for him. What? Did Xiao Pan get into trouble outside and then go back to the village to hide? If Xiao Pan got into trouble, why did the village chief call us over? Isn't he trying to punish us all together? I don't know. Anyway, let's just keep quiet for a while and see what's going on." The villagers, who didn't know what was going on, were in a panic, and the various rumors they heard made the atmosphere in the entire square very tense. Soon, Su Huiqiang walked to the small platform in the square. He held a small loudspeaker, cleared his throat, and started shouting. "Fellow villagers, is everyone here? Let's begin our village meeting. I called everyone here this time because I have good news for you. There's an opportunity for you to make a lot of money right in front of you." Let Xiao Pan explain the specific situation. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Pan took Lu Hu onto the stage. Su Huiqiang handed the loudspeaker to Wang Pan with a smile on his face and stood behind Wang Pan. Wang Pan took the loudspeaker and without any further ado, stated his purpose directly. "Fellow villagers, I won't say any more nonsense. The good news the village chief mentioned is that I have reached a cooperation with the military to build a military factory in our village. When the time comes, we'll need to requisition the villagers' land. But don't worry, everyone will be compensated. And once the military factory is built, everyone will be able to work there. The pay will definitely be better than farming. From now on, our Ziyun village's first military factory is officially established." As soon as the words fell, the folks in the audience were stunned. Chapter 65. The whole village signed their agreement, and the military factory began construction. In the audience, after hearing Wang Pan's words, all the villagers were stunned. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. If I heard correctly, Xiao Pan just said he wanted to set up a military factory? Is this the kind of military factory I imagined? And isn't Xiao Pan still a student? Can we cooperate with the country to run a military factory now? So, all these soldiers aren't here to arrest Xiao Pan. They're here to help him build a factory? Is that true? Didn't Xiao Pan just say that they're going to expropriate our land and give us compensation, and when the factory is built, we can still go to work and get paid? If this is true, it would be a really good thing. I finally don't have to farm anymore. Why do I feel that this is unlikely? Xiao Pan is just a student. Can the country cooperate with a student in such a head-breaking business? Could it be that Xiao Pan hired an actor? The villagers began to discuss what Wang Pan had just said, and they were still quite skeptical. Su Huiqiang was happier than anyone else that such a good thing could happen to the village. He took the loudspeaker from Wang Pan and began to patiently explain to the villagers the benefits of this matter to the village and the substantial benefits it would bring to every household in the village. Fellow villagers, this is a great thing. Many young people in our village go to big cities to work. If we can build a factory in our village, they won't have to go out to work anymore. What's more, Xiao Pan's factory is a very profitable business. He made a lot of money, so naturally he wouldn't mistreat us, the folks who grew up watching him from childhood. I have to say that the village chief Su Huiqiang is very responsible and can patiently answer all kinds of confusions of the villagers. In addition, Wang Pan had grown up under the care of his fellow villagers, and they all trusted him very much. They signed their agreement without much hesitation. After about half an hour, all the villagers signed the compensation letter. The special fund set up by the Manhwa military for Wang Pan immediately came into play. Within a few minutes after the villagers signed, the compensation was transferred to their accounts. After finishing all these things, Wang Pan immediately asked Lu Hu to transfer a group of engineering teams from the military region to make preparations before building the factory. Lu Hu nodded, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and informed the Jiangxing military region of Wang Pan's needs. Soon, Lu Hu received a reply from the Jiangxing military region and immediately sent people to the village. Lu Hu came to Wang Pan, saluted respectfully, and reported, "Comrade Wang Pan, I have already reported your request to the military district, and they have already sent someone over." Wang Pan nodded without saying anything more. I have to say that the Jiangxing military region is very efficient. In just over 10 minutes, a military truck drove into the village. A team of engineers wearing camouflage protective helmets got off the truck. They lined up and ran in front of Lu Hu and Wang Pan, saluted in unison, and shouted in unison, "Commander, the Jiangxing military region's engineering corps has arrived. We're ready to begin operations." Their loud voices seemed to pierce the sky. After seeing this scene, the villagers in the audience all widened their eyes and their faces were full of disbelief. "Chief, are they calling Xiao Pan?" Xiao Pan's words carry so much weight. Why did you transfer so many people here so quickly? Xiao Pan is really on the rise now. With a state-approved arms business, he's going to make a lot of money. No, I have to tell my son this good news. I want him to stop working outside and go back to the village to make a lot of money with Xiao Pan. The villagers were instantly excited, and some of them even began to fantasize about the good days to come. To be honest, the villagers initially thought that Wang Pan's words were exaggerated, such as cooperating with the country, but in fact he was just running errands for the military. After all, Wang Pan is just a student. In their eyes, no matter how capable a student is, he can't be that great. But now it seems that things are not quite what they imagined. These soldiers are calling Wang Pan captain. They have learned from TV how much weight the word chief carries. Only high-ranking officials can be called chief. Thinking of this, they couldn't sit still anymore. They immediately took out their mobile phones from their pockets and called their sons and daughters who were working outside, asking them to return to the village quickly and not miss this good opportunity to make money. However, since they were cooperating with the military, all the villagers signed a confidentiality agreement. They could not directly tell their children that a military factory was going to be built in the village. They could only say that a factory had been built in the village and the treatment was very good, and asked them to return to the village quickly and not miss such a good opportunity. On the other side, Shenzhen City. Two young men in suits and ties, who looked to be in their early 20s, were smoking in the smoking area and talking about a phone call they had just received from home. "Hi Peng, did you get a call from your mom? She said there's a factory being built in the village." One of the young men, named Pan Yongfu, asked Lu Haipeng, who was standing opposite him. "I got it. I heard the salary is pretty good. My mother asked me to go back to the village to work so I can be closer to home. What do you think?" Lu Haipeng nodded without denying it. He took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand and asked Pan Yongfu for his opinion. "I definitely won't go back. Our village is in the mountains. What kind of factory can be built in such a remote place? Even if we build a factory, it will definitely be a small one. I won't make much money if I go back. We finally got a foothold in Shenzhen. Selling houses and getting 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month is pretty good. I don't know what to do if I go back." Speaking of this, Pan Yongfu couldn't help but shook his head, his tone full of disgust towards the villagers. At this moment, He suddenly reacted and quickly began to persuade. Haipeng, you don't want to go back, do you? I advise you to think it over carefully. You won't make much money if you go back. It's better to stay in Shenzhen. Lu Haipeng smiled and did not deny his desire to go back. Yongfu, Shenzhen is a big city, and it's too tiring to survive here. I plan to go back. No matter how much I earn, it's better to stay at home so that I can honor my mother in time. He patted Pan Yongfu on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Okay, just don't regret it later. Upon hearing this, Pan Yongfu didn't say much. He knew that Lu Haipeng had already made a decision. Anyway, he has made up his mind, and he will definitely not go back no matter what. He also did not think highly of Lu Haipeng's decision, and felt that Lu Haipeng would definitely regret it. Chapter 66. Alert is on full alert. What kind of factory is this going to be built? The same scene happened in many big cities. Many villagers in Ziyun village who went out to work received calls from their elders at home, informing them to return to the village quickly to make money. But most people still choose to stay in big cities. They have similar ideas to Pan Yongfu, believing that there is no future in staying in the village, and there are more opportunities in big cities after all. Only a small number of people choose to return to the village. Among this small number of people, some are not doing well in big cities, while others are as homesick as Lu Haipeng. They believe that even if they earn less, at least they are close to home and can stay at home to accompany their parents and take on the responsibility of filial piety. On the other side, in Ziyun village, the construction team has begun the preliminary preparations for the construction of the factory. The first thing they have to do is to turn over the soil of the villagers and pull out the wheat they have planted. The engineering team began to use tools to process the wheat in the fields, but there were not many people on the team, and it would take some time to process all the wheat. Uncles, aunts, and cousins, please lend a hand and help the comrades on the construction team to pull out the wheat. Wang Pan directly mobilized the villagers to pull out the wheat planted in their own fields. Because the villagers had received compensation for the expropriation of their land, and Wang Pan had also personally spoken for it, the villagers were willing to give Wang Pan face. They went back home one by one, picked up their hoes, rolled up their sleeves, and went to the fields to help harvest the wheat. After all, the sooner the military factory is built, the sooner they can start working and earn money in the military factory. With the help of all the villagers, all the fields in the village were razed to the ground. The construction team put up iron sheets around the fields, and various large equipment were driven into the fields to prepare for work. The entire village has almost become a large construction site. If it were in the past, the villagers would definitely be heartbroken, because they had sown the wheat with great effort, but at this moment, they were filled with indescribable joy. After finishing the work, the villagers were asked to leave the construction site, but Wang Pan stayed inside to supervise the work. The villagers left the construction site, went home to change their clothes, and came to Wang Pan's house carrying all kinds of things. But Wang Pan was not at home as he was supervising the construction site, so Wang Yusin was the only one at home. Seeing so many villagers coming to her home, Wang Yusin put down her mobile phone and came out to entertain the guests. She poured water, took out snacks and sunflower seeds, and did a series of other operations smoothly, without any of the delicate and shy feeling of a little girl. After finishing all this, Wang Yusin came to the villagers with a smile on her face. My dear uncles, aunts, my brother hasn't come home yet. Please sit down first. I'll go call him and ask him to come back. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers immediately stopped Wang Yusin, who was about to make a phone call. No, Yusin, don't disturb your brother from doing his work. We're here just to see you and your brother and see if you need anything. We'll be leaving soon. Yes, your brother is busy now. We, the idle people, can't delay your brother. Yusin, stop working so hard. We are not strangers, so there is no need to be so particular. Upon hearing this, Wang Yusin put her phone in her pocket and continued to warmly entertain the villagers who came to visit. Most of the villagers were pleased to see the sensible Wang Yusin, and they praised her repeatedly. That's great. Yusin has grown up so much and has become a graceful and elegant young lady. Yes, you can tell at a glance that Xiao Pan has taught her a lot about how to behave in society. She's much better than that unlucky kid in our family. Ever since you were little, I've known that you and Xiao Pan will definitely have great things in the future. Xiao Pan is already very successful, and he can do this kind of business. UXIN will definitely not be much different in the future. The most important thing is that Xiao Pan still has a grateful heart even after he became successful. His love for you two brothers and sisters when he was little was not in vain. A real dragon has appeared in our village. Who would have thought that such a powerful figure like Xiao Pan could emerge from our small village? That's right. I think under Xiao Pan's leadership, the future of our village is bright, and every household will be able to live in a small Western-style house. Wang Pan is the only college student in the village, and he is very popular. Now that he has made such a great contribution to the village, the villagers naturally praise him even more. Wang Yusin was happier to hear the villagers praising her brother than to hear them praising herself. The villagers sat in Wang Pan's house for a while, stuffed the things they brought into Wang Yusin's hands, and then got up and left. When Wang Pan returned home, he saw a lot of large and small bags in the living room, which contained either some fruit snacks or some agricultural products. He probably guessed that they must have been sent by the enthusiastic villagers, so he could only let them go. It has to be said that the engineering team sent by the Jiangxing military region was very efficient. In just 3 days, the earthwork work in the factory area of the military factory had been almost completed. During these 3 days, Wang Pan went out early and came back late. As soon as he woke up, he ran to the construction site to supervise the work. He would not be able to return home until 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening every time. That is, during these few days, the first group of people who followed their family's advice and prepared to return to the village have arrived at the village entrance one after another. When they saw several soldiers with real guns and live ammunition standing on both sides of the main road leading into and out of the village, they all froze in place. What's going on? Didn't they say they were going to build a factory in the village? Why are there soldiers guarding the village gate? Could something have happened in the village? With such doubts in mind, the group of people returning to the village stepped forward cautiously to ask questions. Brother, I am a villager from Ziyun village. What are you doing? The soldiers on guard put down their guns when they learned that they were from the village. Just register and you can go in. Those returning to the village didn't dare to raise any objections. After a simple registration, they walked into the village. When they walked into the village had undergone earth-shaking changes when they left. All the land previously used for farming was surrounded by iron sheets. A large number of soldiers were patrolling near the iron sheets, and large trucks were coming in and out. The small square at the entrance of the village used to be a place where villagers often gathered, but now it has become a row of green tents, where many soldiers live. Looking at this scene, they were stunned and stood there in a daze, as if they were petrified. What's going on? What kind of factory is this going to be built? Why are there so many troops here? Questions one after another emerged in their minds. Chapter 67. I really envy the people in Ziyun village. A few hours later, Lu Haiping and several fellow villagers who were working outside arrived at the village gate together. They met at Jiangxing railway station. They both followed their family's instructions, quit their jobs in the big city, and prepared to return to the village to work in the factory. They carried large and small bags and talked and laughed about the interesting things they experienced working in the big city. As soon as a few people arrived at the village entrance, they were stopped by soldiers. Military restricted area, no outsiders allowed to enter. Hearing this, several people were shocked. For a moment, they thought that they had not been back for too long and had accidentally entered a military base. After a careful observation, they found that the village was still the same village as before, and the 3 big words Ziyun village were also written on the stone archway at the entrance of the village. They were not wrong. Were we just working away from home? Why did the village become a military restricted area when we returned? What is going on? The village is going to be converted into a military base? They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. After all, when family called, they were not told that the village had become a military restricted area. There was no other way. They had to go into the village to reunite with their families as soon as possible. After thinking about it, they unanimously decided to send Lu Haiping, who was good at speaking, to find out what was going on. Haiping, go and ask what's going on. Find out what's going on, or you'll end up getting arrested by the soldiers when you go home. Lu Haiping was pushed out by his bad friends behind him. He looked at the expectant eyes of the people behind him and had no choice but to go forward. Hello, brother. We are from Ziyun village, not just ordinary people. As Lu Haiping spoke, he carefully took out his ID card from his backpack and handed it to the guarding soldiers. The soldier in charge of guarding took his ID card, checked it, and found that he was indeed a villager of Ziyun village. He looked at the person behind Lu Haiping again and asked vigilantly, "Are you all from Ziyun village?" As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind Lu Haiping took out their ID cards and handed them over. "Yes, brother, we all are. Here, this is my ID card. Take a look." Afterwards, the guarding soldiers checked everyone's ID cards one by one. After the facial recognition system recognized them, they found that they were all villagers of Ziyun village. They looked at a few of them with some envy. After returning their ID cards to them, the soldiers made way for the group and let them pass into the village. Lu Haiping and his group, carrying large and small bags of luggage, walked through the checkpoint trembling with fear and headed towards the village. After walking a few steps inside, they vaguely heard the muttering of the guarding soldiers. Oh, I really envy the people of Ziyun Village. I wish I were from Ziyun Village too. There's nothing we can do. Everyone has their own destiny. There's no point in envying them. Everyone in Ziyun Village is going to be prosperous. We should just do our duty well. Damn it. Why didn't I reincarnate into Ziyun Village? Upon hearing this, Lu Haipeng and his group were immediately stunned, and their eyes revealed deep confusion. What? Are the people in Ziyun Village going to become rich? Since when did our Ziyun Village become a place that people envy? I wonder how many people don't want to come back to this remote place, and now people envy them? The same question flashed through their minds at the same time. Why do these guarding soldiers envy the people of our Ziyun Village? Although Lu Haipeng and his team did not know what changes had taken place in the village, it was not difficult to find out from the whispers among the guarding soldiers that something great was about to happen in the village. Otherwise, why would they all want to become members of Ziyun Village and say that everyone in Ziyun Village will become rich? But they didn't know what exactly it was, but they began to look forward to it. They were all very excited, and even their steps became lighter as they carried their luggage. Before they could take 2 steps, someone called them. Lu Haipeng, Nyo, there are so many people here. Are you all back? Lu Haipeng and his group looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person greeting them was Su Shanhua. Yeah, I'm back. I'm too tired outside. I'll go home and try it if I have a chance. What's Hiroko been doing lately? Still farming. As soon as the 2 groups met, they began to greet each other warmly. Those who returned to the village were all about the same age as Su Shanhua. They were playmates who used to play fishing and catching chickens in the village when they were young, so they didn't feel so restrained when talking. After the greetings were almost over, Lu Haipeng looked at Su Shanhua and raised his questions. Shanhua, what's going on in our village? Why are there so many soldiers guarding it? Also, my mom called and said that a factory is going to be built in our village. What kind of factory is it? I just happened to meet you. Please tell us some information. He asked a series of questions. He was really curious as to why such big changes had taken place in the village and why they were talking about building a factory for some inexplicable reason. Yes, it's a coincidence that I ran into you. Shanhua, can you tell us some information about what kind of factory is going to be built in our village? My mother was also very mysterious on the phone and didn't tell me anything. Shanhua, why don't you tell me? Yeah, tell me about it. The young people behind Lu Haipeng also started to make a fuss. They were really curious. Okay, now that you're back, don't rush home. Go to the village committee first. This is my father's order. Su Shanhua had signed a confidentiality agreement, and his father had repeatedly told him not to disclose the information to others easily, so it was naturally impossible for him to answer them. Instead, he asked them to report to the village committee first. This was also the task assigned to him by Su Huiqiang. He was asked to stay at the entrance of the village and call any villagers returning from outside to the village committee first. Seeing Su Shanhua's mysterious look, Lu Haipeng and his companions became even more curious, and their hearts felt itchy as if they were being scratched by a cat's claws. However, since Su Huiqiang, as the village chief, asked those returning to the village to go to the village committee first, even if they had questions in their minds, they had to put them aside for the time being. Carrying their large and small bags of luggage, they obediently followed Su Shanhua's footsteps and went to the village committee. Chapter 68. The Treatment Given by Wang Pan. Village Committee. Zhou Huiqiang was in his office compiling a list of people who were returning home to work in the factory. He looked at the thick stack of lists in his hand. The joy on his face never stopped. Although the people on the list only account for a small part of the people who previously left the village to work, he believes that as long as publicity is increased, more and more young people will return to the village. By then, the village will no longer be home to only left behind elderly people and young children, and everything will be developing towards prosperity. At this time, Zhou Shanhua brought Lu Haipeng and his party to the village committee. Dad, Lu Haipeng and the others are back. Zhou Huiqiang was very excited when he saw them coming back one after another, ready to develop in the village. He immediately took out several confidentiality agreements from the drawer and handed them to them. Hurry, sign this confidentiality agreement first. I'll tell you the reason after you sign it. Lu Haipeng and his team hesitated when looking at the agreement in front of them. Some of them were afraid to sign it, fearing that it might contain unfair terms. It is not easy for them to survive in the big city, and they have signed some unfavorable agreements. Once bitten by a snake, they are afraid of ropes for 10 years. Seeing their cautious look, Su Huiqiang smiled and began to persuade them. Everyone in the village has signed, including the young people who rushed back 2 days ago. You will regret it if you don't sign. Sign it. It's a good thing. I won't cheat you. After hearing this, Lu Haiping and his team signed the confidentiality agreement without much hesitation. They believe in Zhou Huiqiang's character. Over the years, he has obtained a lot of benefits for the villagers. He is definitely not the kind of village cadre who only seeks profits for himself but does not do practical work. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Lu Haiping put down his pen, looked at Zhou Huiqiang, and asked the question he had always wanted to ask since entering the village. Village chief, what on earth happened in our village? Why are there so many soldiers guarding the gate? And what on earth is this military restricted zone? His mouth was like a machine gun, asking a series of questions that had been bothering him. Yes, the village chief will tell us about it. Why has the village changed so much since I came back this time? My mother didn't explain the specific situation to me on the phone before. She just said I'd know when I got back. The others stood behind Lu Haiping and echoed him. Su Huiqiang looked at everyone's curious eyes, lit a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and answered. Xiaopan, you guys know, right? Hearing this, Lu Haiping immediately nodded and said, I know. Isn't he the only prospective college student in our village? He's the only one in the village in all these years. So what? Su Huiqiang smiled mysteriously and even lowered his voice a few degrees. The factory that was going to be built in our village was built by him. After he finished speaking, Lu Haiping quickly shook his head, with deep suspicion in his eyes. No way. Didn't he just finish the college entrance examination? How can he be so capable? Are you kidding us? His tone was full of doubt, and his face was full of disbelief. The young people behind Lu Haiping looked at Su Huiqiang, their eyes also full of questions. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Su Huiqiang didn't keep them in suspense any longer and told them everything about Wang Pan building a factory in the village. Don't you believe me? Let me tell you, Xiao Pan is quite capable now. He's working with the national military and is planning to build a military factory in our village. Aren't there troops stationed at the entrance of our village? They're all here to help with the small Pongai factory. Everyone in the village knows about this. If you don't believe it, you can go home and ask your parents. Including the confidentiality agreement you just signed, which is also about the military factory. You must not talk about it outside. Having said that, he also talked about the welfare benefits that Wang Pan had formulated for the villagers. Xiao Pan also said that any young man in our village can get a base salary of 20,000 yuan a month. If you do a good job, you'll get commissions and other subsidies, and even a large bonus at the end of the year. As soon as the words fell, Lu Haiping and his group were shocked. Their eyes widened and their mouths opened into big O shapes, obviously frightened by the treatment Zhou Huiqiang described. Especially Lu Haiping. The shock on his face was even more obvious. A base salary of 20,000 yuan a month? There are also commissions and subsidies. That monthly salary must be more than 20,000 yuan? Why the hell would someone go to Shenzhen to work as a real estate agent? They work so hard every month, and their consumption level is still so high. Lu Haiping thought he had misheard and asked again. Village chief, are you talking about a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan? Zhou Huiqiang looked at Lu Haiping, took a puff of his cigarette happily, and confirmed it to them again firmly. Yes, there are also commissions and subsidies and bonuses at the end of the year. After getting the definite answer, the expression on Lu Haiping's face instantly changed from shock to ecstasy. He now finally understood why the soldiers on duty at the village entrance looked at them with envy. A basic salary of 20,000 yuan a month is not low even in a big city like Shenzhen. What's more, it's a small place like their Ziyun village. You know, among this group of young people who returned to the village, Lu Haiping was the one who did the best, earning nearly 10,000 yuan a month. But to get this salary of more than 10,000 yuan, he has to work in the wind and sun every day and beg for favors from everyone to serve all kinds of customers. The most important thing is that with a salary of more than 10,000 yuan in Shenzhen, you can't save any money at all. After all, Shenzhen is a big city with high wages and high consumption levels. He has to live a tight life after paying rent, utilities, and other expenses every month. But now, as long as you work in Wang Pan's factory, you will get a basic salary of 20,000 yuan per month. You don't have to pay rent, and you can go home to eat directly, saving a lot of money. Comparing the two, it is easy to tell which one is stronger. Thinking of this, Lu Haiping was very glad that he made the right decision. When he received the call from home, he chose to return to the village without much hesitation, instead of wandering in the big city like others. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that there was such a well-paid job in the village. If he missed this good opportunity, he would regret it. He returned to the right village. Others had the same idea as Lu Haiping. They made the right decision to return to the village. Chapter 69. The factory is completed and the opening ceremony begins. Time passed day by day. During this period, Many young people who had gone out to work returned to the village one after another, and the village became more and more lively. There was a constant stream of guests at Wang Pan's house, most of whom were young people from the village. After learning how capable Wang Pan was, they all wanted to come and get closer to Wang Pan. Wang Pan still lives a life of going out early and coming back late, usually running between home and the construction site. The engineering team sent by the Jiangxing military region worked very efficiently and completed the factory building in less than a month, with only some finishing work left. The factory built in Ziyun village is very large, dozens of times larger than the one on Wang Pan's small island on the high seas. After all, when he was building the military factory on the island, he did not have enough funds on hand. In addition, there was not much land available on the island, and he also had to build dormitories and other living environments for the employees, so there were only 7 or 8 factory buildings on the island. At Wang Pan's request, more than 200 acres of vacant land in the village were all covered with factories. Now, the entire Ziyun village has more than 200 factories, each of which is as big as a small football field. If such a large factory area were used to store weapons, it could fully meet the weapons needs of nearly 3 million soldiers in the entire Dragon Kingdom. If there wasn't so little vacant land in the village, Wang Pan would even want to build a few more houses. At the construction site, Wang Pan stood on a high place, looking at the completed factory buildings neatly lined up in a row, his face full of satisfaction. It's finally almost finished. The specifications of the 200 or so factory buildings can barely be used as the main factory. He murmured in a voice that only he could hear. In Wang Pan's previous blueprint, the island could only be a starting point for his military-industrial empire and could not be used as a main factory. With the current scale of his business, if he continues to stay on the island and rely on those 7 or 8 small factories, he will definitely not be able to produce enough to sell. After all, scale limits development. Even if the island is developed again, its scale will not be as large as the Ziyun village military factory. He had already decided to use the first military factory in Ziyun village as the main factory and warehouse for his entire military industry business, and the island as a technical base and transit station for transporting goods. Now that he has such a large-scale factory, Wang Pan is confident that he can deliver weapons to customers within the specified time, no matter how large the order is. He has also decided to abandon all automated equipment in all factories in the village and switch to manual production. Making such a decision may result in work efficiency being slightly slower than a fully automated production line. But he didn't care, because only by using manual labor could he provide enough jobs for the young people in the village who returned to develop. This could be regarded as a way to repay the kindness of the villagers to him and his sister. At this time, Lu Hu came to Wang Pan and reported in a low voice. "Comrade Wang Pan, the opening ceremony of the military factory is ready. When would you like to go?" Hearing this, Wang Pan nodded and followed Lu Hu to the groundbreaking ceremony. Let's go now." Lu Hu, Zhou Huiqiang and others arranged the groundbreaking ceremony in the small square at the entrance of the village. The small square was cleaned up and the floor was swept thoroughly, without a single fallen leaf to be seen. A roll of red carpet was laid on the road leading to the podium, and chairs were neatly arranged in the center of the square. The small podium in the square was filled with flower baskets and various red ribbons, which looked very festive no matter how you looked at it. If you didn't tell me, you would have thought it was a wedding banquet held by some fellow villagers. When Wang Pan arrived at the groundbreaking ceremony, all the villagers were already in place. They sat neatly in their seats, each with a happy look on their face. On the stage, Zhou Huiqiang was holding a microphone, maintaining order. When he saw Wang Pan, he hurried over to him. "Xiao Pan, come quickly. We are waiting for you, the backbone." Wang Pan smiled and nodded, then walked up to the podium. He took the microphone, glanced at the familiar folks in the audience, cleared his throat, and began to speak. "Today is the grand opening ceremony of the first military factory in Ziyun village. As the founder of the military factory, I have a few words to say to everyone. My sister Yusin and I have grown up and are able to go to school thanks to the care and financial support of my uncles, aunts, and other relatives. I would like to thank you all for your care for me and my sister." Hearing this, some women in the audience recalled the hardships Wang Pan had gone through in raising his sister alone and couldn't help but secretly wipe away their tears. I believe everyone knows the benefits of working at the military factory, right? I want to tell you that this is not the final solution. As long as you do a good job, I will further increase your salary. I believe that as long as everyone works hard, soon every household in Ziyun village will be able to drive luxury cars, live in villas, and have money to spend. As soon as the words fell, The young people who had returned to the village below the stage howled with excitement. Awesome. Wang Pan, I believe in you. That's awesome. Damn, I feel like I'm full of energy right now. No more talking, Wang Pan. I'll work for you until I retire. Even the donkeys in the production team are not as capable as me. Zhou Huiqiang had already told them about their salary, which was at least 20,000 yuan a month, but now Wang Pan had released the bombshell news that if they did a good job, the salary would only get better. How could they not be excited? Among the young people returning to the village, there were not only boys, but also many girls. However, they were too embarrassed to shout as loudly as the boys. They just looked at Wang Pan lovingly and talked in a low voice with the sisters around them. Wang Pan is such a nice person. I wonder if I'll have the chance to marry into his family. If I do, I'll be blessed for the rest of my life. Yeah, he's rich, has good character, and is handsome. How can a man have so many advantages? As long as Wang Pan is willing, I'm willing to give him 2 chubby babies. Oh, I regret it so much. Why didn't I act sooner? I felt like Wang Pan was shining with golden light on the stage. It was so dazzling. Several heads of families in the village looked at Wang Pan shining on the stage and praised him with smiles. People who read a lot are different. What they say is exciting to listen to. I didn't expect Xiao Pan to be so promising. If that brat in our family had half, no, 1/3, of Xiao Pan's ability, I wouldn't have to worry about anything in my life. It's really a blessing for our village to have someone like Xiao Pan. Chapter 70 News from the Military. After Wang Pan finished speaking, he held a ribbon-cutting ceremony with Zhou Huiqiang and several prestigious elders in the village. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Zhou Huiqiang, as the village chief, arranged several buffet tables at the entrance of the village. Such a great thing happened in the village, and it had to be celebrated properly. He also thought that this was a good opportunity to get the young people in the village to get closer to Wang Pan. Zhou Huiqiang came to Wang Pan and extended an invitation with a smile. Xiao Pan, why don't you bring Yusin with you later? Everyone wants to meet you. Just as Wang Pan was about to agree, Lu Hu came to him and whispered a few words. Wang Pan, there are a few students about your age visiting the village. They claim to be your classmates. The one leading them is a girl named Zheng Jinyao. Hearing this, Wang Panlai remained expressionless and whispered a word of instruction. Take them to my house. By the way, next time they come, just let them go. Then he looked at Zhou Huiqiang and said apologetically, Uncle Zhou, I have something urgent to do. You guys can go eat by yourselves. Zhou Huiqiang didn't care and said quickly, It's okay, it's more important to get down to business. Go ahead. Wang Pan nodded, left the groundbreaking ceremony, and walked back to his home. If Zheng Jinyao and the others hadn't come, he would have almost forgotten that school would start in about half a month. Soon, Zheng Jinyao and his group arrived at Wang Pan's house. Wang Pan had already opened the door and was waiting for them. The group walked into Wang Pan's house and found a seat to sit down. Zheng Jinyao immediately told them the news that the military asked them to bring. Wang Pan, the military wants us to tell you that the conflict between the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom is becoming increasingly intense, and war could break out at any time. Hearing this, Wang Pan didn't say anything. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face, as if he was thinking about something. During this period, although Wang Pan was on the construction site, he kept a close eye on the tense situation between the Baba Sheep Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom. This is the keen sense of smell he must maintain as an arms dealer. After all, where there is war there is arms trade, and arms dealers like them can profit from it. According to the information Wang Pan received, the current situation of Baba Sheep Kingdom is not particularly good. The military strength of Baishan Kingdom is far superior to that of Baba Sheep Kingdom. In addition, in the White Elephant Country, senior officers from the Lighthouse Country had previously conducted special training for their soldiers, and the combat qualities of the soldiers were much better than those of the Baba Sheep Country. If a war is launched, the Baba Sheep Kingdom will lose a large number of soldiers, and it is very likely that the border will also fall. This war is destined to be a difficult one for the Baba Sheep Kingdom, and the White Elephant Kingdom is definitely a tough nut for the Baba Sheep Kingdom to chew. As an ally of Babayan Kingdom, Long Kingdom absolutely cannot sit idly by, otherwise they would not have let Zheng Jinyao and others bring this news to Wang Pan. Zheng Jinyao saw Wang Pan looking thoughtful, and then told him the second message that the military wanted her to bring to Wang Pan. In a few days, the military will be bidding for new weapons. The total order value is expected to be around 1 billion. Hearing this, Wang Pan's eyes suddenly lit up and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This order must be obtained. Wang Pan made up his mind that he must get this order. In addition to being profitable, the main purpose is to show off in front of the Longwei army. After all, he had just started cooperating with the military, and the other party had shown enough sincerity to support him. Naturally, he had to show matching strength to prove that the military's choice of partner was correct. It just so happened that the factory in Ziyun village had been built, which was just enough to cope with the bidding held by the military, while the factory on the island would produce the dog orders for the wealthy dog owner. Then, Chen Gaoqi added, Wang Pan, the weapons orders being tendered by the military this time can only be for conventional weapons, not strategic weapons. Hearing this, Wang Pan looked embarrassed, and then immediately returned to normal. He could understand the difficulties faced by the Longwa military. If strategic weapons were provided, Longwa would face too much international pressure. However, if conventional weapons were provided, there would not be so much pressure from public opinion. Wang Pan did not answer Zheng Jinyao and the others immediately, but was thinking about what kind of weapons to provide for the bidding. If we use ordinary conventional weapons, our competitiveness will be too small. We must make weapons that are different from others so that we can find another way and grab orders. Thinking of this, Wang Pan glanced at Chen Gaoqi and asked, Gaoqi, you're a military enthusiast. Tell me, what is the White Elephant Nation's greatest advantage right now? After hearing Wang Pan's question, Chen Gaoqi held up his thick glasses, immediately took out a notebook from his bag, and started talking. The White Elephant Nation's greatest advantage over the Baba Sheep Nation is probably the tank and armored units within their army. According to reliable sources, the White Elephant State possesses over 5,000 T-55 tanks and has recently acquired nearly 1,000 T-90 MS tanks as the mainstay of its tank fleet. The T-90 MS tank weighs 48 tons and can accommodate 3 crew members. It can use an automatic loader to load 125mm smoothbore gun shells. The unique feature of this tank is its ability to fire Ingvar anti-tank missiles from its gun barrel. Another special feature is that the 12.7mm machine gun mounted on the turret can be operated either manually or controlled by the commander from inside the turret. And the White Elephant country modified the T-90 MS tanks they purchased, adding thick ceramic armor and a layer of reactive armor. When talking about military-related consultations, Chen Gaoqi changed his previous nerdy temperament, and his eyes became much sharper. Then he continued, the White Elephant's armored forces are equipped with a large number of Pinaka rocket launchers. The Pinaka rocket launcher is an improved version of the White Elephant's old BM-21 rocket launcher. The Pinaka rocket launcher consists of 12 rockets mounted on a truck with 8 pairs of road wheels. A GPS navigation system is also installed on the rockets for precise attack. The most important thing is that this rocket launcher has performed well in cold and high-altitude areas and has withstood the test of nature. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Pan immediately had a general idea. He planned to provide a batch of conventional weapons specifically for the tank and armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom and go to bid. Chapter 71. Exchange for the modified version of M82A1 sniper rifle. After obtaining the specific firepower configuration of the White Elephant Kingdom, Wang Pan had a general idea in his mind. Zheng Jinyao and her group looked more or less tired, and it was obvious that they rushed to the village without stopping after getting off the plane. Wang Pan called his sister and said, Yusin, clean up our parents' room and let our brothers and sisters live in our house. Wang Yusin nodded obediently and sensibly and began to help Zheng Jinyao and the others clean up the room. Because Zheng Jinyao was the only girl, Wang Pan arranged for her to share a room with Wang Yusin. As for the other men, they had to squeeze into the room that used to be Wang Pan's parents' room, as long as they could accommodate them. Wang Yusin was busy cleaning the room, and Zheng Jinyao and her group also went to help. Wang Pan was the only one left in the living room. Looking at his classmates back, Wang Pan's face was full of relief. It can be seen that through the training during this period, the students have made great progress. Their immaturity has faded away and they have become mature. There is no trace of their previous behavior in their every move. Wang Pan walked back to his room with confidence, locked the door, sat on his bed, and called out the system. System, open the system mall. He needs to figure out what kind of weapons to use for bidding. Opening the system mall. The system's cold prompt sound rang in Wang Pan's mind. Only 0.1 seconds later, a screen panel that only Wang Pan could see appeared in front of him. A variety of weapons are displayed on the panel, and each weapon is a modified version of the core weapons that are treasured by various countries. Then, Wang Pan swept his eyes over them and began to choose. He had previously provided that batch of C-3000 rocket launchers to the wealthy man, and there was a balance of more than $20 billion in his bank card. This balance can be converted into hundreds of millions of military industry points and can be exchanged at will for any weapon production line in the system mall. How about an AMR, 2 large-caliber sniper rifle? Wang Pan clicked on a weapon called AMR, 2 large-caliber sniper rifle and began to check the performance of this weapon. I just took a quick look at it and rejected it outright. This weapon is produced in Manhwa. Although it is powerful, someone will definitely bid for it. Wang Pan didn't want to use the same weapon as others, even if the weapon he used was a modified version and its performance far exceeded the original weapon. TM-46 anti-tank mine? This one looks pretty good. Wang Pan clicked on the weapon interface of a TM-46 anti-tank mine and checked the performance of this weapon. The TM-46 anti-tank mine weighs 8.4 kilograms and has a main charge of 5.3 kilograms. It can be equipped with an MBM pressure fuse or an MB5 fuse. The performance of this weapon is generally good, and its ability to punish tanks is also good. But when Wang Pan thought about the combat effectiveness of the soldiers of Baba Sheep Kingdom, and combined with the fact that the location where Baba Sheep Kingdom and White Elephant Kingdom were fighting was at the border between the two countries, he gave up the choice of using this weapon for bidding. The combat effectiveness of the soldiers of the Baba Sheep Kingdom is far inferior to that of the White Elephant Kingdom. In addition, the place where the two countries fought is located on the border, and that terrain can basically be called an open space. Anti-tank mines need to be deployed in advance on the path that enemy tanks must take. Given the combat effectiveness of the Baba Sheep country, their soldiers should not have the opportunity to deploy anti-tank mines on the battlefield in advance. Even if it could be deployed, with the firepower of the White Elephant Kingdom, the Baba Sheep Kingdom would definitely have to pay a heavy price in casualties. Which weapon should I choose? Wang Pan took a deep breath, his face full of confusion, and he kept sliding his fingers across the screen panel in front of him. As he was swiping, he saw a modified version of a weapon. His eyes lit up instantly, and he was deeply attracted to it. A modified version of the M82A1 sniper rifle. Wang Pan clicked on the weapon's introduction interface without hesitation and started to check it out. The regular version of the M82A1 sniper rifle weighs 12.9 kilograms, has a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, a magazine capacity of 10 rounds, and is equipped with 12.7 by 99 millimeters Browning machine gun bullets. The maximum range can reach 1,830 meters. The gun adopts the principle of short barrel recoil, semi-automatic firing mode, comes with mechanical sights, and can also be installed with optical sights. Its recoil is very small, which ensures comfort and shooting accuracy. The ordinary version of the M82A1 sniper rifle is an anti-material weapon itself, targeting various armored units. What's more, it is an M82A1 sniper rifle that has been modified by the system. The modified M82A1 sniper rifle can be equipped with high-explosive armor-piercing shells with explosive effects. It is extremely powerful, and one shot is enough to blow up ordinary armored units. The range has also reached an astonishing 3,130 meters, which is a full 1,300 meters higher than the ordinary version of the M82A1 sniper rifle. Seeing the power of this gun, even someone like Wang Pan, who had seen a lot of the world, couldn't help but secretly be amazed. How can this be called a sniper rifle? It's clearly a cannon. With a gun like this, wouldn't those tanks be perfect targets? Although this weapon is extremely powerful, it still falls into the category of conventional weapons, which just meets the requirements of the weapons aid plan proposed by the Manhwa military. Thinking of this, Wang Pan clicked to exchange the weapon design drawings without any hesitation. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully redeemed the production blueprints for the modified M82A1 sniper rifle. The cost was 1 million military points. Wang Pan swallowed and called out his personal panel. Name, Wang Pan. Account balance, $28 billion. Military industry points, 0, can be exchanged with account balance. Maximum exchange is 280 million points. Weapon shop exchange level, 2. Wang Pan didn't feel sorry at all for using the 1 million military industry points he had saved up to exchange for the production drawings of this modified version of the M82A1 sniper rifle. After all, he still has more than $28 billion in his account. If he needs to exchange for any weapon production blueprints, he can directly use the balance to exchange for military industry points. In addition, he still has the entire national defense armament list of the big dog in his hand. Even if the more than $28 billion are all exchanged, after the weapons are delivered, the account will receive hundreds of billions of US dollars. Wang Pan did not stay at home, but took the drawings he exchanged to the factory and ordered the production line in the factory to start full operation to produce a sample gun as quickly as possible. Chapter 72. Go to the Magic City Security Zone. The bidding begins. One disadvantage of using a manual production line is the efficiency issue in the early stages. The villagers who come to work in the factory are ordinary people. They have never come into contact with weapons and are very unfamiliar with processing molds. However, Wang Pan offered them such high salary packages that they all worked very hard and worked overtime almost every day just to not disappoint Wang Pan. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After 2 days of trial and error, the villagers' work efficiency has improved, and the weapons and accessories they produce also meet the standards. After the accessories were produced, they were assembled. The older villagers were assigned to the assembly positions and began to assemble the modified version of the M82A1 sniper rifle. After all this hard work, they actually made 2 sample guns in 4 or 5 days. Wang Pan, along with Zheng Jinyao and his team, were carrying 2 sample guns assembled in the factory and the corresponding high-explosive armor-piercing bullets, and were preparing to go to the hill behind the village to test the power of the guns. At this moment, Lu Hu found a group of people who were preparing to go up the mountain and reported loudly, "Wang Pan, I've been asked to inform you that the bidding is about to begin and you should set off." After the factory building was built, the construction team withdrew, but Lu Hu did not leave and stayed in Ziyun village. He is a non-commissioned officer at the regimental level in the Jiangxing military region. He and the soldiers of a regiment under his command have been sent to Ziyun village by the military region and have become the permanent troops stationed in Ziyun village. After hearing Lu Hu's words, Wang Pan had no time to test the guns. He disassembled the 2 sample guns and put them into a suitcase. He then rushed back home with Zheng Jinyao and the others to pack their luggage. After packing their luggage, Wang Pan called Su Shanhua and Lu Haipeng and took his classmates, led by Zheng Jinyao, and got on a military vehicle and headed straight for the Jiangxing military region. The reason why Wang Pan brought so many people to this bidding was very simple. That was because he wanted to train Zheng Jinyao and others. As for bringing Su Shanhua and Lu Haipeng, it was to let them serve as representatives of the factory and go to the military region to get in touch with some weapons and learn some knowledge about weapons. This would be of great help to the factory's future production. After all, it is impossible for Wang Pan to take care of both orders and production at the same time. He always needs to train some people to help him develop the market and ensure production. Wang Pan and his group got on a military vehicle and headed straight for the Jiangxing military region. The Jiangxing military region also received instructions from the Manhwa military, requiring them to cooperate with Wang Pan's itinerary and send Wang Pan and others to the Magic City to participate in the bidding as quickly as possible. When Wang Pan and his team arrived at the gate of Jiangxing military region, the military vehicles drove into the military region unimpeded and arrived at the helipad inside. On the tarmac, there was already a transport plane waiting for them. This was prepared by the Jiangxing military region long ago. Wang Pan and his friends got out of the car without any further ado and boarded the transport plane. The transport plane started up immediately, took off straight away, and headed straight for the bidding location at the fastest speed. This time, the bidding location was not in the capital, but in a security area near the Magic City. Jiangxing is not very close to the Magic City. Even if you take the military transport plane, it takes nearly an hour and a half. As soon as the plane landed, non-commissioned officers in camouflage training uniforms were standing near the apron waiting. As soon as Wang Pan and his group got off the plane, the sergeant immediately strode up and saluted. "Is this Comrade Wang Pan? The commander ordered me to wait for you here." Wang Pan nodded, and without further greeting, he asked straight to the point. "Where's the auction? Take us there." The sergeant nodded and pointed to 2 military off-road vehicles parked 50 meters away and said, "Let's go, Comrade Wang Pan. I'll take you to the bidding venue." On the other side, at the bidding venue. The bidding venue was set up in a playground in the security zone. A stage was set up on the playground, with tables and chairs on it. A small nameplate was placed on every seat on the table. It was not difficult to see from the names on the nameplates that the people sitting there were all leaders. The names written in the 3 most central positions were all old friends of Wang Pan, including the commander of the Dragon Army and Commander Wei, who had visited the island before. There was a long table and several chairs under the stage, and there were also several name tags on the table. Unlike the nameplates on the stage, which have names written on them, the nameplates below the stage have the names of the military factories that came to bid written on them. They are Manhwa Nuclear Industry Group Corporation, Manhwa Aviation Science and Industry Group Corporation, Manhwa Shipbuilding Heavy Industry Group Corporation, Manhwa Ordnance Industry Corporation, and Ziyun Village First Military Factory. Except for Wang Pan's Ziyun Village No. 1 Military Factory, the other 4 are state-owned military enterprises of Manhwa. Only Wang Pan's military factory is special. It is the first military enterprise established by the Manhwa military in a cooperative manner. The other 4 military factories are all old-established military factories in the country and are military-industrial enterprises that have existed since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, representatives from the other 4 military-industrial enterprises were already in place, leaving only Wang Pan as the only one who had not arrived. Looking at the empty seat, the representatives of the other 4 companies began to discuss in low voices. What's the origin of this Ziyun village's first military factory? Have you heard of it? It seems to be a new military factory that the military has recently cooperated with. I'm not sure about the details. He's quite a big shot, making so many of us wait for him. I guess he has some skills. If he didn't have those skills, how could he have been selected for this bidding? At this time, Wang Pan and his group finally arrived at the venue. As soon as they appeared, they attracted everyone's attention and everyone's eyes were fixed on them. The leaders of the Magic City Security Zone looked at Wang Pan, who was obviously only about 20 years old, with obvious surprise on their faces, but they quickly regained their composure. Obviously, they did not expect that the representatives sent by the first military factory of Ziyun Village would be such a young group of people. At the same time, representatives from the other 4 military-industrial enterprises couldn't help but become curious when they saw Wang Pan and his group, who were obviously much younger. Who is this young man? How can he become a representative at such a young age? Is the first military factory of Ziyun Village so confident that it can allow a young man to participate in a bidding meeting with such a large amount of money? All the representatives were secretly paying attention to Wang Pan in their hearts, obviously considering him as a strong rival. After all, there is a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, if you don't have any beard on your lips, you can't do things well. In their opinion, Wang Pan must have other outstanding qualities to be entrusted with such an important task at such a young age. Chapter 73, Armor-Breaking Hammer. By the time Wang Pan arrived at the venue, representatives from all the military factories bidding for the event had already arrived. The leader of the Magic City Garrison District immediately sent someone to notify senior military officials to attend the bidding. Soon, the military personnel from Manhwa arrived at the venue. The person who came was an old acquaintance of Wang Pan. He was the commander-in-chief of the army who had been to the island before, Wei Heping, Commander Wei. Wei Heping was surrounded by a group of people and sat in the most central position on the stage, while the other members of the Manhwa military sat in the seats marked with their names. Because of the special situation, it is unknown when the Baba Sheep Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom will start fighting, and time is very urgent. This time the bidding will not have so much nonsense, and all the military factories will start demonstrations directly. The representative of Manhwa Ordnance Industry Corporation was the first to demonstrate. He walked calmly to the front and took out the weapons he brought for the bid. This time I brought the AMR, 2 large-caliber sniper rifle. Everyone should be very familiar with this gun. It is widely used by special police forces in our country. It is an absolute killer. After the words were spoken, there was no expression on the faces of the Dragon Country military personnel on the stage, and it was obvious that they were not attracted by this weapon. The AMR, 2 sniper rifle is a good product, but it cannot solve the crisis facing the sheep country at all. Wei Heping had no expression on his face and spoke very calmly. Next, the next person to come out and display weapons was a representative from Manhwa Aviation Science and Industry Corporation. He took out the weapons he brought and began to introduce them. Leaders, I brought with me the Manhwa Type 10 sniper rifle, with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters and an effective range of 1,500 meters. It can accurately strike targets within a range of 1 kilometer. When he heard that it was a Type 10 sniper rifle, Wei Heping's face remained calm. He waved his hand, and you continued. Next, the next person to come out to display the weapons was a representative of Manhwa Shipbuilding Heavy Industry Group Corporation. He took out a mine from the box at his feet and began to introduce it. I brought you the CLDD-214 anti-tank mine, which was produced in 1981. Our company has made 2 improvements to it, upgrading its safety, concealment, and the explosives it carries. Now, this CLDD-214 anti-tank mine, which has been improved by our company, can paralyze any medium tank that steps on it, preventing it from joining the battle. As he spoke, an inexplicable smile appeared on the representative's face, and he was obviously very confident in the weapons he brought. Wei Heping nodded without saying anything more, and just let the next company make its presentation. The person who went up to demonstrate was a representative of the Nuclear Industry Group Corporation. He brought a machine gun with him. After showing the machine gun to the leaders on the stage, he began to introduce it. Dear leaders, I brought you the Type 85 anti-aircraft machine gun. This machine gun has a caliber of 12.7 millimeters and can accurately strike targets at a range of about 1,200 meters. After he finished his introduction, The Dragon Country military leaders on the stage still showed no emotional fluctuations on their faces. They had blank expressions and were not attracted by any of the weapons. Especially Wei Heping. Although there was no expression on his face, his eyes revealed deep disappointment. He didn't expect that the weapons brought by several state-owned military factories were all these uninnovative weapons, and none of them were fully suitable for the battlefields of Baba Sheep Country and White Elephant Country. There was a huge deviation from the result that the military expected at the beginning. However, Wang Pan's military factory still hadn't introduced any weapons, so Wei Heping could only place all his hopes on Wang Pan. After all, he had been to the island and knew how capable Wang Pan was. Thinking of this, Wei Heping immediately spoke. Please allow the last military factory to introduce itself. Hearing someone calling him, Wang Pan picked up the briefcase at his feet and walked out. He glanced at the leaders on the stage, smiled, and began to introduce the weapons he brought. Leaders, the weapon I'm bringing to bid this time is the armor-crushing hammer. As soon as the words fell, everyone present looked at each other, with strange expressions on their faces. What the hell? Armor-breaking hammer? Why does it sound so inappropriate? This is a weapons bidding meeting, not a college student's handicraft exchange meeting. Even the leaders on the stage were a little impatient. They were about to say something, but found that Wei Heping did not speak. They could only wait quietly for what to happen next. Wang Pan ignored the strange looks from the crowd and opened the suitcase by himself. After assembling the modified version of the M82A1 sniper rifle that had been disassembled into parts, he placed it on the table. Looking at the armor-breaking hammer brought by Wang Pan on the stage, the people in the audience were talking about it, obviously recognizing this weapon. Isn't this the Lighthouse Country's M82A1 sniper rifle? Could this be the armor-breaking hammer this young man was talking about? This can't be said to be completely unrelated. It can only be said to be exactly the same. Can this also be included in the bidding? Aren't we only allowed to bid with weapons from our Dragon Nation? Are you kidding me? Bringing a Barrett to bid? Are you taking us for fools? Representatives from various state-owned military-industrial enterprises in the audience raised their own questions, and the questioning voices filled the entire venue. Seeing this, Zhou Shambua and Lu Haipeng became a little nervous. They stood up and paced anxiously, as if the chair was a hot brazier. Zheng Jinyao and his group didn't feel anything. They still sat leisurely in their chairs, waiting for the follow-up results. On the stage, other senior military officials of Manhwa frowned and didn't know what to say for a moment. They already thought the name, armor-piercing hammer, was ridiculous, and it became even more ridiculous when they saw the M82A1 sniper rifle in front of them. This is clearly the weapon of the Lighthouse Country. Some officers who did not know Wang Pan immediately spoke up to remind him when they saw the scene, which could almost be described as nonsense. Sir, we cannot use weapons from other countries in this weapons bidding event. We can only use weapons independently developed by our Dragon Nation. Hearing this, Wang Pan smiled faintly and began to explain seriously. Leaders, please don't misunderstand me. This is a weapon I developed exclusively. Aside from a similar appearance, it has absolutely nothing to do with the Barrett from the Lighthouse Country. Chapter 74. The next step of demonstration, Wang Pan's request. As soon as Wang Pan finished speaking, the representatives in the audience could not help but stand up to protest. Isn't this just a blatant lie? How shameless. This is clearly the Barrett from the Lighthouse Country, yet they insist on claiming it was developed by themselves? Do you have any shame? No, I won't talk about the production level of this military factory, but they are indeed the most shameless in our Dragon Country. They claim that the weapons of the Lighthouse Country are their own exclusive research and development. This is the first time I have seen such a thing in all these years. The situation between Baba Sheep Country and White Elephant Country is so tense right now. We don't know when a fight will break out. We're still wasting our time watching people who have no idea what shame is. It's ridiculous. Leaders, I'm requesting that this military factory be removed from this bidding. This is truly outrageous. In all their years in the industry, this was the first time they had seen an opponent like Wang Pan, who treated everyone like fools in such a serious weapons bidding meeting. In their eyes, Wang Pan is a shameless clown, and competing with such a person is an insult to them. Other high-ranking military officials from Manhwa who did not know Wang Pan on the platform wanted to speak up and agree, but were stopped by Wei Heping. He thought of the C-3000 rocket launcher he had seen on the island before. At first, they stubbornly believed that Wang Pan's C-3000 rocket launcher was Longwa's C-300 rocket launcher. But the facts gave them a loud slap in the face. All C-3000 rocket launchers just look like C-300 rocket launchers, but their performance is several times stronger than that of C-300 rocket launchers. Thinking of this, he looked at Wang Pan deeply, his eyes meaningful. Wei Heping glanced at the somewhat agitated representatives and personally ended the topic. Okay, stop arguing and move on to the next step of the demonstration. Upon hearing this, the military and industrial representatives still looked dissatisfied, but since Wei Heping had already said so, they could not complain anymore. They could only suppress their inner resentment and sit back in their seats. Their eyes were fixed on Wang Pan, and they glanced at Wei Heping on the stage a few times, thinking secretly in their hearts. Who is this new arms dealer? Why would the Dragon Army's commander-in-chief take the initiative to help him out? Could it be that this young man has a powerful background? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this possibility was very high. Otherwise, based on their understanding of Wei Heping's temper, he would have kicked out someone like Wang Pan long ago. Afterwards, everyone went to the shooting range of the security area with their weapons and demonstrated the power of their weapons. The military began testing weaponry and gave different targets based on the different weapons brought by several military-industrial companies. The first demonstration was the AMR-2 sniper rifle brought by Manhwa Ordnance Industry Corporation. A soldier took the AMR-2 sniper rifle and began shooting at the target in the shooting range at a distance of about 1,000 meters. Several shots were fired in succession, and each bullet hit the target in the distance with pretty good accuracy. Moreover, this gun has a large caliber of 12.7 and can also penetrate the steel sheets on the target, but its power is mediocre and there is nothing particularly outstanding about it. To be honest, the performance of the AMR-2 sniper rifle is average. It cannot be called good, but it is definitely not bad either. It can only be described as mediocre. Next came the products brought by the other three military-industrial companies, because Manhwa Ordnance Industry Corporation and Manhwa Aviation Science and Industry Group both brought 12.7 large-caliber sniper rifles. The items they tested were exactly the same. Overall, the Type 10 sniper rifle brought by the Manhwa Aviation Science and Industry Group was slightly more powerful, but not by much. The next two military-industrial companies' weapons were mines and anti-aircraft machine guns. They also handed over their products to the soldiers one by one and had them tested by the other party. After testing each level, the strength of the two weapons was demonstrated in all aspects. After taking a look, the senior military officials of the Dragon Kingdom could not help but sigh and shake their heads. They felt that the weapons were unsatisfactory and there was still a certain gap between them and the weapons they expected to provide to the Baba Sheep Kingdom. The White Elephant Country's advantage lies in its armored and tank forces. Although these old arms companies provide weapons capable of destroying supplies and equipment, their weapons are too weak. According to the military's estimate of the configuration of the White Elephant Kingdom's armored forces, the role provided by these weapons can be said to be negligible and of little help to the battle situation. The Dragon Country military spent 1 billion on the bidding this time with the goal of doing the most with the least amount of money, and using this budget to provide a batch of exquisite weapons to the Baba Sheep Country. But now it seems that these weapons are not in line with the style of spending little money to achieve big results that they had set before. Now only Wang Pan's weapon has not been tested. Wei Heping locked his sights on Wang Pan, wondering if Wang Pan would bring him any surprises. After Wang Pan handed his Star Crusher to the sniper arranged by the security area, he glanced at the stationary target in the distance, shook his head, turned to look at Wei Heping, and stated his request. Boss, I'd like to request a change of test target. Hitting a stationary target like this is pointless. Can we switch to a moving target? If possible, it would be best to use armored units. Aren't the iron plates hanging on the targets now just a trick? There's no need for any testing at all. As soon as the words fell, the two representatives of Manhwa Ordnance Industry Corporation and Manhwa Aviation Science and Industry Group, who had just conducted the test, turned pale. What's the meaning? Does this mean the sniper rifles our two companies brought are just fancy-looking, useless things? The two representatives stared at Wang Pan. If their eyes could kill, Wang Pan would have been tortured to death long ago. Representatives from other military-industrial enterprises listened to Wang Pan's words, looked at each other, and saw the mockery in each other's eyes. In their eyes, what is the difference between Wang Pan's behavior and those clowns in the circus who are trying to attract attention? The situation is so tense now that every minute cannot be wasted. Did he really think that the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom's military were so idle that they even changed the test target for him? Thinking of this, all the military industry representatives unanimously believed that Wang Pan was courting death. The military would definitely not meet his demands, and might even eliminate him directly because of this. Chapter 75. This kid must be related. At the observation point of the shooting range, Wei Heping silently glanced at Wang Pan and nodded in agreement to this request. Go, do as he says, and get one of the armored vehicles we have in service. As soon as the words fell, The head of the security zone immediately saluted and shouted respectfully, "Yes, Chief." After saying that, he arranged for the soldiers under him to drive an armored vehicle parked in the warehouse over for Wang Pan to test. Within a few minutes, a military green armored vehicle appeared in everyone's sight. The vehicle was covered with a thick layer of armor on the front, back, left, right, and roof. Although it is not as strong as the armor of large tanks, compared with some small and medium-sized tanks, the armor strength carried by the two can be said to be almost the same. This is the main battle armored vehicle equipped by the Longwo Army. It is the third-generation Ming-2, a new generation product that was improved by all the academicians of the Longwo Academy of Engineering on the previous generation of Ming-2. This generation of Ming-2 is not a model that simply adds armor to the previous generation Ming-2, but a brand new armored vehicle with optimized design after comprehensive consideration. The driver parked the armored vehicle nearly 1 kilometer away from the launch site, waiting for orders from his superiors. Wang Pan looked at the distance of the armored vehicle and shook his head dissatisfiedly. He turned around and said to Wei Heping, "Commander Wei, have the vehicle retreat to anywhere within 3 kilometers of the launch site." Wei Heping raised his eyebrows, obviously not expecting Wang Pan to take the initiative to increase the difficulty of the test. 3 kilometers is a very long distance for a sniper rifle. You know, the effective range of the 2 sniper rifles brought by the other 2 military-industrial companies just now is only about 2 kilometers at most. But Wang Pan wanted to challenge the 3-kilometer difficulty as soon as he arrived, which surprised Wei Heping. But since Wang Pan has already asked for it, he will not be dissatisfied. Do as he says. He turned around and looked at the head of the security area standing behind him and said lightly. The person in charge nodded, picked up the radio and told the driver Commander Wei's order, and the driver drove the armored vehicle back to a position about 3 kilometers away from the launch site. Seeing this scene, the military and industrial representatives were all stunned, and their expressions were full of solemnity. They originally thought that Wei Heping would just yell at Wang Pan and his group to get out of the security area, but they didn't expect that Wei Heping, the army commander who was well known throughout the Dragon Kingdom military for his hot temper, could actually meet Wang Pan's various demands so calmly. Could these young people be related to each other? This is the first time I've seen Commander Wei be so good-tempered. Be more confident. Don't get rid of it. These young people must have powerful backgrounds. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Army allow them to act so recklessly? Yeah. When have you ever seen Commander Wei be so good-tempered? There must be someone behind these young people whom Commander Wei can't afford to offend. Otherwise, with Commander Wei's explosive temper, he would have started cursing long ago. TSK, what's going on here? It's one thing for them to bid with the Lighthouse country's guns, but the military is so indulgent towards them. This is really speechless. When it's over, I'm going to protest. They don't take us seriously at all. Several people grumbled in low voices. They had already decided that they would protest immediately after Wang Pan finished the test. Why does the military pamper a little-known arms company so much? Where have all these old military-industrial companies gone? They were so blinded by anger that they didn't even notice that Wang Pan had taken the initiative to request that the armored vehicles be moved a full 3 kilometers away. Everything was ready. Wang Pan walked to the side of the sniper, looked at the sniper lying beside him, and gave orders. Brother, you don't need to specifically aim at the weaker parts of the armored vehicle. Just hit the hardest part. When the sniper heard Wang Pan's request, he was stunned. His face was full of confusion. He didn't know what Wang Pan meant by these words. You mean, I can just hit anywhere? No need to specifically target vulnerable areas. The sniper tried to understand Wang Pan's meaning and asked back. That's pretty much it. As long as you can hit the car, the rest is up to you. Hearing this, Wang Pan nodded and spoke in an affirmative tone. The sniper was completely petrified on the spot. He had never thought that he would hear such a ridiculous request in his lifetime. Although a sniper has never been on the battlefield in person, the training he performs as a sniper can all be applied to war. Among them, one of their training tasks is specifically aimed at enemy armored forces, which is to use anti-material sniper rifles to block the advance of enemy armored forces. The instructors in charge of teaching them have clearly mentioned more than once that the armored forces in modern warfare all use high-strength armor shells, and even using anti-material sniper rifles and special armor-piercing bullets is not so easy to penetrate the armor shells of the armored forces. As a sniper, you must attack the weaker positions of the armored vehicles in order to paralyze the enemy armored units in the center of the battlefield, and eventually bomb them with missiles or artillery shells. The instructor mentioned that the more vulnerable parts of the armored vehicle, such as glass, tires, or fuel tanks, are where their snipers should attack. But now, Wang Pan wants him to shoot however he wants, as long as he can hit the car? This was the most unreasonable request the sniper had ever heard since he joined the army. He even suspected that Wang Pan had a brain burn. Otherwise, how could he make such an unreasonable request? Although the M82A1 sniper rifle in his hand is a large-caliber anti-material weapon, it is impossible to confront a steel-armored vehicle head-on. If this had happened during wartime, if he had been discovered after firing this shot, he would have become a sitting duck, either being killed by an enemy sniper or being shot down by a machine gun on an armored vehicle. The more the sniper thought about it, the more he felt that Wang Pan was unreliable. He even began to doubt whether Wang Pan knew anything about arms. But after all, their superiors asked them to cooperate with Wang Pan as much as possible. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice but to carry out the order. The sniper set up the M82A1 and aimed the crosshairs at the armored vehicle 3 kilometers away. After taking a deep breath to feel the approximate wind direction, he placed his finger on the plane, waiting for the order to fire at any time. Chapter 76. Is this the level of special treatment? Once the sniper was ready, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Su Shambua looked at Wang Pan and the sniper, who were almost becoming a small dot in the distance, and couldn't help but worry, and asked in a low voice, "Hey, do you think this gun is powerful enough?" Chen Gaoqi adjusted his thick glasses and spoke to comfort her. "It's okay. We should trust Wang Pan. If the weapons Wang Pan makes don't work, then there won't be any weapons in the world that do." To be honest, he was not sure either. After all, this gun was just a sample gun that the factory had rushed to make. It was brought to the bidding meeting before he had even had a chance to test it. No one knew its specific power. But Chen Gaoqi's admiration for Wang Pan made him choose to trust Wang Pan unconditionally. After hearing what Chen Gaoqi said, Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng felt relieved and began to watch quietly. On the other side, at the sniper point. At this moment, Wang Pan seemed to have thought of something. He quickly picked up the walkie-talkie on his waist and made a new request again. "Commander Wei, order the soldiers on the vehicle to evacuate." Wang Pan's voice sounded very serious and was transmitted to Wei Heping through the radio. He almost forgot that there was a driver in the armored vehicle, and that was a living life. With the power of the modified version of M82A1, it only takes one shot for the driver and the armored vehicle to ascend to heaven. Now, everyone present was confused again. They didn't know why Wang Pan suddenly made such a request. It was he who just said he wanted to shoot at the moving target, and now it was he who asked the drivers in the car to leave. This requires a speed of change, not unlike the face-changing in Sichuan opera. The 4 military industry representatives stood behind Wei Heping and laughed heartily. "You're too scared to even shoot at a moving target? Didn't you just say shooting at a fixed target was boring? Why did you change your tune so quickly? Relying on some unorthodox methods won't cut it. A good blacksmith must be strong himself. Yeah, if you don't have the skills, then don't take on this kind of job. Why would you let so many of us accompany him here and make trouble? I thought it was capable of something special, but this is it." These representatives really couldn't stand Wang Pan's style. "Why are we all here to bid for orders? But you are the only one who is more special than us." The sniper next to Wang Pan was also annoyed after hearing what Wang Pan said, and he spoke indignantly. "I can hit a moving target without having to evacuate them." He thought that Wang Pan didn't believe in his marksmanship, so he asked people to evacuate and replace the moving target with a fixed target. Upon hearing this, Wang Pan did not explain much, but continued to observe the armored vehicle 3 kilometers away with a telescope. For the driver's safety, he had to wait until the driver evacuated to a safe place before ordering to open fire. Now even Wei Heping doesn't know what Wang Pan is up to. One moment he wants to shoot at a moving target, and the next moment he shoots at a fixed target. If he had not been to the island in person before and had a general understanding of Wang Pan's abilities, if it were someone else, he would have lost his temper and started swearing. In the end, Wei Heping agreed to Wang Pan's new request and asked the soldiers in the armored vehicles to withdraw to a safe place. He wanted to see what Wang Pan was trying to do. The drivers who received the order immediately evacuated from the armored vehicles and retreated to a safe area. After seeing that there was no one in the armored vehicle, Wang Pan immediately gave new instructions loudly. "Aim at the armored vehicle, but don't miss." Hearing this, the sniper couldn't help but snort coldly. He held the M82A1 sniper rifle in his hand, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Don't worry, if I can't hit such a large armored vehicle, I will immediately submit a report and transfer to the kitchen team. I will never touch a gun again." The order Wang Pan had just given was transmitted to the observation platform through the walkie-talkie in his hand. The other 4 military industry representatives who had completed the test couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing the order given by Wang Pan. "Hey, after all this trouble, you're still shooting at fixed targets. Did you think there was something different? So what if it hits? Could it be that the armored vehicle will be blown apart by a single shot? What does that even mean? Besides wasting time, what other purpose does this kind of test serve? It's obvious at first glance that this young man is a complete layman. He has absolutely no idea about the armor of modern armored vehicles. Given the strength of the armor on this Ming-2, it's impossible for it to explode unless it's hit by a missile attack. He's not imagining that he can use the weapons of the Lighthouse Country to blow up our Dragon Country's third-generation Ming-2 with a single shot, is he? Haha, I don't think they should be in the arms business. With their wild ideas, they could definitely go to social media platforms and start paying for knowledge. I'm putting this on the line. If this armored vehicle can't withstand a single shot, I'm going to eat it. As they talked, they glanced at each other and started laughing again. Their words were full of sarcasm, as if they were waiting to see Wang Pan make a fool of himself. What they said was really too much. Zheng Jinyao and his group looked at the representatives with different expressions, and without exception, they were all very angry. After all, Wang Pan is their classmate and their idol. Anyone would be unhappy if their idol was ridiculed like this. However, they have made rapid progress during this period, especially in terms of emotions. They have learned how to hide their emotions. Zheng Jinyao and the others remained calm and were too lazy to even step forward to argue with the other party. They learned an advantage from Wang Pan, which is that if you can slap the other party in the face with facts, never argue with them. On the contrary, Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng had indignant expressions on their faces, feeling angry on behalf of Wang Pan. Damn, their mouths stink like an old lady's foot bindings. This is especially obvious for Su Shambua. He and Wang Pan grew up together as childhood friends, so naturally, he couldn't bear to see Wang Pan suffer any injustice. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward to have a good argument with the other party. He wanted to see how much they knew about arms to be able to say that Wang Pan was a layman. However, just as he was about to do this, he was stopped by Chun Gaoqi and his male classmates. The representative's sarcastic remarks reached Wang Pan's ears through Wei Heping's intercom, but he remained unmoved by the sarcasm. Wang Pan has received a lot of cold stares along the way. Compared to arguing with these people, he prefers to slap them in the face with facts. He stared at the armored vehicle in the distance and slowly ordered the sniper to open fire. 3, 2, 1, fire. Chapter 77, Armored Vehicle, exploded. Bang! A deafening gunshot was heard, and everyone quickly covered their ears. At this time, some senior military officials noticed something was wrong and began to discuss it in low voices. What's going on? Something doesn't feel right. Is the sound of an M82A1 firing really that loud? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any. Maybe there was some other minor accident? Or is it that this gun is different from Changgui's M82A1 and makes a louder noise? We'll find out as we continue to watch. I wonder if the power of this gun will be as great as the sound it makes. Their discussion was not over yet, and what happened next was even more surprising to them. After a few seconds, an even louder explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Boom! Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and found that it was an armored vehicle parked about 3 kilometers away from the launch point. At this moment, the armored vehicle shook violently and was blown upside down. The entire armored vehicle had turned into a huge burning fireball, and all the armor covering the outside of the vehicle was blown away by the impact of the bomb and fell to the ground nearby. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Without exception, everyone opened their mouths wide and couldn't say a word. Wei Heping held a telescope and stared at the burning armored vehicle in the distance. He was stunned by the scene before him. He opened his mouth wide and stood there motionless as if petrified. Wei Heping has been in the army for decades and has carefully studied battles of all sizes around the world. In addition, he himself is a veteran who has fought in the battlefield with real swords and guns. He has seen all kinds of scenes, big and small, but how could he have seen such a scene? Is this really not a dream? A sniper rifle, a bullet, such ordinary equipment, can explode an armored vehicle with just one shot? And the shooting distance was actually 3 kilometers away? Can the range be this far? How powerful is a sniper rifle? Can this really be considered a sniper rifle? It's more like a cannonball, right? This armored vehicle is not an ordinary armored vehicle. It is the third-generation Ming-2 that Longhua has spent a lot of manpower and material resources to upgrade and transform. The protective capability of this armored vehicle is completely comparable to that of a small or medium-sized tank. But why is this third-generation Ming-2 as fragile as a piece of white paper under Wang Pan's gun? Besides, isn't this range a bit too scary? With a range of 3 kilometers and such power, is this killing weapon still the M82A1 sniper rifle from the Lighthouse Country that I know? Countless questions flooded Wei Heping's mind. and he felt that his worldview was showing signs of collapse. Wei Heping was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. His hands holding the telescope were shaking slightly, and he looked a little excited. Not only Wei Heping was shocked, but the military personnel behind him were also shocked by the scene before them. Holy crap, is this a sniper rifle? It blew up our third-generation Ming-2 with one shot. This is fucking amazing. This sniper rifle really lives up to its name, Star Crusher. Surprisingly. Honestly, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and told you there was a sniper rifle that could blow up an armored vehicle with one shot, I would have suggested you go to the hospital to have your brain checked out without hesitation. If these weapons are provided to the Baba Sheep Nation, won't all the tanks in the White Elephant Nation be turned into scrap metal one by one? These military personnel were shocked by the power of Wang Pan's M82A1 sniper rifle. They were all incoherent and swearing. At this time, these military personnel realized that Wang Pan was different from the representatives of other military-industrial companies. They suddenly remembered what Wang Pan had just said, that this weapon only looked like the M82A1 of the Lighthouse country, and everything else was independently developed by him. They suddenly had a very bold idea. Maybe what the young man said was true. The military industry representatives who had just been sneering at Wang Pan now had very interesting expressions on their faces. Without exception, they all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They held on to the railings tightly and looked at the armored vehicles that were still burning in the distance. What the hell is this? Did I see that right? The armored vehicle was blown up with just one shot. Is it too late for me to say that I spoke a little too loudly just now? Strange, monster. What kind of gun can blow up an armored vehicle with one shot? The military industry representatives spoke a little unsteadily and began to stammer. They didn't expect that the M82A1 sniper rifle brought by Wang Pan would be so powerful that it could actually blow up Lungwa's third-generation fierce earth fighters with one shot. When they thought of their confusing remarks and the teasing look just now, they felt as if they were slapped hard in the face by an invisible big hand, and it was burning with pain. It turns out that the clowns were themselves from the beginning to the end. Thinking of this, several military industry representatives lowered their heads in shame and shrank silently into the corner, hoping not to attract other people's attention and cause themselves to be whipped again. On the other side, the launch ground. The sniper looked at the burning armored vehicle through the sniper scope on his gun, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. Is this what I blew up? The sniper turned his head and looked at Wang Pan and asked in disbelief. Wang Pan's face was calm, as if he had known everything for a long time. You're the one who blew it up. Your accuracy is pretty good, and your professional skills are worthy of recognition. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Pan took the modified version of M82A1 from the sniper and walked towards the observation platform where Wei Heping and the others were with the gun on his back. Until now, the sniper still couldn't believe what he saw. Even now, he could still feel the dull pain in his shoulder caused by the recoil. He couldn't believe that the trigger he just pulled could actually blow up an armored vehicle. With a sniper rifle of this power, all the sniper rifles in the world can no longer be called sniper rifles. It might be more appropriate to describe it as a fire stick. The sniper now finally understood what Wang Pan meant when he asked the driver of the armored vehicle to retreat. It was not because he looked down on his professional level, but because he was worried about the safety of the driver in the car. If there were still drivers on the armored vehicles, the garrison would really have to hold a martyr's memorial service today. Chapter 78. Is this a sniper rifle? Soon, Wang Pan walked to the observation platform with his armor-breaking hammer on his back, looked at the group of people who were stunned, and took the initiative to ask, "Leaders, what do you think?" After the words fell, the people on the observation deck finally reacted from their shock. They turned their heads and looked at Wang Pan as if he were a monster. Wei Heping took 2 steps forward, grabbed Wang Pan's arms excitedly, and asked in disbelief, "Are you sure this gun you brought is the M82A1 sniper rifle from the Lighthouse country? When did the M82A1 sniper rifle become so powerful?" Hearing this, Wang Pan suddenly became unhappy. He frowned and emphasized seriously, "Commander Wei, let me repeat myself. The weapon I brought is called an armor-breaking hammer, not an M82A1 sniper rifle. My Starbreaker and the Lighthouse Nation's M82A1 only look similar in appearance, but their performance is completely different. Can the Lighthouse Nation's M82A1 blow up an armored vehicle with one shot?" It can be heard that Wang Pan's tone was a little unfriendly, and he was obviously not satisfied with what Wei Heping said. After hearing Wang Pan's words, Wei Heping immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. He quickly put on a smile and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. I mean, Are you sure your armor-breaking hammer is just an anti-material sniper rifle? His tone was filled with disbelief. He still couldn't believe that a sniper rifle could be so powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone in the audience looked over here, expecting Wang Pan's next answer. Obviously, it was hard for them to imagine that a sniper rifle could unleash such great power. Judging from the power alone, this can't even be considered a sniper rifle. Some people even believe it's a mortar. One shot, just one shot, and the armored vehicle with a large amount of armor installed on the outside of the shell was bombed instantly. Even the armor on the outside of the armored vehicle was blown to pieces by the aftermath of the explosion. Do you think a sniper rifle can do this? Otherwise, all the tests were completed by the soldiers in the garrison area, and there would be absolutely no possibility of cheating. Otherwise, these people would start to suspect whether Wang Pan secretly replaced the gun with a mortar. Otherwise, how could it have such great power? At the same time, Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng were shocked by the scene before them. They wanted to say something to express their excitement, but when they opened their mouths, they stammered and didn't know what to say. They could only keep waving their fists in the air to express their inner excitement. Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng did not understand weapons, and did not know what kind of shock the modified M82A1 sniper rifle assembled by them and brought by Wang Pan had brought to the people present. What shocked them was Wei Heping's attitude towards Wang Pan. It was obvious that Wei Heping had the highest official position among all the people present, but even such a big shot had to apologize honestly in front of Wang Pan. If this had happened under normal circumstances, they would not have been able to witness such a scene with their own eyes, and they might not even dare to think about it. Pansy is so amazing that the big bosses in the military region treat him so well. Yes, this boss's position is definitely not low. It seems that we made the right decision to follow Wang Pan. With him leading us, we will definitely have a bright future. That's right, following Pansy out this time really broadened my horizons. Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng were discussing in a low voice on the side. They looked at each other and saw the longing for future life in each other's eyes. Unfortunately, they didn't know Wei Heping's true identity. If they knew that Wei Heping was the commander-in-chief of the entire Longwo army, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. Listening to Wei Heping's question, Wang Pan nodded without denying it. He placed the modified version of the M82A1 on his back in front of everyone and spoke slowly. What else? Then he removed the muzzle and barrel, placed them in Wei Heping's palm, and continued. The muzzle of my Star Crusher has a caliber of 12.7 millimeters. The barrel length and weight of the entire gun are consistent with the internationally defined sniper rifle specifications. What else could it be but a sniper rifle? As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Wei Heping carefully examined the parts in his palm. Indeed, just as Wang Pan said, the specifications of all the parts met the internationally defined specifications for sniper rifles. Although this power is not within the international definition of a sniper rifle, this gun is indeed a sniper rifle. This is indeed a sniper rifle, but its power is slightly greater than that of ordinary sniper rifles. Wei Heping was speechless for a moment. Then he emphasized the word billion. The other military district leaders listened to Wei Heping's conclusion and discussed it quietly. Holy crap, it really is a sniper rifle. When the hell did a sniper rifle become this powerful? Have I been eliminated by society? No, generally speaking, sniper rifles don't have this kind of power. Only the armor-breaking hammer this young man brought has this kind of power. If this thing can be called a sniper rifle, then all the mortars in our military district should be renamed and called mortar rifles. I've really been taught a lesson. Who the hell could have imagined that this sniper rifle's power is as extraordinary as its name? I can even imagine the expressions of the White Elephant Nation soldiers when they see their tanks destroyed by snipers from the Baba Sheep Nation. That must be quite exciting. Some military district leaders even began to have images in their minds of a sniper from Baba Sheep country holding an armor-breaking hammer made by Wang Pan and blowing up a tank with one shot. The arms representatives who had just spoken rudely huddled in a corner, looking at Wang Pan from afar as he was surrounded by military district leaders like a superstar, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. Especially the two representatives from Longwa Ordnance Industry Corporation and Longwa Aviation Science and Industry Group. They all had doubts about their lives at this time. If this is a fucking sniper rifle, then what did I bring? A water gun from the playground. The weapons they brought were also sniper rifles, but in front of Wang Pan's armor-breaking hammer, their sniper rifles were like water guns for children to play with. Chapter 79, Shocking Damage Rate. Thinking of this, the two military industry representatives secretly sighed on the side. It is really true that comparing yourself with others will make you angry. At this moment, the driver of the armored vehicle came jogging to the observation platform and began to report. Reporting to all the leaders, our third-generation Ming-2 is severely damaged. The damage percentage of the entire vehicle is as high as 97%. There is no possibility of repair. His voice was trembling when he said these words. Fortunately, he had just evacuated from the armored vehicle in time. Otherwise, he probably would not be able to stand here alive. Upon hearing this, everyone present was once again shocked by this astonishing data. What? 97% damage rate. Is this true? How can the damage rate be so high? With such an alarming rate of damage, I'm afraid only the frame is left. After hearing this data, the senior military officials were filled with disbelief. Even though they were mentally prepared and knew that the condition of the armored vehicle must not be good, they were still stunned after hearing the data reported by the driver. The third-generation Ming-2 armored vehicle is not the kind of armored vehicle on the market that only has the name of an armored vehicle but does not have the performance of an armored vehicle. That is a high-performance armored vehicle made of real materials, with piece after piece of high-strength steel plates covering the body. This third-generation Ming-2 armored vehicle has become Longhwa's current main battle armored vehicle. Its performance is absolutely unquestionable. The Longhwa military will never give its own soldiers garbage. The armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom are their ace forces. Compared with the third-generation armored vehicles of the Dragon Kingdom, the armored vehicles used in this ace force can only be described as garbage. Even the armor capabilities of their main battle tanks are only comparable to those of Dragon Country's third-generation Fierce Earth tanks. After all, this third-generation Longhwa Ming-2 is a product that has been improved with the hard work of academicians from the Longhwa Academy of Engineering, and its armor coverage rate is as high as 80%. Whether it is the chassis, front and rear of the car, or even the roof, they are all covered with thick armor. The purpose is to fully arm this armored vehicle and enhance its protective capabilities. Before this third-generation Ming-2 was fully equipped with the Dragon Army, it underwent very brutal testing. Dozens of rifles carrying 7.62 caliber bullets fired at the armored vehicle in unison, but only left shallow bullet holes on the surface of the vehicle and could not even penetrate the steel plate armor on the surface. Even if RPG rocket launchers were used for bombing, it would only make the car lose its braking ability and would not cause much damage to the armored vehicle. It was not until a 12.7mm large caliber sniper rifle was taken out, equipped with armor-piercing bullets with extremely strong penetrating power, that the armored steel plates on the surface of the car were penetrated. Moreover, this was only a penetration with a damage rate of no more than 5%. It is conceivable how excellent the armor capability of this third-generation Ming-2 is. Among the various armored vehicles in various countries around the world, no other armored vehicle has such excellent protection capabilities. At that time, when this third-generation Ming-2 armored vehicle was unveiled at the International Military Exhibition, the Lighthouse Country immediately listed this third-generation Ming-2 as one of the top 10 weapons in the entire Dragon Country's arsenal that posed the greatest threat to the Lighthouse Country. But such an armored vehicle with both performance and reputation was directly blown up by the armor-breaking hammer brought by Wang Pan, and the damage rate reached an astonishing 97%. Something that a normal RPG can't do at all can be done by a sniper rifle. The most important thing is that the armor-breaking hammer in Wang Pan's hand, in addition to being able to burst out with amazing power, has one more important thing, that is, cost-effectiveness. As we all know, in addition to soldiers and various weapons, the most important thing about war is that it costs a lot of money. The cost of one RPG shell is enough to make a basket of ordinary rifle bullets. Even though the special ammunition carried by Wang Pan's armor-breaking hammer costs several times more than ordinary bullets, it is still a good deal compared to artillery shells that cost tens of thousands of dollars each. What's more, just one bullet can cause an enemy armored vehicle to explode, leaving no chance for repair. Even if it costs several $1,000s per bullet, it is definitely worth it. After all, a loss of a few $1,000s can cause the other party to lose hundreds of thousands or even millions. Such a business is profitable no matter how you look at it. Thinking of this, a group of senior military officials instantly became excited, looking at the armor-breaking hammer in Wang Pan's hand with fanatical eyes. Wei Heping didn't even have time to feel sorry for the third-generation Ming-2, who had become a pile of scrap metal. He now just felt like he was hit by a pie in the sky. Originally, the Dragon Kingdom's military only hoped that the weapons in this tender would be able to help the Baba Sheep Kingdom effectively block the White Elephant Kingdom, and try to prevent the Baba Sheep Kingdom from suffering too much loss on the battlefield and losing too much weapons, equipment, and personnel. The Dragon Kingdom will then try to find a way to stop the war between the two countries by calling for peace internationally, so that the two countries can achieve the goal of peaceful coexistence at the negotiating table. But now, The armor-breaking hammer brought by Wang Pan gave the Longwa military a complete surprise. With such powerful weapons, not only will the Baba Sheep Kingdom not suffer any loss, if the Baba Sheep Kingdom is brave enough, it can even use this batch of weapons to counterattack the White Elephant Kingdom. After all, the most powerful force of the White Elephant Kingdom is the armored force, but their armored force will die more miserably than the third generation of Mengtu in front of Wang Pan's armor-breaking hammer. Without its armored forces, the White Elephant Kingdom's military strength is about equal to that of the Baba Sheep Kingdom. In addition, Wang Pan's armor-breaking hammer is so powerful that it can replace a cannonball even when hitting a person. If he fires one at the group of soldiers from the White Elephant Kingdom, his soldiers will suffer heavy losses. Even if a person trains himself to become a muscular man with muscles all over his body, he cannot be as hard as the armor of an armored vehicle. Wei Heping couldn't let go of the armor-breaking hammer brought by Wang Pan, and his eyes revealed a deep reluctance. To be honest, such excellent weapons could be fully equipped to any branch of the Dragon Kingdom's military. If he gave them to the Baba Sheep Kingdom, he would be a little reluctant to do so. But he knew in his heart that as an important partner of the Dragon Country, Baba Sheep Country had to give this weapon no matter how reluctant it was. After all, countless countries in the world are watching the war between the Baba Sheep Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom, and are looking forward to the actions between the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom. If Longwa does not assist its allies, its international image will plummet, and those countries that previously intended to form an alliance with Longwa will reconsider. No one wants to be an ally of someone who doesn't lend a helping hand to his allies. Chapter 80 Extra Surprise. Up to now, even though the Longwa military has not officially announced who will receive the order, everyone present knows that the order will eventually go to Wang Pan. Take the armor-breaking hammer that Wang Pan brought, for example. In terms of power, the armor-breaking hammer instantly killed the other 4 arms companies present. All the military industry representatives also understood that this arms bidding meeting had nothing to do with them. Although this fact was hard to accept, they had to admit that the weapons they brought were indeed insignificant compared to the armor-breaking hammer brought by Wang Pan. If they were asked to answer this multiple-choice question, they would choose Wang Pan's weapon without hesitation. Sure enough, as they expected, Wei Heping directly announced the end of the bidding. This weapon's bidding has concluded. The Dragon Army still needs a little time to consider. Please return home and wait for further information. We will email you our decision in an hour. Then please stay, everyone from the 1st Military Factory in Ziyun Village. I have something else to discuss with you. Wei Heping did not announce the result directly, but asked other military industry representatives to leave first according to the procedure. However, seeing his cordial attitude towards Wang Pan, the other military industry representatives knew in their hearts that the result had just come out. After all, their weapons were far inferior to Wang Pan's, and Wei Heping was already giving them a lot of face by not announcing it on the spot. The representatives did not argue too much. After informing the senior military officials, they turned around and prepared to leave the military area. Before leaving, several military industry representatives looked deeply at Wang Pan and his group, as if they wanted to engrave their appearance in their hearts. For some reason, an absurd thought flashed through their minds at the same time. There may be changes in Longwa's military industry. If these state-owned military-industrial enterprises do not make progress and develop more advanced weapons, sooner or later, the entire Longwa military industry will be monopolized by the 1st Military Factory of Ziyun Village. At that time, these companies will have no choice but to transform into civilian industrial enterprises with reluctance. Thinking of this, everyone secretly made up their minds that they must strengthen the research and development of new weapons after returning and not fall too far behind an up-and-coming company. After the representatives of other military-industrial enterprises left the garrison area, Wei Heping met with Wang Pan and his team alone in a conference room in the garrison area. In the conference room, Wei Heping sat opposite Wang Pan, smiling without saying a word, and seemed to be in a very good mood. He looked at Wang Pan's young face, and his mind kept recalling the scene when he first met Wang Pan. At that time, Wang Pan had just returned to the island from Godahu, and he was calm when facing him and the other 2 naval commanders and Air Force commanders. At that time, he felt that this young man Wang Pan must be a lucky star for their Longwa military. Unexpectedly, all his thoughts at that time have come true one by one now. It seems that since the day he met Wang Pan has been constantly bringing surprises to the entire Longwa military. This time, the weapons bidding team surpassed all other competitors and directly took out the powerful weapon armor-crushing hammer, which solved the urgent needs of the Longwa military. Wang Pan felt a little uneasy when Wei Heping looked at him and asked uncomfortably, "Commander Wei, When will we deliver the supplies to the military? After being interrupted by Wang Pan, Wei Heping finally remembered the reason why he met Wang Pan and his group alone. He had a faint smile on his face, cleared his throat, and stated his purpose straight to the point. We'll talk about the shipment later. I have something else I want to discuss with you. Wang Pan, you still have an M82. As soon as Wei Heping opened his mouth, he realized that he seemed to have called Wang Pan's weapon by the wrong name again. He immediately changed his words and continued. Our military is planning to purchase your armor-breaking hammer. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of doubt flashed across Wang Pan's face. He looked at Wei Heping and asked, Isn't this weapon's order for the Baba Sheep country? Hearing this, Wei Heping coughed twice in embarrassment and continued speaking with some embarrassment. Similarly, this weapon will be given to the Baba Sheep Nation as aid. But our Dragon Country military wants to order an additional batch of your armor-breaking hammers. Wei Heping feels a little embarrassed now. He can't say that he has forgotten his principles for the sake of martial arts, right? If this gets out, it won't sound good. This batch of weapons orders was indeed originally intended to aid the Baba Sheep country. But when he saw the performance of this armor-breaking hammer, he felt a little regretful. He really couldn't bear to donate such a good weapon to the Baba Sheep kingdom. If he fails to equip the Longwa military with weapons of such superior performance first, he feels that none of the soldiers in the Longwa military will forgive him, and he himself will not be able to get over it. But the Baba Sheep country really needs such powerful weapons, and the Dragon Country military cannot sit idly by. So just before summoning Wang Pan, he arranged a video conference with Commander Liu and Commander Hua, gathering all the senior military officials of the Dragon Kingdom in the capital to discuss this matter. After everyone discussed it, they came up with a plan, which was to use their money, increase the budget, and order an additional batch of armor-breaking hammers from Wang Pan. This will not only lend a helping hand to the Baba Sheep country, but also allow the military to update new weapons with such superior performance. Only children make choices, adults of course want them all. This plan was passed unanimously without any surprise. Since they were all military personnel, who could refuse a powerful anti-material sniper rifle? Wang Pan was very keenly aware of the key word extra in Wei Heping's words. He looked at Wei Heping and asked uncertainly, Commander Wei, do you mean to ask our factory to produce an additional batch of orders in addition to the one we bid for? From what he heard from Commander Wei, it seemed that this bidding trip to the Magic City might bring some unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Wang Pan's face was immediately filled with smiles, and he looked very happy. Wei Heping nodded and did not deny it. Yes, I wonder if it's difficult. After all, the Baba Sheep Nation doesn't have much time to wait for our weapons to arrive. Hearing this, Wang Pan nodded without any hesitation. He stretched out his hand and spoke. Commander Wei, rest assured, our military factory's production capacity will definitely not lag behind the military. We will deliver these 2 orders on time. Chapter 81. One trip cost the military 1 billion? What Wei Heping feared most was that Wang Pan would take 2 orders at once, and by then both orders would not be produced in time, delaying the opportunity to provide assistance to Baba Sheep country. However, with Wang Pan's assurance, he felt much more at ease, and the only worry in his heart disappeared. That's good. Let's talk about your armor-breaking hammer in detail. How much do you plan to sell it for? Wei Heping discussed the details of the order with Wang Pan in detail, and took the initiative to ask about the unit price of the armor-breaking hammer. Wang Pan took out a piece of paper and a pen and began to tell Wei Heping the price of the armor-breaking hammer. Including the matching optical sight, the price of a single gun is around 120,000 yuan. If we buy in bulk, 100,000 yuan each will be no problem. As for the bullets, since they are specially made, the price will be slightly higher than regular bullets, about 2,000 yuan per round. Wang Pan did not raise the price just because the Longwa military was particularly interested in this weapon. Instead, he gave the Longwa military a friendly price. After all, the 2 parties are partners, and the price discount is still bigger than that of other people buying. If other countries were to purchase this batch of weapons, Wang Pan would have to pay at least 5 or 6 times the price. Upon hearing this, Wei Heping was immediately shocked by the price, and then the surprise on his face instantly turned into joy. He didn't expect such a powerful weapon to be sold at such a low price. Originally, according to Wei Heping's expectation, he would be able to accept a weapon with such great power if the price was 1 million. But unexpectedly, it only cost 100,000 yuan apiece, which was only 1/10 of the price he expected. A weapon with such great power can be made so cheaply. You know, the purchase price of the M82A1 sniper rifle and its accessories in the Lighthouse country is as high as 150,000. But with such performance as the armor-piercing hammer, it only costs 100,000? If this price had been offered before, Wei Heping wouldn't even dare to think about it. After all, there is a basic understanding in the world that the more powerful the weapon, the more money it costs. Although the matching bullets sound a little expensive, that is only compared to the bullets of ordinary sniper rifles. But this is a weapon that can destroy armored vehicles, and the price of 2,000 yuan per round is really a very cost-effective price. You know, the cheapest missile that can hit an armored vehicle costs at least tens of thousands of yuan. Compared to this, these 2,000 yuan bullets are really not expensive. The cost of Longwa's current main battle tank is at least 30 million yuan. The armored vehicle may be slightly cheaper, but it costs less than 10 million yuan each. The main battle tanks and armored vehicles used by the White Elephant Country are 2 or 3 levels behind those of the Dragon Country. The price may be slightly cheaper, but a tank still costs tens of millions, and an armored vehicle still costs several million. A star-breaking hammer plus 10 special bullets would cost a total of 150,000. Even if it took a gun to use up all 10 bullets to blow up an armored vehicle, it would still be a very cost-effective deal. If used properly, you only need to spend hundreds of thousands to buy an armor-breaking hammer, and you can directly explode the tank that the opponent spent tens of millions to buy. Hundreds of thousands for tens of millions. This is an astonishing loss ratio. Even if the richest man in Blue Star comes, he will lose a lot of money. What's more, according to Wang Pan's demonstration just now, less than 10 bullets are needed at all. Just one simple bullet is enough to blow up the armored vehicle. Moreover, the gun of the armor-breaking hammer cannot be considered a fast consumable item. As long as there are no accidents, it can be recycled. From this perspective, this armor-breaking hammer has a higher cost-effectiveness. Thinking of this, Wei Heping did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand, showing his heroic spirit. Our Dragon Country military is purchasing 10,000 armor-breaking hammers. Hearing this, Wang Pan nodded calmly without any further expression. After all, the 10,000 guns from the Dragon Country military are just an appetizer for the current factories. Even if the 1 billion order won through bidding is included, there are still less than 20,000 units. Considering the scale of the factory in the village, if everyone works hard, they can produce them in no time. Zheng Jinyao and his team were very excited when they heard that the order had been confirmed, but they did not show it obviously. They are no longer the country bumpkins who have never seen the world. They have witnessed with their own eyes how Sayer bought the weapons from Wang Pan on the island before. That was a real big deal. Those weapons were purchased at several times the market price, and Wang Pan was also given an oil field as a gift. In addition, after following Wang Pan to go to Hu, they also saw what a real rich person was. Because of this experience, in their view, the total amount of this order of 1 billion yuan seems to be an ordinary number and not surprising. The expressions on their faces are still calm and composed. But Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng are different. They are just ordinary people in the village. I have never had the chance to see so much money in my life. Even the 3 words, 1 billion, are only heard when watching TV. But now, a transaction worth up to 1 billion yuan was taking place right before their eyes, and the two were instantly shocked. After hearing Wei Heping ask for 10,000 armor-breaking hammers, Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The two looked at each other and saw the expression of disbelief on each other's face. They stretched out their fingers and began to estimate, and the more they calculated, the more excited they became. If we calculate based on the unit price of 100,000 each, 10,000 armor-breaking hammers would be worth 1 billion. Exactly 10 fingers. After finding out the amount, Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng were so shocked that they were speechless. Their mouths opened unconsciously, and their jaws almost dropped to the floor. That's 1 billion, not 100,000. In just a short while, Wang Pan secured an order worth 1 billion yuan. How long has it been? In less than half an hour, they negotiated such a large order. 10 billion. They can't earn even a fraction of that even if they work outside for 10 lifetimes. But in Wang Pan's hands, it only takes less than half an hour to get the order. And looking at Wang Pan's indifferent expression, it seemed that the 1 billion was just a small amount of money to him. Thinking of this, Lu Haipeng and Su Shambua were even more shocked. They know that the arms business is very profitable, but they don't have an accurate idea of how profitable it is. After following Wang Pan to the Magic City Security Zone to bid this time, they finally understood how promising Wang Pan was, as he was talking about business worth billions. Chapter 82. All payment for goods exchanged for materials? After the shock, Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng suddenly remembered the promise Wang Pan made to them before they set off, and they became even more excited. Before setting off, Wang Pan had promised Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng that if the bid was successful, he would give them 1/10,000th of the profit as a bonus to motivate everyone to produce. Su Shambua and Wang Pan grew up together, and Su Shambua himself was not a particularly calculative person, so he had no objection to Wang Pan's so-called bonus. After all, the salary Wang Pan offered them was already good enough. A basic salary of 20,000 yuan a month, plus a year-end bonus, was nearly 200,000 yuan a year. He was already very satisfied. However, after hearing this, Lu Haiping was still muttering in his heart that Wang Pan was a bit stingy, as the commission he gave was only 1/10,000th of the profit. You should know that when he sold a second-hand house in Shenzhen, the commission was 20% of the agency fee, which means he would get at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan in commission for a house. But now if you calculate it this way, if the 1/10,000th of profit that Wang Pan mentioned is divided among them, each of them can probably get about 100,000 yuan. It's only been a short time, and you've already earned a commission of 100,000 yuan? You know, the commission from selling a house is very high, but houses in Shenzhen are not as easy to sell as you might think. It is already very good if you can sell one house a year. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but show expressions of shock on their faces. You know, they might not have saved so much money in the previous year. But now, following Wang Pan, they only need to come to the Magic City and sit there for 2 or 3 hours, and during this time they don't need to do anything at all. They just need to follow Wang Pan, and they can earn 100,000 yuan. Before, Lu Haiping and Su Shambua firmly believed that money was hard to earn and Lao Ba's secret hamburgers were not tasty. After all, if they wanted to make money before, one had to work hard in the fields every day, while the other had to visit customers regardless of wind or rain to promote order completion. But now, the 100,000 yuan was like a strong wind blowing directly into their pockets, and they didn't even need to open their pockets themselves. If someone says this to them now, they will take out 100,000 yuan to refute the other party without hesitation. In fact, making money is not that difficult, right? Lu Haiping and Su Shambua suddenly felt that making money seemed to be an easy thing. However, they also knew in their hearts that they were able to earn this huge sum of money so easily only because they followed Wang Pan and benefited from Wang Pan's influence. Otherwise, they might have to work hard on the farm for several years to save up 100,000 yuan. Lu Haiping and Su Shambua have already made up their minds and are determined to follow Wang Pan to the end. They will never let Wang Pan, their real supporter, get away. At the same time, Wang Pan seemed to have thought of something and put forward his own request to Wei Heping. Commander Wei, can the payment for this order be exchanged for some materials? I have another order that requires some materials. Wang Pan suddenly thought of this request to Wei Heping. The people on the island are still rushing to complete the arms orders from the big dog manufacturers. Although the operations there are all intelligent and fully automatic assembly lines, and there is no need to worry, the raw materials for making weapons cannot appear out of thin air. They still need to purchase raw materials to ensure production progress. Before Wang Pan left the island, he instructed Thomas to replenish materials in a timely manner. He probably calculated that there were not many materials left on the island. If they could not be replenished in time, the production line would stop for one day, and an unknown number of weapons would be produced less. Hearing Wang Pan's request, Wei Heping was a little confused and asked, "You mean to exchange all the 1 billion for materials?" After he finished speaking, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He was obviously not sure. After all, if all 1 billion yuan was exchanged for materials, it would be too much. Good. Wang Pan nodded and made up his mind firmly. The order from the dog tycoon is worth hundreds of billions of US dollars, and there are hundreds of types of weapons required, which is an astonishing number. Not to mention the 1 billion worth of materials. Even if the amount was doubled to 2 billion, Wang Pan still felt that it might not be enough, and he would need to find a way to purchase a batch of additional materials. After hearing Wang Pan's confirmation, Wei Heping agreed without hesitation. Okay, just send me the list of materials when the time comes, and I'll arrange for someone to do it. Wei Heping thought that Wang Pan wanted to stockpile some materials so that he could use them in case of emergency, and he didn't think about it in any other way. In addition, Wang Pan's request is actually of great benefit to the Longhua military, which is that they do not need to spend so much money at one time to pay for Wang Pan's order. What's more, the price of the materials is more or less different from the 1 billion yuan. After all, as one of the 5 evils of Blue Star, Longhua has too many channels to buy materials at the lowest price. Wang Pan wants materials, and the Longhua military does not need to bear such a huge financial pressure. This is something that both parties completely hope to happen. After hearing Wei Heping's agreement, Wang Pan was not idle either. He took out a piece of white paper and listed the required materials and quantities on it. I wrote for more than 10 minutes, and there were already 2 or 3 sheets of A4 paper on the table before I stopped writing. Wang Pan blew on the ink that had not yet dried on the paper and handed the paper to Wei Heping. Commander Wei, please deliver these materials to the island when the time comes. I will deliver the weapons the military wants on time in a month. Hearing this, Wei Heping nodded, put away the papers, and personally saw Wang Pan off. Wei Heping sent Wang Pan and his group to the helipad of the security area, where a transport helicopter was already waiting for them. After Wang Pan and his group boarded the transport helicopter, they waved to Wei Heping. Wei Heping did not act like a commander. He stood there without leaving in a hurry. He just smiled and looked at Wang Pan and his group on the plane. The transport helicopter started up and the engine roared, and the propeller on top of the helicopter began to turn. The wind from the rotating propeller blew Wei Heping's military uniform. Wei Heping's eyes followed the plane, which had risen into the air and turned into a small dot. He did not look away until it was out of sight. At this time, Wei Heping waved his hand and called the adjutant who was driving him. The adjutant immediately trotted forward, saluted respectfully, and asked, "Chief, what can I do for you?" Wei Heping said calmly with his hands behind his back, "Call the people from the Jiangxing military region later and ask them to increase the garrison at the Ziyun village military factory to a battalion." Chapter 83. The Arms Empire Takes Shape. On the return flight, Lu Haiping and Su Shambua were still very excited, looking around while sitting on the plane. At this time, Wang Pan sat in his seat and began to think about his next plan. Nearly 20,000 armor-breaking hammers will definitely not be a problem for the production capacity of the Ziyun village military factory, and it can even be said to be more than enough. Then the remaining productivity cannot be idle. It must be put into action, and no productivity must be wasted. Wang Pan treated his fellow villagers so well, so naturally he hoped that they would return the favor with normal work efficiency. Without wasting huge production capacity, it seems that we need to expand the market and cannot limit it to a few places. Wang Pan had already thought about this idea when he signed the cooperation agreement with the Manhwa military. With such a strong background as Manhwa, such cooperation will be meaningless if we do not accelerate the expansion of our business scale. After all, one of the previous agreements in the cooperation with the Manhwa military was that the Manhwa military would never interfere with the overseas sales of Wang Pan's military factory. Simply put, as long as it does not affect the core interests of Manhwa, he can sell weapons to whoever he wants, and the Manhwa military will not have any objections. Even if Wang Pan's path to market expansion is not smooth, the Manhwa military can still provide assistance and help Wang Pan find other sales channels for his weapons, but they will only take 20% of the profit. To be honest, the request of the Manhwa military was not excessive, and taking 20% of the profits was completely acceptable to Wang Pan. After all, it comes from the protection of Dragon Country, one of the 5 evils of Blue Star, so its value is still very high. Even when the Lighthouse Nation encountered the Dragon Nation, it did not dare to be too presumptuous and only dared to do some disgusting little actions behind the back. This fee is similar to protection money, and Wang Pan will definitely not be reluctant to pay it. If there is no strong enough backer to endorse it, once the company's business grows, it will definitely attract the envy of outsiders. Not to mention far away, at least the Lighthouse Country will definitely get involved. If Wang Pan didn't have a country that was also one of the 5 evils of Blue Star to support him, no matter how many weapons he had or how powerful his company was, it would be completely divided up. After figuring it out, Wang Pan called Zheng Jinyao and his group on the plane and laid out a world map under his feet. Zheng Jinyao and his group immediately sat down. When they saw Wang Pan's serious face, they immediately knew that Wang Pan must have something to tell them to do, and they all became serious. The company is planning to expand its market, and I've decided to assign people in charge based on the region. If you have any ideas, please feel free to talk to me. Wang Pan glanced at the faces of Zheng Jinyao and his group and spoke seriously. These are all classmates he brought up personally. They are good friends he has been with for several years, and their character and personality are guaranteed. Moreover, his classmates have all gone to the dog shop with him and tried to process orders on the island, so his ability to get things done is unquestionable. When the company wanted to expand its market, Wang Pan's first thought was to hand the matter over to them and let them open up a new world. After he finished speaking, the students looked at each other. None of them said anything, just thinking about this problem. They are no longer the ignorant children they used to be. They know in their hearts that the area Wang Pan mentioned is definitely not an area in the traditional sense. It is very likely a large area that includes many countries. After considering for a few minutes, no one spoke first. Wang Pan was not in a hurry and gave them enough time to consider. Things like this really require careful consideration before making a decision. Otherwise, if they quit, Wang Pan will have to clean up the mess for them. Finally, as the only girl in the team, Zheng Jinyao spoke first. I request to be assigned to Feizhou. As soon as the words fell, Everyone present was shocked. Even Wang Pan looked at her with some surprise. Feizhou is indeed a piece of cake that arms dealers want to grab. This place is vast and populous, and many countries survive on this continent. In addition, this place is in a state of war all year round, so the Feizhou market has the most opportunities. With so many benefits, there are naturally corresponding risks. The conditions in Feizhou are very poor, and due to years of war, the safety of this place cannot be guaranteed. Wang Pan didn't expect that Zheng Jinyao, a girl, would choose a place with such difficult conditions. However, when he saw the determination in the other person's eyes, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, then Zheng Jinyao will be in charge of Feizhou. Seeing that the only girl had taken the initiative to go to such a dangerous place, the other students also volunteered to choose other areas. Wang Pan followed everyone's opinions and assigned everyone to corresponding areas. Finally, Zheng Jinyao and 2 male classmates were assigned to the Feizhou area. Because the Feizhou area was too large, Zheng Jinyao alone could not handle it, so Wang Pan added 2 more people, and the 3 of them were responsible for the Feizhou area together. Chen Gaoqi and a classmate were assigned by Wang Pan to Meizhou. Meizhou is the second largest market, and many colleagues gather in Meizhou, so 2 people are needed to be responsible for it to prevent one person from being too busy. As for the rest of the students, they went to Central Asia and Ozhou respectively, and were assigned to the places they wanted to be responsible for. The students looked at the areas they were responsible for and became excited. They had even started planning in their minds how they could help Wang Pan expand the market. After Wang Pan finished the arrangements, he put away the world map. He turned around and saw Lu Haiping and Su Shambua looking at him eagerly. Pansy, what about me? Where should I go? Yes, Wang Pan, have you forgotten about us? We can both be your capable assistants. Su Shambua and Lu Haiping spoke one after another, and looked at Wang Pan with some anticipation. Wang Pan looked at the 2 people with eager eyes, and spoke with a smile. Don't worry, you haven't reached that stage yet. Go back to the factory and work first. Hearing this, Lu Haiping and Su Shambua did not dare to refute. They just lowered their heads and remained silent, looking very disappointed. After all, Zheng Jinyao and others were arranged by Wang Pan to be independent regional managers, and they could only return to the factory to continue producing weapons, so they inevitably felt a sense of gap. Seeing this, Wang Pan walked up, patted the 2 of them on the shoulders, and comforted them with a smile. Don't worry, you've just started, there will be opportunities in the future. Chapter 84. Assistance from the Lighthouse Country. On the other side, in a lighthouse country on the other side of the ocean, there is a military base. Several soldiers in military uniforms sat on one side, and several men in suits sat opposite them. The soldiers in military uniforms are the top military officials of the lighthouse country, and the men in suits and ties are the arms dealers whose bids they won. After the top military officials of the lighthouse country signed their names on the contract, they handed it to the arms dealers on the other side. They took the contract and signed their names on it as well. After doing all this, the 2 sides shook hands with each other, and the arms dealers spoke with smiles on their faces. It's a pleasure to work with you. Among the high-ranking military officials of the lighthouse country, an officer with a shaved head glanced at the arms dealers and gave instructions with some concern. I hope you can deliver it on time and not waste our time. It was not difficult to tell from the tone of his voice that he was the leader of these senior military officials of the lighthouse country, Admiral Michael. In this weapons bidding by the lighthouse country military directly selected several weapons from the weapons and equipment that had been eliminated by the military to aid the White Elephant country. The weapons they selected were all very conventional weapons, without any special features, and some were antique firearms from decades ago. After the arms dealers left, Admiral Michael's subordinates looked at the weapons on the contract with some confusion and took the initiative to ask, Your Excellency, these weapons clearly have little impact on the war. Why don't you provide the White Elephant Nation with our most advanced equipment? Admiral Michael listened to his subordinate's words, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he had heard a joke. Oh my God, dear Colonel Conlon, the question you asked makes me wonder if you are a rookie on your first day in the army. At this point, Admiral Michael couldn't help but burst into laughter. The subordinate named Kong Lin still had no idea and looked puzzled. Looking at Kong Lin's expression, Michael patiently explained to him. Although the weapons we provided to White Elephant Nation were obsolete products, our Lighthouse Nation's technological prowess means that even obsolete weapons are very advanced for White Elephant Nation. Plus, the White Elephant Nation soldiers have our soldiers serving as instructors, and their combat quality far surpasses that of the Baba Sheep Nation. The weapons we provide are no longer that important. The most important thing is to make the White Elephant Nation understand our stance. As Admiral Michael said, the lighthouse country military did not regard this matter as particularly important, so they only provided ordinary weapons. After all, this aid is just a show for other countries for the lighthouse country. It doesn't matter what kind of weapons are given. The most important thing is to let the whole blue planet know that by becoming an ally of the lighthouse country, they will get substantial help from the lighthouse country. After hearing this explanation, Kong Lin nodded thoughtfully, as if he understood. There is indeed a big gap in military strength between the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom. Just speaking of the soldiers of the White Elephant Kingdom have been specially trained by their officers from the Lighthouse Kingdom, and they have also purchased a lot of tanks from the Lighthouse Kingdom to arm their own army. But what about Babyan country? I've never heard of their soldiers receiving training from other major powers. Moreover, given Babyan country's economic situation, it's already very difficult to maintain the country's operations. Where would they get the extra money to arm the army? There is a big gap between the two. Even if the Lighthouse country did not provide assistance to the White Elephant country, the White Elephant country would most likely be the last one to laugh. Thinking of this, Kong Lin finally understood why the military was bidding for some ordinary weapons this time. On the other side, at the gate of Ziyun village, Wang Pan and his group returned to the village in a military vehicle from the Jiangqing military region. Wang Pan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly discovered that the village was obviously different from when they left. The number of soldiers stationed at the gate was obviously twice as many as before. When the military vehicle drove into the village, it was obvious that the security on the streets was tighter than before, but Wang Pan didn't care. Anyway, these people were sent by the Longhua military to protect the military factory. It didn't matter even if there were more people than before. On the contrary, the more people came, the safer the military factory would be. Wang Pan went straight to the factory. After arriving at the factory, Wang Pan immediately called the person in charge of each production workshop and assigned the order tasks. After finishing all this, Wang Pan prepared to go home and study the company's future development direction and set a general strategic direction for Zheng Jinyao and others. Village Committee Office. Su Shambua and Lu Haiping, who followed Wang Pan to the Magic City security zone, were surrounded by the villagers. The questions uttered from dozens of mouths were almost drowning them out. Hey, Bozi, Haiping, how about going out with Xiaopan on this trip? Yeah, did the bidding go smoothly this time? Tell us, did you meet a lot of important leaders on this trip? Is it really like what Xiaopan said, that this factory is a cash cow? Listening to the questions from the folks, Su Shambua and Lu Haiping told them everything about their trip with Wang Pan. Uncles, don't worry. This time, we went out with Pansy and everything went smoothly. Not only did we get the bidding order, but we also received an additional order from the military. Su Shambua had a simple smile on his face and shared his joy with his fellow villagers. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Haiping, who was standing next to him, spoke immediately. Uncles, aunts, can you guess how big an order Wang Pan has received this time? As soon as the words fell, the curiosity of the villagers was instantly aroused. A villager immediately jumped to the rescue and said, 1 million. Lu Haiping shook his finger. No, not 1 million. Could it be 10 million? Another villager spoke, his voice filled with disbelief. Lu Haiping still shook his head and kindly reminded, no, open up the situation and guess big. Seeing Lu Haiping's mysterious look, Su Huiqiang immediately kicked him, cursing, little bastard, will you tell me? Seeing that Su Huiqiang was getting anxious, Lu Haiping didn't keep him in suspense anymore and quickly revealed the correct answer with a smile. Wang Pan took 2 orders this time, totaling 2 billion. Chapter 85, Confused Villagers? Wang Pan can conservatively earn hundreds of millions from this order. As soon as Lu Haiping finished speaking, the villagers surrounding them were shocked. They widened their eyes and their faces were full of disbelief. How much more? Several hundred million. Is this true? Oh my god, how many hundreds of millions? If it were all converted into cash, wouldn't it empty all the banks in the city? Xiao Pan really got such a big order. He made hundreds of millions just from one trip. Holy crap, that's more profitable than robbing a bank. Yeah, even if we print it, we can't print that much money in such a short time, right? The villagers' tone was full of surprise. They didn't expect that Wang Pan would go out and bring back an order worth 2 billion yuan in just one go. But what Lu Haiping said next shocked them even more. It's a lot, right? Shambua and I each got a commission of almost 100,000 yuan on this trip. Hearing this, the villagers were shocked and asked immediately, you guys only went there for a day, didn't you? What did you do and get a commission of 100,000 yuan? Yeah, don't joke around, Lu's kid. It's understandable that Xiao Pan made so much money running such a big factory. How did you earn a commission of 100,000 yuan just by going out with him? The villagers' faces were full of disbelief, and they were obviously shocked by Lu Haipeng's words. In their eyes, Wang Pan is a capable college student and a big boss who runs a factory in cooperation with the state. It is understandable that he makes so much money. But Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng are just two workers. What did they do to earn such a huge sum of money in one day? Listening to the villagers' questions, Lu Haipeng answered honestly. We didn't do anything. We just followed Wang Pan and did nothing. If I have to say what I did, it was helping Wang Pan carry the box. After hearing the answer, the villagers were filled with shock and could not calm down for a long time. You can get a commission of 100,000 yuan for nothing. Isn't this easier than bending down to pick up money? Is there really such a good thing? Can you make so much money so easily? If I can earn 100,000 yuan just by carrying a box, please let me do it next time. There's such a good thing. They are all honest farmers. Several hundred million is too far away for them, but 100,000 is a real sum of money that they can touch. To earn 100,000 yuan, they don't know how long they have to farm the land. But now Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng just went out and did nothing, and they just took 100,000 yuan for nothing. The impact of this money was even greater than when they learned that Wang Pan had earned hundreds of millions from a single order. They were all stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, all the villagers came to the same conclusion in their hearts. That is, they could definitely make a lot of money by following Wang Pan. Su Huiqiang was so shocked that his hands began to tremble unconsciously. He tremblingly took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and took a deep puff. After a long while, he slowly exhaled and sighed. That's great. Our village will take off along with Xiao Pan. At this moment, the expressions of several villagers in the crowd suddenly changed, and they slapped themselves several times. Bang! Bang! The crisp sound of slapping immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone turned their eyes to the villager who slapped himself. It turned out that they were the parents of those young people who did not return to the village. The village called them repeatedly to invite their children to return to the village for development, but they were rejected. At this moment, expressions of regret appeared on their faces, and they were already regretting it to the core. If they had known that following Wang Pan would bring them such a bright future, they would have forced their children to return to the village to develop even at the risk of death. They had tried their best to persuade their children before, but they still wanted to stay in the big city and make a name for themselves. They had no choice but to let the children fight and try their best on their own. These parents still have other fantasies in their hearts. That is, they can work in Wang Pan's factory and earn a lot of income every month to support their family. And my children stay in big cities to continue looking for opportunities. If they can really make a name for themselves one day, wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Once this thought came to their mind, they were no longer so eager for their children to return. But now they truly regretted it. No matter how good a big city was, could it be better than following Wang Pan? They are old and can only be ordinary workers in the factory, but their children are still young. If I follow Wang Pan, get his appreciation, and get promoted to management, my future will be so bright. After all, there is a clear precedent. Su Shambua and Lu Haipeng went on a business trip with Wang Pan and earned 100,000 yuan without doing anything. Where can you find such an opportunity in a big city? At this time, some of these regretful villagers had evil thoughts and wanted to secretly tell their children about this matter, asking them to hurry back to the village and not miss such a good opportunity. As the village chief of Ziyun village, Su Huiqiang knows too well what some people are thinking. He came up to the villagers and reminded them with a serious face. Don't have any bad intentions. We have all signed a confidentiality agreement. If you violate the confidentiality agreement, you know the consequences. Hearing this, the villagers looked as pale as death. Only then did they realize that according to the terms of the confidentiality agreement they signed, if they violated it, they would go straight to jail. In order to avoid going to jail, these parents had to give up the idea of informing on their children no matter how reluctant they were. They can only wait until the Chinese New Year when their children return to the village to tell them the news. However, by that time, the management of the entire factory would probably be full, and they would only be able to be ordinary workers. Because of these previous experiences, Su Huiqiang's expression was very serious. He looked at the villagers below the stage and gave a warning. Fellow villagers, we must all remember that we have signed a confidentiality agreement. We must not go out and brag about it, or else the secrets of our village will be exposed. If this affects Xiao Pan's business and ruins our village's prosperity, I, Su Huiqiang, as the village chief, will be the first to not let it go. As he spoke, he threw the cigarette in his mouth to the ground and crushed it hard with his toes. The village is finally going to live a good life under Wang Pan's leadership, and he will never allow anyone to destroy it. Chapter 86. Future Plans. On the other side, Wang Pan returned home, sat on the sofa in the living room, and began to think about how to expand the scale of his business. He took a pen and wrote down some general strategic guidelines for the company's future development on paper. The specific details will have to wait until he is free, and he can go to each area in person to see it, and then formulate a plan based on the development situation of each area. At this moment, Wang Yusin came and sat next to Wang Pan without saying a word. Seeing this, Wang Pan stopped what he was doing, looked up at his sister, and then spoke first. Yusin, what's wrong? He has been dependent on Wang Yusin since childhood and knows too much about Wang Yusin's habits. Wang Yusin's current behavior obviously seems to have something she wants to say to him. Wang Yusin looked at Wang Pan seriously and hesitated for a long time before she mustered up the courage to speak. Brother, I don't want to go to college anymore. I want to work with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Pan refused without even thinking. No, you should go to college and work with me after you graduate. If his sister had poor grades and was not good at studying, he would not reject her. His family is so wealthy, so why can't it accommodate a little girl? But Wang Yusin's grades were not bad at all, but very good. Her college entrance examination scores were enough to get her into a well-ranked university in Manhwa. It would be a shame not to experience college life with such good grades. College life is a very precious experience in life, and Wang Pan doesn't want his sister to miss it just because she wants to help him. As for whether or not to work in a military factory in the future, I have to wait until I graduate. Wang Yusin felt extremely aggrieved. She walked to Wang Pan's side, hugged his arm, shook it hard, and muttered softly, Brother, I really want to work with you. Going to college is boring. Just promise me. She really didn't want to see her brother working so hard every day. She had grown up and could definitely share some of the pressure with her brother. Wang Pan rubbed Wang Yusin's hair lovingly, stood up with a smile, and changed the subject. Which school did you apply to? Wang Yusin hung her head as if she was wilted and seemed to be in a bad mood. Same as you, but I'm majoring in finance. In her heart, Wang Pan is her best role model. She imitates Wang Pan's tone of voice and his tactful way of dealing with people. Even when filling out her college entrance examination application, she wrote down the same school as Wang Pan without hesitation. If the mechanical engineering major that Wang Pan studied had not been too science-oriented and was not Wang Yusin's strong point, she would even have applied for the mechanical engineering major like Wang Pan. Now that Wang Pan is devoted to the arms industry, she naturally wants to follow Wang Pan's footsteps and go to the military factory to help. Upon hearing this, Wang Pan was stunned for a moment, then a relieved smile appeared on his face. The university he attends is one of the top universities in Manhwa, and both the educational resources and the school environment are very good. He knew that his sister had good grades, but he never expected that his sister would apply to the same university as him. However, seeing Wang Yusin's dejected look, Wang Pan felt a little sorry for her. He slowed down his tone and spoke with a smile. Shinshin, there's still about half a month before school starts. You can come into the factory and help out before school starts. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Yusin suddenly raised her head and looked at Wang Pan with her big eyes blinking, somewhat unable to believe it. Brother, are you serious? Can I help you? She originally thought that there was basically no chance for her to get a job in the factory, but unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Even if it's just a short period of help, it's better than her staying at home doing nothing every day. Wang Pan looked at Wang Yusin's cute appearance and said with a smile, School starts in just half a month. I'll go with you to school. I have some things to do. Hearing this, Wang Yusin nodded excitedly, with an ecstatic expression on her face. Handshake. No regrets. Wang Pan didn't think it was childish. He smiled and stretched out his hand to complete a process with Wang Yusin that probably children nowadays wouldn't use. Hook, hang yourself, and don't change for 100 years. After all, Wang Yusin is just a teenage girl who needs to be valued and cared for by her family. However, Wang Pan is usually too busy. When he is not on vacation, he is busy attending classes. When he is on vacation, he immediately goes abroad to make money. He basically has no time to care about her. One of the reasons why Wang Yusin wanted to drop out of school and not go to college was that she wanted to be closer to her brother. She would be happy even if she could only see him from a distance occasionally. The two siblings talked for a while, and Wang Pan told Wang Yusin about his trip to the Magic City Security Zone to bid and the news that there was a high possibility of war breaking out between the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom. Only then did Wang Yusin truly understand that her brother had said he was going to work during the summer vacation, but in fact he went abroad to make money crazily so that they could live a superior life. Seeing that it was getting late, Wang Pan smiled and rubbed his sister's hair and said with a smile, It's already late. You should go to bed early. After saying that, he put away the rough plan he had written on the table and walked into his room. After returning to the room, Wang Pan took out the world map he carried with him and hung it on the wall. Several areas on this world map are marked with circles, and the names of each student are written near each circle. This is the map that Wang Pan took out on the transport plane. Looking at the names of the people in charge of each area, Wang Pan muttered in a voice that only he could hear. I don't know how their inspection went. If it goes well, we'll have to buy a batch of materials in advance for production. After returning to Jiangxing from the Magic City security zone, only Wang Pan, Su Shambua, and Lu Haipeng returned to Ziyun village. Zheng Jinyao and his group went directly from the Jiangxing military region to the airport, and each headed to the area they were responsible for to conduct market research. This was the first time for them to be in charge of an area on their own, and they were all very concerned, fearing that they would disappoint Wang Pan's expectations. Although Wang Pan handed these areas over to Zheng Jinyao and others, he could not just sit there and do nothing. He also had to plan the future development strategies for each region in advance. Thinking of this, Wang Pan lost all desire to sleep. He took out his computer and began to write down the future planning plans for each area. Chapter 87: Investigation Status of Major Areas. The next day, the situation between the Baba Sheep Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom is becoming increasingly tense, and war may break out at any time. Internationally, the diplomatic spokespersons of both countries are criticizing each other. Even the leaders of the two countries have come out to carry out pre-war mobilization, and the Baba Sheep Country and the White Elephant Country have also begun large-scale recruitment of troops in various cities. Small-scale conflicts have been constantly breaking out on the border between the two countries. The reason why a formal war has not yet broken out is simply that the assistance from their respective allies has not yet arrived. On the other side, in the Ziyun village military factory, on both sides of the assembly line stood villagers in an orderly manner, assembling the parts in their hands and putting them onto the assembly line. At the end of the assembly line, there are neatly arranged armor-breaking hammers. There are at least 3 such assembly lines in the entire military factory. The machines on each assembly line are constantly running in order to produce goods as quickly as possible and deliver them to the Longwa military. Nearly 10 days passed like this. After this period of full production, the armor-breaking hammers ordered by the Longwa military have been produced. At this time, Su Shambua was leading the villagers to pack the armor-breaking hammers into boxes, ready to deliver them to the Longwa military. The Longwa military attached great importance to this batch of weapons. After hearing that the military factory had already produced the weapons, the head of the Jiangxing military region personally went to the Ziyun village military factory to load the goods, so that the weapons could be delivered to the military headquarters as soon as possible. As Wang Pan stood watching the villagers load the truck, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Ding! The phone kept making pop-up notification sounds. Wang Pan picked it up and saw that it was a message sent by the market officials who were out for investigation. After informing Su Shambua, he returned to the office first, took out his computer, and held a video conference. Not long after, Zheng Jinyao and his group entered the meeting one after another, and their faces appeared on the screen in front of Wang Pan one after another. Wang Pan looked at the classmates on the screen, straightened his expression, and asked, "How is it? What did everyone gain?" The students' faces showed fatigue that was hard to conceal, but there was still some excitement in their brows as they began to report. Wang Pan, I've roughly understood the market situation in Feizhou. Feizhou is a relatively poor region, and the weapons equipped by the armed forces are very outdated, so most of what they're looking for are relatively simple weapons. As Zheng Jinyao spoke, she took out her cell phone and showed Wang Pan the photos she had taken of the weapons used by the militants in the Feizhou area. Most of them are ordinary weapons like AK-47, and there are no weapons with particularly high lethality. Wang Pan nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work." Next, the students who were assigned to Ozhou came out to report. Wang Pan, the European market doesn't really need crude and simple weapons like the AK-47. Instead, more sophisticated small pistols are more popular here. These Europeans probably want their weapons to look more gentlemanly. The weapons they buy are all very exquisite in appearance. They are purely for appearance. Perhaps they think any gun can produce the same amount of power, so why not choose a better-looking gun? The student who was assigned to the Ozhou market started to complain mercilessly. Wang Pan nodded, indicating that he understood, and turned his attention to Chen Gaoqi and a classmate who was assigned to the Meizhou market. What did you find? After clearing his throat, Chen Gaoqi opened the notebook at hand and recounted his discovery. Wang Pan, the market here in Meizhou is very inclusive. It's a place where both are compatible. For example, simple pistols, AK-47s, or well-made sniper rifles and rifles are all very popular here. Also, I've noticed that the arms dealers in Meizhou don't have any particularly outstanding products. If we can ship weapons with superior appearance and performance to Meizhou, I'm confident that within a year, we can make our arms company famous throughout Meizhou. At the end of his speech, Chun Gaoqi's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he looked full of confidence. Then, the students assigned to Central Asia and Southeast Asia reported the information they obtained after investigating the market. Because the Central Asian market already has a largest customer, Godahu, the students assigned to the Central Asian market are under less pressure. They just need to see if there are any other customer groups besides Godahu. The situation in Southeast Asia, where all kinds of people are mixed together, is not much different from that in Meizhou, and what they need is also relatively simple weapons. After receiving these messages, Wang Pan reminded several people to be careful when going out, then hung up the video and started making production plans. He decided to develop new ideas for the remaining production lines, with 80% producing ordinary weapons and the remaining 20% producing high-precision weapons, so that the company could get involved in the low-end, mid-end, and high-end markets. After making the plan, Wang Pan was about to get up and check the delivery status when his cell phone rang. Ding-ling-ling. The pleasant ringtone echoed in the office. Wang Pan picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from his homeroom teacher, Teacher Lu, so he answered the phone. Wang Pan, how have you been lately? Are you doing well? Not bad. How have you been lately, Teacher Lu? I said I'd come see you when I have time. After the two exchanged some pleasantries, Teacher Lu got down to business. Wang Pan, your graduation defense is coming up soon. I'm calling you this time to ask you to bring Zheng Jinyao and the others back to school to complete the last step of your academic career. Upon hearing this, Wang Pan was stunned for a moment. If Teacher Lu hadn't called to remind him, he would have forgotten that he still had to defend his thesis. He quickly agreed. I understand, Teacher Lu. Don't worry, I will go to school with them on time to complete my graduation defense. After hearing Wang Pan's agreement, Teacher Lu smiled happily. Okay, it's settled then. I'll wait for you guys at school. After saying that, Teacher Lu hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Wang Pan suddenly realized that there were less than 5 days left until his graduation thesis defense. Zheng Jinyao and her classmates are scattered all over the world. If they don't come back early, they will probably miss the graduation defense. Since he had already promised Teacher Lu that he would return to school for the defense, Wang Pan could not go back on his word. He could only open the group chat to notify Zheng Jinyao and the others. Wang Pan clicked into the group chat and found that the video had not ended yet, so he joined in. Teacher Lu called me and asked us to go back to school for the graduation defense. Everyone should come back soon, otherwise we won't be able to make it. Chapter 88, The Confident White Elephant Nation. 2 days later, Zheng Jinyao and his group returned to Jiangcheng one after another. After returning to Jiangcheng, they did not go to Ziyun village but returned to their home. After being overseas for so long, they also wanted to spend more time with their parents. On the other side, at the border between the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom, the White Elephant Kingdom has established a temporary command post at the border, which brings together most of their senior military generals. At this time, the generals were gathered in the command post, and one of the highest-ranking generals was answering a phone call. After a while, the general chattered a lot in the White Elephant language and hung up the phone. The general's uniform was glittering with golden stars, and he had a thick mustache. This man was none other than the highest-ranking general of the White Elephant Kingdom, Lava. After hanging up the phone, Lava looked at the other generals sitting in the command post with an excited expression on his face. I just received an order from the king to officially declare war on the Baba Sheep Kingdom. After saying this, he glanced at the generals present and then spoke. Also, the weapons donated by our ally, the Lighthouse Nation, have already arrived in our capital and are being shipped to us as soon as possible. Adjutant Demana, you are responsible for receiving the aided armaments. As soon as the words fell, some officers present rubbed their hands excitedly, and their faces showed excitement. It seemed that they had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. Finally, we can launch an attack. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Ha ha, finally we can teach those damned Babayang people a lesson. We may be able to go down in the history of the White Elephant Kingdom. Our White Elephant Kingdom's territory is likely to expand significantly because of this war. Ha ha, the Baba Sheep Nation is a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. We will teach them a good lesson. These generals have been holding back on the entire border for a long time. If there had been no declaration of war from above, they would not have been able to launch a war so blatantly. Otherwise, they would have rushed across the border of the Baba Sheep Kingdom long ago. The adjutant named Demana showed a puzzled expression and asked Lava, General Lava, the weapons provided by the Lighthouse Nation seem to be just ordinary weapons. They won't be of much help to our war situation. Is it necessary for us to wait so long before starting the war? Lava smiled slightly when he heard this and began to explain. The weapons provided by the Lighthouse Nation are not important. What we in the White Elephant Nation want is the attitude of the Lighthouse Nation. With the support of the Lighthouse Nation, we will not be criticized too much in the international community. Believe me, with the attitude of the Lighthouse country, the war we are about to wage will be a legal war in the international community. Weapons that are too good will only be a burden to us. These words were not only spoken to his adjutant, but also to all the generals present. Lava knew that these officers were almost going crazy on the border during this period, and applications for war were sent to the capital like snowflakes. If he had not been here, these officers would have led their troops to attack long ago. After hearing this explanation, the adjutant nodded, seemingly understanding. There is indeed a huge gap between the military strength of the White Elephant Kingdom and that of the Baba Sheep Kingdom. Given such a huge gap, the ordinary weapons and high-performance weapons provided by the Lighthouse Kingdom can be said to be harmless. Moreover, such aid is more suitable for the White Elephant country. If the Lighthouse country provides such strategic weapons, it will undoubtedly anger the Dragon country and force the Dragon country to join the battlefield head-on. If the Dragon Kingdom joins the front battlefield, the balance of victory in this war will most likely tip towards the Baba Sheep Kingdom. After all, the Lighthouse country is still too far away from the battlefield, and it is impossible for them to go to the trouble of sending their proud advanced army to the border. On the contrary, it is much easier for the Dragon country to send troops. They can just pull the soldiers and weapons directly to the border. Thinking of this, the generals present finally understood why they were not allowed to fight before, and each of them showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on their face. At this time, Lava looked at his adjutant and spoke again. Or do you think that the Baba Sheep Nation's military might can withstand our Iron Torrent? Can our White Elephant Nation's warriors only defeat the Baba Sheep Nation with the help of Lighthouse Nation's high-tech weapons? After the words fell, the adjutant quickly shook his head and began to explain. No, General, I just think that if the Lighthouse Nation provided us with high-precision weapons, our losses would be less. At first, Demana simply hoped that the army's losses could be reduced, and he did not think as thoroughly as Lava did. If they had the high-tech weapons of the Lighthouse country, then the army of the White Elephant country would be able to use a variety of high-tech weapons to launch an almost crushing attack on the Baba Sheep country. But now, after Lava's explanation, Demana finally understood that the war between countries was not just about soldiers from both armies fighting on the front line, but more of an international confrontation. What's more, their White Elephant Kingdom is also a major military power in the entire eastern region, except for the Dragon Kingdom. The large population base and powerful armored army are the important reasons why the White Elephant Kingdom ranks among the top in the military strength ranking in the eastern region. Their armored forces, in addition to conventional tank corps, also have a variety of armored vehicles. Let's put it this way, the entire White Elephant Kingdom has about 50,000 tanks, more than half of which are T-90 military tanks with superior performance. In order to conquer the Baba Sheep country in one fell swoop, Lava transferred most of the country's high-performance T-90S tanks to the border with the Baba Sheep country and the Dragon country, a total of 5,000 tanks. 5,000 tanks are definitely a powerful weapon in a flat area like the border. This batch of tanks came from the Bear country and were the previous generation of main battle tanks of the Bear country's army. They had extremely powerful performance and were definitely a powerful weapon on the battlefield. It can be said that if this batch of tanks were in such a flat area, they could even fight back and forth with the army of Long country, not to mention a country like Baba Sheep country with such backward military strength. Thinking of this, Adjutant Demana could already foresee that this would definitely be a nightmare war for the Baba Sheep Kingdom. Chapter 89. The Low-Key Generals of the Baba Sheep Kingdom. Compared with the White Elephant Kingdom, which is full of fighting spirit, the atmosphere in the Baba Sheep Kingdom is obviously a bit depressed. At the gate of the combat command center established by Baba Sheep country, the senior military officials of Baba Sheep country received the first batch of weapons aid from Dragon country, which was the armor-breaking hammer produced by Wang Pan. After receiving the first batch of aid weapons, the top military officials of Baba Sheep country immediately held an emergency military meeting at the combat command center. In the combat command center, the top military officials of Baba Sheep country gathered together. They looked worried and sat in their seats in silence. They said nothing, just smoked their cigarettes, trying to exhale their frustrations along with the smoke rings. Smoke filled the entire command center, and the atmosphere of the meeting was extremely solemn. The arrival of weapons aid proved that the time for war was getting closer. Obviously, the senior military officials of Baba Sheep country also understood that there was a big gap between their country's military strength and that of White Elephant country. During these decades of friction, Babayang retreated again and again in every conflict, avoiding the sharp edge and preserving its strength. Such a decision is a great shame for these soldiers who are defending their country. Although they were angry, they had no choice. The Baba Sheep Kingdom's fist was not as strong as the White Elephant Kingdom's. The gap in hard power was so frustrating. At this time, a white-haired old man sitting in the center of the conference table glanced at everyone and slowly spoke. "Everyone, what are your thoughts on the upcoming war? Let's talk about it." The old man was wearing a camouflage military uniform with 4 black stars on the collar. He had the highest military rank among all the people present. At the same time, he is also the commander-in-chief of the army of the entire Baba Sheep Kingdom, Kamal, in charge of the entire army of the Baba Sheep Kingdom. After Kamal finished speaking, no one spoke. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the chances of Baba Sheep country winning this battle were extremely slim. The armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom have a huge advantage on the front battlefield and can basically push all the way to the border of the Baba Sheep Kingdom. If the Baba Sheep country does not deploy large-scale strategic weapons, it will not be able to stop the steel torrent at all, but once the strategic weapons are deployed, the war boulder is bound to expand. That would not be a simple battle to defend the border. The entire Babayang Kingdom would be at stake. Whoever loses would have their country destroyed. Such a price is too high, and the Baba Sheep country cannot afford it. What's more, even if large-scale strategic weapons were deployed, the chances of Baba Sheep country winning were not high. After all, Baba Sheep country is not the only one that has large strategic weapons. White Elephant country also has large strategic weapons, and their performance may be even better than Baba Sheep country. Thinking of this, the generals in the command center lowered their heads one by one and couldn't help sighing. Kamal looked at his generals with disappointment, but he couldn't blame them. Because even if he took action personally, he couldn't think of any good solution. Just when everyone was at a loss, a young officer who looked to be about 30 years old stood up, raised his hand, and spoke loudly. "Commander Kamal, do you think it's possible for us to get the Dragon Nation to send troops to help us? Or should we ask Longwa to replace us with a batch of better weapons? The sniper rifles they sent us really don't have much effect on the battle situation. If Longwa could provide us with large strategic weapons like missiles or rocket launchers, perhaps our situation would be better." His words did not alleviate the depressed mood in the meeting room, but instead made the atmosphere even more depressing. Let Longwa send troops to provide assistance? Let Longwa provide strategic weapons? Kamal showed a bitter smile on his face and couldn't help shaking his head. It was the first time he felt this powerless, as if he had suddenly aged a few years. He didn't expect that his subordinates were still thinking about how to ask for help in such a critical situation instead of relying on their own strength to break the situation. The possibility of the two options proposed by his young subordinate was basically zero. You know, Longwa has always advocated ending wars through dialogue in the international arena. Wars should not happen on the battlefield, but at the negotiating table. Being able to take such a great risk at this time to support a batch of weapons to Babayang country is already a great friendship to Babayang country. They could no longer expect further assistance from Longwa. Seeing that the atmosphere of the meeting had become even more depressed, Kamal knocked on the table with his knuckles, glanced at all the rewards present, and asked, "Anyone else want to say something?" His tone was a little bad, and he looked a little anxious. At this moment, another young officer stood up, raised his hand, and carefully expressed his opinion. "Commander, I heard that the weapons provided by Dragon Country are specifically designed for armored units and are likely to be very effective." After saying this, he looked at Kamal with a guilty conscience and didn't dare to sit down. A moment later, the entire combat command center was filled with laughter, which came from the officers who had been silent just now. They all knew that the weapons provided by Longwa this time were anti-material weapons, but so what? Is it possible to blow up those steel monsters with just one shot? Are you kidding me? It's just a gun. Even if it is an anti-material sniper rifle, it can only have a harassing effect on the armored units of the White Elephant Kingdom. And even if the sniper rifle provided by Longwa could slightly delay the opponent's advance, they still had no good means to effectively punish the armored forces of Baixiangguo. It did not play any crucial role in the outcome of the entire war, it just delayed the end of the war. Hearing the roar of laughter from the crowd, the young officer's face instantly turned red, and he realized how stupid what he had said was. How could the armored forces of the White Elephant Country be stopped by some anti-material sniper rifles? If those anti-material sniper rifles are so effective, why are so many countries around the world still using powerful weapons like tanks? Thinking of this, The young officer sat down awkwardly, lowered his head, and wished he could bury his head in the ground like an ostrich. Kamal listened to the laughter in the command room and couldn't help but pat the table. For a moment, the officers dared not laugh anymore and sat upright waiting for Kamal's order. Chapter 90. A Soldier's Duty. Regardless of whether it's useful or not, since Dragon Country has already provided this batch of weapons, let's distribute them. It's better than nothing. Commander Kamal rubbed his temples, looking very haggard, and his tone was filled with helplessness. Although he believed that the weapons donated by Longwa would not be of much help to the war situation, they were at least better than the ordinary sniper rifles they used. Even if it can only delay the enemy's armored forces for a minute, it is better than having no ability to fight back at all. They've already started being distributed to combat troops, and they should be familiarizing themselves with the weapons by now. An officer below stood up and answered. Hearing this, Commander Kamal nodded, then stood up and glanced at all the officers present with a serious expression. Our strategy for this war is just one word: delay. We absolutely cannot let those damned white elephant people invade our territory. Even if all of us soldiers die, we must try our best to hold them here and let our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and allies put pressure on them internationally. After saying this, Kamal waved his fist fiercely, his face showing a determination to die. He had no choice but to give this order. The gap in hard power between them and the White Elephant Kingdom was too huge. If they wanted to break the deadlock, they could only rely on the country and the Dragon Kingdom to put pressure on the White Elephant Kingdom internationally to make the other side stop the violent act of launching a war. But international diplomatic dealings take time, and as soldiers, diplomacy is not their job. All they can do is use their lives to build a line of defense on the border to prevent the White Elephant Kingdom's army from entering the Baba Sheep Kingdom. So what if the enemy is several times stronger than them? In order to protect the border from being destroyed, and for the sake of their families, they must also give the country enough time to conduct diplomatic negotiations. Upon hearing this, all the senior military officials stood up and raised their fists to their hearts. Even if it costs us our lives, we will not let those thugs enter our borders. Each of them had an expression of being ready to die, and they shouted in unison. Obviously, the military of Babayan country is pessimistic about this war. They don't even think they can return to the capital alive to reunite with their families. Even so, they have no intention of backing down. As soldiers, their only duty is to defend their country. Even if they lose their lives, they won't frown. On the other side, the military camp next to the command center. The grassroots officers of the Baba Sheep Kingdom were pulling boxes one after another and distributing weapons to the soldiers under their command. The snipers from the Baba Sheep country were distributed with armor-breaking hammers provided by the Dragon country, while the other soldiers were assigned other conventional rifles. These snipers who were assigned to the armor-breaking hammers were now gathering in front of a tent. Standing at the front of the team was a grassroots officer from the Baba Sheep country. Warriors, you are different from ordinary soldiers. You are sharpshooters who never miss a shot. The weapons donated by Dragon Country will be provided to you first. Hearing this, the snipers said nothing, but just held the armor-breaking hammers and waited quietly for the commander's next words. Of course, your superiors have other requirements for you. Your target is no longer ordinary soldiers, but the armored units of the White Elephant Nation. As soon as the words fell, the snipers present were in an uproar. What? Our target is armored units? Do you mean we should fight tanks? We only have sniper rifles. How can we possibly defeat tanks? Oh my god, this is crazy. They actually asked us to use sniper rifles to snipe armored units. Wouldn't that just tickle those steel monsters? The snipers whispered to each other, obviously thinking that the order was a little too ridiculous. The junior officer obviously knew that the order sounded a bit ridiculous, but he still continued speaking. You are all assigned anti-material sniper rifles, which have extra damage against armored units. Sharpshooters, I know this order is difficult, but the country is in such a critical situation now. We must find a way to stop those thugs who started the war. If their armored core crosses the border, our cities, our villages, and our families may be harmed. As soldiers, we must never let this happen. Even if there is only a 1% chance, we must give it a try. If you die, please wait a moment. We will be here soon, including Commander Kamal. The junior officer spoke in an impassioned tone, and his eyes even became red as he spoke. Upon hearing this, all the snipers no longer had any objections, holding the armor-breaking hammers in their hands, and accepted the order. Seeing this, the grassroots officer didn't say anything more. He just glanced at the faces of all the snipers and then disbanded the team. At this time, the two snipers were walking back to their tent with armor-breaking hammers in their hands. They began to talk about the orders they had just received. Murashaf, What do you think the superior's orders mean? Even if the sniper rifles in our hands are anti-material weapons, they can't stop the White Elephant Nation's tanks. Asif, the higher-ups probably want us to risk our lives to delay the enemy armored forces offensive. You know the gap between us and the White Elephant Nation is too big. Murashav was no longer a rookie in the army. He was an experienced sniper. He knew very well that using a sniper rifle to attack armored units would obviously mean using their lives to stop the attack of the White Elephant Kingdom. How can this be done? This is clearly asking us to die. Asif's face showed an expression of grief and anger, and he obviously couldn't accept this fact. There's nothing we can do. We are soldiers, and obedience is our duty. Murashav sighed softly, his tone indescribably calm, as if he had already accepted his fate. Just as he said, they are soldiers, and a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Even if they knew that their superiors wanted to use their lives to build a line of defense on the border to stop the other side's attack, what could they do? Could they disobey orders and become deserters? If no one is willing to sacrifice, who can protect the citizens behind the border? They could only accept it and mentally prepare themselves to sacrifice their lives for their country. Chapter 91, Official Declaration of War. Another 2 days passed in fear. The Ministry of National Defense of the White Elephant Kingdom held a press conference and officially issued a statement, declaring war on the Baba Sheep Kingdom. The moment the White Elephant Country's Ministry of Defense issued the statement, the troops of the 2 countries on the border immediately received the news and began to take action. On the White Elephant Kingdom side, Lava, as the commander-in-chief of the entire army, sat in the command center and remotely controlled the army. Pass on my order, assemble the entire army. Let's show the cowardly Baba the Sheep Man how our Iron Legion can crush his corpse. With a wave of his hand, he placed the military flags representing various troops on the sand table in front of him, looking very majestic. As the military flag was hoisted, orders were transmitted from the headquarters to the battlefield, and all the troops of the White Elephant Kingdom immediately gathered at the border. Hundreds of tanks were parked in a row at the front of the team, and behind them were countless armored vehicles forming a long dragon. At a glance, it was a black mass. These armored vehicles are covered with tank armor and can be said to be the most impressive armored vehicles of the White Elephant Kingdom. Of course, it is not omnipotent, but for the White Elephant Country's army, it is already a very powerful main battle armored vehicle. Under Lava's command, thousands of troops immediately set out, and behind them was a black torrent. These troops are the elite of each department, and every soldier has fought on the line between life and death. Everyone's fighting power is very strong. They had been preparing for this declaration of war for a long time. Now, it depends on who breaks through the opponent's defensive formation first and kills them. Let's get started. Lava yelled. All the troops were mobilized, marching towards the border of Baba Sheep Country in a roaring manner. When the White Elephant Country's troops began to march towards the border of the Baba Sheep Country, the Baba Sheep Country's border defense forces discovered it at the first moment and immediately reported the whereabouts of the other troops to the command center. After receiving the news, Kamal issued his military order without any hesitation. All troops on alert. Enter combat mode. The Baba Sheep Kingdom also transferred its troops to the border and began setting traps there to prepare to fight the enemy. As soon as the conflict broke out, the world's attention was focused on the battlefield, and senior officials from various countries began to discuss it. The Prime Minister of Nyojiang Kingdom immediately met with the King of Nyojiang Kingdom and reported the information to their king. The White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom have gone to war. The White Elephant Kingdom has already sent their troops towards the Baba Sheep Kingdom border. Upon hearing this, the King of Nyojiang Kingdom was shocked, but he immediately controlled his facial expression and gave orders. Fight if you want, as long as it doesn't involve our Nyojiang country. However, we still need to keep an eye on this war. If there is any profit to be made, our Nyojiang country can also get involved. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister of Nyojiang country immediately nodded and said, Your Majesty, I understand. I will keep an eye on the war. The people in power in the Bear Country have received news that the White Elephant Country and the Baba Sheep Country have declared war. The Baba Sheep Nation is bound to lose this war. They have no way of destroying the tanks we sold to the White Elephant Nation. When he received the news, he didn't even think of asking the military to conduct a military flag deduction and directly sentenced the Baba Sheep Kingdom to death penalty. After all, the tanks of the White Elephant Country were sold to them by the Russians before, and as the person in power, he knew very well the performance of this tank. The same scene happened in the Gallic Kingdom, which is also home to the 5 evils of Blue Star. The ruler of the Gallic Chicken Kingdom received a notice from his subordinates and learned that the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom had started fighting on the border. His idea was the same as the king of the beef sauce kingdom, to see if there was any way for their Gaul kingdom to get involved in this war and gain some benefits. In a military base somewhere in the Lighthouse country, the top military official of the Lighthouse country was sitting in his office, dozing off out of boredom. At this time, the door was pushed open and a soldier in camouflage uniform walked into the office. He leaned close to General Grady's ear and began to whisper a report. "General, the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom have gone to war." Upon hearing this, Grady's expression remained unchanged and he looked very calm, as if he was not surprised at all. No. Grady's subordinates were a little surprised and asked, "General, you don't seem surprised at all." Grady couldn't help but smile as he finished speaking. "This is a destined war. What's so surprising about it?" He touched his big bald head, with a faint smile on his face, and seemed to be in a very good mood. Hearing this, Michael's subordinates still looked at him with doubtful eyes and took the initiative to ask, "General, what do you mean?" Grady was in a good mood and was willing to talk to his subordinates about the situation. "It looks like this is a war between the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom, but in reality, it's a covert struggle between the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom. After so many years of development, Dragon Country is threatening our Lighthouse Country's position as the world's largest country. This war is a reminder and a warning to all countries in the world, letting them know that our Lighthouse Nation is still the world's hegemon." Just as Grady said, after so many years of development, Dragon Country is showing a trend of surpassing their Beacon Country both in science and technology and in economic income. This is not the most unbearable thing for the Lighthouse Country. What the Lighthouse Country cannot tolerate the most is that the Dragon Country's status in the international arena is getting higher and higher. Many countries have chosen to make friends with the Dragon Country in order to seek its protection. Once this happens, it means that the Beacon Country is no longer the best partner in the eyes of other countries in the world. It might not threaten the Lighthouse Nation's position as a world hegemon now, but what about 5 years from now? 10 years from now? 20 years from now? Will the Lighthouse Nation still be the world hegemon by then? The Lighthouse Country will not allow this to happen. So this war is ostensibly a life and death battle between the Baba Sheep Country and the White Elephant Country, but in fact it is more of a confrontation between the two superpowers, the Lighthouse Country and the Dragon Country. Finally, a confident smile appeared on Grady's face, and he said with a faint smile, "Let this battle truly make those dragon people realize their place. All countries in this world must prostrate themselves under the shadow of the eagle's outstretched wings." Hearing this, Grady's subordinate finally realized what was going on. His face was full of excitement, and he immediately shouted excitedly, "God bless our Lighthouse Nation. We, the Lighthouse Nation, will win this war." Chapter 92, The Solemn Dragon Kingdom Military. At the same time, the Longwa military also received the news of the war at the first opportunity. To be honest, they thought the two countries would definitely go to war, but they didn't expect the war to break out just a few days after the aid arrived. Commander Liu, Commander Wei, and Commander Hua immediately summoned other senior military officials and held an emergency military meeting at the military headquarters in the capital. In the conference room, almost all the senior military officials in the capital gathered together. The three commanders sat in the center of the conference room. Commander Wei stood up and pointed out the theme of the meeting. "I called everyone here today to discuss whether or not we should provide further aid to Baba Sheep Country. We also want to know whether the batch of armor-breaking hammers we sent over can help Baba Sheep Country overcome its crisis." Commander Hua stood up and added, "Let's all share our opinions. Should we provide a second wave of aid? Everyone is aware of the strength of the Baba Sheep Nation." After the words were spoken, the senior military officials present looked at each other and began to discuss in low voices. "I think it might not be realistic. This batch of armor-breaking hammers may not necessarily help the Baba Sheep Nation defeat the White Elephant Nation. Yes, for the Baba Sheep Nation, the White Elephant Nation is simply too powerful. Their tanks are such a headache. It's a pity that our Dragon Nation can't send troops to help, otherwise there wouldn't be so many problems. We could just send troops directly. Yeah, it would be great if the Baba Sheep Nation's military strength was a little stronger. They are really too weak. This is really difficult. If the Baba Sheep Nation wins, everyone will be happy. If they don't win, our Dragon Nation will also suffer a huge blow. If these weapons were used by our Dragon Nation's army, combined with our other high-performance weapons, they would definitely be a powerful weapon. However, Baba Sheep Nation is so poor, it's hard to say." Just as these high-ranking military officials discussed, the gap in strength between the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom is too large. Even if the Dragon Kingdom sends a batch of armor-breaking hammers, it cannot guarantee that they will be able to overcome the difficulties. The most important thing is that the Dragon Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom now have a relationship of shared success and shared failure. If Baba Sheep Kingdom loses, Long Kingdom, as Baba Sheep Kingdom's ally, will definitely be implicated. This involvement does not mean that Longwa will have to pay any substantial price, but that Longwa's international situation will become increasingly severe, and the authority that has been established after several decades will fall apart. There are many countries that are waiting to see whether to join the Dragon Kingdom. It is also possible that they will turn to the Lighthouse Kingdom because of the defeat of the Baba Sheep Kingdom. If this happens, the losses caused will be immeasurable. The economic loss is nothing to Longwa. After all, with Longwa's current economic strength, it will not take long to recover. But if the international prestige created by our predecessors over the years collapses, it will not be so easy to restore. Thinking of this, all the senior military officials did not dare to speak rashly, but just observed the expressions of others. After a while, a senior executive finally stood up and expressed his opinion. Commander, I think we need to provide a second wave of aid to Baba Sheep Country. The previous batch of armor-breaking hammers we provided may not be able to help Baba Sheep Country turn the tide of the war. I strongly suggest that we upgrade the level of our aid weapons and help the Baba Sheep Nation win the war first. As soon as the words were spoken, they were agreed by most of the people present, and most of them also held this view. At this time, another senior military official stood up and expressed his opinion. Commander, I also believe that secondary support is extremely necessary. The armor-breaking hammer's performance is undoubtedly powerful, but this gun has a most fatal problem, which is that it has not been used in actual combat. Some weapons perform very well during testing, but when they are put on the battlefield, they fail to adapt to the local environment and can only perform at half or even less than their test performance. We are all soldiers, and we have seen such situations before. At this point, other senior military officials nodded, as they had also encountered such situations before. It is clear that the weapons are very powerful during testing, but once they are deployed on the battlefield, they fail to perform as they should, just like humans who suffer from acclimatization problems. The senior military official who spoke continued. Although the test results of the armor-breaking hammer are very impressive, it's hard to say how it will perform on the battlefield. There will definitely be discrepancies between weapon testing and actual combat. What's more, Babayang soldiers may not be accustomed to using armor-breaking hammers. A good weapon also requires a corresponding operator, otherwise it will be no different from a fire stick. After saying this, he sat back in his seat and stopped talking. After two people spoke up, other senior military officials present also expressed their opinions. Most of them suggested that the military send another batch of weapons to the Baba Sheep Country. Only a small number of people disagreed. Of course, that small group of people did not hold high hopes for the armor-breaking hammer. They just suggested waiting and seeing. If the situation was not right, it would still be in time for emergency assistance. After absorbing the opinions of everyone present, Commander Wei, Commander Liu, and Commander Hua fell into deep thought and began to think of countermeasures. Commander Liu looked at the silent Commander Wei and asked softly, Old Wei, what do you think? After all, you were responsible for purchasing these armor-breaking hammers. You must have witnessed the performance of this gun with your own eyes. Hearing this, Commander Wei showed a conflicted expression on his face and spoke hesitantly. The weapon's performance is absolutely flawless. I'm just worried about what might happen. He didn't continue. Commander Wei was afraid that the soldiers of Baba Sheep Country would not be able to exert the full power of the armor-breaking hammer, which would lead to their defeat in the battle. At that time, if Longwa did not provide the second batch of weapons aid, then the entire Longwa military would be the sinner of Longwa. At this time, Commander Hua slowly spoke out his plan. How about we prepare for both scenarios and not send a second wave of support to Baba Sheep Nation? Let's observe the situation first. Privately, we will prepare to seize a batch of weapons from various military regions and pack them up for preparation. If the situation goes wrong, we can also provide secondary support to Baba Sheep Country as soon as possible. Commander Hua's plan was immediately agreed upon by the other two commanders. Commander Wei stood up and made the decision. We all know everyone's opinions. After discussing it with the two commanders, I decided not to rush and wait and see how things develop. Chapter 93. Let the Dragon Kingdom's warship serve as bodyguard? On the other side, on the highway leading from Ziyun village to Jiangqing, Wang Pan, Wang Yusin, Zheng Jinyao, and their group were sitting on the same military bus, heading to school together. Wang Pan and Zheng Jinyao were going to conduct their final defense in their student career, while Wang Yusin was reporting to the school. On the way, the radio on the bus was playing a news report. A quick bit of military news. Today, the White Elephant Nation declared war on the Baba Sheep Nation. Troops from both nations have already gathered at the border. Please stay tuned for further reports on the progress of the battle. As soon as this news came out, Zheng Jinliao and others started discussing it. The White Elephant Kingdom is at war again. They're so restless. I thought they'd take it easy, but they've declared war so soon. That's right. The White Elephant Nation is really courting death. Ever since that border conflict between the Baba Sheep Nation and the White Elephant Nation a few years ago, the White Elephant Nation has been looking for an opportunity to start a war with the Baba Sheep Nation. I didn't expect them to be so decisive this time. Every 6 months there's a little commotion, and it's only been a few years, and they've already caused such a big commotion. The people of Baba Sheep Country are truly pitiful. Hey, I heard the White Elephant Kingdom sent a large army this time. I guess the Baba Sheep Kingdom is in trouble this time. That's right. This Baba Sheep Country is really unlucky. Being neighbors with a warlike country like the White Elephant Country, alas. They were discussing very heatedly, and even Wang Yusin joined in. But Wang Pan just smiled and didn't care about the war between the two countries. He just looked at the scenery outside the window. Compared to this, he is more concerned about the weapons orders from the big dog owners. Ever since he returned from the island, the entire island has never stopped. The fully automatic assembly line has been continuously producing various weapons required for the orders of the big dog owner. After nearly a month of nonstop production day and night, most of the weapons on the order have been completed, except for some specialized weapons. The weapons order from Mr. Go has been almost completed. Thomas is currently leading people to load the goods and will soon be transporting a batch of weapons to Mr. Go. To be honest, Wang Pan was a little worried that something might go wrong during the transportation of the goods, which would be a waste of time. After all, it is an order worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Not to mention that the Ministry of National Defense of the Wealthy Dog did not conceal the details of this order at a particularly high level, so it is difficult to guarantee that no one will be interested in this order. Wang Pan took the entire order by himself, which affected the cakes of too many other arms dealers. If they joined forces to sabotage Wang Pan's goods, he would not be able to deliver the order to the rich man on time. Faced with such huge interests, no one would be afraid of Wang Pan's background. After much thought, Wang Pan still felt uneasy. He always felt that someone would take risks and steal his goods for the sake of profit. With hundreds of billions of dollars in orders from a wealthy dog dealer, such a huge amount of money, who can resist the temptation and not take risks? In order to ensure the safety of the goods, Wang Pan decided to seek help from the Manhwa military. After all, the two parties are in a cooperative relationship, and part of the profits from this order belong to the Dragon Country military, so they naturally have to contribute to the order. Thinking of this, Wang Pan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Commander Liu. A few seconds later, the call was connected and Commander Liu's voice came from the other end of the line. Wang Pan, what's wrong? Is there anything you need our assistance with? Commander Liu is now having a headache because of the affairs of Baba Sheep Country. He is in no mood to exchange pleasantries with Wang Pan, so he goes straight to the point without beating around the bush. Wang Pan was not polite and directly stated his request. Commander Liu, I have an order to ship, and I hope to get the protection of warships. Can the military send a few warships to escort my freighter to the delivery location? Within a few seconds after the words were spoken, Commander Liu immediately agreed. I understand. We will arrange for a warship to go to your island and meet up with your freighter. I will notify you when my people arrive. Because the meeting had just ended, Commander Liu readily agreed without asking any further questions and did not even inquire about the specific order. Since they have chosen to cooperate with Wang Pan, the military will give Wang Pan enough support and trust. Seeing that Commander Liu agreed, Wang Pan immediately felt relieved and hung up the phone. Although Wang Pan had previously shown in Goda that the Dragon Kingdom was his backer, he was still very worried about whether his freighter would encounter danger at sea. Now that Commander Liu has promised to send warships to escort them, he is relieved. With the Long Kingdom's warships as bodyguards, it will be much safer. Wang Pan believed that even if there were people with bad intentions who wanted to steal his goods, they would have to carefully consider whether they could hijack the goods from the Dragon Kingdom's warships. Thinking of this, Wang Pan immediately took out his phone and called Thomas. The call was connected within a few seconds, and Thomas's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Boss, any instructions? Wang Pan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point and explained everything that needed to be explained. Thomas, I've contacted the Dragon Kingdom military. They'll send warships to protect our freighter. Once the Dragon Kingdom warships reach the island, you can leave with the freighter. If anything happens, report it to me immediately. Hearing this, Thomas on the other end of the phone was shocked. He didn't expect that his boss could actually ask the Longwa military to send warships to help deliver the goods. He was stunned for nearly half a minute before he realized that he was still talking to Wang Pan and quickly responded. Boss, I understand. I will report to you as soon as there is any situation. After hearing Thomas's response, Wang Pan hung up the phone. With the escort of Longwa's warships and Thomas's cautious working style, Wang Pan felt much more at ease with the double insurance. Just in time, the bus arrived at its destination, Jiangxing University. Wang Pan got out of the car with Wang Yusin, Zheng Jinyao, and the others and walked towards the school. After arriving at school, Wang Pan did not return to his class first, but prepared to accompany Wang Yusin to report to the finance department and go through the admission procedures. Zheng Jinyao and her group did not leave either and accompanied Wang Pan. Wang Pan and his friends first accompanied Wang Yusin to the academic affairs office to pay all the fees, and then accompanied her to make her bed in the assigned dormitory. Because it is a girls' dormitory, the task of helping to make the beds can only be given to Zheng Jinyao. After tidying up the dormitory, Wang Pan took Zheng Jinyao and the others back to his classroom. Chapter 94, Being Picked On. At this time, most of the students in Wang Pan's class had arrived. The boys in the class all wore black suits and had their hair combed into an adult style, looking like social elites. The girls are similar, all dressed up gorgeously and look like the supporting actresses in a TV series. These people leaned against their seats, cigarettes in their mouths, and a look of arrogance on their faces. Although it has only been a few months since we left school, the students all pretended to have been benefiting society for a long time, giving us a feeling of being a monkey in a human's clothing. Wang Pan brought Zheng Jinyao into the classroom. The classmates were talking loudly, constantly discussing their dreams and goals. Hey, I thought making money was difficult, but it's so easy. I've been looking for a job since I left school and can earn 4,000 a month. I'm just entering the workplace. Give me 10 years, and I'll definitely make 100,000 a month and become a social elite. Yeah, a Porsche 911 only costs a little over 1.3 million. It seems like something you can get if you work hard. When I make some money, I'll definitely buy one without hesitation. What's so good about buying a car? Cars are consumables and depreciate in value. If you want to buy something, you must buy a house. I looked at a villa area in Jiangxing. A villa of 400 to 500 square meters costs less than 10 million yuan. If I had the money, I would definitely buy one. I think I'll definitely become a world-famous entrepreneur like my idol Musk. Maybe I'll even start a company and build rockets. I'll definitely save a spot for my old classmates when I do. I was originally quite apprehensive about finding a job after graduation, but after a few internships, I realized it wasn't that bad. I could easily earn a few thousand yuan. If I took it seriously, wouldn't I be making at least 10,000 yuan a month? At this time, when the classmates saw Wang Pan and his group walk into the classroom, they immediately stopped talking and fixed their eyes on Wang Pan and his group at the door. After all, they still remembered that Wang Pan and a group of classmates disappeared during the summer vacation. At that time, in order to find them, many people were alarmed. However, they didn't know what happened afterwards. But looking at the situation, there shouldn't be any problem, otherwise they wouldn't be able to come together for the graduation defense. At this time, a boy who looked older fixed his eyes on Wang Pan and his group at the door, followed by a fat boy. This boy who looks mature on the surface is the class monitor, Chen Mingjun. The fat follower behind Chen Mingjun is his number one lackey, Hua Weiyu. Chen Mingjun's family conditions are very good. His parents run an electronics factory in Jiangxing, which is quite large and can be regarded as a large local enterprise in Jiangxing. He was also the only student in the entire class who drove into school to attend classes as soon as he entered university. Chen Mingjun's car is a Mercedes-Benz E, which costs about 800,000 to 900,000 yuan. His superior family conditions and the fact that he is a class leader make him more popular in the class. In addition, most of the students in the class who went to work during the summer vacation went to work in Chen Mingjun's family factory, which resulted in Chen Mingjun becoming the person with the highest status in the class except for the head teacher. Chen Mingjun had never gotten along well with Wang Pan before. The reason was very simple. All the other students in the class praised him, but Wang Pan was an exception. He did not flatter him like the other students. The most important thing is that Chen Mingjun likes Zheng Jinyao. He has been unable to stop falling in love with her since the first time he saw her at the beginning of the school year. But Zheng Jinyao seemed to have ignored his feelings. She just followed Wang Pan around every day and didn't take him seriously at all. Jealousy, resentment, conceit, and many other emotions accumulated together, and Chen Mingjun has always looked down on Wang Pan. He also used his position as class monitor to find out that Wang Pan came from a small village in the countryside and had ridiculed him in class. Now, seeing that Zheng Jinyao was still following behind Wang Pan, Chen Mingjun's eyes were cold and his whole face looked particularly sour. If looks could kill, he would have cut Wang Pan into pieces with his gaze long ago. At this time, Chun Mingjun patted Hua Weiyu behind him and gave him a look, indicating that he should go and make trouble for Wang Pan. When Hua Weiyu saw Chun Mingjun's unhappy expression, he immediately understood what he meant and said in a low voice, "Boss, just wait and see what's to come." After saying that, Hua Weiyu walked up to Wang Pan and his group, pretending to be particularly concerned about them, and asked, "Wang Pan, I heard that you tricked your classmates into doing illegal work during the summer vacation. Is that true?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the classroom turned their eyes to Wang Pan. Hearing this, Wang Pan shook his head and was not prepared to answer Hua Weiyu's question. He wanted to walk around him and return to his seat. Unexpectedly, when Hua Weiyu saw this, he thought that Wang Pan was guilty and dared not respond, and he immediately became proud. "What? Did I say it right? Are you guilty? Are you too scared to respond?" He became more and more aggressive and stretched his body to block Wang Pan. Wang Pan looked at Hua Weiyu in front of him. His face remained calm, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. To be honest, he really didn't want to pay any attention to a clown like Hua Weiyu. He felt that talking directly to such a person would be a degradation of his status. But Zheng Jinyao, Chun Gaoqi, and other classmates couldn't help it, and rolled up their sleeves to go forward and argue with Hua Weiyu. What does it mean to work illegally? Can your family, working illegally, go on a business trip to a wealthy family and enjoy the same treatment as the wealthy family would give to state guests? Could your family's illegal work establish a relationship with the Dragon Kingdom military and become a partner of the Dragon Kingdom military? The frog in the well is beyond words. To be honest, if Hua Weiyu had said their own words, they might not be so angry. After all, they have matured a lot after this period of tempering and know that there is no need to waste time on unworthy people and things. But the person Hua Weiyu slandered was Wang Pan, who could be regarded as the benefactor and idol of all of them. If it weren't for Wang Pan, they might still be confused and not know what to do. How could they possibly live such a promising life? Just as they were about to rush forward, they were stopped by Wang Pan. There's nothing much to say. Those who are innocent will be innocent. It's too tiring to play the lute to a cow. His tone was full of indifference, as if he didn't take Hua Weiyu in front of him seriously. With Wang Pan speaking up, the classmates could only endure it. Several boys pushed Hua Weiyu away with their shoulders and sat back in their seats. Chapter 95, Chun Mingjun's Treatment. Everyone saw what was happening, and for a moment the classroom was filled with murmurs. What's going on? It seems like the teacher did ask us where Wang Pan and the others are. Why do I feel that it's not the case? If I had tricked Chen Gaoqi, Zheng Jinyao, and the others into working illegally, they wouldn't be so nice to Wang Pan, right? Could it be that they've all been brainwashed by Wang Pan? That's why they don't think they're working illegally? I've seen a lot of news like this. I don't know, but it's none of our business. Let's just watch the show. Having failed to achieve his goal, Hua Weiyu immediately returned to Chun Mingjun in dejection and communicated with him in a low voice. "Boss, something seems amiss. These people seem to be protecting Wang Pan." Chun Mingjun was also full of confusion. He didn't quite understand why Chen Gaoqi and the others were so nice to Wang Pan. He always felt like something was wrong. At this time, Hua Weiyu spoke up and pointed out the question that had been puzzling Chun Mingjun. "Boss, didn't you say Wang Pan tricked them into working illegally? Why do Chen Gaoqi and the others seem so devoted? Could they have been brainwashed?" After he finished speaking, Chun Mingjun's face turned cold. He stared at Zheng Jinyao, who was communicating with Wang Pan, with the same doubts in his heart. Why are these classmates so protective of Wang Pan? Could it be that it was really the same as what Hua Weiyu said? Were we all brainwashed? Could it be that my Zheng Jinyao has also been brainwashed? Chun Mingjun made several hypotheses in his mind, but it was not easy to ask directly now. He could only hold it in for the time being and try to find a chance to talk to Zheng Jinyao alone. Because the teacher had not arrived in the classroom yet, the students were still quite casual, and some of them were even sitting at their desks. The students in the class spontaneously divided into several small groups and began to discuss where they would work after graduation. "Hey, what are your plans after graduation? Or do you plan to continue working as a full-time employee at your internship?" "I don't plan to go to work anymore. I plan to start my own business and become the Musk of our dragon country." "Ha ha ha, then I'll wait for your good news. Don't forget us old classmates when your business grows bigger. Wang Pan, what about you? What are you going to do after graduation?" Suddenly, a classmate brought up the topic of Wang Pan, who was listening quietly on the side. The other classmates also looked at Wang Pan, wanting to hear about his plans after graduation. Wang Pan did not elaborate on the fact that he had set up a military factory, but just spoke vaguely about it. "Maybe I can go back to our village to work." Just as he was about to say something more, The phone in Wang Pan's pocket immediately vibrated. Buzz. Wang Pan picked up the phone and took a quick look. It was Commander Lu calling. He signaled Zheng Jinyao and the others with his eyes to stop talking nonsense, then walked out of the classroom and found a quiet place to answer the phone. At this time, Chun Mingjun, who had been focusing his attention on Zheng Jinyao, noticed that Wang Pan had left and immediately signaled Hua Weiyu to follow him with his eyes. Seeing this, Hua Weiyu hurriedly walked out of the classroom and followed Wang Pan. Chen Mingjun, with a smile that he thought was very handsome, walked over to Zheng Jinyao and Chen Gaoqi. Without waiting for Zheng Jinyao to refuse, Chen Mingjun immediately sat next to her, smiled warmly and asked, "How are you guys? How have these past 2 months been?" As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Chen Mingjun has a good attitude, and Chen Gaoqi and others will not deliberately make things difficult for him. Not bad. How's the squad leader? Are you living a comfortable life? Chen Gaoqi remembered everything Wang Pan had told him and only briefly mentioned what they had experienced in the past 2 months. No, I just want to make a living. Although Chun Mingjun said this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Mingjun didn't want to beat around the bush with Chen Gaoqi and the others, so he got to the point. Do you have any ideas about your career after graduation? If you can't find a suitable job, you can come work in my factory. I'll make 5,000 yuan a month, with food and accommodation provided. Besides, it's quite relaxing since I don't have to do any hard work. After I took over the factory, everyone was my right-hand man and part of the management. When Chun Mingjun said these words, his eyes were always on Zheng Jinyao, who was sitting next to him. The main reason he made this invitation was for Zheng Jinyao, and Chen Gaoqi and the others were just accessories. After saying these words, Chun Mingjun smiled confidently. He didn't think Chen Gaoqi and the others would reject him. 5,000 yuan, including food and accommodation. This salary package is very good for graduates like them. Just when Chun Mingjun was waiting for Chen Gaoqi and the others to thank him with tears of gratitude, he found that they still did not take any action. Chun Mingjun couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Chen Gaoqi and his group. Unexpectedly, their expressions looked very strange, as if they were holding back their laughter. Their lips were tightly closed, and they didn't say a word. 5,000 a month. What about sending away beggars? You have to know that their daily salary under Wang Pan is more than 5,000 yuan. So how could they possibly go to work in a factory that pays 5,000 yuan a month? Even if they were foolish enough to agree, their parents would not agree. Seeing that no one responded, Chun Mingjun felt a little embarrassed. He smiled and tried to ease the atmosphere himself. It seems that Chen Gaoqi and the others have found good jobs and no longer look down on this small factory of ours. Then, he turned his head to look at Zheng Jinyao, motioned Zheng Jinyao to come closer, and promised in a serious whisper. Yao, if you come, I can offer you 8,000 yuan a month. This is the highest salary among the students in the class. Only you can get it. Don't tell anyone else. Hearing this, Zheng Jinyao smiled slightly and politely declined Chen Mingjun. Thank you for your kindness, squad leader. I already have a job. If she had been offered such a salary 2 months ago, she would have agreed to it immediately without hesitation. But now, she no longer cares about this little bit of money. Let me put it this way. In the short time she has been following Wang Pan, there is already a balance of several 100,000 yuan in her card. It's been less than 2 months, and her card already has several years' annual salary of an ordinary person. How could Zheng Jinyao give up such a good job and go to work in Chun Mingjun's small electronics factory? After being rejected again and again, Chun Mingjun felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. He was just about to think of a way to trick Zheng Jinyao into working in his factory. He saw Hua Weiyu winking at him from a distance with an anxious look on his face. Chun Mingjun had no choice but to find an excuse to leave and walk towards Hua Weiyu. Chapter 96. Worship? He must have discovered you. Chun Mingjun came to Hua Weiyu. After Hua Weiyu looked around to see if there was anyone around, he carefully spoke and told him what he had just seen and heard. It turned out that when Wang Pan was answering the phone outside just now, Hua Weiyu overheard the content of his call, which was about the news that the warship had started to set off. Boss, I just overheard Wang Pan talking on the phone with someone. He seemed to be talking about warships or something, and there was also a sentence about the cargo being loaded and leaving immediately. Because he was afraid of being discovered by Wang Pan, Hua Weiyu just stood far away and eavesdropped. At such a long distance, he could only hear a few vague words. As soon as the words fell, Chun Mingjun was shocked. Then he grabbed Hua Weiyu's arm and asked in disbelief. What? Did you hear that correctly? Hua Weiyu was obviously frightened by Chun Mingjun's appearance and quickly made an assurance. Boss, although I didn't hear what Quan Wangpan said, he did say something about warships. I definitely heard it right. Hearing this, Chen Mingjun let go of Hua Weiyu. He pinched his chin with his fingers and began to think. How could that kid Wang Pan be related to a warship? Isn't he just a poor boy from the countryside? Could it be that Hua Weiyu was discovered by that kid Wang Pan, and these words were deliberately said to Hua Weiyu? Is it just a trick? The more Chen Mingjun thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. Otherwise, how could Wang Pan, with his identity and background, be related to a warship? Thinking of this, the surprised expression on Chen Mingjun's face gradually calmed down, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, full of sarcasm. Warships? You should be more realistic. At this time, Hua Weiyu frowned and asked worriedly, Boss, what should we do next? If Wang Pan is really related to the warship, then we will. Chen Mingjun seemed to have heard a huge joke and quickly patted Hua Weiyu's shoulder and comforted him. It's okay. That kid Wang Pan must have discovered you and told you this on purpose. Does he look like he can contact the warship? Hua Weiyu suddenly understood what was going on and clapped his hands excitedly. Boss, you are really far-sighted. Otherwise, I would have been scared by this kid. Come to think of it, warships are a bit too scary. Ordinary people don't have the chance to come into contact with them. If Wang Pan really had such an unfathomable military background, how could they not see it at all after being Wang Pan's classmates for almost 4 years? Just at this moment, Wang Pan returned to the classroom. Chen Mingjun looked at Wang Pan with a teasing look in his eyes and a playful smile on his lips. He secretly swore in his heart that he must find a suitable opportunity to expose this matter and make Wang Pan embarrass himself in front of the class. By then, Zheng Jinyao will discover her own good side. Thinking of this, Chen Mingjun couldn't help but smile excitedly. He had already imagined the expression on Zheng Jinyao's face when she looked at him. Wang Pan sat down in his seat and started chatting enthusiastically with other students. Wang Pan, what are your plans after graduation? Yeah, what are you going to do? I'm going to find a... The group of people talked and laughed and became friends. Although I haven't seen my classmates for a few months, they haven't changed much at all. They are still childish boys at heart. Apart from his love of bragging and making some lofty statements, he doesn't seem to have any major shortcomings. Before experiencing too much social hardship, everyone gathered together, talked about future goals, and looked forward to life after graduation. Although these words may sound a bit arrogant, isn't this what youth looks like? Wang Pan glanced at the classmates around him, and other thoughts arose in his mind. There are still many empty factory buildings in the new factory in the village. These buildings can be used to place equipment and add additional production lines. With the new production line, there will definitely be vacant positions in the factory. Otherwise, let the classmates come to work for you in the factory. Although most of the villagers have gone to work in factories, they can only do some basic work. Similar to assembling parts and placing materials on the assembly line for processing, this type of position only requires physical effort. But among so many people, not a single one can be promoted to the RD team. Among the younger generation in the village, except for Wang Yusin and Wang Pan, the others only have a junior college degree at most. They may not even have learned the most basic mechanical principles. How can they take on such a heavy responsibility? After all, research and development involves too much professional knowledge, and this kind of work still requires professionals to do it. It just so happened that Wang Pan was studying in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, and his classmates were majors that matched his studies. With proper training, he might be able to form a pretty good RD team. Even though ordinary weapons are somewhat different from the mechanical engineering they studied, the professional knowledge is interchangeable. Weapons can be considered a category of mechanical engineering. The students have all received similar higher education and must have good knowledge. At the very least, even if they are in two completely different fields, the learning ability of students who can be admitted to Jiangxing University will be stronger than that of the young people in the village, and it will not take too much effort to cultivate them. After all, the company is now preparing to expand into markets in other regions, and the demand for general weapons far exceeds that for high-performance, exquisite weapons. If you can form your own team to develop this kind of low-end weapon, it is best not to exchange it in the system mall. The best way is to save the military industry points to exchange for production blueprints of weapons with better performance. Thinking of this, Wang Pan felt more and more that this plan was very feasible. He planned to wait until the classwork was done, then carefully select a group of classmates and invite them to the factory to learn about weapons research and development. Just as Wang Pan was immersed in his plan, Teacher Lu walked in from the door. When they saw the head teacher coming, the students who had just gathered together chatting immediately returned to their seats and sat down. It can be seen that Teacher Lu, as the class teacher, still has considerable authority in the hearts of his classmates. She walked up to the podium, glanced at the class, and began calling out names from the list. After seeing that everyone was present, Teacher Lu closed the roll call book in his hand. Chapter 97. Comments on the top 10 outstanding alumni? After closing the roll call book, Teacher Lu glanced at the students below the podium and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Not bad. It looks like everyone had a pretty fulfilling holiday. Are there any classmates willing to share their work experiences during the holidays? Since we're about to graduate, I'd like to share with other students what the real workplace you'll be entering is like. After saying this, before other students stood up, Chun Mingjun quickly stood up and answered in a panic. Teacher, the students have learned a lot in my factory over the past 2 months. After saying these words, Chun Mingjun glanced at Teacher Lu on the podium, and a guilty expression subconsciously appeared on his face. After all, Chun Mingjun had previously recruited so many classmates to work in their family's factory, paying each student only 1,800 yuan a month and not providing food or accommodation. You know, nowadays, if you work in any electronics factory, you can easily earn 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month, and that includes food and accommodation. Now that Teacher Lu asked about it, Chun Mingjun was afraid that his actions would be exposed by his classmates, so he felt a little guilty. Teacher Lu noticed something was wrong and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Hua Weiyu. Teacher, we have learned a lot in the factory at our monitor's home these past 2 months. He also takes good care of us. Don't you agree? After he finished speaking, Hua Weiyu glanced at the classmates who had previously gone to the electronics factory to work during the summer vacation and quickly winked at them. It turned out that some classmates had objections to the salary and wanted to leave, but Chun Mingjun said that if they didn't work for 2 months, they wouldn't get a penny. In addition, he promised all the students who came to work in his electronics factory that if they came to work in the factory after graduation, their monthly salary would be raised to 5,000 yuan. After a slap in the face and a sweet treat, the students were forced to accept it. Afterwards, the classmates also quickly agreed. Yes, teacher, we learned a lot at the monitor's house. That's right. Teacher, don't worry. The monitor is taking good care of us. To be honest, if these students hadn't thought about working in Chun Mingjun's family factory after graduation, how could they have endured such humiliation? After all, the current environment is not very good. Many people are unemployed and finding a job is not as easy as imagined. What's more, Chun Mingjun's family factory is in Jiangcheng, which is close to their home, so it is convenient for them to go home. The students had thought about finding other ways out. Even if they just wanted to screw screws, they didn't have to go to Chun Mingjun's family factory to do it. Other factories were either located in other places, or they might exploit college students like them. After much deliberation, they finally had no choice but to trust Chun Mingjun. At least Chun Mingjun was their classmate, and even if he was a swindler, he was still slightly better than an outsider. Even though they seemed to be bragging a lot, they knew very well in their hearts that in today's society, there is internal competition everywhere, and graduates like them are even more so. Graduates from better schools than theirs may not necessarily be able to find a satisfactory job. It is already very good to be able to get a job paying 5,000 yuan right after graduation. So even though the classmates were dissatisfied, they did not dare to offend Chun Mingjun and could only agree. Seeing that all the students agreed, Teacher Lu felt that she was thinking too much. She smiled and nodded, and looked at Chun Mingjun with satisfaction. Very good. You are worthy of being the monitor of our class, and take the lead. Then, Teacher Lu turned his gaze to Wang Pan, with a look of deep doubt in his eyes. She still remembered that the incident of Wang Pan and Zheng Jinyao losing contact some time ago was reported to the Metropolitan Police Department. She took the parents to report the case and also made a statement at the Metropolitan Police Department. Later, the parents of the classmates set out to look for their children. Although she did not go with them, she was still very concerned about the follow-up of the matter. Finally, she received the news that everyone was safe and sound. She did not ask for details, as long as everyone was fine. Now that he had met Wang Pan and his group, Teacher Lu was somewhat curious about where Wang Pan had taken Chen Gaoqi, Zheng Jinyao, and others during the summer vacation, and whether they were really involved in the arms business, as the military had said. Thinking of this, Teacher Lu asked with a smile. Zheng Jinyao, how about you? How was your summer vacation? And Chen Gaoqi, you guys should also tell me. What did you do during your summer vacation with Wang Pan? How was your time? Hearing Teacher Lu's question, Zheng Jinyao stood up, smiled sweetly, and answered vaguely. Teacher, we just work in the factory, and we're doing pretty well. She didn't dare tell anyone what she had seen and heard in the past 2 months, otherwise it would definitely scare everyone. Hearing this, Teacher Lu nodded with satisfaction. Although she was curious, she didn't dig into the root of the problem. After all, the incident had attracted the attention of the military. If something really happened, it would definitely not end so hastily. Since Wang Pan and the others were not brought back by the military, it is estimated that what happened was just a simple misunderstanding. What's more, the parents of the classmates who followed Wang Pan and his friends were all top elites, and each of them treated their children as treasures. If they knew that their children were doing something illegal or criminal outside, they would definitely not let their children follow Wang Pan. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Teacher Lu cleared his throat and started talking about business. Okay, classmates, we've finished chatting. Let's get down to business. As Teacher Lu spoke, he opened the notebook in front of him. Since our school's centennial celebration is coming up in a few days, the school leaders have chosen our class to serve as volunteers during the celebration. This time, our school is selecting the top 10 outstanding alumni from the past 100 years. This event is very important to our school, and I hope everyone will give it 100% of their energy. Having said this, she paused, glanced at all the students in the class, and continued. All the alumni from the school will be here in the next few days. Our students have good innate conditions to serve as volunteers. You should seize the opportunity and interact and learn more from these alumni. It will only benefit your future development. After saying these words, most of the students' eyes lit up and there was an uproar under the podium. Chapter 98. Outstanding Alumni. Wow, this is such a great thing. Such a good thing happened to our class. It seems that Teacher Lu was the one who instigated this. No wonder our teacher insisted that we all rush back this time. I wonder who are the outstanding alumni of our school. I'll have to do a thorough search later. The students knew that this time they were asked to be volunteers was completely different from before. When I was chosen as a volunteer before, I was thrown into all kinds of hard work, and most importantly, there were no benefits. But this time it's a great job. They are no longer greenhouse flowers, so they naturally know what this job means to them. Those who can be called outstanding alumni basically graduated from the school with excellent grades, and are now powerful figures in various fields. If they could establish connections with these powerful seniors, it would mean that these recent graduates could avoid many years of detours. If they are noticed by these big shots and invited to work in the company, their future will be bright. Even if this is not the case, if they can get some advice, it will be a great gain for them. Most of the students in the classroom had happy expressions on their faces, even Chun Mingjun, whose family had some assets. If he could take this opportunity to make friends with some important people, it would only benefit the family business and not harm it. He might even be able to bring in a few business deals. Chun Mingjun secretly swore in his heart that he must leave a deep impression on all the seniors at this school anniversary. Everyone started thinking about how to leave a deep impression on each other in front of the outstanding alumni. Only Wang Pan and his group showed an embarrassment on their faces, as if they did not particularly want to participate in this school anniversary. The reason is very simple. There is already a lot of work to do in the factory. If Teacher Lu had not repeatedly asked them to go back to school for the defense, they would not have thought about going back to school at all. This time they returned to school with the intention of finishing their defense quickly and returning to their respective posts as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Wang Pan and several classmates looked at each other and decided to ask Teacher Lu for leave and not attend the centenary celebration. But at this time, Teacher Lu seemed to have anticipated something and spoke directly to stop their thoughts. By the way, for this activity, no one in the class is allowed to take leave. You will soon be entering society, so there are some things you should understand the importance of. Work hard for a few days and leave a good impression in front of these outstanding alumni. This will be of great help to your future development. Teacher Lu had said so much, and Wang Pan had no choice but to keep his request for leave to himself. At this point, they can only delay for a few more days, and the affairs in the factory can only be controlled remotely by phone. Then, Teacher Lu stood on the podium and briefly explained some precautions. After the explanation, he announced the dismissal and walked out of the classroom first. After Teacher Lu left, Wang Pan and his group left without staying in the classroom for long. After all, if you have to stay in school for a few more days, many plans will have to be disrupted and many things will need to be arranged as soon as possible. The classmates did not leave immediately, but stayed in the class and chatted with each other. After all, after this school anniversary celebration, everyone will graduate and go their separate ways, and it's hard to say whether we will have time to have a good chat like this afterwards. Oh, I really can't bear to leave you guys. We have to get together more often when the time comes. Yeah, anyway, if we have to work at the squad leader's house, then we're all in Jiangcheng, so we can get together often. Speaking of which, our class is really lucky this time. We never thought such a good thing would happen to us. If those outstanding seniors see us, our future will be promising. Yeah, it really is like pie in the sky. The other classes can only watch us enviously. At this time, a classmate suddenly asked a question. I wonder if any of the big guys graduated from our school, do you know? As soon as he finished speaking, the students who were still in the class immediately took out their mobile phones and began to check the names of the people on the domestic rich list one by one. If it were just one person, it would take almost dark to check so much information, but with 40 or 50 people in the class, it would be much more convenient. After a while, someone took out his mobile phone and shouted excitedly, "I found out. The owner of a publicly listed pastry company in China is also a former senior in our school's finance department." Immediately afterwards, excited voices filled the classroom one after another. I also found out that the general manager of the Manhwa region of a certain global hotel chain is a hotel management major at our school. Wow, I didn't expect that the eldest son of our country's real estate tycoon is also in the finance department of our school. One after another, famous names appeared in the students' mouths. If they hadn't checked, they wouldn't have known. Once they did, they were shocked. They hadn't expected that so many bigwigs were top students who graduated from Jiangxing University. The appearance of these names does not mean that these bigwigs will most likely come to attend the school's centenary celebration. Finally, a voice slowly came from the corner. "I heard that there's an old senior in our school who is now the CEO of Northern Military Industry. If I could get in touch with him, wouldn't my career take off? Whether you can join Northern Military Industry or not, isn't it just a matter of a word from him?" As soon as the words fell, all the students' eyes lit up and they gathered together to discuss. "Oh my God, Northern Military Industry. Isn't that a state-owned enterprise? It's involved in many of our country's military and civilian industries. Yeah, if I could get into Northern Military Industry, wouldn't that be like getting a stable job?" That's right, and the treatment at these companies is very good. If you can get in, the minimum monthly salary is tens of thousands of yuan. Such good treatment. And he's a senior who graduated from our department? He will definitely take good care of us. After hearing this, the students' eyes gradually became heated, and they had already set their sights on the CEO of Northern Military Industry. Although there are many other bigwigs, most of them graduated from the Department of Finance or the Department of Business Administration. Even if they want to curry favor with these big guys, their professional knowledge is not enough to take up a job in the other company. But Northern Military Industry is different. It is related to mechanical engineering. If they are noticed by the boss of Northern Military Industry, the probability of them joining the company is even greater. In addition, the CEO of Northern Military Industry is an old senior who graduated from their department, so it is more convenient to take care of him. Chapter 99. Smooth progress? Unexpected results. On the other side, at the border, the troops of the Baba Sheep Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom began fighting at the border. Because the military strength of the Baba Sheep Kingdom was relatively weak, they did not confront the White Elephant Kingdom's armored forces head-on. Instead, they laid mine traps on the route that the White Elephant Kingdom's armored forces had to pass, trying to use this method to block the advance of the opponent's armored forces. The strategy adopted by the Baba Sheep Kingdom is very simple, that is, the tactic of dragging, trying to drag the war out as long as possible and use other means to force the White Elephant Kingdom to withdraw its troops. However, the traps set by the Baba Sheep Kingdom did not cause much trouble to the White Elephant Kingdom and were easily cracked by the White Elephant Kingdom. On the front lines of the war, there are some war correspondents and military observers on both sides of the frontline troops. These people come from different countries, and their purpose is to bring first-hand news from the front lines to the people of their respective countries. On the frontline troops closer to the White Elephant Country are war correspondents and military observers from Western countries. Close to the frontline troops of the Baba Sheep Country are military observers and war correspondents from the Dragon Country and some small countries that are also allies of the Dragon Country. The vanguard armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom were advancing at a very fast speed and were about to reach the border of the Baba Sheep Kingdom and enter the border of the Baba Sheep Kingdom. The war will only truly begin when the White Elephant Kingdom's armored forces officially enter the Baba Sheep Kingdom's territory. At that time, the Baba Sheep Kingdom's frontline troops will face off against the White Elephant Kingdom's armored forces. Regarding what was about to happen next, military observers on both sides began to discuss and express their predictions about the war situation. Oh my goodness. This might be the most confident prediction I've made since I started working as a military observer. I even suspect that the White Elephant Nation might not need to spend too much time to disperse all of the Baba Sheep Nation's frontline troops. Oh my God. I can even imagine the tragic scene of the White Elephant Kingdom's armored forces chasing after the Baba Sheep Kingdom's soldiers. Yes. The military gap between the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom is really too big. The gap between the two is like an adult versus a child. Out of humanitarian reasons, I strongly urge the Baba Sheep Nation to surrender to the White Elephant Nation. This way, at least we won't have to sacrifice so many soldiers. That's right. I can't even imagine any possibility that Baba Sheep Nation could win this war. Unless Dragon Nation sends troops to help, Baba Sheep Nation can only accept defeat. The military observers who made these remarks were all from Western countries and naturally chose to stand on the side of the White Elephant country. When they said these words, some of them even had a faint smile on their faces. The atmosphere was indescribably relaxed, and their attitude was quite optimistic. If it weren't for the occasional sound of artillery fire in the distance, one would have thought these people were not on the battlefield but on vacation somewhere. Compared with the relaxed atmosphere of the military observers and war correspondents from the West, the atmosphere among the Dragon Country military observers on the Baba Sheep countryside was much more solemn. Alas, although I hate to admit it, I think the White Elephant Nation has a high probability of breaking through the defenses set up by the Baba Sheep Nation. Unless a miracle happens, it's only a matter of time before the White Elephant Nation's armored forces break through the Baba Sheep Nation's frontline troops. Yes, I hold the same view. However, I still hope that the two countries can temporarily put an end to the war, sit down at the negotiating table, and have a good talk, and resolve the conflicts between the two countries through negotiation and dialogue. I hope a miracle will happen and bless the simple people of Baba Sheep Country. They sighed when talking about the war situation, and one military observer even began to pray for the soldiers of Baba Sheep Country. Military observers from the Dragon Kingdom are pessimistic about whether the Baba Sheep Kingdom can withstand the attack from the White Elephant Kingdom. Although the military observers on both sides had different positions, the conclusions they reached were similar. They all expressed pessimism that the Baba Sheep Kingdom could withstand the fierce offensive of the White Elephant Kingdom. Just as they were discussing their predictions, the two armies officially clashed and began fighting. The tank troops of the White Elephant Kingdom rampaged through the positions of the Baba Sheep Kingdom, completely disregarding the enemy's defensive fortifications, and were ready to destroy the entire position. The defense of the Baba Sheep Kingdom was originally very weak. Under the powerful firepower of the White Elephant Kingdom's tank forces, the Baba Sheep Kingdom's position could not be held for long. In this situation, the tank troops of the White Elephant Kingdom had a complete advantage. They charged recklessly and crushed all the positions of the opposite side. The defensive forces of the positions disappeared in an instant, revealing an empty position. Immediately afterwards, the armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom began a crazy bombardment of the positions of the Baba Sheep Kingdom. The sound of the shelling was deafening. The shells fell on the ground, creating a huge mushroom cloud and leaving long traces in the middle of the position. During this process, the soldiers of Baba Sheep Country kept falling down and being lifted up, and then continued to fall down. Under such dense artillery fire, the soldiers on the Baba Sheep Country's position could not withstand the fierce attack of the enemy's armored forces, and casualties continued to occur. The artillery fire lasted for more than half an hour and finally stopped. The position of the Baba Sheep Kingdom has become unrecognizable and has completely fallen. It no longer has the function of serving as a shelter for the soldiers. Seeing this situation, the commander of the position knew that this was irreversible and that it would be futile to continue insisting. Order all units to immediately withdraw their defenses and prepare to retreat to the second line of defense to meet the attack of the White Elephant Nation's armored forces. Yes, Commander. After the commander gave the order, he led the remaining troops to retreat urgently. After the bombardment ended, the armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom sent their soldiers on the scene to clean up the front line that had been bombed to pieces and capture the soldiers of the Baba Sheep Kingdom who were not killed. The battle situation was just as the military observers predicted. The Baba Sheep Kingdom was unable to withstand the brutal attack of the White Elephant Kingdom's armored forces and collapsed at the first blow. The armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom directly pushed forward more than 10 kilometers and easily broke through the first line of defense set up by the Baba Sheep Kingdom. The most surprising thing is that despite such a large-scale war, the White Elephant Kingdom did not lose many soldiers. When the battle situation was reported, military observers and fighter reporters on both sides had different expressions. Military observers and war correspondents from the West looked as if they had expected this, their faces filled with joy. The military observers and war correspondents from Manhwa had bitter expressions on their faces. Although they had guessed this result, they still held on to a glimmer of hope. I hope a miracle will happen and the Baba Sheep Kingdom can withstand the attack of the White Elephant Kingdom. Chapter 100. Retreat to Advance. The first wave of news about the war between the Baba Sheep Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom spread to countries around the world. In the capital of the Lighthouse Country, at the military headquarters. The top military officials of the Lighthouse Country were gathered together to talk about the war between the White Elephant Country and the Baba Sheep Country. According to the latest battle situation, the White Elephant Nation has already invaded the border of the Baba Sheep Nation. The Baba Sheep Nation's first line of defense is simply unable to stop the White Elephant Nation's armored forces. That's normal. We expected it. We're the ones who are surprised that the White Elephant Kingdom couldn't be conquered, right? Ha 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 ha. The White Elephant Nation really didn't disappoint us. Those people from the Baba Sheep Nation must be regretting it so much, right? We can only blame them for having poor vision and choosing to defect to the Dragon Nation. I even feel like we don't need to provide weapons to the White Elephant Nation. We should have just provided a batch of military kin goods. We're going to win this war anyway. Didn't Dragon Nation also send a batch of weapons? I heard they were some kind of anti-material weapons. What good are they? They still can't stop White Elephant Nation. Now it seems that the aid from the Dragon Nation is a joke. With the precedent of the Baba Sheep Nation, I believe that no country in the world will seek refuge with the Dragon Nation again, right? Everyone says the Dragon Kingdom is a soaring dragon. Now it seems we were too nervous. The Dragon Kingdom is just a jumping bug. As soon as these words were spoken, all the senior military officials present burst into laughter, and contempt unconsciously appeared on their faces. Sitting in the front of the crowd was a bald white man in military uniform. This man was none other than the head of the Lighthouse Country's military and the president of the Lighthouse Country Chiefs of Staff Association, Raymond. Raymond couldn't help but touch his big bald head as he listened to his subordinates. He stood up and spoke with a smile. It seems we can all rest assured. I heard that Dragon Country sent a batch of anti-material weapons to Baba Sheep Country before, and I thought it would cause some trouble. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. We don't need to worry too much about the war situation. What we need to do now is to support the White Elephant Nation internationally and impose economic sanctions on the Baba Sheep Nation. This time, I want to show the whole world what the consequences of being an enemy of our Lighthouse Nation are. Having said that, the business was almost over. Raymond glanced at the people sitting behind him and continued. This war has been a foregone conclusion since the beginning. Gentlemen, get ready for the evening reception. As soon as the words fell, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. They seemed to have seen the miserable state of Manhwa when its international reputation plummeted because of this war. On the other side, inside the military headquarters of Manhwa's capital, ever since the armies of the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom started fighting, the three commanders-in-chief, Lu, Wei, and Hua, have gathered in the General Staff headquarters, keeping a close eye on the progress of the war. When the news of the results of the first round of fighting between the two countries reached Manhwa, the three commanders were a little surprised. They naturally knew that there was a gap between the Baba Sheep Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom, but they did not expect that the Baba Sheep Kingdom would give up the first line of defense so quickly. The three of them looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. No reason? Logically speaking, the Baba Sheep Kingdom should be able to hold on for a while. Even though the military strength of the Baba Sheep Kingdom was far behind that of the White Elephant Kingdom, it should not have been defeated so quickly with the help of the armor-breaking hammers provided by the Dragon Kingdom. Even if the actual combat capability of the armor-crushing hammer is not as good as it was demonstrated, it is unlikely that the first line of defense would be broken through so quickly. The more the three of them thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. They always felt that the Baba Sheep Kingdom seemed to have too little defense in the first line of defense. Immediately, Commander Lu called all senior military officials in the capital and asked them to come to the General Staff headquarters to conduct a simulation to find out the reason for the defeat of the Baba Sheep Kingdom. Soon, a group of senior military officials rushed to the General Staff headquarters. While they were still on the road, the sand table used for the simulation had already been prepared, and they could start the simulation directly after they arrived. Commander Lu immediately asked people to retrieve detailed information about the battle between the two sides and began to conduct simulations on the sand table. When the chess pieces representing the Baba Sheep Kingdom's army and the White Elephant Kingdom's army were placed at the site of the first battle, everyone suddenly understood why the Baba Sheep Kingdom was so easily defeated. The reason is simple. When the two armies fought for the first time, the terrain was a plain. The combat capabilities of tanks and armored vehicles on the plains will be fully utilized, and the armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom will exert their greatest strength. In addition, the command of Baba Yangwo was very smart. He did not lose his composure because of the approaching army and did not put all his forces into the first line of defense. Instead, they played to their strengths and avoided their weaknesses, avoiding a head-on confrontation with the White Elephant Kingdom's armored forces in such a wide terrain, and very readily gave up the first line of defense. Seeing this, Commander Lu immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It looks like they haven't used our armor-breaking hammers yet. I was just wondering, if the soldiers of Baba Sheep Country were equipped with our armor-breaking hammers, how could they be so vulnerable?" Commander Wei had witnessed the power of Wang Pan's armor-breaking hammer with his own eyes. He was not as nervous as Commander Lu. He glanced at the flags of both sides on the sand table and spoke. "It seems we are too nervous. The Baba Sheep Nation is just a little weak in military strength. Their generals should not be fools. However, even the dumbest general would not place his snipers on the plains to snipe the enemy." After the two commanders finished speaking, Commander Hua looked at the two officers controlling the flags and spoke. "You guys continue to deduce and see how the White Elephant Nation might proceed next." After the words fell, a group of officers began to deduce the further movements of both sides on the sand table. Looking at the direction in which the military flag representing the White Elephant Kingdom's armored forces was advancing, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Wei looked at the information on the sand table and said with a smile, "If nothing unexpected happens, the armor-crushing hammer may give the whole world a huge surprise next." Commander Lu nodded and couldn't help but agree. Scare would be a more appropriate word. After saying that, the two smiled knowingly at each other and looked at the sand table together. The reason is very simple. As the White Elephant Kingdom advances further, there will be no more plains, and it will basically be mountainous areas. This kind of area is a great place for snipers equipped with armor-breaking hammers to show their prowess. Chapter 101, Undercurrent. On the other side, in a luxury hotel near Jiangxing University, Wang Pan put down his cell phone and looked at the scenery outside the window. He had just finished a phone call with Thomas and learned that his cargo ship was about to arrive at the Djibouti Strait under the escort of warships. As long as it passed through the Djibouti Strait and sailed for another half a day, it would be able to reach Godahu smoothly. Wang Pan felt relieved after learning that his cargo ship had not encountered any accidents. What he feared most was that some problems would arise during the transportation of his cargo, resulting in the inability to deliver the goods in time. "If I lose such a large order and the trust of the big customer, it will not be worth it." However, fortunately, everything is going well for now, and with the escort of Dragon Country's warships, there shouldn't be any major problems. Thinking of this, Wang Pan felt relieved and called Zheng Jinyao, Chun Gaoqi and others to go out together to reminisce about the delicious food in the snack street next to the school. On the other side, United Technologies Corporation of the Lighthouse Country. In the president's office, John is entertaining a special guest, Prince Faisal, a dog tycoon. The two sat on the soft sofa in John's office, each holding a glass of red wine in their hands, looking no different from before. But this time, Faisal obviously did not look as energetic as last time, and he looked much older. "Your Highness, if your information is reliable, I will send someone on the expedition." John, holding a thick cigar between his fingers, confirmed with Faisal across from him. "Don't worry, John. This information is absolutely reliable. If this is accomplished, we can definitely become the closest partners." Faisal nodded and patted his chest to guarantee John. Hearing this, John didn't say much. He just stood up and walked aside, took out his phone and told his subordinates the news, asking them to take care of the matter. Faisal looked at the blood-red wine in the crystal glass, his eyes unable to stop being gloomy. This time he came to the Lighthouse Country to find John. His purpose was very simple, which was to hope to continue to cooperate with John, to bring down Sayer, and to regain all the power he once had. He learned through the people he had planted in the Ministry of National Defense that the sky-high arms order that Wang Pan had negotiated with Goda, who was about to reach Godahu's door. If there is any problem with this order and the delivery cannot be made on time, Sayer, as the first person in charge of purchasing arms for the Ministry of Defense, will need to take responsibility. At that time, he can take advantage of this opportunity to attack Sayer and try to regain all the power that once belonged to him in front of King Ibn. After all, this is an order worth hundreds of billions of US dollars, which concerns the defense weapons of the entire dog family. No matter how much Ibn trusts Sayer, in the face of such a serious mistake, Ibn will severely punish Sayer. Faisal will come to the Lighthouse Country to meet John in person this time, mainly because this matter is too important. He must personally hand over the ship's coordinate information to John so that he can feel at ease. After explaining everything, John returned to the sofa, sat down, raised his glass, and said, "Your Highness, I have already made all the arrangements. We just need to wait for the news. You can also take this opportunity to relax here with me. You must have been very unhappy recently." There was a hint of hatred in Faisal's eyes. He seemed to hold the wine glass in his hand tightly, as if it were Wang Pan and Sayer. "Don't worry, if things are done, I will let Sayer experience my leisure time." Hearing this, John gently clinked his glass with Faisal. Then I wish our plan success. I hope you can get what you want back, and I will get the order. After saying that, John drank the red wine in the glass. Faisal also drank the red wine in his glass, and then the two of them smiled at each other and just waited for news silently. On the other side, on a small island near the Djibouti Strait, there lives a group of Nigo pirates. These pirates usually make a living by robbing cargo ships passing through the Djibouti Strait, or providing work for some companies to attack their competitors. At this time, the pirate leader Nick gathered his brothers together and said with a smile, "Brothers, here comes the order. Let's go rob a cargo ship. If this goes through, we'll make a killing. Not only will we get a $20 million commission, but the client will also give us a batch of excellent weapons in advance. Once this goes through, these weapons will be ours." Upon hearing this, Nick's men cheered excitedly. Yeah, I have money to spend. This customer is so generous. Not only did he give us money, he also gave us weapons. I was thinking of replacing my broken AK. Boss, who are you targeting? We'll just snatch them away. Compared to his other simple-minded subordinates, the pirate named Brother and I standing next to Nick was a little worried. Boss, the client has given us such favorable conditions. Our goal this time must be quite complex, right? Nick was very confident and didn't take it seriously at all. He explained with a smile. It's a cargo ship. The company that owns this cargo ship offended our client. Our client is determined to bring them down, so we offered them good compensation. Brothers, remember this. If we destroy the ship, we'll get $2 million. If we hijack the ship, we'll get $20 million. Let's try to get $20 million. Nick has been able to sail through the Djibouti Strait for so many years without any harm, so he is definitely not a simple-minded and strong-limbed guy. He had confirmed the target information with his employer again and again before taking on this mission. The employer repeatedly confirmed that it was just an ordinary cargo ship, and the people on board were most likely armed, but this was just a simple matter for them. Hadn't they robbed a few cargo ships with armed personnel? In addition, the customer donated a large number of heavy weapons, which are all good stuff, and each one of them will be sold at a sky-high price in the market. Besides, even if there really is a problem, the worst that can happen is that we can use heavy weapons to bomb the ship from a distance, then run away. What's the problem? If they can't get $20 million, they can at least get $2 million, which is not a small sum for them. After explaining to his men, Nick confidently led a group of people and headed towards the coordinates provided by their employer in advance. Chapter 102. Enemy Situation Discovered. The Reaction of the Dragon Kingdom Warship. After about an hour and a half, Nick and his pirates approached the coordinates provided by John. In order to rob the target and get the final commission of $20 million, Nick brought out all the pirates on the island. Dozens of small boats appeared on the sea at the same time, and dozens of waves suddenly appeared on the empty sea surface, which looked quite like a regular navy. There were more than a dozen pirates standing on each boat, totaling several hundred people. Each of them was equipped with an exquisite rifle and looked murderous. Nick's gang of pirates is the largest in the Djibouti Strait area. Seeing so many pirates, many small fishing boats operating around the Djibouti Strait gave way, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire and be involved. Nick stood on the bow of the large ship in the center of the fleet, holding a telescope to observe the surrounding situation, looking for the location of the freighter that John mentioned. After searching for a long time, they finally saw a large, isolated cargo ship about 20 nautical miles away from them. Observing through the telescope, the entire freighter looked ordinary in appearance, and there was no defensive weapon installed on the freighter. Only containers were seen on the deck, and there were less than 20 security personnel walking on the deck, which was not too many. Seeing this, Nick instantly became excited and shouted to his subordinates standing behind him. "Men, our target has appeared. Let's rob this ship. Women and fine wine are all beckoning us. It's just an ordinary cargo ship. When the commission comes, we can all have a good time." In Nick's opinion, this freighter had no defensive facilities and only a few security personnel, which basically posed no threat to them. Even if the number of security personnel doubled, could it still be more than the hundreds of men he brought with him? Nick could even see $20 million slowly waving towards him. Upon hearing this, the subordinates started shouting excitedly. "Grab them all. Go, go, go. Leave no one behind." The reward for this order is a full $20 million. Even if it is divided among them, each person can take away tens of thousands of dollars. With this money, they can live a carefree life for a long time. Nick put down the binoculars with great enthusiasm, picked up the walkie-talkie, and gave orders. "Everyone, follow my orders. Approach the target at full speed. If anyone tries to stop us, we'll throw them into the sea to feed the sharks." His orders were transmitted via intercom to every small boat in the fleet. The fleet opened fire at full speed and quickly approached the freighter. Nick is ready to hijack the freighter in one fell swoop and take away a commission of $20 million. On the other side, on the sea about 20 minutes away from the freighter, the Dragon Kingdom's escort warship was moving slowly. At this time, in the warship's command room, dozens of densely packed small dots appeared on the warship's radar, attracting the soldiers' attention. A large number of unidentified vessels are approaching the mission vessel. Tell the captain. A soldier immediately stood up and hurried to the captain's room to report the situation to the captain. The soldier jogged all the way to the door of the captain's room and knocked on it anxiously. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, a powerful voice came from inside. Enter. The soldier pushed open the door of the captain's room and walked in, reporting the emergency loudly. Reporting to the commander, according to radar monitoring, several unidentified ships are rapidly approaching the mission vessel. The moment he heard the words, Captain Ning Hui, who was sitting inside, stood up quickly with a very solemn expression. What? The purpose of their voyage this time was to protect the cargo ship in front of them, which was loaded with unknown cargo. Because it was protecting a private freighter, the warship did not choose close protection, but chose to maintain a relatively reasonable safe distance from the freighter. Because this type of warship escort operation is not a formal official action, in order to avoid gossip, warships generally choose to escort quietly behind the mission ship. If everything goes smoothly along the way, both sides will be happy, and the warship will have completed its mission perfectly without exposing itself. But if anything happens, the warships can react immediately and provide support. This kind of behavior is not only done by the Dragon Navy, but also by the navies of almost all countries in the world. The use of warships to protect ships that are not from official organizations is an issue that cannot be brought to the surface for detailed investigation. It can be regarded as an unspoken rule among the navies of various countries. When Ning Hui took on this mission some time ago, he didn't think much about it. He thought it was just an ordinary escort mission like the previous one. This kind of mission is very common for their navy and can even be considered a good job. After all, this kind of escort mission does not require close escort, so there is basically nothing for them to do. They only need to observe from a distance on the warship to see if anyone will attack the mission ship. When he set sail, he didn't expect that during this mission, there would actually be some unscrupulous villains who would attack the target ship. That's really lighting a light in the toilet, looking for the beginning. Thinking of this, Ning Hui made the most correct judgment without any hesitation. Send a radio to the mission ship, inform them of this emergency, and have them move immediately towards our ship. Hold on for 20 minutes. The warship will be here soon. Although the sailing time of about 20 minutes is not long, it is already very fast compared to the vast ocean. After saying this, he put on the hat on the table, walked out of the captain's room with a bad look on his face, and rushed straight to the command room. Ning Hui wanted to see who had the guts to attack the target being escorted by the Dragon Kingdom warships. Don't you even consider your own weight before you dare to come and bring bad luck upon yourself? After receiving Ning Hui's order, the soldiers on the ship immediately tuned the radio to the same channel as the freighter and kept issuing warnings. Target vessel. A large number of unidentified vessels are approaching you. Please turn your ship immediately and head towards our warship. Target vessel. A large number of unidentified vessels are approaching you. Please turn your ship immediately and head towards our warship. Radio messages continued to be transmitted to the freighter. At the same time, the warship increased its speed and headed towards the escorting freighter. Chapter 103. Don't you want to live? On the cargo ship, Thomas received a warning from the escort warship in the rear in the captain's room. The captain of the freighter turned his head and looked at Thomas standing beside him, looking at him for help. What should we do, Mr. Thomas? Do we follow their orders? Thomas ignored the warship's warning and calmly pressed the alarm bell, announcing without changing his expression. All ships on alert. All of a sudden, alarms rang throughout the freighter, and all security personnel immediately became alert. The strange thing was that these security personnel seemed to have anticipated this and looked very calm, not at all panicked. They all came to the door of the command room, waiting for the next instructions. Thomas walked aside, took out his satellite phone, and called Wang Pan. The call was connected in a few seconds, and Thomas said respectfully, "Boss, as you predicted, we are in trouble. Did I follow your plan?" Wang Pan on the other end of the phone remained calm, nodded lightly, and his tone sounded very calm. "Let's follow the previously arranged plan. We should try to solve the problems we can solve ourselves, and try not to involve the military." After giving the instructions, Wang Pan hung up the phone. Wang Pan looked calm and not nervous at all. To be honest, he had long expected that someone would definitely not be able to resist attacking his cargo ship. His performance in the Dog Tycoon last time must have attracted the attention of some people. In addition, his behavior must have affected many people's interests, and someone would definitely take action against him for the sake of profit. To be on the safe side, he made multiple preparations and had already started making arrangements before the freighter set off from the island. The escort by the Dragon Kingdom warship was just one of the many safety preparations he had made. If anyone really can't resist buying his goods, then let them try the gift he specially prepared. After all, if you don't pay attention to this kind of business, you will be ripped off by others. Thinking of this, the corners of Wang Pan's mouth rose slightly. He couldn't wait to see the expressions of those idiots who dared to attack him when they saw the surprise he prepared for them. On the cargo ship, Thomas looked at the call that had been hung up and put away his satellite phone with a serious expression. He began to carry out the plan that Wang Pan had arranged at the beginning. He began to give calm instructions into the microphone in front of him. All security personnel on board, follow me. As soon as the words fell, all the NI brothers on the cargo ship started to move and followed Thomas in unison. Thomas brought his men to the armory in the basement and began distributing weapons. In order to prevent anyone from attacking his freighter, Wang Pan asked Thomas and others to bring all the heavy weapons in the warehouse onto the ship. The purpose is to give those guys who are planning to hijack the ship a good lesson. Brother and I picked up the weapons that were convenient for them and hung weapons such as grenades on their tactical belts. Soon, all the NI brothers were fully armed, crouching against the hull on the deck, ready to deal a fatal blow to those who attacked on board at any time. On the sea, the distance between dozens of small boats and the cargo ship has even reached a level visible to the naked eye. Nick stood on the deck, constantly observing the freighter through the telescope in his hand. When he saw that the freighter seemed to have not reacted yet and did not choose to start pulling the barbed wire, he was immediately overjoyed. Doesn't this allow them to rob it well? Nick unconsciously revealed a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of idiots, don't you know what you're going to face? If the freighter realizes their intentions and starts taking defensive measures, such as pulling up barbed wire or attacking them with high-pressure water guns, it will be much more difficult for them to hijack the ship. After pulling up the barbed wire, if they want to board the ship, they must destroy all the barbed wire. Otherwise, they will not be able to get on the deck at all, let alone seize the ship. But the freighter now has no barbed wire, and there are no security personnel preparing to attack them with water guns. Such a freighter is no different from a naked beauty, allowing them to play with it as they please. Nick put down the telescope in his hand. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and shouted loudly to his younger brothers. Brothers, the target has been scared silly by us. Let's rush over and hijack the ship. The beautiful women of Cyprus are waiting for our care in the bed. As soon as the words fell, Nick's subordinates shouted excitedly. Kill, kill, kill. Take the boat. Boss, I can't wait. Brothers, as long as we hijack the ship, our good days will come. Seeing his men so excited, Nick nodded with satisfaction. He picked up the walkie-talkie and gave orders. Hurry up and try to hijack the ship without any casualties. His orders were transmitted to every small boat through the walkie-talkie, and dozens of small boats ran at full speed and rushed towards the cargo ship. On the other side, the Long Kingdom's warships were heading quickly towards the freighter. In the command room, the soldiers were watching the information displayed on the radar and were suddenly startled and shouted in surprise. What's going on with the mission ship? Why isn't it turning towards our warship? Instead, it's heading straight towards us? As soon as the words fell, all the soldiers were shocked. They did not expect that the freighter would make such a choice. This was also the first time they encountered such a rebellious mission ship. Normally, the ships they undertake escort missions obey their instructions very well, and if anything really happens, they will act according to the instructions they give as soon as possible. Unlike this time, this cargo ship, which was carrying an unknown amount of cargo, not only did not evacuate to their location in an emergency, but instead headed towards those unidentified ships. Isn't this simply outrageous? The soldier's exclamation was heard by Ning Hui, who stepped into the command room. Without saying anything more, he immediately took the place of a soldier and shouted while grabbing the microphone. Mission ship, stop immediately, turn around and evacuate towards our warships. Leave the dangerous situation to us. Ning Hui's face turned red from shouting. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he looked extremely excited. Unfortunately, his instructions did not receive a response from the freighter. It was not difficult to see from the radar map that the freighter was still moving forward. Are these people really going to die? Chapter 104. The Grim Reaper's scythe is about to fall. Seeing that he didn't get any response, Ning Hui suddenly became furious. No matter how good his temper was, he couldn't help but swear at this moment. Damn, what the hell is going on with the mission ship? Can't they understand what we're saying? After saying that, he took off his hat and slammed it to the ground, looking very angry. After all, if anything unexpected happens to the mission ship, their escort mission will be considered a failure. Although this is not an official operation, even if the mission fails, they will not receive any particularly serious overt punishment. But as a soldier, Ning Hui regards honor as his life, and he will never allow any mistakes in the mission he takes on. Besides, the escort order this time was a mission issued by the Dragon Country military headquarters. If they failed, who knows what major missions might come in the future, and their warship would no longer be considered by their superiors. After all, no one would be willing to choose a warship that doesn't even know how to escort to carry out an important mission. Thinking of this, even if Ning Hui wanted to strangle the captain of the freighter to death, he had to control his temper and continue communicating with the freighter. Mission ship, if you hear me, please stop immediately. We are only 10 minutes away from your location. If there's really no way to turn back towards our warship, try to use the equipment on board to protect yourself. You only need to hold on for a dozen minutes, and we'll arrive in time. After saying these words, he was not idle either. He turned around and gave his orders to all the soldiers. Push the horsepower to the maximum and rush to the mission ship as soon as possible. Ning Hui's order was immediately conveyed. The warship's engine continued to roar, and the speed of advancement increased a bit. He didn't want to be labeled as incompetent in front of his superiors, so he could only try his best to prevent the mission ship from being damaged. Here, the pirates' small boats have approached the freighter, and it only takes a little time to surround the freighter. The pirates could even see with their naked eyes that the freighter was full of cargo. They stared at the huge freighter in front of them with shining eyes. Surrender now. I'll spare your life. Our target is only the ship. Anyone who doesn't want to die is not allowed to resist. Go, brothers, we're getting closer and closer to the fine wine and beautiful women. In their eyes, this wasn't a cargo ship at all. It was clearly a vast ocean of fine wine and beautiful women. A cruel smile appeared on Nick's lips. He picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the final attack order. Men, charge and board the ship. After saying this, he looked at the slow-moving cargo ship in front of him with a grim smile. Get rich. It's so easy to earn these $20 million. Add to that this batch of heavy weapons, and we're going to make a fortune. If every business deal in the future is as easy to do as this one, then I won't have to worry about anything in my life. Thinking of this, Nick couldn't help but squint his eyes excitedly and took big puffs of his cigar. He picked up an exquisite rifle provided by John from the side. He put one foot on the railing on the deck, held the rifle in one hand, and kept firing at the sky, looking very proud. In the captain's room of the cargo ship, there was a brother and I who was reporting the situation with a serious expression. Butler, the pirate fleet, is only about 1 kilometer away from our ship. Now they could see with their naked eyes the pirate flags flying on the ships approaching them, so they naturally knew that these people were pirates. Hearing this, Thomas's face showed no extra expression as he gave the order calmly. Like Boss said, launch the torpedoes. Also, it's time for the close-in weapon system on the deck to see the light of day. After he finished speaking, brother and I nodded, walked out of the captain's room, and immediately conveyed Thomas's order to everyone. In fact, this is not an ordinary cargo ship, but a cargo ship that has undergone various modifications. On the surface, this freighter looks no different from other freighters, but in fact, it is equipped with a torpedo launcher on the bottom of the ship and a number of close-in defense guns on the deck. Moreover, this freighter is not only equipped with the weapons that the rich man wants, but also a lot of torpedoes and shells, so the firepower is quite sufficient. It can be said that as long as this ship does not encounter a large-scale fleet at the level of a major power, the firepower on board is sufficient to deal with it. Wang Pan was the only one who could modify this ship. When Wang Pan left the island, one of the tasks he assigned to Thomas was to modify a cargo ship. After giving the modification drawings to Thomas, he left the island and returned to Dragon Country. After Wang Pan left the island, Thomas had people start to modify the freighter according to the drawings. It didn't take long before the freighter was modified, and according to Wang Pan's instructions, a large number of torpedoes and shells were installed in the cabin below the freighter. Logically speaking, since Wang Pan has such a powerful modified freighter for transportation, he no longer needs the Dragon Kingdom's warships for escort. Even if they only have one ship, it is enough to handle most situations. However, Wang Pan still chose to call for the warships of Manhwa. The purpose was very simple. It was just to be on the safe side. If they really encountered an opponent that the freighter could not deal with, the warships of Manhwa would come to help. Those people may attack their own freighters for profit. After all, their freighters are private property, and even if they do, it will not cause much backlash. But if they attack the Manhwa warships, then things will not be simple. Even if a small piece of paint on the hull of the Longwa warship is scratched, it will be regarded as a provocation to the Longwa. The Dragon Kingdom will generally not show mercy to opponents who provoke it, and will use all its means to warn all countries and organizations in the world what the consequences will be if they provoke the Dragon Kingdom. The wrath of Dragon Country is not something these arms dealers can bear, even if the 5 evil men of Blue Star are standing behind them. After receiving Thomas's order, Brother and I on the boat immediately took action. On the deck, Brother and I bent over and opened the close-in weapon system that was tightly wrapped in oilcloth. The shiny barrel of the gun was pointed directly at the invading pirates. The Grim Reaper's scythe is now on the necks of these pirates, ready to chop them down at any time. Chapter 105. You call this a cargo ship? The pirates who received the charge order from Nick were rushing forward in their small boats. They all wanted to be the first to reach the freighter and get the first credit. Although the small boat they were riding was rather shabby, it would not capsize easily. Moreover, the boat was moving very fast, leaving behind one wave after another on the sea surface, and rushed to a position only a few hundred meters away from the freighter. The pirates on the ship picked up their submachine guns and kept shooting at the freighter in front of them. The submachine guns in their hands kept spitting out flames, and the bullets were fired as if they were free, hitting the steel hull of the freighter all at once. Ding dong, ding dong. The bullets hit the freighter's armored steel plate, making a crisp and sharp sound and splashing white smoke. In the distance, on the largest pirate ship, Nick stood on the deck and kept watching his men's ship capturing process through a telescope. This was his usual style. In situations like seizing a ship where gunfights are more likely to occur, he would usually command from a distance on the ship and would never easily put himself in a dangerous situation. Only after his subordinates have dealt with all the dangers will he appear at the last moment to check the strategic results. He knew one thing. Even if you make money, you have to live to spend it. If you can't even save your life, then making more money is meaningless. Nick watched the battle through the telescope and saw that the nearest ship of his men was less than 200 meters away from the cargo ship. He picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted excitedly, "Good job. Guys, get on board. Whoever gets on board first will get extra money." Nick's words were like a powerful dose of adrenaline, constantly motivating his men. They were already very excited, and they became even more excited when they heard that the first person to board the ship would receive extra rewards. All the ships increased the horsepower of their engines to the maximum, wishing they could teleport to the ship in the next second. Seeing that there were no less than 10 ships no more than 200 meters away from the freighter, Nick became more and more excited, as if he would get a reward of $20 million in the next second. I'm rich. I'm rich. These 3 words kept lingering in Nick's mind. The freighter can allow them to get within less than 200 meters, so it is basically a sure thing. At this distance, the freighter is already in their pocket. But at this moment, a shocking loud noise suddenly came. Boom. Then, Nick felt an invisible shock wave coming towards them, and the boat he was on began to shake violently. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, and his head hit the iron plate on the deck with a dull thud. What's going on? What on earth happened? Nick struggled to get up from the ground, touched his forehead, and saw bloodstains all over his face. He looked seriously injured. At this time, he didn't care about dealing with the wound on his forehead. He wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve, picked up the telescope that fell aside, and continued watching. Only the few small boats that rushed to the front at the beginning had disappeared on the sea, and only scattered hull fragments mixed with blood were floating on the sea. In the sea area where the small boats disappeared, the deep blue sea had already shown signs of being stained red by blood, and many sharks had already swam over after smelling the blood. At this moment, a terrified voice came from the walkie-talkie on Nick's waist. "Boss, it's a torpedo. The ship in front of us has been hit by a torpedo." The pirate who was speaking was stuttering and looked very scared. There was no trace of his previous excitement. After hearing this, Nick and the other pirates on the other ships were in an uproar. Nick couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at his subordinates who had been turned into pieces in the distance, with an expression of disbelief still on his face. How could it be a torpedo? A cargo ship that can launch torpedoes? Are you kidding me? Thinking of this, Nick immediately picked up the walkie-talkie from his waist and shouted into it. Are you frightened? How could a cargo ship possibly have torpedoes? After he finished speaking, what responded to him was not the voice of the intercom, but another earth-shattering explosion. This time Nick saw it clearly, even without using the telescope in his hand. He saw a water column several dozen meters high leaping up, and then a small boat was instantly blown apart. Some parts of the hull were even rushed into the sky by the shock wave caused by the explosion, and then rotated 360 degrees in the sky before falling into the sea. Nick is not a fool. After all, He is a veteran pirate who has been in the Djibouti Strait for many years. He can still tell whether it is a torpedo or not. Aren't all the things we see before our eyes the characteristics of a torpedo explosion? At this moment, Nick was stunned, and his hand holding the walkie-talkie began to tremble uncontrollably. Isn't it just an ordinary cargo ship? You mean an ordinary freighter can launch torpedoes? Can this be called an ordinary cargo ship? I would believe you if you said this was a warship. A batch of heavy weapons was provided before the mission even started, and why the employer only asked for the destruction of the ship. Nick now has the answer to all these questions. It turns out that this is not an easy job, but a tough one. Seeing the debris and corpses floating on the sea, and the loss of so many lives of his men, Nick immediately became angry. However, he did not give any stupid orders. With a gloomy face, he gave the order to retreat. Guys, retreat for now. Don't go any further. Nick spoke with gritted teeth. His fingers holding the walkie-talkie had turned white, as if he was about to crush the walkie-talkie in his hand in the next second. It now seems that it is basically impossible to hijack this freighter. This freighter is equipped with too much large-scale firepower. With this scale of firepower, they have no way to get close to this freighter at all. The only option left was to follow the employer's orders and use those heavy weapons to bomb the freighter from a distance, then run away, without hesitation after the bombing. This was the only option left. Thinking of this, Nick picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke to all the remaining brothers. Guys, change gears, get those rocket launchers out, and show them how powerful we are. Today we must let this damn cargo ship be buried with our dead brothers. Chapter 106 The Roaring Death. We can't let our brothers die in vain. Let's blow this freighter to pieces. After he finished speaking, Nick gritted his teeth and looked at the freighter in the distance, his eyes filled with anger. Just in that short period of time, he lost nearly 100 brothers, which made his heart bleed. Even if the freighter in front of him was equipped with torpedoes, he didn't believe that the freighter could remain unscathed after a round of salvos from your own rocket launchers. Thinking of this, Nick secretly swore that if he could get them on board the cargo ship, he would kill everyone on the ship and then throw their bodies into the sea to feed the sharks. On the other side, in the command room of the Dragon Kingdom warship, Ning Hui sat on the chair with a serious expression, asking his subordinates who were busy in front of him. How is it? Has the mission ship responded? A soldier stood up, turned around, and shook his head. Report to the chief, there is no response. However, the radar just detected 2 strong shock waves. I suspect the mission ship was attacked. It's very likely. The soldier didn't finish his next words, but his meaning was very simple. He believed that the mission ship they were protecting had been attacked, and it was very likely that the crew members on board had been captured. Otherwise, why had they not responded to the warship's radio? Hearing this, Ning Hui pounded the table in front of him with his hand, an angry expression on his face. Damn it, I don't even know who our target is this time. You're such a bull. Why didn't you follow our instructions? If something goes wrong, how am I going to explain it to my superiors? He was both angry and shocked. He was angry that the mission ship this time completely ignored the arrangements of their warships and always liked to make decisions on their own, putting them in such a passive situation. What is shocking is that the people coming this time are definitely not good people. They can make such a big noise, and they might be a fleet that came prepared. Fortunately, the warship is now less than 10 minutes away from the mission ship, and everything will become clear when the time comes. Thinking of this, Ning Hui's expression became very serious, and he gave the order in a deep voice. Everyone on board, prepare for battle. Keep in touch with the mission vessel. We're likely to face a tough battle soon. After saying this, Ning Hui prayed silently in his heart. Please don't let anything happen. Otherwise, how can I explain this to my superiors? Ning Hui's orders were broadcast to every corner of the warship, and all the soldiers entered combat status. There is a dedicated person to operate each gun muzzle on the warship, and many soldiers have already started wearing combat equipment, ready to face the next battle at any time. On the other side, on the cargo ship, in the command room, a brother and I walked in and began to report the battle situation. Captain, the 2 torpedoes we just launched hit the target, sinking 2 pirate ships. Now they are not advancing any further, but are retreating. They are circling around 300 meters away from us, and they don't seem to be giving up yet. After hearing this, Thomas's mouth curled up into a faint smile, and he murmured in a low voice that only he could hear. These idiots still refuse to give up? It seems like they haven't suffered enough. He had just fired only 2 torpedoes, which was just a small warning to the pirates. According to Thomas's idea, as long as they can scare these idiots away, the goal will be achieved. Their main goal is to ensure that the cargo on the ship reaches the rich man unscathed. If he really started fighting with the pirates, there might be some risks. If the delivery was delayed, he would be the biggest sinner and would not be able to explain to the boss at all. But now it seems that these stupid pirates are still going against him, so naturally he will not show mercy. Since you have chosen to hijack the freighter, then die in the sea. Thinking of this, Thomas's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he gave the order coldly. Close-in defense guns, full fire. I'm going to make sure these damn pirates never come back. As soon as the words fell, Brother and I immediately accepted the order. Yes. Then he ran out and conveyed Thomas's order to all the security personnel on the ship. On the deck, Brother and I, who received Thomas's order, immediately controlled the ship's close-in defense guns and began to aim. The close-in weapon system on the freighter is a white sphere with a high-definition camera on the top to facilitate aiming at the target. Next to the high-definition camera, there is a radar receiver device that can track the target through radar. This close-in defense gun is equipped with a 30mm rotary rapid-fire gun with 11 barrels. It can fire more than 10,000 rounds per minute, which is 3 to 4 times that of the phalanx. The radar and optoelectronic detection systems of this close-in weapon system are also exceptionally good. The centimeter-wave fire control radar has a maximum detection range of 20 kilometers, and the optoelectronic system can detect targets within 6 kilometers. The combination of the two can lock onto 48 targets at a time, with super multi-target interception capabilities. It can command artillery units to intercept in sequence according to the speed and relative position of incoming ammunition and automatically optimize the interception path. Close-in weapon systems are mainly used to intercept sea-skimming supersonic anti-ship missiles with speeds above Mach 2 to 3. For this purpose, the radar and optoelectronic systems have also been optimized accordingly to filter out the clutter effects of the sea surface and infrared interference caused by high-rate artillery firing. To put it simply, this is a weapon that can fire 10,000 rounds per minute and can easily intercept rockets or anti-ship missiles. It is the main line of defense for freighters. Soon, all the close-in defense guns locked onto the pirates who were constantly maneuvering on the sea. The next second, all the close-in defense guns opened fire at the same time, and dense shells poured out directly. In an instant, the waves on the sea became even more turbulent, and the pirates' ships continued to tremble under the attack of artillery fire. Many pirates fell from the cabins, letting out screams of terror. The waves rolling on the sea were gradually weakening, but soon they were covered by the artillery fire in the distance, becoming even more violent and causing wave after wave of tsunamis. The sound of machine guns coming one after another was like the roaring god of death, ruthlessly reaping their lives. The pirates' ships were sunk one after another, and many pirates were blown to pieces by the shells, with their limbs flying everywhere. The sea area where they were was instantly dyed red with blood, and there was a faint smell of blood when the sea breeze blew. Chapter 107 Secret Weapon. On the other side, some pirates were still making detours, driving their ships to avoid the artillery fire fired at them. Many of their ships had been reduced to smithereens by the close-in defense guns on the cargo ships, and countless brothers had been killed or wounded. But some people were not willing to give up. They took out the rocket launchers provided by their employers from their cabins and tried to fight back against the cargo ship instead of passively taking the beating. On one of the ships, a small pirate leader had pulled out a rocket launcher from the cabin, carried it on his shoulder, and was about to fire at the freighter. A younger brother was already beside him, helping him load the rocket into the launcher. Because this ship was farther away from the freighter, it was not pierced into pieces by the dense fire network like those ships that were as close to the freighter. The little leader was holding a rocket launcher and taking aim. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a strong burst of fire came directly at him. The next moment, before he could fully react, he saw a familiar figure with half of his body carrying a rocket launcher. The last thought came to his mind, is this me? Why can I see my own back? Is this magic? Immediately, his head rolled around on the deck, and from his last wide-open eyes, one could see the fear in his eyes. In an instant, the younger brothers on the ship were in chaos and began to hide everywhere. However, their bunkers were useless under the dense firepower network. This was a close-in defense gun, and all the shells used had armor-piercing properties. Even if they hid behind the iron plate of the ship, they would be penetrated through. After a wave of intensive strafing, the surface of the hull was riddled with holes, and all kinds of debris covered the deck. As long as they were hit by the stray bullets fired by the freighter's close-in defense gun, their bodies would be torn apart at best, and at worst, they would be shattered into pieces, turning into a pool of rotten flesh and eventually a pool of blood mist. The entire ship was littered with twisted corpses. None of these bodies were complete. Some were missing a leg, some had a broken hand, some had their upper and lower bodies separated, and some were even worse, with their heads shot out, their entire faces sunken in, and their brains all over the floor. Those brothers who were not hit on the head were lying on the deck in a twisted state. Without exception, they had horror on their faces, as if they couldn't understand why they died like this. Nick, who was hiding at the back, saw everything through the telescope. He was stunned at this time, and the hand holding the telescope began to tremble slightly. Isn't this a close-in weapon system only found on warships? Are you telling me this is an ordinary cargo ship? Your ordinary cargo ship has this kind of weapon configuration. It's fine if it has torpedoes, but it also has close-in weapon systems. This firepower configuration can even serve in the navy of any country. Tell me, when did ordinary cargo ships become equipped with close-in weapon systems and torpedoes? Aren't these only for warships? Could it be that this is actually a trap, and that this freighter only appears to be a freighter on the surface, but is actually a warship of a superpower that has come to the Djibouti Strait specifically to fish? Have I become the stupid fish that took the bait? The more Nick thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. He had been in the Djibouti Strait for nearly 20 years, and this was the first time he had seen a cargo ship with such a configuration. Ordinary cargo ships are at most equipped with some barbed wire or high-pressure water guns, or the security personnel on board have some RPGs or something. But the firepower configuration of this freighter is such that it looks like a warship, except that there is no flag of any country hanging on the ship. What Nick wants to kill most now is no longer the people on the freighter, but the employer who provided him with this information. He has been badly cheated by this employer this time. After these 2 waves of attacks on the freighter, more than half of the people he brought with him have been lost. Originally, he went out with more than 70 ships and nearly 800 subordinates, with the purpose of capturing the target in one fell swoop and taking away the highest-level crowd of 20 million. But so far, Nick has lost more than half of his men. After the intensive shooting from the freighter just now, only less than 30 of the dozens of small boats he brought were left, which seemed much thinner than the mighty force at the beginning. Although Nick was very angry and wanted to throw his employer and the people on the freighter into the sea to feed the sharks, he had no time to dwell on this issue now. He no longer dared to dream of hijacking the ship. So many brothers had died before they even got close to the cargo ship. If he thought about hijacking the ship, the remaining brothers would not be able to be saved. Nick's idea now is very simple, that is to stop the loss in time. He has been seriously injured this time and cannot lose another brother. Otherwise his position in the Djibouti Strait will be unstable. If all his brothers were killed here and he was the only one left alone, who would be afraid of him then? Will the companies whose cargo ships he stole let him go easily? Thinking of this, Nick picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted in a voice that was almost a roar. All brothers, follow my orders and retreat. The farther the better. Get out of the close-in weapon system. After saying this, Nick took the lead in ordering his men to retreat by boat. He looked at the freighter in the distance with his teeth almost broken. All the pirate ships under his command seemed to be risking their lives. They desperately increased the horsepower of their engines to the maximum and fled in panic, without any of the pride they had at the beginning. Since there is no hope of hijacking the ship, he cannot just leave empty-handed. He must destroy the cargo ship and go to the employer to get the check for $2 million. Otherwise, this time he would lose both the wife and the army. If the news got out, he would lose all his authority in the entire Djibouti Strait and might never be able to hold his position as the #1 pirate group in the Djibouti Strait again. Thinking of this, Nick took out the walkie-talkie and began to give orders. Brothers, take out the secret weapon that damn bastard employer gave us. Now that things have become like this, we can't sacrifice so many brothers in vain. Even if we only blew a hole in that damn freighter, we'll have accomplished our mission. He didn't want to think about the 20 million, this damn cargo ship. Now he can only settle for the second best. Chapter 108 Crazy Nick. On the deck of the cargo ship, all the NI brothers waved their arms excitedly when they saw the pirates fleeing. These stupid pirates are so vulnerable. Luckily they ran fast, otherwise our ship's close-in weapon systems would have given them a bad time. What a bunch of blind people. They actually came to rob us. They thought the battle would last for a while, but they didn't expect these pirates to be so weak and retreat directly. The danger was over, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although the freighter was equipped with close-in weapon systems and torpedoes, no one wanted the battle to continue. Bullets have no eyes. If these pirates really try their best to seize the ship, there will definitely be more or less casualties on the cargo ship. A man named Denai came to the command room of the cargo ship and reported the good news to Thomas. Butler, we've driven away those stupid pirates. Hearing this, Thomas nodded without changing his expression and asked, Are there any brothers injured? That brother and I shook his head with a look of delight. There were no casualties, and the cargo was unaffected. This was a battle that would have made even God take notice. When he said this, Brother Nee's face lit up, and he looked very excited. After all, he had never participated in such a thrilling battle, and his brothers could even be described as unharmed. Relying on the various firepower devices on the cargo ship, these pirates were defeated and fled in panic. Hearing this, Thomas nodded, his face still showing a cautious expression. He did not relax and issued new orders. Don't underestimate the enemy. Everyone, remain on alert. Also, deploy the Iron Dome defense system. As soon as the words fell, Brother and I immediately received the order and began to make arrangements. On the other side, Nick and his remaining men retreated to a distance of about 2 kilometers from the cargo ship. Nick's hair was also soaked by the waves, and he looked very disheveled, without any of the high spirits he had when he first set out. After counting the remaining men, his heart was bleeding. Nick brought hundreds of people with him on this operation, but now there are only about 100 left, and they only have about 10 ships left. Compared with the beginning, they can be described as poor. Fuck. How did we lose so many people? Nick roared angrily and kept kicking the railings on the ship, as if he was treating the railings as the people on the cargo ship and venting his anger. The blood on his face had dried, and he looked like a demon crawling out of hell, looking very scary. After venting his anger, Nick calmed down a little and spoke through gritted teeth. Everyone, listen to my orders and pull out our secret weapon. I want this freighter to be buried with my brothers. As soon as the words fell, all the pirates took action. They pulled out one gun barrel after another from the cabin. They carried the launching tubes on their shoulders and waited for Nick's next instruction. The secret weapon Nick mentioned was the heavy weapon provided by their employer John, the FGM-148 anti-armor missile. This missile also has a name that is well known around the world, called the Javelin anti-tank missile. The FGM-148 Javelin anti-tank missile is a portable anti-tank missile developed by the Lighthouse country. It is not only used for shoulder-fired launch, but can also be installed on wheeled or amphibious vehicles for launch. It can kill tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, transport vehicles, etc., and can also take on anti-helicopter missions. It is a 4th-generation anti-tank missile equipped with the ability to operate day and night and fire and forget. The FGM-148 Javelin anti-tank missile weighs 11.8 kilograms, is 108 centimeters long, and has a body diameter of 12.6 centimeters. The launch tube weighs 4.1 kilograms, is 119.8 centimeters long, and has a diameter of 142.1 millimeters. It has a range of about 4 kilometers and an average first-shot hit probability of over 94%. Early models can penetrate 750 millimeters of static armor, and later models can penetrate 1,100 millimeters of static armor. This weapon is generally only equipped by the Lighthouse country's military. It is one of the weapons prohibited from export by the Lighthouse country. It is an absolute killer. The fact that John was able to give this weapon to these pirates is enough to show that he really made a big move this time. In order to attack Wang Pan's cargo ship, he even got weapons that were banned from export by the Lighthouse country. Nick grinned as he looked at the cargo ship that had shrunk into a tiny dot in the distance and gave his orders. Guys, load up the ammunition. Aim at that damn cargo ship, and listen to my command. Ready to bombard. As soon as he finished speaking, the pirates under his command began to move. The one carrying the launcher was a small leader on each small boat, and the rest of the pirates worked together to load the missiles. After loading, a dozen boats spread out side by side on the sea. On the bow of each small boat stood a small leader. They all carried the firing barrels on their shoulders, and it looked like it was really happening. Then, using the optical sight on the launch tube, they aimed at the cargo ship in the distance that had caused them so much trouble. After locking the target, everyone stood still, quietly waiting for Nick's next order. Nick did not give any orders, but continued to observe the freighter in the distance through the telescope, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Originally, Nick didn't want to take out this weapon. He thought it was just an ordinary cargo ship. Did it need such heavy weapons? Fortunately, he brought these missiles with him in case of emergency. Otherwise, he might not even have the chance to get back at his wit's end. Fuck, I don't believe you can survive like this. Nick murmured in a low voice that only he could hear. He couldn't deny that he had indeed suffered a big setback on the cargo ship, but he didn't believe that this cargo ship was really that difficult to deal with. Even though this freighter is equipped with various armors for protection, he has the FGM-148 anti-armor missiles of the Lighthouse country in his hands. This kind of missile has armor-piercing properties and can definitely avenge oneself. Even if one shell cannot penetrate the armor of the cargo ship, a salvo of fire will always be able to do so. The power brought by the salvo of dozens of anti-armor missiles is so great that even military armor cannot withstand it. Thinking of this, Nick's hateful eyes revealed a hint of madness. He must prove that no matter who it is, whoever offends him will have to pay the corresponding price. Chapter 109 Ninghui. Am I dreaming? Guys, lock onto the freighter and fire. Nick waved his hand and gave the order to fire a volley. In an instant, flames spewed out of the gun barrel, and shells flew out one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The fire from the muzzle lit up the sky, and a dozen missiles with tail flames shot out from the barrel, crashing towards the cargo ship like meteors. For a moment, there was a lot of smoke and the ship shook slightly due to the recoil of the launch. Nick stood at the highest point, using a telescope to admire the skyline left by the shells passing through the sky, and a confident smile subconsciously appeared on his face. Isn't your close and weapon system awesome? Don't you have torpedoes? I want to see how you're going to stop the missiles I launch. Come on, keep attacking. You dare to make me lose so many brothers? You all should die together. Nick's expression could be described as crazy. He really couldn't think of any way that damn cargo ship could stop the weapon in his hand. As he laughed, he could even imagine the scene of that damn cargo ship exploding and sinking to the bottom of the sea after being hit by the missile. Nick didn't want to miss such an exciting moment, and his eyes were fixed on the trajectory of the missile. After flying for dozens of seconds, a dozen missiles suddenly appeared above the cargo ship and were falling in a very beautiful parabola. Ha ha ha, it's finally over. You guys deserve to go to hell too. Nick's expression became ferocious, and even his eyes were bloodshot. His expression became frantic and distorted, as if he had already seen the charred and shattered bodies of his men in the blood-soaked sea. But the next moment, when the missile was about to approach the cargo ship, the firepower on the cargo ship dispersed again. The Iron Dome anti-rocket missile system is beginning to show its power. All the close-in defense guns on the cargo ship began to work. They moved their muzzles and automatically aimed at the shells falling from the sky. Tens of thousands of microshells were fired from the muzzle. These microshells intertwined in the air, forming an impenetrable firepower network, heading straight for the missiles in the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The violent sound resounded through the clouds and echoed in the sky, as if more than a dozen cars collided at the same time. The miniature shells fired from the cargo ship hit the FGM-148 anti-armor missiles launched by Nick directly. When the two collided, sparks flew all over the sky and explosions sounded one after another. The sky was filled with smoke and flames, and more than 10 missiles were all intercepted. Nick looked in the direction of the sound and saw this incredible scene. That damn freighter actually shot down all the missiles. Nick thought he must be dreaming, but facts told him that this was not a dream. Rockets were fired continuously on the cargo ship. Whenever the missile was about to hit the freighter, it was always intercepted by a rocket. Nick grabbed the telescope and froze in place for a moment. His eyes were empty, and he even doubted his life. How is this possible? Why is this damn cargo ship equipped with an anti-missile system? What the hell is wrong with this world? He never dreamed that the missile he launched would be intercepted so easily. Isn't this just a cargo ship? Why is there an anti-missile system installed on it? Do all cargo ships look like this now? Nick's mentality collapsed instantly. He didn't expect that he would meet such a tough guy this time. At the beginning, he just wanted to complete the task simply and get the commission that belonged to them. Nick watched as all the artillery shells in the distance were intercepted. This interception efficiency must be quite advanced, perhaps even on par with the core warships of some superpowers. You know, an advanced anti-missile system is very expensive, and even the warships of some small countries may not be equipped with an anti-missile system. Thinking of this, Nick's scalp suddenly felt tingling. He didn't know what kind of existence he had provoked. However, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. He has already attacked the cargo ship, and there is no turning back. Thinking of this, Nick still didn't give up and roared at his men. Keep shooting. Use up all the missiles. I don't believe I can't penetrate this cargo ship. The pirates nodded timidly and continued to fire. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom warships finally arrived, and they could finally see the cargo ship. In the command room, Ninghui looked at the screen showing that the freighter was slowly sailing forward and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we made it in time. Just as Ninghui gave the order for the warship to approach the cargo ship, the radar issued a harsh warning sound. Ding ding ding. Immediately afterwards, an unexpected scene appeared on the screen. Dozens of missiles appeared in the sky and were fired towards the cargo ship. However, when the missiles were about 100 meters away from the cargo ship, they were accurately intercepted by the close-in defense guns on the cargo ship and detonated in the air. Ninghui looked at the scene and thought he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? I must be getting carried away. I saw an anti-missile system installed on a cargo ship. He couldn't help but swear, his tone full of disbelief. He thought he was protecting just an ordinary cargo ship, which certainly had no self-defense capabilities. When he heard that an unidentified ship was attacking the cargo ship, he wished he could grow 2 wings on his warship and fly directly to the cargo ship to protect it. But when I rushed here in a hurry, I didn't expect to see this scene. Not only Ning Hui was dumbfounded, but even the other soldiers on the warship were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Damn, am I seeing this right? This is an anti-missile system. I'm afraid I'm hallucinating. How could there be an anti-missile system on a cargo ship? It's unlikely, because it's impossible for everyone to have the same hallucination. The cargo ship we are protecting does have an anti-missile system. Damn, what kind of world is this? Cargo ships are equipped with anti-missile systems. Look at this interception rate. It's much more advanced than ours. The soldiers' eyes widened, and they began to talk. Chapter 110 Iron Dome Anti-Missile System. After a minute or two, Ning Hui finally accepted this reality. He didn't bother to think about it, and immediately gave the order. Send a warning to those pirates on the other side. Tell them to get out of here. As soon as the words fell, the soldiers began to move and started warning Nick and others with loudspeakers and radios. There was no need for the warship to issue a warning, as the pirates had already discovered the Longwell warship in the distance, and the radio on Nick's ship also received a warning from the Longwell warship. This is a Dragon Nation warship. You are attacking a cargo ship protected by the Dragon Nation military. Stop all attacks immediately, or we will use force to expel you. I repeat, this is a Dragon Nation warship. You are attacking a cargo ship protected by the Dragon Nation military. Cease all aggression immediately, or we will use force to expel you. Because this is on the high seas, the Dragon Kingdom's warships have no law enforcement power and can only warn Nick and the others first. If the other party refuses to change their ways, the Dragon Kingdom's warships can open fire. Hearing this, Nick was confused again. What the hell? Dragon Kingdom warship? Besides, what does it mean to be a warship protected by the Dragon Kingdom? What kind of existence had I provoked? There was only one thought flashing through Nick's mind now. That was to find the employer who hired them, then stuff the gun barrel into the other person's mouth and shoot without hesitation. Wasn't it said at the beginning that it was just a cargo ship of a private company? Why can a private company's cargo ship be protected by Longwell warships? And how could a private company's cargo ship have more powerful firepower than a warship? The situation is now beyond Nick's control. No matter how angry he is, he dare not engage in a head-on conflict with the Dragon Kingdom's warships. There was no other way, so Nick could only leave in disgrace with the remaining men who had not sacrificed themselves. Young men, retreat. Nick gritted his teeth and gave the order to retreat. Then, Nick took the lead and drove the boat away in a hurry, followed closely by his men. This time he really suffered a huge loss. Not only did he lose hundreds of brothers and dozens of small boats, but he was also unable to get the commission from his employer. It was simply a case of losing both the wife and the army. Seeing the pirates retreat, the Longwell warship slowly approached the cargo ship and kept parallel with it. Ning Hui came to the deck and was stunned when he saw the undamaged cargo ship. The surface of the entire freighter did not appear to have received any damage, and could even be described as intact, with only some bullet scratches on the hull paint. Logically speaking, after such a battle, even the world's top warships would suffer some damage to a greater or lesser extent. Could it be that this cargo ship has better protection than the world's most advanced warships? Ning Hui didn't think any further. As long as the cargo ship didn't receive any damage, their mission would not have failed. However, he still had a score to settle with the person in charge on the cargo ship. Why did he not obey the warship's instructions and act rashly? Ning Hui's face darkened. He turned his head to look at the subordinates standing beside him and began to give orders. Go tell the mission ship that I want to go on board and meet their leader. Upon hearing this, Ning Hui's subordinates immediately nodded, walked into the command room, and sent a radio message to the cargo ship. Mission vessel, our warship's captain, Ning Hui, requests a meeting with the person in charge of your ship. After a while, the warship received Thomas's reply. Agreed, Captain Ning, please come aboard. Upon hearing this, Ning Hui's subordinates began to make preparations for Ning Hui to board the ship. The warship and the cargo ship were stuck together, with a distance of no more than 10 meters between them. The soldiers on the warship took out a retractable ladder and built a small bridge between the two ships for people to walk on, allowing Ning Hui to board the cargo ship. Ning Hui boarded the cargo ship angrily with his hands behind his back. His face was expressionless and he looked to be in a very bad mood. After boarding the ship, Ning Hui was stunned when he saw the close-in defense guns on the deck. His face, which had been very sullen just now, was suddenly filled with astonishment. Were these close-in weapon systems used to intercept the missiles launched by the pirates just now? This close-in weapon system looks even more advanced than the ones on my warship? What does that mean? In this world, a cargo ship is equipped with more advanced weapons and equipment than a Dragon Nation warship like ours. Thinking of this, Ning Hui's eyes almost fell to the ground. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and his whole body was shocked to the spot. Seeing this, a man named Inai on the boat reminded them in authentic Longwood dialect. "Captain, the steward is waiting for you." After he finished speaking, Ning Hui realized that he seemed to have lost his composure. He coughed twice to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Ahem, lead the way." Under the guidance of Brother Inai, Ning Hui walked into the cabin that was like a maze, and finally came to the command room. "Steward, the captain of the Dragon Nation warship has arrived." After reporting, Brother Inai respectfully left the command room. Ning Hui looked at Thomas standing in front of him, and the anger in his heart suddenly ignited. Just as Ning Hui was about to open his mouth and ask why Thomas didn't obey the orders of their warship, a chaotic sound of footsteps appeared at the door. He turned his head and saw several crew members appearing at the door of the command room. These crew members were carrying a round column, as if they were familiar with the place. The footsteps just now came from them. This, if he was not mistaken, this was a torpedo? Seeing this, Ning Hui calmed down immediately. For some reason, his anger suddenly disappeared. Ning Hui's eyes twitched slightly. He looked at Thomas in front of him, but his mind kept replaying the scene of the missile interception they saw when they just arrived near the cargo ship. "Is your cargo ship equipped with an anti-missile system?" Ning Hui's voice trembled a little when he spoke, and his tone was full of disbelief. Although he had just seen with his own eyes that the cargo ship intercepted all the missiles fired at them, this could only be because it was equipped with an anti-missile system. But in order to make sure his judgment was correct, he still had to confirm with Thomas again. Hearing this, Thomas did not hide anything and answered everything in detail. "Captain, you guessed correctly. Our ships are indeed equipped with the Iron Dome anti-missile system." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Hui's smile froze on his face, and he seemed to be petrified. Iron Khan. You're saying your ships are equipped with Iron Dome?" Ning Hui's tone was filled with disbelief, and even the tone of his voice unconsciously rose a few notches. Chapter 111. Who is protecting whom? Thomas looked at Ning Hui, who had lost control of his facial expression, and spoke again indifferently. "Yes, we are equipped with the Iron Dome anti-missile system. Not only that, our cargo ships are also equipped with torpedoes and close-in weapon systems that can fire 10,000 rounds per minute." Hearing this, Ning Hui felt that his worldview had collapsed. An exaggerated expression unconsciously appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but swear. What the hell? A close-in weapon system with a firing rate of 10,000 rounds. And the Iron Dome missile defense system? Fuck, is this still a cargo ship? Aren't these advanced weapons that can only be installed on aircraft carriers? As the captain of a warship in service in Long State, Ning Hui is definitely not a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, but he really did not expect that the cargo ship under his feet has so many powerful firepower configurations. The weapons Thomas just mentioned were advanced weapons that could basically only be equipped on the main ship of an aircraft carrier. But now, these weapons that could make people drool just by hearing about them were actually equipped on a cargo ship. You know, his warship cannot be equipped with such powerful close-in defense guns, not to mention the anti-missile system on the warship, which is not comparable to the Iron Dome anti-missile system on the cargo ship. Thinking of this, Ning Hui finally understood why Thomas was so stubborn as to disobey the warship's orders. With such powerful firepower, why would he be afraid of pirates? If he were the person in charge of the cargo ship, he would even drive the cargo ship to the island where pirates live and kill all the pirates. At this moment, Ning Hui looked at Thomas with a very complicated look, including helplessness, envy, etc. Now he has begun to doubt his life. With such powerful firepower, do they really need their own protection? Is it me protecting them, or are they protecting me? Ning Hui had given up the idea of taking action to accuse Thomas. He looked straight at Thomas and spoke. "Since you are all okay, we will continue sailing. If there are any problems, you can let us handle them." At this point, Ning Hui reacted immediately, with a wry smile on his face, and continued. "No, with the firepower of your ship, there shouldn't be any problems." After saying this, Ning Hui turned around and prepared to leave. Thomas did not stay in the command room, and escorted Ning Hui to the deck. "Captain, thank you for the help the Dragon Army has given our company. If there is any problem we cannot solve, we will seek your help." Hearing this, the bitter smile on Ning Hui's face became more and more intense, but he did not refuse. "Don't worry, we will do our best." After he finished speaking, he returned to the warship without looking back. He was afraid that if he stayed on the cargo ship for a while longer, he would become jealous. After Ning Hui left, Thomas took out the satellite phone from his pocket and called Wang Pan. The call was connected after a few seconds, and Wang Pan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Solved. Upon hearing this, Thomas reported the situation at the scene to Wang Pan in detail. Boss, it's resolved. The pirates who wanted to attack our cargo ship have been driven away. The cargo ship is safe and sound, and our security personnel have not suffered any casualties. The Dragon Kingdom military never opened fire. They simply issued a warning to the pirates. The captain of our warship was also aware of the firepower of our cargo ship. Boss, we're going to continue on our journey now. Do you have any other instructions? After listening to Thomas's report for several seconds, Wang Pan slowly spoke. Let's continue. Arrange for someone to find out who attacked us this time, so we can prepare a return gift for them. After saying that, Wang Pan immediately hung up the phone and placed it on the table in front of him. He looked at the street scene outside the hotel and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a lot more at ease. Since the cargo ship has already repelled a round of pirates, no one should attack its cargo for a while. Once I cross the Djibouti Strait, I will be not far from the dog owner, and anyone who wants to attack me will have no chance. Thinking of this, Wang Pan could focus on the centenary celebration of the school 2 days later. On the other side, in Nick's lair. Nick returned to his lair with the remaining remnants of his army. His eyes were red, his hair was messy, and he looked extremely embarrassed. The first thing Nick did when he returned to his nest was to call his employer and scold him harshly. Fuck. Didn't you say it was just an ordinary freighter? Why did I encounter a freighter with firepower stronger than a warship? And it was escorted by warships from the Dragon Nation. Nick grabbed the phone, looking like an angry lion. You damned bastards, you've really put me through a lot this time. I lost more than half of my brothers at sea, and you're fully responsible for this loss. Give me $10 million and this matter will be over otherwise. Not long after he finished speaking, a male voice came from the other end of the phone. It was John's subordinate. Mr. Nick, I deeply sympathize with your situation, but this incident was caused by your poor business skills. I can't give you $10 million. I can only compensate you with the $2 million deposit we paid in advance. Hearing this, Nick's face instantly darkened. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and he asked back while holding the phone tightly in his right hand. Are you sure? John's subordinate immediately smiled and spoke. Of course, since you didn't do your job well, giving you $2 million is already a great favor. Hearing this, Nick's anger instantly erupted, and he spoke gloomily into the phone. Then you just wait and see. I know who you are. I hope your cargo ship will never pass through the Djibouti Strait in your lifetime. After saying that, Nick hung up the phone and threw his phone to the ground. It seemed that he was still not satisfied, so he stepped on it a few more times. FCK, these damn bastards. On the other side, in the United Technologies building, John's secretary pushed open the office door and whispered something in John's ear. Mr. John, something happened. The person we were looking for didn't succeed. Besides, those greedy pirates are demanding a ransom of $10 million from us. Otherwise, they will attack our cargo ship. Hearing this, John's face turned very ugly. He finally understood what it meant to lose more than what you gain. His original idea was to destroy Wang Pan's cargo ship so that he could replace Wang Pan and become the order supplier for Go to Who. Unexpectedly, he paid $2 million and a lot of heavy weapons that were prohibited from export by the lighthouse country as the price. But not only did it not cause any damage to Wang Pan's cargo ship, but he was extorted by pirates for $10 million. Thinking of this, John could no longer hold back his anger and angrily smashed the cup in his hand to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the exquisite glass cup shattered into pieces in an instant. Get lost. Let those useless pirates die. I'd rather throw my money into the sea than be blackmailed by such rubbish. John's roar echoed throughout the entire floor. Chapter 112. Besieged on all sides? Border battlefield. The army of the White Elephant Kingdom had advanced into the territory of the Baba Sheep Kingdom the day before. However, they did not pursue the victory but chose to advance steadily. With every small step forward, their camps and logistical supplies followed in time, leaving no loopholes for the Baba Sheep Kingdom. This time, the purpose of the White Elephant Kingdom's military was very clear, which was to completely defeat the Baba Sheep Kingdom and allow the White Elephant Kingdom to expand its territory. In the temporary command post of Baba Sheep Country, Kamal, the commander-in-chief, was sitting in the conference room without saying a word. He had a blank expression on his face and just smoked the cigarettes in front of him, one after another, as if the smoke he exhaled could dispel the boredom in his heart. Sitting around Kamal were other senior military officials from the Baba Sheep Kingdom. Their expressions were also very solemn, and they lowered their heads and said nothing. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was very depressed. "Tell me, what's the news?" Kamal's voice sounded very hoarse. After several seconds, there was still complete silence, with only the breathing sounds of a few people being heard. At this time, a slightly younger officer stood up and reported the situation. "Commander, the situation is not good. The White Elephant Nation's army has already set up camp along our border. Their logistical supply lines are protected by a large number of soldiers and weapons, leaving us no chance for a surprise attack." It was not difficult to tell from the officer's low voice that he was already a little desperate. As soon as the officer finished speaking, someone else added, "Yes, and before each advance of the White Elephant Nation's armored forces, they would arrange minesweepers to clear the way to ensure that their armored forces would not encounter any obstacles." Hearing this, Kamal put out the cigarette between his fingers and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, could it be that we really have no chance at all this time? His eyes were bloodshot, and it was obvious that he had not rested for the whole night. To be honest, even Kamal himself doesn't know how long he can hold out with the border defense forces. The White Elephant Country's troops were like their armored tanks, an airtight iron barrel, with no place for him to attack. It had only been one day, and the White Elephant Kingdom had already crossed the border. So what next? Are we going to start capturing cities and finally attacking the capital? Thinking of this, Kamal felt bitter in his heart, but he knew that he must not fall down. Otherwise, the entire border defense force would be even more vulnerable. Everyone, don't be discouraged. We still have weapons from the Dragon Nation that we haven't used yet. Hopefully, those weapons can help us hold off the White Elephant Nation for a few more days. The war between the White Elephant Kingdom and the Baba Sheep Kingdom has attracted the attention of all countries in the world. There are even many senior leaders of countries who hold meetings every day to discuss the war between the two countries. They all want to know whether their country can gain some benefits from this war. As the 5 evil men of Blue Planet, of several superpowers on Blue Planet, the top leaders of the 5 countries also hold video conferences every day. In the picture, the faces of the senior officials of Dragon Country, Lighthouse Country, Beef Sauce Country, Gallic Country, and Bear Country appeared one by one. The top leaders of the other 3 countries had relaxed expressions on their faces. After all, this war between the 2 countries had no direct interests for them. Only the expressions on the faces of the senior officials of Dragon Country and Lighthouse Country were somewhat different. The senior officials of Dragon Country had serious expressions, while the senior officials of Lighthouse Country had a smile that showed they were confident of victory, and they looked refreshed. What do you all think about the war between the Baba Sheep Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom? After saying this, the Gallic Chicken Country's senior officials took a special look at the expressions of the Dragon Country's senior officials and the Lighthouse Country's senior officials. The Baba Sheep Kingdom is doomed to fail. Although it's a bit premature to draw this conclusion, I really don't see any chance of the Baba Sheep Kingdom winning. Our military has conducted countless chess simulations predicting a war between the 2 countries. The probability of Baba Sheep Country winning is less than 1%, and the conditions for achieving this 1% are extremely harsh and basically impossible to achieve. The tone of the senior official from the Bear Country was full of determination. Although he still hoped that the Sheep Country could win, he knew that this was basically impossible. After all, the one who directly benefits from the White Elephant Country winning the war is the Lighthouse Country, and the Bear Country does not want to see the Lighthouse Country benefit. The Baba Sheep Nation cannot win. I guarantee it with my dignity. Why don't we get the Baba Sheep Nation to give up resistance and enter into negotiations? This way, we won't have to let the flames of war spread to ordinary people. As a Western country, the top leaders of Nyojian Country will naturally be more partial to the Lighthouse Country, and their words and deeds will also be more in favor of the Lighthouse Country. The war between the 2 countries is truly unexpected. I really hope that the Baba Sheep Nation can think things through. If all else fails, they can surrender to the White Elephant Nation. This way, at least they won't suffer too great a loss. The high-ranking official of the Lighthouse Country spoke in a relaxed tone, and his face unconsciously showed the pride that only a winner can have. The White Elephant Nation initiated the war. Even if we want to enter the negotiation table, the White Elephant Nation needs to withdraw from the borders of the Baba Sheep Nation first. We, the Dragon Nation, strongly condemn this act of territorial aggression. I hope the White Elephant Nation will stop before it's too late and not make the same mistake again. The expression of the senior officials of Long Country was very solemn, and they tried their best to negotiate for Baba Sheep Country. After listening to the words of the Dragon Country's top leaders, the top leaders of other countries did not say much and could only hastily end the video conference. On the other side, in the capital of the White Elephant Kingdom, Videos of speeches by the main leaders of the White Elephant Kingdom are being played in a loop on television, radio, and various large screens. In the picture, the ruler of the White Elephant Kingdom is wearing a well-fitting suit and looks very proud. Below him was a dense group of citizens from the White Elephant Country. Fellow citizens, I have good news to report to you. Our army has entered the border of Baba Sheep Country. They are all heroes of our White Elephant Country and the bravest soldiers in the world. Next, our invincible army will not stop advancing and will capture the capital of the Baba Sheep Nation in one fell swoop. The citizens of White Elephant Country were so excited that they even started boasting on social media that their country was a superpower that could stand on par with the 5 evil men of Blue Star. Chapter 113, Destroy with One Strike. Compared to the nationwide celebration in the White Elephant Kingdom, the Baba Sheep Kingdom seemed much more depressed. When the citizens of Baba Sheep Country learned through television that their country's border had been breached and ruthlessly broken through by the armored forces of White Elephant Country, most of them unconsciously clenched their fists, feeling indescribably aggrieved. But what can they do? It is an indisputable fact that their country's military strength is weaker than that of the other side, and this is not a phenomenon that can be changed in a short period of time. Now all they can do is to keep denouncing the bandits from the White Elephant Country who invaded their homeland on the internet, and silently pray in their hearts that the border defense forces can perform better and resist the invasion of the White Elephant Country. However, the White Elephant Kingdom broke through its border defense line in just one day, and the citizens of the Baba Sheep Kingdom no longer had much confidence in their own country's army. Some citizens have even begun to plan their escape routes in advance. When the White Elephant Kingdom really breaks through the border and attacks the city, they will start packing up and leave their turbulent homes to seek refuge. The army's defeat, the people's panic, the entire country of Baba Sheep exudes a negative attitude from top to bottom. After a day of rest, the White Elephant Kingdom once again sounded the horn of attack, preparing for the next advance. Lava sat in the command center, issuing one order after another with high spirits. Let's get our minesweepers out and see if those cowardly Babayang people have set any traps for us on the road. After we make sure there are no anti-armor mines that can threaten our armored forces will move out. Tell all the soldiers to speed up our pace. We will eventually hold a celebration banquet in the capital of Babayang. Lava's orders were transmitted to the various legions of the White Elephant Kingdom, and all the soldiers of the White Elephant Kingdom began to act according to the orders. First, they sent out mine-clearing vehicles to start clearing mines. After the mine-clearing vehicles had cleared all the anti-tank mines on the route they were about to advance, the armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom slowly moved out. Kamal, the chief coach of the Baba Sheep Kingdom, learned that his soldiers had absolutely no way to fight against the armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom on such flat terrain. So he simply ordered his soldiers to place some anti-tank mines on the road that the White Elephant Kingdom had to pass through, hoping to delay the enemy for some time. Kamal placed his main defensive target in a large canyon leading to the city, which was the only road leading to the city from the border. He ambushed snipers on both sides of the canyon, and then dug a large number of positions in the canyon, ready to defend it to the death. The soldiers of the White Elephant Kingdom began to advance cautiously according to the orders given by Lava. Soon, they approached the road and discovered a large number of soldiers from the Baba Sheep Kingdom ahead. A soldier immediately reported the news to Lava. Listening to the news coming from the radio, Lava gave orders with a confident smile on his face. Let our armored forces clear the way. It seems they haven't learned their lesson from the last battle. Let our tanks bomb those stupid Babayang people to death. His orders were transmitted to various legions via radio, and the White Elephant Kingdom's tank troops were immediately mobilized and fired at the Baba Sheep Kingdom soldiers in front. Da-da-da. Countless bullets flew out and exploded next to the Baba Sheep Kingdom soldiers who were lying in ambush in front. Boom. There were continuous loud explosions and dust flying everywhere. Oh, help! Accompanied by shrill screams and explosions, several Baba Sheep Country soldiers in front who were unable to dodge were immediately blown to pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Under the cover of the explosion, the armored forces successfully rushed into the canyon and began to prepare to attack the main position of the Baba Sheep Kingdom. Kill them all and drive them back to their country. Seeing this situation, Lava shouted excitedly, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The soldiers of the White Elephant Kingdom were full of fighting spirit. They held guns and shouted excitedly. The Babayang soldiers on the battlefield were all stunned by the explosion. Their faces were pale, and their hands holding the guns were shaking slightly. Oh my God, what should we do? Are we all going to die here today? For a moment, The morale of the Babayang soldiers on the entire battlefield was low, and they could not even see any hope. Boom, boom. Under the cover of the tank's crazy firepower, the armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom crashed into the positions of the Baba Sheep Kingdom like a steel torrent, raising waves of dust. Ah! Bang, bang, bang. Screams, curses, pleas for mercy, sobs, all kinds of noisy sounds filled the canyon. Everything was obscured by the smoke, leaving only the roar of tank tracks rolling over the ground. Kamal felt heartbroken as he watched his soldiers fall one after another in the command center. But there was nothing he could do. This was war, and war always resulted in casualties. Thinking of this, Kamal shouted in his hoarse voice, "Let our snipers start the attack and cover our brothers in the position." As soon as the order was given, the snipers lying in ambush on both sides of the canyon began to move. Holding the armor-breaking hammers provided by the Dragon Country, they began to aim at the tank group of the White Elephant Country under the canyon. After taking a deep breath, they pulled the trigger in unison. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, earth-shaking gunshots echoed throughout the canyon. The bullets from the armor-breaking hammer shot out from the barrel, aiming directly at the unstoppable White Elephant tank group in the canyon. After a few seconds, an even louder explosion suddenly sounded from below. Boom! A White Elephant tank that had just been killing everyone suddenly shook and caused a violent explosion. The impact of the explosion even overturned the entire tank, with its 4 legs facing the sky. It no longer looked like the tank that could kill anyone who stood in its way. The tank had now turned into a huge, burning fireball, and all the armor covering the outside of the car was blown away by the impact of the bomb and fell to the ground nearby. Immediately afterwards, one tank after another from the White Elephant Kingdom exploded, turning into huge fireballs that could only burn. The blast wave caused by the tank explosion even knocked over the White Elephant soldiers behind them. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 114. Are you crazy? One gun and one tank? WTF? What the hell is this? Why did those tanks suddenly explode? What on earth happened? The snipers lying in ambush on both sides of the canyon looked through their scopes at the White Elephant tanks that had become a pile of scrap metal, and they all had the same question. As far as they knew, Kamal did not order his men to plant anti-tank mines in the canyon first, and the army did not have any weapons that could sanction the White Elephant Kingdom's tanks. So all that's left is, what about the anti-armor sniper rifles donated by Dragon Country? Thinking of this, all the snipers looked at their partners beside them, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Murashaf, did we blow it up? Asif's face was filled with shock, and he could barely speak clearly. He couldn't believe that he could destroy a tank of the White Elephant Country with just one bullet. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but start to wonder if he was dreaming. But the smell of gunpowder in the air kept reminding him that this was not a dream. All this was real. Should be. Apart from the anti-armor sniper rifles we have, our army doesn't seem to be equipped with any other anti-armor weapons. Murashev's tone of voice was somewhat unconfident, and it was obvious that he was also frightened. Murashev has been in the military for more than 10 years and is a genuine veteran. He has touched countless weapons, even some weapons produced in Lighthouse Country. However, he has never seen a sniper rifle as powerful as the armor-breaking hammer in his hand. Just one bullet was enough to destroy the White Elephant Nation's invincible tanks on the battlefield? How powerful is a sniper rifle? Can this really still be considered a sniper rifle? It's no exaggeration to call it a fortress. How come those steel monsters that had caused them so much pain were like a piece of white paper without any protection in front of this sniper rifle? At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, the armored forces of the White Elephant Kingdom. WTF? What does this mean? Why did our tanks suddenly explode? Are there mines? Did our tank step on an anti-tank mine planted by the Baba Sheep people? No. Impossible. Our tanks are invincible. Even if there are mines, they can't just explode. What's going on? Can someone tell me why the tank clearing the way ahead of us suddenly exploded? The tank crews driving the tanks that had not yet exploded were shouting hysterically on the radio, their voices sounding extremely terrified. Just now, the tanks that were clearing the way ahead were still reaping the lives of the Babayang soldiers, but the next second, those tanks exploded and turned into a pile of burning scrap metal. You should know that their tanks were all purchased from the previous generation of main battle tanks of the Bear Country. After they bought them, they also added thick armor to the tanks, greatly increasing the tank's protection capabilities. But now, those tanks have become a pile of scrap metal, and the tank soldiers inside have probably been burned to ashes. Now they all started to panic, fearing that the next tank to explode would be the one they were driving. For a moment, the tank troops' formation was in chaos. What's worse, some of their tanks crashed into friendly tanks and ran over the infantry behind them. At the bottom of the canyon, the Babayang soldiers who were clinging to the trenches saw the White Elephant Country tanks suddenly explode, and their faces were filled with shock. They didn't know why these tanks, which had claimed the lives of thousands of their comrades, suddenly exploded. It was obvious that they did nothing but hide under the trenches to avoid the enemy's bombing. They could only attribute all this to the fact that Allah, whom they believed in, was protecting them in heaven. My God, thank you for your protection. We will fight bravely and drive away these damn invaders. Brothers, even heaven is on our side. It's time for our counterattack. Kill. Brothers, drive away these damn White Elephant soldiers. Revenge for our fallen comrades. In an instant, the morale of the Babayang soldiers increased greatly, sweeping away the previous lows, and they rushed out of the trenches with their guns and started firing. Da-da-da-da. The Babayang soldiers held various weapons in their hands and shot at the tanks that were still running wildly in the distance. They didn't know where the strength came from, but they were able to use up all the bullets in just a few seconds. Ding, 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 ding. Bullet after bullet left deep and terrifying marks on the armor of the White Elephant Country's tanks, drew a long arc in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground. The turning point on the battlefield was reported to the temporary command center set up by Babayang. In the command center, Kamal was leaning against the table, smoking a cigarette with a gloomy face. He said nothing. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it, and he looked in a very bad mood. Kamal didn't even need to listen to the reports from his men to guess that his side must have suffered heavy casualties. He couldn't think of any other way to use his flesh and blood to resist the enemy's steel torrent except to pay with his life. At this time, the messenger rushed into the command center, his face showing unspeakable joy, and reported breathlessly. We've repelled the White Elephant Nation's tank troops. As soon as he finished speaking, Kamal, who had been dejected just now, stood up suddenly. He rushed to the messenger and grabbed his arms tightly, looking very excited. Wow, what? Did I hear correctly? Guarded. Kamal's voice was trembling, and his tone was full of disbelief. The messenger ignored the pain in his arms from being clamped and reported everything in detail. That's right, Commander. We've secured it. Our snipers showed their prowess. Using the weapons donated by Dragon Nation, they shot down a tank with each shot. Those damn tank troops of White Elephant Nation were like fleeing rats, fleeing in panic. Upon hearing this, Kamal froze in place. His mouth unconsciously opened into a big O, and he seemed to be petrified. One gun and one tank. The weapons supported by Dragon Country can destroy a tank with one shot. Chapter 115. The surprise that Baba Sheep Country brings to other countries. Kamal was stunned for nearly 2 minutes, and he didn't even feel the cigarette ash falling on his pants. It wasn't until the cigarette in his hand had burned down to his fingers, scalding them, that he came to his senses. Are you serious? Did our snipers really use the anti-armor sniper rifles donated by Dragon Country to seize a single tank? Until now, Kamal still has doubts. This matter is really too unbelievable. Can a sniper rifle that can blow up a tank with one shot still be called a sniper rifle? The messenger nodded firmly and played the battle video sent back from the front line to Kamal. This was recorded and transmitted by a drone at low altitude, and the video was shot from an overhead perspective. In the picture, a tank that was continuously bombarding the Pakistani position suddenly exploded. The impact of the explosion lifted the tank's outer armor, and the entire tank instantly became a burning fireball. Immediately afterwards, one tank after another exploded, and the tanks leading the way in the front were directly turned into a pile of scrap metal. Seeing this scene, Kamal stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, almost falling to the ground. He has been in the army for about 30 or 40 years. During this long time, he has seen countless weapons, but this is the first time he has seen a weapon with such great power. When Kamal received this batch of weapons from Dragon Country, he actually felt a secret despair deep in his heart. How could this kind of anti-material sniper rifle possibly be able to stop the armored forces of the White Elephant Country? But the facts slapped him hard in the face. Their sniper really relied on this sniper rifle with a strange name, one shot per tank, and they held the position firmly. Thinking of this, Kamal did not hesitate and immediately issued a new order. Pass on my military order. All soldiers, do your best to cover our snipers. We will counterattack. Let those damn invaders know how powerful we are. Leave all their tanks on our borders. Kamal's voice was sonorous and powerful, without any of the previous depression, and he seemed to be in high spirits. On the other side, in the temporary command post of the White Elephant Kingdom, Lava had received the news from the front line that their invincible armored forces had lost their composure and even accidentally injured many friendly forces. Their tanks with thicker armor also exploded without warning. At this time, there was silence in the command post, and even the air was a little cold. Compared with Kamal's high spirits, Lava's side was so quiet that it was a little scary. Lava held the armrests of the chair tightly with both hands, and was almost about to break them with his bare hands. Tell me, why did our tanks suddenly explode? Tell me, who did this? Lava stood up and looked at his subordinates, roaring angrily. As he shouted, he threw the documents in his hand to the ground. No one present dared to answer, for fear of offending Lava and becoming the target of his anger. The whole place was silent. After nearly half a minute, a slightly younger officer responded in a low voice. Sir, I suspect that based on the military strength of the Baba Sheep Nation, it's impossible for them to have weapons capable of dealing with our tanks. It's possible that Dragon Country is behind this. I heard that Dragon Country provided us with a batch of anti-armor weapons before. It's possible that there was a problem with that batch of weapons. After saying this, the officer looked at Lava timidly and then lowered his head. Hearing this, Lava couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and roared angrily. Maybe the country spent so much effort to support you just so you can raise this possibility? Since you're not sure, then go check it out. See what it is. Hearing this, Lava's subordinates immediately lowered their heads and left the tent as if they were escaping. Military observers and war correspondents from various countries, especially those from Western countries, were also shocked. When they heard that the Baba Sheep Kingdom had successfully repelled the White Elephant Kingdom's armored forces and annihilated more than a dozen tanks that were leading the way, they all had expressions of shock on their faces. Their mouths opened wide unconsciously, and they could even fit a whole egg in them. WTF? What the hell is going on? How can the Baba Sheep Nation be strong enough to withstand the attack of the White Elephant Nation? Is the intelligence wrong? How could the Baba Sheep Nation, with its incredibly weak military, possibly stop the White Elephant Nation's attack? Or even destroy their tanks? No. The intelligence is absolutely correct. There must be something wrong with the Baba Sheep Nation's equipment. Otherwise, how could they have defeated the White Elephant Nation's armored forces and destroyed more than a dozen tanks? Could it be that the Dragon Nation took action? The Dragon Nation secretly sent troops? Otherwise, I can't think of any way that the Baba Sheep Nation could repel the White Elephant Nation's tanks. Those steel torrents are no pushovers. How on earth did the Baba Sheep Nation do it? Investigate. We need to find out how the Baba Sheep Nation defeated the White Elephant Nation. All of a sudden, those military observers and war correspondents from the West began to take action. They believed that there must be some secret they didn't know about that allowed the Baba Sheep soldiers to repel the White Elephant armored forces, and they had to find the corresponding reason. Military observers and war correspondents from the Dragon Kingdom were also shocked by the result. They did not expect that the Baba Sheep Kingdom would really repel the White Elephant Kingdom as they prayed. Holy crap! This is such a huge surprise.